Chapter 1. A half pack of tissue? Not even a dog in sight. As Ling Qiqi awoke, the first sensation that enveloped her was a chill, followed swiftly by a sharp pang of pain. The third sensation was the peculiar discomfort of something resembling a manhole cover lodged against her waist. Struggling to open her eyes, she was met with a dimly lit, distorted expanse of primordial jungle. The trees loomed like gnarled, arthritic elders, their twisted forms silently observing her through the eerie mists. The wind sliced through the air like a blade against her skin. Instinctively, she attempted to wrap her arms tightly around herself, only to encounter a hard, ragged object. Glancing down, she discovered it to be a piece of beast hide. However, this hide appeared to have been left behind by its previous owner after 5 centuries of drying, rigid as iron and stubbornly encircling her waist. As she attempted to rise, the board dug sharply into her ribs, emitting a brittle crack. Thank you for the invitation. Having just traversed into a foreign realm, I find myself in dire straits. There are no dogs to accompany me, merely this makeshift armor of tattered leather. Ling Qiqi endeavored to stand, but her knees buckled, sending her crashing back down. A wave of nausea gripped her stomach, signaling the acidic assault of hunger upon her stomach lining. Memories surged forth at that moment. The Qihu tribe, Ling Qiqi. Due to a failed awakening and her frail constitution, she had been deemed garbage, abandoned by the beast god by the priest, and cast into this accursed forest, akin to a discarded piece of rotten meat, on the eve of the winter festival. Wonderful, Ling Qiqi lamented, clutching the hard beast hide, forcing a smile as she grimaced. In my past life, I perished from overwork, and now I may starve to death on the streets. My fate is indeed one of hunger, perpetually lacking sustenance. Suddenly, an emotionless electronic tone echoed in her mind, followed by a crackling sound reminiscent of an old radio tuning in. System activation in progress. Universal analysis system online. Scanning host status. Scan complete. TSK. Ling Qiqi froze in her tracks. Did you just tisk at me? I did not. You must have misheard. This system has undergone professional training and typically does not mock the host, unless unable to resist. Ling Qiqi. The previously dim world before her abruptly brightened to reveal a translucent, pale blue interface. Host panel name. Ling Qiqi race. Qihu underdeveloped version health. 3100. It is advisable not to speak loudly, as it may deplete your last breath. Satiety. 2100. Your stomach is attempting to digest your liver. Overall evaluation. A breathing entity of organic refuse. If you were to die now, your sole contribution to this forest would be to serve as fertilizer. A vein in Ling Qiqi's temple throbbed. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to bicker with the artificial intelligence. System, since we are bound, where's my newbie gift pack? In novels, they often receive spaces of spiritual springs. Yes, it exists. Really? Ling Qiqi nearly leapt up in her weakened state. Distributing newbie benefits. Distribution complete. Ling Qiqi felt a new space open within her consciousness. It measured 100 square meters, pristine, vacant, and sterile. In the center floated a solitary item. With trembling thoughts, she retrieved it. It was a pack of tissues. The brand read Xingxianjian. The most absurd part was that the pack was already torn open, clearly used, and visibly contained only half. Clutching the half-used pack of tissues, Ling Qiqi stood in the foreboding black forest, the cold wind lifting her hair like dried grass, rendering her akin to a fractured statue. This is your grand gift? A half pack of tissues? Host, one must learn to be content. This is 3-ply, ultra-soft, premium quality. In this primitive forest where leaves are used as toilet paper, you possess the spark of civilization. Thank you. I am on the brink of starvation, and you offer me this paper? I'm going to write my last will. In a fit of despair, Ling Qiqi shoved the paper back into the space. After all, it was indeed precious. Warning: vital signs are rapidly declining. It is advised that the host consume food immediately. Otherwise, this system will tearfully unbind and conveniently inherit your half-pack of tissues. Eat? What can I eat? Dirt? Ling Qiqi despaired as she scanned her surroundings. With the system now in place, the world had transformed. However, it did not imply that her situation had improved. It was, in fact, more desperate. To her left, a vibrantly colored fruit. Item: Duan Chong Gua evaluation. A bite will claim your soul, 2 bites will send you to the heavens. You will die swiftly, devoid of pain, highly recommended. To her right, an adorably shaped flower. Item: carnivorous flower, seedling evaluation. Does it appear easy to bully? You may wish to test your luck by inserting a finger. It is quite famished. Ling Qiqi. This place truly lived up to its name as the Death Forest. Just as she prepared to lie down and await her demise, her gaze fell upon a fallen, decayed log. There, a cluster of white, net-like fungi caught her attention, glaringly bright against the dark forest. Scanning subject. By Gue, San indigenous name, indigenous knowledge. Soul calling banner, dead man's flower. Highly toxic, touching it will invite malevolent spirits. Just as Ling Qiqi was about to avert her gaze, she noticed a small line of text below. True property. Bamboo fungus, top-tier mutant species. System evaluation. Queen of fungi. Though resembling something burned for the dead, it is actually delectably fresh. Rich in amino acids, it can rapidly replenish stamina. Consumed raw, it is mildly toxic, causes diarrhea. Cooked, it is exquisite. Note: given your current state, experiencing diarrhea is preferable to starving to death. Bamboo fungus. The green light in Ling Qiqi's eyes eclipsed the system's blue glow. She scrambled towards it. The decayed log emitted a musty scent, but the bamboo fungi exuded an enticing aroma. Who cares if it calls souls or not? If it's edible, it's a good spirit. With trembling hands, she plucked one, discarding the skirt that could harbor insect eggs, and stuffed the tender stalk in her mouth. Crunchy, tender, and juicy. In that instant, it felt as though rain had graced the parched earth. Satiety 1. Health 0.5. Ling Qiqi stuffed 3 of them in her mouth in one go, finally feeling the grip of that hand twisting her stomach begin to loosen. Once slightly rejuvenated, she started contemplating her dire circumstances. It was now late autumn, with nighttime temperatures plunging below freezing. She possessed nothing but a hard leather skirt. No fire, no water, no shelter. This place teemed with toxins. If she slept directly on the ground, she would surely wake up as a rigid corpse by morning. I must find a place to spend the night. A cave, a tree hollow, anything will do. Beep high energy warning. A strong life signal detected 50 meters ahead, though on the brink of death. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Suggestion: this is a highly dangerous area. However, according to scans, there exists a natural, dry, sheltered den within that region. Ling Qiqi seized upon this revelation. A natural den? Indeed. However, a formidable creature resides within. Your combat prowess stands at 5, while its strength, though waning, is approximately 5,000. Ling Qiqi hesitated for 3 seconds. If she did not venture forth, she risked freezing to death or being devoured by beasts. Yet if she did go, she might meet her demise at the hands of that creature, or perhaps seize the opportunity to occupy its den. On the brink of death, Ling Qiqi licked the remnants of the fungus from her lips, her eyes revealing the fierce determination of a gambler. Since it is nearly dead, it qualifies as a reserve corpse. I shall deliver its end while also inheriting its estate, the den. A perfectly reasonable plan, wouldn't you agree? She tucked the remaining bamboo fungi into her space, crouched low, and, using the cover of the underbrush, stealthily approached the dangerous red dot. 50 meters took her 10 minutes to traverse. Parting the last thorny bramble, Ling Qiqi held her breath. The sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. It was not the ferocious beast she had envisioned. Rather, it was a human, or more accurately, a humanoid monster. Beneath a colossal boulder, a towering silhouette lay curled. It possessed the torso and limbs of a human, yet its skin was ensconced in tattered, grotesque black scales, resembling a suit of shattered armor. 2 sinuous, menacing black dragon horns adorned its crown, one of which was severed halfway. A robust, thorn-covered black tail trailed behind, now languidly resting in a pool of blood. All the vegetation surrounding it had withered. The ground was pockmarked, eroded by the dark blood. The overwhelming stench of blood and an oppressive aura instilled an instinctual fear in Ling Qiqi, even from a distance of several meters. This was an ingrained terror of apex predators, etched into her very genes. Scanning target: Yuan ancient black dragon, atavistic form status, near death, severe infection, organ failure, high fever, coma. Evaluation. This is the legendary apocalyptic dragon. While it remains unconscious, you have the opportunity to escape. Alternatively, you might attempt to pry off a few of those seemingly valuable scales. Ling Qiqi clutched the tree trunk tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her legs trembled. This was indeed a genuine monster. Its claws were larger than her head, and that tail appeared capable of reducing her to a mere pulp with a single lash. Yet her gaze traversed the terrifying figure, alighting upon the cavern beneath the rock behind it. It was a dry, profound, and wind-sheltered cave, strewn with hay that appeared exceedingly warm. That was the only escape available tonight. If it were awake, I would turn and flee, Ling Qiqi thought to herself, her voice quivering, but it truly seems on the brink of death. She picked up a stone and hurled it with all her might. Thud! The stone struck the monster's tail. No reaction. Not even a flutter of its eyelashes. Ling Qiqi waited another minute. Still no response. Fear receded slightly, replaced by a primal instinct for survival and the desire to seize an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, she emerged from the bushes, inching toward the corpse and the enticing cave. I'll just take a peek. If it is dead, I will drag it out and bury it, claiming its lair. If it's not dead, I will run. Chapter 2. Excuse me, your tail is blocking my door. Ling Qiqi approached the half-human, half-dragon creature like a guilty little groundhog. As she drew nearer, the impact was even more profound. Although this being for the moment, let us refer to it as such, appeared as if it had just crawled out of a meat grinder. The sheer size of its frame was astonishing. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, its muscular contours held an explosive potential even in a state of relaxation. Its face, if one could overlook the fine black scales covering its cheeks and the blood at the corners of its mouth, it was, surprisingly, in alignment with Ling Qiqi's aesthetic. Wild, sharp, and three-dimensional, like a fierce weapon freshly unsheathed. Quite handsome, but a pity it's a short-lived wretch. Ling Qiqi extended a finger and prodded its arm. Hard, huh? Like touching a red-hot iron plate. System commentary. Due to the slenderness of your finger, the target perceived it merely as a mosquito bite. No signs of awakening. It's all for the best if it remains asleep. Ling Qiqi sighed in relief, turning her gaze toward the cave behind it. Dry, deep, with a thick layer of hay on the ground. In the damp, chilly, and eerie forest of death. This was akin to a 5-star presidential suite. The only downside was the massive rubbish blocking the entrance. Dear sir, Ling Qiqi clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, though I do not wish to disturb your rest. Your size is rather obstructive. This dwelling now belongs to me, so please relocate your nest and bask in the moonlight outside. With that, Ling Qiqi rolled up her sleeveless arms, gathered her strength, and grasped one of the intact fingers of the male protagonist. With all her might, she pulled. Not a budge. Ling Qiqi's face flushed crimson. The ground beneath her feet scraped raw, yet the being moved not an inch. Friendly reminder. The target weighs approximately 150 kilograms, only the humanoid portion, including bone density and scale weight. It starts at a minimum of 300 kilograms. Your strength value is 3, equivalent to that of an adult goose. Are you attempting to pry the earth with a toothpick? Be quiet. Ling Qiqi panted, releasing her grip. If my hands are ineffective, I shall try something else. Her gaze fell upon the robust tail. Though intimidating, it was streamlined, likely offering less friction. Ling Qiqi circled to the back and grasped the thorn-covered black dragon tail. Heave! She exerted every ounce of strength, pulling as if extracting a stubborn radish. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination, she felt a tremor within the tail. Warning! Warning! Pain sensation stimulated. Probability of target awakening surges to 90. You have grasped the injury. Ling Qiqi heard none of this. Her teeth clenched as she battled with the heavy tail. Her foot slipped, and she lost control, leaning back as she yanked the tail with fervor. Roar, a low, hoarse growl, yet imbued with chilling intensity, erupted in that instant. Ling Qiqi felt her scalp prickle. She stiffly turned her head. There, the corpse that had been unconscious had propped itself up at some point. Its tightly shut eyes opened. What kind of eyes were those? Slitted pupils. Pure golden hue. Lacking any human emotion, only an offended rage and a chilling detachment toward the living. Yuan felt a piercing agony. He had been slumbering in the abyss, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet he sensed something audaciously tugging at the most sensitive and grievously injured part of his tail. That was a desecration of a dragon's dignity. He mustered the last vestige of his strength, a thunderous roar erupting from his throat, his massive claw lifting, accompanied by a wind that tore through the air, aimed at the oblivious little creature. Though his movements were sluggish due to his injuries, to Ling Qiqi, this was the scythe of death. Fleeing? No time. Dodging? Her legs had turned to jelly. In the face of overwhelming fear, Ling Qiqi's mind went blank, yet her body reacted instinctively. If you seek to slay me, then first, have a morsel to calm yourself. Don't eat me. Eat this instead. With the speed of a lightning bolt, she drew out the remaining bamboo fungus from her space, aiming it precisely at the mouth that was preparing to unleash dragon fire, or rather, to roar at her, shoving it unceremoniously inside. Ugh! Yuan's roar was stifled in his throat. A peculiar, soft substance filled his mouth. Before he could expel it, the substance dissolved within. Refreshing, delicious, infused with an extraordinary vitality, it coursed through his body, like a cool spring soothing his parched organs. The previously agitated fire poison was miraculously subdued for a fleeting moment. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan's murderous golden eyes. This is medicine? This frail bipedal creature is not tormenting me, but attempting to save me? Yet he was far too weak. This brief moment of consciousness drained his remaining strength. The claw raised in the air halted just a centimeter from Ling Qiqi's head. Then, boom, the immense body crashed back to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ling Qiqi remained in the feeding posture, her hands suspended in midair, her entire being frozen in fear, resembling a black-and-white portrait of demise. That 1 centimeter, had it advanced just a tad further, her head would have burst open. The system cannot help but applaud you. You are the first to have the audacity to forcibly insert the Zhao Hun fan into the mouth of the world-destroying dragon, successfully silencing him. Congratulations, host. You have just accomplished a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of the beast world as suicidal diplomacy. Ling Qiqi's legs buckled, and she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweats soaking her back. Is he dead? No. He probably finds your snacks quite delectable and has decided to spare your life for another meal. He has fainted again. Ling Qiqi gazed at the colossal creature that had once again succumbed. This time, she dared not tug at his tail. However, that cave. The sky was darkening, and the mist in the forest thickened, accompanied by the distant howls of beasts. If she did not enter the cave, her demise was inevitable. Since I cannot move you, Ling Qiqi looked at the immense body of the dragon occupying much of the cave's entrance. Gritting her teeth, I suppose I shall have to. Squeeze in. She cautiously maneuvered around the dragon's claw that had nearly crushed her, like a thieving mouse, pressed against the rock wall, and squeezed through the narrow gap between the dragon's body and the wall, forcing herself into the cave. It was truly warm. This man-dragon, though fierce, was like a great furnace. Being so close to him, she could feel the continuous warmth radiating from his body. In the chilly night, he was nothing short of a human-shaped heater. Ling Qiqi looked at the dragon blocking the entrance, her expression transforming. He was not a monster. He was her guardian deity. He was her genuine leather sofa. He was her superheater. Chapter 3. Repairing my heater night descended without any forewarning. One moment, the world was cloaked in a muted twilight, and the next, as if a switch had been flipped, it was engulfed in a thick darkness. Following this sudden plunge into obscurity was an abrupt drop in temperature. The disparity in the death forest was outrageous. It was autumn by day, yet winter had arrived by night. The cold wind, laden with icy particles, howled as it rushed through the cave's entrance, emitting a mournful wail. Ling Qiqi huddled in the farthest corner of the cave, wrapping herself tightly in her stiff animal hide skirt, curling into a ball. Yet this offered little solace. The frigid air seeped through every crevice, and her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, even as she could hear the sound of her bones creaking from the cold. However, this was not the worst of her plight. The most unbearable aspect was the stench. An indescribable odor of decay and rot wafted from the enormous creature at the cave's entrance. It was the sickening scent of putrefying flesh mingled with sulfur, fermenting within the confined space, causing Ling Qiqi to feel an agonizing throb in her head. With a retching sound, Ling Qiqi could no longer endure the foulness and forced herself to rise. She groped her way to the side of the creature, Yuan, who remained unconscious, his body radiating heat like a furnace. Yet, this furnace not only leaked warmth but also oozed pus, utilizing the faint moonlight filtering through the entrance. Ling Qiqi activated her eye of analysis. Scanning target, Yuan, left shoulder wound. Status, severe suppuration, necrotic tissue spreading. Evaluation, this flesh has decayed to the point of resembling pork left out for 3 months. If not removed, it will likely breed maggots tonight. Suggestion, sprinkle some cumin to mask the odor. Damn it. Ling Qiqi pinched her nose, her face contorted with disgust. Such a fine heater. If it were to fail, I would freeze to death tonight. She glanced at the still, oozing wound, then at the half-pack of precious tissues in her space. At that moment, it was her only means of cleansing. Ling Qiqi's heart ached. It was paper, a product of civilization, an irreplaceable item. And now, it was to be used to clean this dragon's backside? Not really, just a shoulder? I am doing this for my own survival. Ling Qiqi mentally reassured herself. I'm not saving him. I'm unclogging the drain. Once it is clear, the stench will dissipate, and I can finally sleep. With a determined bite, she extracted a sheet of tissue from her space. Stock 1. Pain Index 10086. System. Find me any hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs nearby. Enough chatter. If you don't want her host to freeze to death, get to work. The system seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, refraining from its usual sarcasm. Scanning the crevice to the left, a few strands of grass detected. Item. Hemostatic AI, mutated version. Effect. Potent hemostatic properties, antibacterial. Side effects. Excruciating pain. The kind that can make a person jump. Pain is good. It indicates vitality. Ling Qiqi crawled over and plucked the herbs, chewing them until the bitter juice filled her mouth, numbing her tongue. She spat out a glob of green herbal paste, then took a deep breath, clutching the precious tissue as she began to clean the wound. There was no anesthesia, nor any gentleness. Ling Qiqi wrapped her finger in the tissue and forcefully inserted it into the putrid wound, scraping out the pus and decaying flesh. A muffled groan escaped Yuan's lips as he writhed in unconsciousness, his massive body convulsing, muscles tensing like stone. Endure it. Ling Qiqi slapped his intact skin. What are you whining about? I'm not even lamenting my tissue. The tissue quickly turned black. With her eyes shut tight, she painfully pulled another sheet. Stock 1. Another sheet. Stock 1. She had used 5 sheets. 5. Ling Qiqi felt as if she was burning money. Only when she had thoroughly cleaned the wound, revealing the fresh, tender flesh beneath, did she apply the chewed hemostatic herb with a decisive slap. Yuan's body trembled violently. Even in deep unconsciousness, the pain, akin to being splashed with acid, instinctively urged him to react. A powerful dragon tail lashed out, accompanied by a rushing wind. Damn it! Ling Qiqi had anticipated this move, rolling into the corner. The tail crashed down where she had just been, sending debris flying. So, this is how you repay kindness. Ling Qiqi shouted at the unconscious dragon. I just used 5 sheets of precious tissue. Do you know your life is worth 5 sheets now? Despite her scolding, once she had treated the wound, the nauseating stench had indeed dissipated, replaced by the bitter scent of herbs. However, the chill of the night had become unbearable. Ling Qiqi felt her hands and feet growing numb, her blood nearly freezing. She glanced at the massive creature, still twitching in pain but emanating a tantalizing warmth. Dignity? Gender barriers? They were meaningless in the face of hypothermia. I'm fighting for my survival. This is furniture. This is a heater. This is a genuine electric blanket. Ling Qiqi murmured to herself as she crawled closer. The moment she approached, the warmth enveloped her like a cozy embrace, almost coaxing a sigh of relief from her lips. Tentatively, she reached out to press her hand against his bare, warm chest. It was scorching, firm, and wonderfully elastic. This sensation surpassed any mattress. Cautiously, Ling Qiqi nestled herself into his embrace, avoiding his wounds and sharp claws, finding a relatively flat and soft spot on his abdomen. Sharing warmth, don't be stingy. She curled up like a shivering cat, burying her frozen face in his chest, her body nearly melding with his. Yuan, initially tense from pain, seemed to sense something cool and soft against him. The unexpected chill amidst the searing heat and agony was oddly comforting. Instinctively, driven by a primal urge to protect his territory or possess all that was his previously thrashing tail quietly coiled around her, enveloping her in the animal hide skirt, sealing off the cave from the cold wind. Is this the perfect amalgamation of risking life for money and abandoning dignity for survival? Host, your current position is reminiscent of a captured prey nestled within the embrace of a fierce dragon. Ling Qiqi could no longer hear the comments. In the 45-degree warmth of his embrace, amidst the rhythmic thumping of his heart, she succumbed to sleep, exhausted from the day. She even found the dragon's scales slightly hard, unconsciously rubbing against his chest to find a more comfortable position. That night, Ling Qiqi dreamt of lying on a grand bed in a 5-star hotel. The air conditioning set to a delightful 26 degrees, cradling an oversized hand warmer. Yet this hand warmer was oddly prickly. Chapter 4. Good morning. Your chest muscles are a bit salty. Yuan believed he was doomed. The searing heat coursing through him, combined with excessive blood loss, indicated that, according to draconic logic, he should have returned to the embrace of the abyss, becoming a cold corpse. Yet he woke. His consciousness struggled to rise from the murky depths of darkness. And the first sensation he felt was not pain, but weight. His chest felt heavy, as if a boulder were pressing down upon him. Had those despicable hyenas torn him apart? With a sudden jolt, Yuan opened his dark golden slit-like eyes, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. Though his body was immobile, the aura of a top predator filled the cave. However, in the next moment, his murderous intent faltered. There were no hyenas, no enemies, only a soft, pale creature that seemed as if it could be dispatched with a single finger, sprawled across his body like an octopus. Her face was pressed tightly against his unguarded chest, her entire form sprawled in a brazen manner. One hand rested upon his neck, while a leg audaciously crossed over his waist. What left Long breathless was the sight of his magnificent, indomitable dragon tail. This tail, once meant for sweeping away armies and strangling foes, now coiled around her like a possessive serpent, holding her snugly, even tenderly, as if she were the most precious treasure in existence. His mind sent commands to his tail. Release her. Throw her off. Yet, the tail responded with a signal of warmth and comfort, relishing the embrace. Long's dragon visage twisted in betrayal. This was a loss of dignity. He yearned to roar in fury, but a wave of warmth and moisture surged from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he saw the audacious female drooling, the crystalline liquid trickling down her lips and pooling upon his dark scales, slowly sliding downwards. Long felt his scales bristle in disgust. Filthy, utterly filthy. He was a germaphobe. Just as he prepared to unleash a force that would send this drooling creature flying, she stirred. Ling Qiqi found herself in a dream, back in the luxurious 5-star hotel of her past life, cradling an oversized leather pillow. However, this pillow felt oddly firm and slightly salty. The leather was nice. She murmured drowsily, rubbing her cheek against the pillow, feeling its coolness and soft firmness beneath. A faint herbal scent wafted through the air. Herbal scent? Ling Qiqi's mind slowly awakened. No, where would a hotel have a herbal scent? Moreover, why was his pillow moving? The heartbeat echoed like a drum. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to a sight of black, exquisite scales, resembling a work of art. Following the scales upward, she beheld rippling chest muscles, a seductive collarbone, and a pronounced Adam's apple. Higher still, there were eyes, dark golden, elongated, reflecting her dazed expression. Those eyes held a message. I want to kill. Time stood still in that moment. The cave was so silent that even the sound of dust falling could be heard. Ling Qiqi's gaze slowly descended, taking in her leg draped over his waist, her hand resting on his neck, and the conspicuous drool on his chest. Most alarmingly, she felt the dragon tail tightly coiling around her waist, which instinctively smacked her backside twice as she awoke, as if to soothe her back to sleep. Beep! Morning news report. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the feat of sleeping with a dragon. System commentary. Although the position is somewhat wild, considering you drooled all over him, it would be advisable to clean up first. If you don't, you might soon find yourself as this dragon's breakfast. Ling Qiqi swallowed hard. Was it too late to explain that she was there to fix the heater? In a slow motion, she attempted to shift her leg off him. Just a slight movement elicited a hiss from him. Long's brow furrowed, a painful low growl escaping his throat. Ling Qiqi realized her knee was pressing against the edge of his freshly treated wound. Don't move. She instinctively pressed her hand against his chest, her voice hoarse from just waking up. The wound just scabbed over. Do you want to rip it open? She immediately regretted her words. Was she scolding a dragon? A fearsome beast that could snap her neck in an instant? Long's gaze was fixed on her. If looks could kill, Ling Qiqi would have become a platter of sashimi. Yet, he was indeed immobilized. The strange coolness from the previous night had dissipated, replaced by a profound weakness. He lacked the strength to lift even a finger, forced to endure the whims of this diminutive female upon his form. You. Long finally spoke, his voice gravelly as if he had swallowed sand, carrying an ancient authority. Get off me. This was the archaic dragon tongue, resonating with a unique pressure. Yet to Ling Qiqi, it sounded like a deep magnetic bass, the meaning clear despite her lack of comprehension. Translation activated. He is telling you to leave, and he implies that if you do not, he will eat you. Ling Qiqi blinked. Not understanding was a blessing. It allowed her to feign ignorance. Instead of leaving, she reached into her space, actually pretending to pull it from her bosom, and retrieved a half-pack of precious tissues. Inventory 1. Heartache value max. She pulled out a tissue and, with remarkable nonchalance, began to dab at the drool on his chest. Don't be so fierce. If it weren't for me keeping you warm last night, you would have turned into frozen meat. Besides, look at that tail of yours. She pointed at the dragon tail that showed no signs of loosening its grip. You initiated this. I was merely in a defensive position. Long followed her gaze. The shameless tail, upon being called out, coiled tighter instead of loosening. Long thought, if only you had a knife now, please kill me. Right now. System detected that target Long's shame index has peaked. Sand value 50. Affection level? Surprisingly, it hasn't decreased. It seems this dragon is at Sundara despite his outward demeanor. Ling Qiqi cleaned up the drool and, finally feeling a pang of conscience, carefully extricated herself from the warm embrace. The moment she departed from that constant source of warmth, the morning chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver. Achoo! She rubbed her nose and glanced at the male lead, who, despite his fierce gaze, remained incapacitated. In the darkness of last night, she hadn't seen him clearly. Now, in the morning light, he looked genuinely pitiful. Besides the left shoulder wound she had roughly treated, there was hardly a patch of unscathed flesh on him. Particularly his abdomen bore a deep claw mark, seeping black blood. Surviving this, the vitality of the dragon clan was truly a cheat. Have you seen enough? Long closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze upon the female who brought shame to his draconic existence. He was gathering strength, waiting for the moment he could regain enough power to throw this oblivious creature away. Not enough, but you look like you're starving. Ling Qiqi patted her growling stomach. The bamboo fungus from last night had long been digested. Now she was hungry enough to eat a cow. And the injured dragon before her clearly needed energy more than she did. Squatting beside him, she looked up with seemingly innocent eyes. Big brother, let us discuss something. Long ignored her. You're a local dragon. You should know where to find food around here. Ling Qiqi pointed toward the gray, misty forest outside. I'm hungry. You're hungry too. We're in this together now. You guide, I'll fetch, and we'll split it 50-50. How's that sound? Long opened his eyes, looking at her as if she were foolish. This is the death forest. Nothing grows within 10 miles. The only living creatures are those venomous insects and mutated plants. Looking for food? You might as well be looking for death. But before he could express his disdain, his stomach, in utter defiance, emitted a thunderous growl. The sound was so loud it echoed within the cave. Ling Qiqi, Long, congratulations, host. Not only have you achieved physical intimacy, but you also share a common language, hunger. Chapter 5. You call this poison? This is clearly chocolate lava cake. Their stomachs growled in unison. Ling Qiqi rubbed her flat stomach and, with audacity, poked at the tip of Long's tail, which seemed to have loosened slightly. Hey, dragon brother, don't play dead. I know you don't want to talk to me, but your stomach is growling louder than mine. Ling Qiqi pointed outside, casting glance. Is there anything to eat? Even if it's just roots or tree bark. As long as it's not poisonous, I can manage a bite. Yuan, feeling irritable, shut his eyes briefly. This bipedal creature was exceedingly noisy. Moreover, the peculiar yet pleasant scent emanating from her, an odor reminiscent of unwashed bamboo fungus, was incessantly invading his nostrils, aggravating his already growling stomach. If he didn't procure something for her to eat, she would likely continue her incessant chatter until nightfall. Or worse, she might again extend that filthy hand towards him, attempting to nibble on him as if he were a ration. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids, his dark golden vertical pupils coldly scanning a patch of brush to the left of the cave entrance. The tip of his black dragon tail lazily gestured in that direction. Over there, Ling Qiqi's eyes brightened. Thanks, brother. I'll bring you food when I return. She darted out like a spirited rabbit. Yuan watched her retreating figure, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Indeed, there was something there, a cluster of evil fruits. They were black as pitch, exuding a strange odor that even the least finicky wild boar would avoid due to their potent toxicity. Legend spoke of a single bite leading to excruciating decay and eventual death. If she desired to eat so desperately, then let her. Death would bring him peace. Ling Qiqi rushed to the thicket and suddenly halted. Her smile froze in place. Is this what you meant by food? She beheld a few fist-sized fruits hanging from the withered yellow bushes. They were extraordinarily peculiar, entirely black, with wrinkled skin resembling burnt tire rubber. Some were so ripe they had split open, oozing a black, viscous liquid that resembled rotting tumors. The sight was so unappetizing that even a mere glance would diminish one as sanity. Ling Qiqi glanced back at the cave. Yuan lay on the ground, unable to move, yet his vertical pupils remained fixed on her, as if observing a silent play titled The Death of a Fool. That dragon was truly malicious. Ling Qiqi gritted her teeth. He clearly intended to poison her to claim her half-pack of tissues. Beep. High-calorie food reaction detected. The system's voice suddenly became animated, akin to a salesperson at a grand sale, shouting into a megaphone. Scanning target, black rot fruit, biochemical weapon in the eyes of the beast folk. Real attributes, black persimmon, high-energy version from another realm. Taste evaluation, soft, sticky, and sweet, melting in your mouth. The texture lies between chocolate mousse and creamy pudding. Extremely high in sugar. Calorique explosion. 1 piece equals 3 bowls of rice. Note, although this appears disgusting, the outer skin acts as a natural preservative. The flesh inside is a veritable sugar bomb. For you at present, this is a life-saving divine fruit. Ling Qiqi exclaimed, chocolate? Mousse? High calorie? She swallowed hard. The fruit, which had moments ago resembled a tumor, instantly transformed in her eyes into a Ferrero hanging from a tree. System, are you sure it's not poisonous? That dragon looks at me as if I were a corpse. Nonsense. This fruit naturally ferments upon ripening, emitting a scent akin to a blend of alcohol and mud. Beast folk possess acute olfactory senses and perceive it as poison. But you are different. You are human, and your sense of smell could detect the concealed sweetness. I'll trust you this once. Ling Qiqi reached out and plucked a nearly fallen fruit. It felt soft in her grasp like a water balloon. She peeled away the tire-like skin, revealing translucent, shiny black flesh within. A rich, intense sweetness wafted out, reminiscent of chocolate soaked in rum. I'm diving in. Ling Qiqi disregarded any dining etiquette and immediately took a large bite. At that moment, her senses exploded with delight. The texture was rich and smooth, akin to the finest molten chocolate. The intense sweetness detonated in her mouth, sliding down her parched throat into her empty stomach, prompting a surge of dopamine in her brain. She moaned in utter satisfaction, her eyes squinting blissfully. This was no mere survival in the wilderness. It was a self-service dessert bar. She devoured one fruit after another, feeling the weakness within her dissipate rapidly. In the cave, Yuan observed the female as she picked the venomous fruit, peeled it, and consumed it. Seeking death, he scoffed internally, beginning to count down silently. 3, 2, 1. Would she collapse? Foam at the mouth? Blood from her orifices? None of that occurred. Instead, she emitted a strange sound, and her eating speed increased, her expression of rapture suggesting she had tasted something exquisite. Yuan's countdown faltered. How could this be? That fruit was avoided even by magical beasts. Was this bipedal creature perhaps a dung beetle, thriving on rotting matter? As Yuan pondered the absurdity of her nature, the blackened female returned, her hands cradling 2 massive fruits, oozing black liquid from their cracks. Big brother, Ling Qiqi exclaimed excitedly, her mouth smeared with black fruit paste, grinning like a mischievous thief. This is incredible. So delicious. I chose 2 perfectly ripe ones for you. Yuan averted his gaze in disdain. Get that away. Disgusting. The stench of rot was assaulting his nostrils. Don't be shy. Ling Qiqi ignored his objections entirely. I know you can't move. Let me feed you. Without waiting for his consent, she leaned in and thrust the most unappetizing fruit towards his mouth. I refuse. Yuan opened his mouth, ready to roar his denial. But with a swift motion, Ling Qiqi managed to shove the peeled, soft fruit into his mouth. To prevent him from spitting it out, she even kindly closed his jaw for him. Yuan's eyes widened. The soft, dark substance burst in his mouth. This is it. I'm no longer clean. I, the illustrious black dragon, have been fed dung. Wait. Yuan's vertical pupils, initially filled with rage, suddenly froze. The anticipated stench and corrosive sensation never materialized. Instead, an overwhelmingly rich and assertive sweetness enveloped him. Soft, smooth, with a hint of bitterness that accentuated the soul-stirring sweetness. What was this? Was this truly the vile fruit that all beast folk shunned? His sugar-deprived brain, having suffered from severe injuries, sighed in contentment upon tasting the sweetness. Yuan's throat involuntarily bobbed. He swallowed. How was it? Ling Qiqi squatted before him, like a chef eagerly awaiting praise. Has a new world opened for you? I told you, despite its appearance. This fruit is gentle at heart. Yuan pressed his lips together, remnants of that astonishing sweetness lingering. He gazed at the beaming female, her face smeared with black residue. He longed to declare it unpalatable, yet his body betrayed him. The tip of his tail, uncharacteristically, flicked with delight, a subconscious gesture of a dragon expressing pleasure. Host, look at his tail. While he claims to refuse, his body is quite honest. System assessment. The black dragon Yuan's fondness for the black persimmon is. Affection level updated. 5-3. Though you fed me something resembling dung, it was indeed delicious. Ling Qiqi stifled a laugh and stuffed the remaining fruit into his mouth as well. Eat up. Only when you're full will you have the strength to gain weight. Look at you. You're nothing but bones. I wouldn't even want to use you as a mattress. Yuan begrudgingly accepted her feeding, internally scoffing. This woman dared to complain about his bony frame? Once I recover, I shall make her aware of the might of the dragon clan. Gulp. He swallowed again. It was incredibly sweet. Chapter 6. Using my limited edition paper to filter your bathwater, too much sweetness leads to thirst. The sensation of syrup clogging the throat is, in the absence of water, far more torturous than the hunger felt earlier. Ling Qiqi licked her cracked lips, feeling as though her tongue was glued to the roof of her mouth. She glanced at Yuan, whose condition was even more dire. With a high fever and having consumed the sugary black persimmons, his breath was alarmingly hot, his lips cracked, and his throat emitted a wheezing sound reminiscent of a wind instrument starved for moisture. Water was imperative. Ling Qiqi stood up and followed the faint dripping sound deeper into the cave. The further she ventured, the more humid the air became, with droplets forming on the rocky walls. Finally, at the cavern's farthest point, she discovered a small puddle, about the size of a basin. It collected underground water seeping through the crevices of the rocks. Eagerly, Ling Qiqi rushed over and activated her eye of analysis. The smile on her face vanished instantaneously. Scanning target, puddle, composition analysis. H2O 60, silt 20, decayed insect carcasses 10, unknown nematodes and eggs 10. Evaluation: this is not water. It is a high-protein mud drink. A single sip could lead to a parasitic feast in your stomach. Ling Qiqi gazed at the murky, yellow-tinged puddle, with several dead mosquitoes floating atop, feeling her stomach churn. Could this be consumed? If I drink it, I might truly meet my demise. Friendly reminder: if you do not drink, you will perish from dehydration. If you do drink, you may succumb to dysentery. Please choose your method of death. Is there no third option, such as purifying it? Ling Qiqi gritted her teeth. As a modern individual and a cleanliness-obsessed lifestyle blogger, the thought of drinking muddy water like a beast was utterly unacceptable. Unless her mind had been compromised. She scanned her surroundings, and her gaze fell on a fallen dragon scale not far away. It had come from Yuan, was as large as a basin, and curved beautifully, resembling a natural bowl. Perfect. Ling Qiqi picked up the dragon scale, heavy, with a texture akin to obsidian, gathered some charcoal from the cave entrance, and collected a bit of fine sand and gravel. All the materials were assembled, yet she lacked the most crucial component, a precise filtration mesh. Her eyes once again fell upon the meager remnants of tissue paper in her supplies. A pang of anguish surged within her. A heart-wrenching, suffocating pain. Host, what are you planning? Stop. That is the spark of civilization. The last miracle. You intend to use it to filter mud water? This is akin to using Hermes to store pig feed. Be silent. Ling Qiqi wore a tragic expression. If her life was at stake, what was the use of saving the paper? To burn it? She trembled as she extracted 2 sheets from her bag. Stock 2. Hard like a knife. She found a large, funnel-shaped leaf and punctured several small holes at the bottom. Then, she began to assemble her life purification device. First layer, 2 precious sheets of hard in sync tissue paper, laid at the very bottom. Second layer, crushed charcoal, absorbing impurities. Third layer, fine sand, filtering microparticles. Fourth layer, small gravel, blocking larger impurities. A simple yet scientific filtering device was born. Ling Qiqi placed the enormous dragon scale bowl beneath it and carefully ladled the murky high-protein mud into the funnel. Yuan lay at the cave entrance. Though his consciousness was hazy, he could hear the female inside tinkering with something. Sounds of rustling and clattering stones. What was she doing? Digging a pit to bury herself? Yuan was parched. His throat felt as if it had swallowed embers. Yet he could detect the foul and muddy scent emanating from the water source within. As a noble dragon, he would rather die of thirst than drink such filthy water. Just then, Ling Qiqi emerged holding the massive black dragon scale. Big brother, it's time for a feast. Oh no, it's time for water. Yuan struggled to open his eyes, turning his head in disdain. He did not want to drink. Take it away. That is mud water. Yuan's nostrils flared. There was no muddy scent, no foul odor, only an extraordinarily pure, crisp scent of vapor. Ling Qiqi squatted beside him, presenting the dragon scale bowl as if showcasing a treasure. Look, magic! Yuan was astonished. Reflected against the black dragon scale was a pool of crystal-clear liquid. No sun, no insect carcasses, as clear as the sacred spring melted from the peaks of snow-capped mountains. How could this be? Just moments ago, it was a puddle of muck. This seemingly powerless female, devoid of any magical aura, had executed the sacred purification technique said to belong only to the high priestess. Scanning target, Yuan, mental activity, shock, doubting lineage. Could she be a hidden divine-ranked water mage? System evaluation, no, she is merely a spendthrift who aced her middle school physics exam. Why are you dawdling? Drink. Ling Qiqi took the initiative, gulping down a couple of mouthfuls herself, deliciously sweet, then bringing the remainder to Yuan's lips. Rest assured, it's not poisoned. I exchanged my lifeline, the paper, for it. Yuan looked at the filthy, disheveled female before him. Her lips were moistened, her eyes bright. As she struggled to support his heavy head, he lowered his head and let his tongue delve into the refreshing liquid. Exquisite. Pure. This was the cleanest water he had ever consumed, even purer than the spiritual spring on Dragon Island, after all, that had been filtered through activated charcoal. As the clear water flowed into him, Yuan felt the flickering flame of life, which had been on the verge of extinguishing, flicker weakly once more. He drank every last drop, licking his lips in satisfaction, his rough tongue inadvertently brushing against Ling Qiqi's hand. Ling Qiqi winced. Is your tongue made of sandpaper? Yuan paused. The coarse sensation brought him back to reality. He had been cared for so tenderly by a weak, two-legged creature, fed and watered. Though she had just claimed that this water was exchanged for her lifeline. What is a lifeline? Is it a precious magical medium? Yuan gazed deeply at Ling Qiqi, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating entirely, replaced by confusion and curiosity. What secrets did this female harbor? Ling Qiqi burped audibly. Feeling satisfied after her meal and drink, she plopped down on the ground, patting the dragon scale that had proven so useful. Now it was time to address the pressing matters at hand. Although her hunger and thirst had been alleviated, the threat to her survival still loomed. For instance, fire. Daylight was manageable, but once night fell, the bone-chilling cold would return, and merely cuddling with a dragon would not suffice. Besides, she could not rely on cold meals for eternity. Ling Qiqi glanced at the pile of dead branches and leaves at the cave entrance. Friction fire? Forget it. She had tried before, and her hands had blistered without producing smoke. Her gaze turned to the magnificent creature beside her, who had just consumed half a basin of her water. Hey, dragon brother, Ling Qiqi said with a smile brimming with flattery. I heard that dragons can breathe fire. Yuan felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Let's make a deal. Ling Qiqi pointed at the pile of firewood. I saved your life. You give me a spark. Surely that's not too much to ask? Yuan regarded her coldly. I am a noble black dragon. My dragon flame is meant for raising cities and annihilating armies. You wish for me to ignite your firewood? Unwilling? Ling Qiqi threatened, lifting the dragon scale bowl. If you refuse, I will place this bowl atop your head. And next time you need water, I'll add some special ingredients, such as not using charcoal to filter. Yuan felt utterly demeaned, as if a dragon had fallen to a lowly state. Reluctantly, and with a hint of indignation, he opened his mouth and squeezed out a flame the size of a lighter from between his teeth. A noble, black, eternal abyssal fire. With a whoosh, it ignited the heap of decaying wood. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Dragon Magician Lighter. The system commented, if the orcs outside were to catch sight of this fire, they would likely be struck with fear and bow down in reverence. Yet here you are, using it merely to roast? Such a waste of resources. Ling Qiqi, however, paid no heed to such concerns. As the flames danced upward, their warmth swiftly dispelled the chill of the cave. She stretched comfortably, gazing at the flickering firelight, then at the dragon beside her, who, despite its disgruntled expression, lay obediently. With food, drink, fire, and a dragon, it seemed this beginning was not so dire after all. Chapter 7. Is it too much to ask to roast a beggar chicken with your apocalyptic fire? With fire, water, and dessert at her disposal, human greed knows no bounds. At that moment, Ling Qiqi's thoughts were consumed by a singular notion. Such a splendid fire simply must be used to roast meat. Just then, as if the heavens were mocking her hunger, a foolish bird resembling a wild chicken, adorned with vibrant plumage, flapped its wings and stumbled into the cave. It was likely drawn in by the lingering sweetness of the black persimmon. This bird, oblivious to the terrifying presence of the black dragon at the cave's entrance, marched straight towards a discarded persimmon peel. A delivery has arrived. Ling Qiqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although her agility was not particularly high, her obsession with food could surpass human limits. Seizing the dragon scale bowl, she adopted a posture reminiscent of a ravenous dog and swiftly covered the foolish bird. Crack! The foolish bird let out a shriek as it was trapped beneath the dragon scale bowl. Scanning target, colorful Jinji, evaluation, beast world intelligence akin to a floor tile. The meat is firm, imbued with a hint of fruity aroma. Suggested preparation. Enough talk, just kill it quickly. She had caught it. Ling Qiqi pressed down on the still flapping dragon scale bowl, her face glowing with excitement. But then a dilemma arose. How to kill it? How to process it? She had no knife. Ling Qiqi turned her gaze to the dragon, specifically to its sharp claws that gleamed ominously even in slumber. Yuan was resting with his eyes closed, still vexed, when he suddenly felt an unsettling chill, as if he were being calculated against. Before he could open his eyes, he felt his right hand being lifted. Just borrowing a nail here. Ling Qiqi grasped one of his fingers, wielding it like a top-tier scalpel aimed at the bird in her grasp. Yuan. He, the dragon war god, lord of the abyss. His claws had once torn through the throats of titan giants and shattered divine barriers. Now, they were to be used to get a chicken. With a swift motion, the dragon claw sliced cleanly through the bird, leaving no trace. What a fine tool. Ling Qiqi marveled, thinking it could fetch a handsome price at the butcheress. Enough for 2 pounds of pork. Yuan inhaled deeply, reminding himself to endure. For that taste. For that black persimmon. This was a transaction. Once the chicken was prepared, Ling Qiqi faced her second problem. No pot and no seasoning. But this was no challenge for someone who had watched 1,000 episodes of Survivor. She dashed to the cave entrance and scooped up a hefty lump of moist yellow clay. She also picked a few broad, aromatic leaves. First, she wrapped the chicken tightly in the leaves, then coated it with a thick layer of clay, shaping it into an oval clay ball. Yuan observed coldly. What is this woman doing? Wrapping the meat in leaves was one thing, but why cover it in mud? Has she grown tired of sweet flavors and decided to switch to a taste of earth? Truly a lower life form. Yuan judged her in his mind, deeming her recipe utterly chaotic, even incorporating dirt. Off you go, Pikachu. Ling Qiqi tossed the massive clay ball directly into the cluster of black abyssal fire. Sizzle. Though the fire was small, its temperature was exceedingly high. The surface of the clay ball blackened and hardened almost instantly. She found a stick and occasionally turned it. Yuan watched for a while, unable to restrain himself. Are you alchemizing? Other than that, he could think of no reason for putting dirt in the fire. Alchemy? Ling Qiqi's mouth watered at the thought of the culinary masterpiece known as beggar chicken. You will soon understand the brilliance of Chinese cuisine. So don't swallow your tongue. Yuan scoffed. Cooking meat in mud yields nothing but a warm lump of clay. What else could it possibly produce? Foolishness. Yet, 10 minutes later, as the outer layer of clay cracked from the heat, an unprecedented, commanding, and penetrating aroma wafted through the fissures. It was a blend of meaty, fatty, and herbal scents. Under the high temperature of the abyssal fire, the juices of the chicken were perfectly sealed, circulating in a confined space and intensifying the flavors to their peak. Yuan's previously disdainful expression froze. His nose involuntarily twitched. One enticing aroma, 100 times more fragrant than the black persimmon. What is this scent? It was neither the metallic tang of raw meat nor the charred odor of roasted flesh, but a peculiar fragrance that stirred the most primal of appetites. Gurgle. The dragon's belly, which had only just settled, roared once more in protest. Ling Qiqi chuckled. The time had come. She dug out the clay ball with a stick and found a stone to strike against the hardened clay shell. Clang! With a crisp sound, the shell shattered into fragments. As the clay fell away, the aromatic leaves were torn apart, revealing a golden, glistening chicken, steaming and sizzling, laid bare before both human and dragon. The system commented, absolutely remarkable. Slaughtered with a dragon claw of Mo's hardness 10, roasted with the fire that incinerates all. This chicken met its end gloriously. This is not mere beggar chicken. This is the supreme emperor chicken of dragon flame. Ling Qiqi, unable to wait for it to cool, tore off a chicken leg. The skin was crispy, the meat tender, and juices flowed down her fingers. With a single bite, she closed her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Hot, savory, the chicken naturally contains salt. Juicy, this is the taste of civilization. Having devoured one leg, she noticed a burning gaze upon her. Yuan was fixated on the chicken, his throat tightening. Reason told him that his filthy, dirt-covered food, not to be consumed. Instinct screamed, give it to me, quickly. If you don't, I will bite you. Ling Qiqi tore off another chicken leg, the largest one, and offered it to him. Here, consider this leg as rent for the fire in the claw. Yuan hesitated for a second, just 1 second. Then he opened his mouth and bit down on the chicken leg, not even spitting out the bones, but crushing and swallowing them whole. The crispy skin, the tender meat, the scalding juices exploded in his mouth. There was no raw meat's gaminess, no blood stickiness, just pure, exquisite meat aroma. Yuan's pupils widened. In that moment, All the finest magical beast meats he had consumed over 20 dragon years turned to trash. So, this is how meat can be prepared? Fire is not merely for slaughter. It can also create such miracles. Is it delicious? Ling Qiqi asked while gnawing on a chicken wing. Yuan did not respond verbally. He answered through action. The black dragon's tail not only curled up, but also joyfully thumped against the ground in rhythm. Thud, 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 like a big black dog begging for food. The system announced, affection level updated. 3-5, it's positive. Congratulations, host. You have conquered a dragon with a chicken. Capture a man's stomach, and you capture his labor. Ling Qiqi beamed at the jubilant tail, grinning like a cunning merchant. Delicious, isn't it? If it's good, then work more. In my possession, I have delicacies such as beggar's duck, roasted fish, hot pot, and spicy skewers. As long as your fire burns continuously, I assure you that I shall nourish you to a plump and healthy state. Yuan was savoring the lingering aroma in his mouth. Upon hearing this, he instinctively glanced at the flame he regarded as his lifeblood. Once, it was a symbol of his power. Now, to his eyes, it seemed to have transformed into a mere stove. Perhaps that wasn't so bad, just as the man and dragon were delighting in their spoils. A sudden rustling of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Moments later, several furtive heads peeked in. They were a few emaciated hyena men, brandishing crude bone clubs, their noses twitching, clearly drawn in by the enticing aroma. Boss, how fragrant. It seems only a female is indulging alone. That big fellow lying down appears to be dead. A few pairs of greedy eyes fixated on the half-chicken in Ling Qiqi's hand, as well as on Ling Qiqi herself. Ling Qiqi paused momentarily, and Yuan ceased his tail thumping. Both man and dragon simultaneously turned to regard the unwelcome guests at the entrance. Are you trying to steal my food? Ling Qiqi questioned. Are you trying to steal my chef? Yuan echoed. In that instant, their thoughts astonishingly aligned, seeking death. Chapter 8. Do not anger my dog. He is ill-tempered when eating at that moment. The air hung in an awkward silence. 3 hyena bees stood at the entrance, covered in scabs and emitting a foul stench. Their green eyes hungrily scanning Ling Qiqi's roasted chicken and her delicate physique. Oh, there's such a tender female, even in this forest of death. The leader of the hyenas licked his lips, revealing a jagged set of yellow teeth. Little sister, how lonely it must be to dine alone. Let your brothers accompany you. Ling Qiqi's heart raced to 180 beats per minute. This was it. These were real orcs, notorious scavenger hyenas. Although she possessed a system and an advantage, her combat capability remained that of a mere goose with a mere 3 points. One of these hyenas could easily dispatch her with a single blow. She instinctively glanced at Yuan beside her. He was still relishing the aftertaste of the chicken leg, too indifferent to even lift an eyelid at the trash outside. But he was completely paralyzed now. Relying on him to leap into action was out of the question. System alert, outnumbered. Immediate submission suggested. Or offer the remaining half of the chicken as a bribe. Give him the chicken? Wasn't that akin to tossing a meat bun to a dog? Ling Qiqi gritted her teeth. This half chicken was their lifeline. Giving it to these rogues would only lead them to her. If she couldn't fight, she would have to resort to acting. Ling Qiqi took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her trembling hands. She did not scream or retreat. Instead, she leisurely tore off a piece of chicken breast, feigning ignorance of the 3 fierce-looking figures at the entrance. Then, under the astonished gazes of the hyenas, she offered the meat to Yuan's mouth. She even stroked his massive, fearsome dragon head, as if petting a cat. Be good, take your time eating. Her voice was as gentle as if she were soothing a kindergarten child. Don't mind those strange beings. They might upset your stomach, and then mommy would be worried. Yuan? Just as he took hold of the meat with his mouth, he nearly choked in shock. What was this woman doing? Petting his head? Calling herself mommy? Yuan's vertical pupils widened in disbelief, a surge of humiliated rage exploding within him. If looks could kill, Ling Qiqi's hand would have been severed and fed to the dogs by now. However, to the hyenas at the entrance, the scene appeared entirely different. The enormous, terrifying black beast emanating an aura of death was obediently lying at the feet of this female, allowing her to caress its formidable horns. Moreover, it was consuming the food from her hand. That was a ferocious beast. How could it be as docile as a domesticated dog? The leader of the hyenas halted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. That creature seemed to be alive. The smaller henchman trembled. Of course it's alive. The leader, though greedy, was not foolish. This black beast, despite appearing gravely injured, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, especially the female. She remained utterly composed. To nonchalantly feed a pet in such circumstances, she was either a fool or a formidable figure. Clearing his throat, the leader of the hyenas tightened his grip on his bone club, attempting to gauge the situation. Little female, is this big fella your pet? Ling Qiqi did not turn around. She even picked up a tissue. Her heart was bleeding, and elegantly wiped the grease from Yuan's mouth. Indeed, she replied nonchalantly. It's a stray dog I picked up. It has quite a temper and hasn't been trained yet. What? Do you wish to play with it? Yuan, a stray dog? Excellent. Woman, you have successfully provoked my murderous intent. Once I am able to move, you shall be the first to taste my wrath. A stray dog? The hyenas exchanged glances. Which stray dog has dragon horns? And that shiny black scale? Clearly not to be trifled with. Boss, this female is too strange. How about we retreat? One henchman suggested. Feeling timid. Retreat? The leader of the hyenas, filled with anger and humiliation, retorted, look at that beast, drenched in blood and unable to move. Even if it is a ferocious creature, it is a cripple. That female is merely bluffing. Charge. That is meat. That is a woman. Greed triumphed over fear. The three hyenas howled as they charged forward, bone clubs raised. Ling Qiqi's hand trembled. She had revealed her facade. This group of desperate rogues was not falling for it. This was the end, she thought. System, quickly shield my pain receptors. I do not wish to die painfully. Don't be cowardly. Use your thighs. Quickly. In a moment of desperation, Ling Qiqi lunged onto Yuan's body, clutching his neck tightly with both hands, burying her face in the crook of his neck, and emitted an excruciatingly shrill, dramatically exaggerated, yet undeniably genuine scream. Yuan, someone is trying to steal your chicken. It was not that someone was trying to kill her. It was that someone was trying to take his chicken. This phrase struck a chord deep within Yuan's dragon scales. Steal my chicken? The one with the crispy skin, tender meat, the exquisite delicacy I was savoring? Yuan's pupils constricted into needle-like slits. The anger that had previously ignited due to Ling Qiqi treating him like a dog found its outlet, shifting towards those three oblivious miscreants. Daring to snatch food from a dragon's mouth? They were courting death. Though Yuan's body was immobile, he was still the abyssal dragon, the apex predator of this continent's food chain. Why should he lift a paw to deal with mere ants? Just as the hyena's bone club was about to strike Ling Qiqi's back, a silent command reverberated through the depths of their souls. Get lost. It was a mental shockwave that resonated deep within their very essence. Yuan's eyes widened as his dark golden vertical pupils seemed to unleash the gates of hell. A palpable, blood-thick intent to kill, mingled with the natural dominance of a superior over mere insects, exploded into an invisible ripple, emanating from the cave's center. Dragons might spiritual suppression. Aya, the hyena leader, charging at the forefront, felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. His eyes bulged, and he emitted a haunting scream, dropping his bone club with a clang, followed by the two henchmen. They felt as if their souls had been crushed by an invisible hand. The instinctual terror surged through them, causing them to lose control of their bodily functions. Devil, run. It's a devil. The three hyenas, who had just moments ago been arrogant and menacing, now fled like rabbits encountering a predator, tumbling and trampling over one another, their bodies soaked in fear as they scrambled out of the cave. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of urine. The cave fell silent once more. Ling Qiqi clung to Yuan's neck, feeling as though the body beneath her had transformed into a volcano on the brink of eruption, an overwhelming sensation that left her breathless. Yet, that feeling dissipated almost as quickly as it had come. Cautiously, she lifted her head, locking eyes with Yuan, whose predatory intent had yet to be retracted. Their gazes met, separated by a mere 0.01 centimeters. Ling Qiqi awkwardly forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace, her hand still resting on his neck. That was quite a performance. As a reward, This little treat is yours, she thought. Yuan regarded her with a cold stare. The earlier surge of energy having drained him of the strength he had accumulated throughout the morning. At this moment, he found himself not only immobile, but struggling to keep his eyelids open. Nonetheless, he conveyed a silent message with his gaze. You keep the treat. Give me the leftover chicken leg. Now, immediately, the system reported, crisis averted. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Fox assuming the authority of a dragon. Current status of the male lead. Affection level 2. Although you are quite noisy, your protective demeanor qualifies you as a somewhat adequate caretaker. Stamina 10 exhausted. Immediate nourishment is advised. Otherwise, he may consider devouring you again due to low blood sugar. Ling Qiqi slumped to the ground, pushing the remaining half of the chicken toward Yuan's mouth. Eat, 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 it's all yours. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow, glancing at the mess around them and her trembling hands, suddenly realizing that this thigh seemed rather robust. If she could just coax him into a good mood, would she be able to walk confidently through this deadly forest? Chapter 9. Collecting trash and stones. This round is a win. The 3 hyenas had fled in haste, leaving behind a pungent odor and some discarded equipment. Ling Qiqi pinched her nose and, once the air had cleared a bit, immediately slipped into her scavenger mode. I've struck gold, she exclaimed, rubbing her hands together and approaching the pile of spoils. Yuan lay on the ground, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if laden with lead. He observed the female as she picked up what appeared to be a filthy bone from the puddle of hyena urine, as though she had discovered a rare treasure. That is not worth keeping. Yuan wanted to shout. It's filthy. That's the refuse of lowly beasts. Yet he was too drained to protest, forced to watch as she picked up the bone and wiped it on her hide skirt. Ling Qiqi paid no heed to the dragon's fastidiousness. To her, it was a divine artifact. Scanning object, hyena femur. True attributes, polished hard beast bone. Although rough, the edges are sharp. Evaluation, congratulations, host. You have finally bid farewell to the era of tearing chicken by hand. This bone knife, though unappealing, is serviceable for cutting meat, digging pits, and even self-defense if you can wield it. What a treasure. Ling Qiqi secured the bone knife at her waist. Next, she picked up a grimy leather pouch that belonged to the lead hyena. Upon opening it, she found several coarse, grayish-white crystals. She tasted a bit and grimaced. Bitter, astringent, salty, yet her eyes sparkled like 200-watt bulbs. Scanning object, inferior rock salt. True attributes, highly impure coarse salt. Evaluation, although it tastes like licking sweaty feet. This is salt, the essence of life. With a bit of refinement, your roasted meat can transition from edible to delectable. Salt. Ling Qiqi felt an urge to break into a spontaneous dance. In the wild, salt is more precious than gold. With this pouch of salt, she and Yuan could replenish their electrolytes, eliminating the worry of starving before they succumb to weakness. What a windfall! Elated, she stashed the spoils in her space. Turning around, she found Yuan watching her with a complex expression, akin to that of a scavenger observing a beggar. What are you staring at? Ling Qiqi retorted, patting her waist pouch. This is called frugality. Unlike you, young master, whose life depends on the generosity of others. Yuan inhaled deeply, the wound on his chest throbbing painfully, and the exhaustion of his mental faculties made his brain feel as though it were being pierced by needles. He was acutely aware of his physical state. This forced display of dragon authority had exacerbated his already precarious condition. He feared that in the coming days, he would fall into a deeper slumber, perhaps even slip away entirely. Yet this female, despite her greed, lasciviousness, referring to her touching his chest, penchant for scavenging, and incessant chatter, had managed to create that miraculous food. She had provided him with clean water. Most importantly, she had not taken his life when he was at his most vulnerable. She had instead offered him sustenance. He could not let her escape. This was the only thought occupying Yuan's mind at that moment. He needed this chef and caretaker. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Yuan coughed violently. Cough, 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 gag. Ling Qiqi jumped, rushing over. Hey, what's wrong? Did chicken bone get stuck in your throat? I told you to chew slowly. Yuan ignored her incessant chatter. He summoned the last bit of dragon energy within him, concentrating it in his throat. It was an excruciating process, as if part of his heart were being excavated. With a heave, he opened his mouth and expelled something that landed squarely in Ling Qiqi's palm. It was a round, slick, grayish-white stone, still warm to the touch and bearing traces of blood and saliva. Ling Qiqi held the warm stone, her expression twisting in distaste. "Oh dear, did you just vomit? What is this? Undigested chicken cartilage? Or is this the stone you coughed up?" Yuan felt a murderous rage rising within him. That was his dragon essence, the accompanying stone of the life-giving dragon pearl, which the dragon race could only condense once in a lifetime. As long as she possessed this, no lowly beast within 100 miles would dare approach. Moreover, this stone was connected to his perception. As long as she carried it, he could track her wherever she went, though, currently, it was to prevent the chef from fleeing. What a precious trust. What a heavy responsibility. And she dared to call his stone. Yuan's eyes rolled back in his head as he fainted, truly overcome by anger. Scanning object, dragon breath accompanying stone, disguised form. True attributes. Insufficient permissions, but this item is brimming with energy. From Ling Qiqi's perspective, this looks like a large piece of Niuhuang or dog treasure. System evaluation. Host, while this is quite disgusting, it could fetch a fortune on the black market. You should definitely not discard as trash. Additionally, it bears the dragon's spiritual imprint, meaning it serves as a GPS locator that cannot be discarded without payment. Niuhuang? Dog treasure? Ling Qiqi's avarice flared new. She disregarded the saliva on it and quickly wiped it on a clean scale from Yuan. Once cleaned, the stone exhibited a warm, jade-like quality, shimmering enticingly. It looked exceedingly valuable. With delight, Ling Qiqi tucked it into her bosom, grateful to her dragon companion. What a bloodletting bargain this is. She patted the unconscious Yuan's dragon head. "Don't worry, having taken your stone, I will be responsible for you. As long as I am alive, you'll have a soft meal." At that moment, a single crystalline tear of regret seemed to slip from the corner of Yuan's eye as he lay in a deep slumber. After tidying up the battlefield, Ling Qiqi gazed into the now silent cave. Although she had driven away the hyenas, a sense of foreboding still loomed. There were no doors here, and any passing beast could wander in. She needed to implement some defensive measures. Ling Qiqi glanced at her newly acquired bone knife, then at the pouch of coarse salt and the stone. Although she had begun her journey as a scavenger, her equipment had indeed seen an upgrade. Standing up, she approached the cave entrance, watching the sun gradually dip in the western sky. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Chapter 10. I asked you to be a warm furnace, not a crematorium. Night had fallen. Ling Qiqi had anticipated a peaceful slumber that night. After all, she had barricaded the entrance with stones, wielded a knife, and was accompanied by a formidable bodyguard, albeit in a rather incapacitated state. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. As midnight approached, she was jolted awake by an unbearable heat. It was not the gentle warmth of spring, but rather the searing sensation akin to being cast into the alchemical furnace of the revered Laozi. Overwhelmed by the heat, Ling Qiqi groggily pushed the pillow beside her, only to find it scorching to the touch, emitting a sound reminiscent of moist flesh sizzling in hot oil. Startled, she withdrew her hand, and through the dim glow of the residual magical fire at the cave's entrance, she beheld a horrifying sight. Yuan had transformed. The cool, textured figure she had seen during the day was now enveloped in a fiery crimson hue. The once dark scales were now fissured, radiating a visible red light alongside curling white smoke. His brow was furrowed, teeth clenched, and he resembled a boiled lobster, exuding an oppressive heat that charred the surrounding straw into a burnt aroma. An urgent alert echoed in her mind, warning of an energy surge within him. His internal fire was spiraling out of control, a consequence of his overexerted mental energy. He was akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. If not cooled promptly, he would soon become a roasted dragon, and she, merely a side dish. Ling Qiqi felt a wave of dread wash over her. She had suspected that a bargain was too good to be true. A picked-up man was indeed a source of trouble. With a swift kick, she nudged the smoking pressure cooker away, albeit only by a mere centimeter. and scrambled towards the water pool deep within the cave. Water. A physical cooling was imperative. Clutching the enormous dragon scale bowl, she sprinted faster than a rabbit, filling it to the brim before activating her eye of analysis to frantically uproot grass by the water's edge. The item identified was cold ice moss, noted for its potent cooling properties, albeit with a taste so bitter it could make one question life itself. Bitter was indeed appropriate. Good medicine often tastes foul. Ling Qiqi harvested a generous handful and rushed back to Yuan's side. With a splash, she doused him with the cold water, and a cloud of white mist erupted around him, akin to quenching a searing iron. The cave was soon shrouded in fog, reminiscent of a sauna. Yuan let out a pained growl, instinctively thrashing about. His scalding tail lashed like a frenzied serpent, smashing against the stones with a thunderous crack. "Stay still. I'm trying to save you." Ling Qiqi wrist being flattened as she pressed down on his shoulder, but the moment her hand made contact, she recoiled from the searing heat. It was unbearably hot, at least 80 degrees. This was futile. The water could not penetrate. It was blocked by his scales. Yuan's consciousness was slipping away. He felt as though he had plunged into molten lava, every organ ablaze with thirst, heat, and pain. Just as he believed he would be reduced to ashes, a sudden chill enveloped his chest. Ling Qiqi, frantic and desperate, felt the stone she had held close to her body radiating warmth. No, it was not merely warm, it was glowing. The grayish-white stone now emanated a soothing, icy blue light, infusing the atmosphere with a refreshing coolness. A system prompt alerted her that it was the dragon breath-associated stone, his source of power. She needed to press it against his forehead to absorb the excess fiery poison. Why hadn't she been informed sooner? With urgency, she extracted the stone, which was now as cold as an ice block. Ignoring Yuan's struggles, she straddled him to keep him still, forcefully pressing the icy stone to his forehead. "Be subdued." Yuan's body jolted at the contact, feeling as if a piece of ancient ice had been plunged into boiling oil. The intense coolness surged into him, instantly calming the raging fire within. His thrashing ceased, his furrowed brow began to relax, and the crimson glow faded back to its original dark hue. Ling Qiqi exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing atop him. "That was terrifying. You nearly got me killed." However, before she could fully relax, she noticed that while Yuan's temperature had stabilized, his instincts remained intact. The memory of the soothing sensation compelled him to seek out the source of the cold. In his semi-conscious state, he felt the icy stone in her grasp. Thus, he extended his hand along with his tail. "Hey, what are you doing?" she gasped, realizing that though he remained unconscious, he had adeptly ensnared her in his grasp. His powerful arms locked around her waist like iron clamps, while his robust tail coiled around her legs, forming a tight knot, rendering her immobile. He resembled a colossal koala, clinging to her like a tree trunk. To absorb the stone's cooling essence, his head nestled against her chest, finding a comfortable spot atop the stone, and he stilled. Ling Qiqi pushed against him, but he remained unmoving. "System, if I were to stab him now, would it be considered self-defense?" "Indeed, but I would advise against it. First, you cannot pierce his scales. Second, his current body temperature has dropped to a comfortable 37 degrees. Third, outside is frigid, 10 degrees below zero. Would you prefer to freeze to death outside or endure a night on this somewhat clingy yet thermally stable leather couch?" Ling Qiqi glanced at the howling cold wind at the cave's entrance, then at the somewhat heavy yet undeniably pleasant sensation of the couch beneath her. "I suppose I'm merely experiencing a bout of sleep paralysis," she sighed, relinquishing her struggle. Moreover, perhaps it was not merely her imagination. This man appeared rather docile when quiet. His long eyelashes brushed against his cheeks, his breathing gentle. Lacking the overwhelming aura of destruction, he resembled a forlorn pup seeking comfort. "Very well, consider your condition." Ling Qiqi adjusted her posture, attempting to find a more comfortable position for sleep. She absent-mindedly rested her hand on his horn, gently caressing it. "Good night, pressure cooker." In his dreams, Yuan felt as though he were cradling a cool jade stone, experiencing the most peaceful slumber he had known in centuries, free from nightmares, devoid of bloodshed, accompanied only by a faint, sweet aroma reminiscent of bamboo fungus, wafting gently into his senses. Chapter 11. Dignity is something one becomes accustomed to after a few missed meals. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating a scene ripe for misunderstanding, Yuan awakened. For the first time in centuries, he had slept until naturally roused. Gone were the searing fires of torment, replaced instead by a sense of relaxation he had long forgotten. He instinctively rubbed his face against the soft surface beneath him. It was warm, comforting, and bore a pleasant milky scent, though it was, in truth, merely the lingering aroma of Ling Qiqi's unbathed presence from the previous night. Wait a moment. A pillow? Where would a soft pillow come from in a dragon's lair? Did he not always rest upon stone? Yuan's eyes flew open to reveal a pale collarbone before him. Further up, he beheld the defenseless, sleeping visage of the woman beside him. She lay in a state of utter vulnerability, mouth agape, resembling a lifeless pig. Meanwhile, the great abyssal dragon found himself curled up like a juvenile seeking solace, his head nestled in the crook of her neck, arms tightly wrapped around her waist. And to make matters worse, his tail was ensnared as well. Yuan attempted to shift his tail, but it remained immobile. With difficulty, he turned his head to follow the path of his tail, only to find it coiled around Ling Qiqi in an intricate manner, even forming a literal deadlock. System Morning Report. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a heartwarming scene of human-dragon affection we have here. Host. Observe how he has secured you in a cocoon to prevent you from kicking off the covers at night. What a commendable spirit. What an exploration of the spirit of play. Yuan, setting aside the fainting incident from last night. This marks the second occasion in his life as a dragon that he has wished for immediate demise. He attempted to discreetly loosen his grip, striving to untangle the knot. However, at that very moment, he was interrupted. Stop it! Ling Qiqi frowned, eyes closed, instinctively reaching out to pat his dragon horn. Be good, lie still. Don't fidget. It's quite uncomfortable. Yuan, did she just strike me? Did she pat my dragon horn as if I were a dog? And she finds me bothersome? Shame, fury, and an indescribable emotion surged to his mind. Just as Yuan was about to retaliate, he suddenly felt something poking at his chest. Looking down, he discovered a smooth stone wedge between their chests. It was his dragon breath companion stone, the so-called kidney stone referred to by Ling Qiqi. At that moment, this stone, which should have exuded an air of majesty, had been warmed throughout the night, now appearing rather lascivious, coated with an unknown amount of saliva. Yuan opened his mouth, ready to unleash a soul-stirring roar. Instead, a thunderous growl erupted from his stomach, preempting his voice. The sound was so loud it jolted Ling Qiqi awake. She opened her eyes groggily to be met with a magnified, stunningly handsome face, contorted with an expression akin to constipation. Good morning, pressure cooker. Ling Qiqi yawned, entirely oblivious to the suggestive position they were in, and instead, she extracted the stone lodged between them. Thanks to this stone last night, or else we would have perished. She rubbed the stone against Yuan's chest, then tucked it back into her embrace. Now that the fever has subsided, you can let go. You're weighing me down. It hurts my chest. Yuan inhaled deeply. At that moment, the dignity of the abyssal dragon shattered into a million pieces. He wished to clarify that this stone was not a kidney stone. He wanted to explain that this position was not voluntary. He wanted to assert that he did not wish to crush her. Yet, all his thoughts coalesced into a singular utterance. I'm hungry. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a note of despair. Ling Qiqi paused, observing the man before her. His fierce demeanor and murderous gaze contrasted with his body, which was still faithfully entwined with hers. While his stomach growled like thunder. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled. All right, hunger is king. Ling Qiqi laboriously extricated herself from his tail. It was quite a struggle, and, considering he had served as her warm furnace the previous night, decided to treat him to a good meal. She pushed Yuan aside, stood up, and stretched. The absence of warmth in her embrace left Yuan feeling strangely empty, replaced by the chill of the morning breeze. Is this madness? Surely, my mind must be addled. Yuan mentally chastised himself, then mustered the strength to sit up. After a night of recovery and aided by the stone, his body, though still weak, was manageable. At least his tail was responsive now. He watched her busy figure. "What are you doing?" Ling Qiqi was using a bone knife to scrape the remnants of a poor, unfortunate multicolored rooster skeleton. "Making broth." Without turning around, she said, "Your body is too weak for rich food. You can only have some broth to replenish calcium." She tossed the shattered chicken bones into a dragon scale bowl, added water, threw in a few remaining black persimmon seeds from last night, which were sweet, and concluded with a pinch of precious coarse salt. "What about the fire? Lighter. Let us get to work." Ling Qiqi brought the bowl over and kicked Yuan's tail. Yuan stared at the bowl of murky water floating with bits of bone and fruit seeds. Had it been yesterday, he would have splashed this concoction in her face. But today, with a flicker, a small black flame ignited precisely beneath the dragon scale bowl. In a considerate gesture, he carefully controlled the temperature to prevent damaging the contents. System commentary. Such technique, such temperature control. This is not the world-destroying dragon fire. It is clearly the low-temperature, slow-cooking technique of a Michelin 3-star kitchen. Congratulations, host. You have successfully tamed a fully automated, intelligent, temperature-controlled gas stove. Half an hour later, an unusual aroma wafted through the cave. Though it was merely broth, the sweetness from the persimmons and a touch of salt created an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Ling Qiqi took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. She opened her mouth. Yuan watched as the leaf spoon approached his lips. He wanted to assert his independence, but gazing into Ling Qiqi's sparkling eyes and witnessing her instinctive feeding gesture, he silently opened his mouth. A warm stream of broth flowed down his throat, instantly spreading warmth throughout his limbs. Yuan squinted. His tail, which had just been freed from its knot, began to sway gently behind him, uncontrollably. "Is it delicious?" "Not bad." Translation: "I would like another bowl." Ling Qiqi observed this contradictory fellow, her mind racing with calculations. Now that he could move, she decided not to hold back. The cave was drafty, lacking even a door. With free labor at her disposal, it was time to unleash her construction mania. "Big brother," Ling Qiqi smiled at him. "Are you full? If so, let us play a game." Yuan eyed her warily. "What game?" "Playing in the mud." Chapter 12. The majestic dragon becomes an automatic brick-making machine. Playing in the mud? Yuan stared at Ling Qiqi, his expression reflecting disbelief. "I am the Lord of the Abyss, the nightmare of all beings. You wish for me to play in the mud? What does playing in the mud even mean?" Ling Qiqi corrected him seriously. "This is called civil engineering. This is called improving living conditions." She pointed to the drafty cave entrance and then to the ground that had nearly turned them into popsicles last night. "Wasn't it cold last night? If we hadn't huddled together for warmth, though it was you who forced the embrace, we would have frozen solid." Yuan turned his head away, a hint of suspicious crimson creeping up his ears. "That was an accident." "I don't care if it was an accident. I simply do not wish to serve as your pillow every night." Ling Qiqi placed her hands on her hips, beginning to elaborate on her grand vision. "I want to build something called a Kong. Once it's done, even if it's freezing outside, we can sit inside wearing light clothing and enjoy popsicles." Yuan's ears perked up. Although he didn't understand what a Kong was, the notion of wearing light clothing while relishing popsicles was enticing, especially after experiencing the agony of hypothermia. "What must I do?" He capitulated, not out of a desire to sleep on the Kong, but purely to silence this incessantly chattering woman. "Very simple." Ling Qiqi pointed to the riverbank, not far from the cave entrance. "Go dig for mud. The yellower and stickier the clay, the better." Half an hour later, by the riverbank, the once fearsome black dragon claws, meant to reap lives on the battlefield, were now deeply embedded in the moist earth. With a crunch, his sharp, weapon-like nails effortlessly excavated a large clump of sticky clay, displaying efficiency surpassing that of an excavator. Yuan wore a numb expression as he observed his mud-covered claws. These claws had once torn through titanic throats, had shattered divine shields, and now they were digging in the mud. System commentary. How far he has fallen. The former sovereign reduced to a laborer. Yet the digging efficiency, remarkable. Not even a vocational school could match it. "Well done. Dig another clawful." Ling Qiqi commanded like a foreman, "And grab some of that red clay over there. It's quite sticky." Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring this indignity. for the sake of warmth, for the promise of sustenance. After finishing the digging, the next task was to mix the mud. Ling Qiqi initially intended to do it herself, but upon glancing at Yun's robust and water-resistant dragon tail, she smiled sweetly. How about you lend a hand with your tail? Yun, get lost. 10 minutes later, Yuan lay expressionless on the ground, while the noble black dragon's tail thrashed wildly in the muddy pit. The sound of splattering mud echoed, each plop resonating as a shattering of the dragon clan's dignity. Such vigor! Remarkable! Ling Qiqi raised her thumb in admiration. If this were used to pound meatballs, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. The mud was ready. The next step was to shape the bricks. Although Ling Qiqi was physically inept, her dexterity was unparalleled. She fashioned a rudimentary mold from a wooden board, and with a few swift motions, a perfectly rectangular brick mold took form. Soon, dozens of damp brick molds lay scattered across the ground. The final step approached. Ling Qiqi wiped her brow and looked at Yuan, signaling him to ignite the fire. Yuan opened his mouth skillfully and humiliatingly to unleash a stream of magical flames. Hey, not too much. Do you want to turn them into glass? Lower the flames. Keep it gentle, like a slow simmer, understand? Yes. That's the right temperature. Maintain it. Hold for 2 hours. Yuan lay on the ground like a colossal human bellows. He not only had to breathe fire, but also had to precisely control the heat. The intensity of the magical flames was overwhelming, demanding utmost restraint. The exertion drained his mental energy to the brink. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt utterly foolish. Why was he here, hurling fire at a pile of muck? Are you tired? A peeled black persimmon was offered to his lips. Ling Qiqi crouched beside him, fanning him with a large leaf, albeit a warm breeze. You've worked hard, dragon brother. You are the best. Once these bricks are fired, they will be the foundation of our grand abode. Yuan gazed into her sparkling eyes and at the sweet treat being offered. He opened his mouth to swallow the black persimmon. Though reluctant to admit it, her flattery was rather pleasant. 2 hours later, as the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the first batch of otherworldly red bricks emerged. Although they were somewhat misshapen, under the influence of the abyssal magical flames, their hardness rivaled that of granite, ringing melodiously when struck. Perfect. Ling Qiqi cradled a warm brick as if it were a gold bar. The next task was to build the bed. This skilled labor was beyond Yuan's capabilities, so he could only assist by handing over bricks and mud, playing the role of a laborer. Ling Qiqi was like an indefatigable top, bustling in the innermost part of the cave. She constructed the flue, assembled the bed body, and smoothed the surface. As Yuan watched, his disdain gradually transformed into curiosity. Could this oddly shaped hollow platform truly generate heat? Before nightfall, the project was complete. A simple earthen bed occupying 1/3 of the cave's area had emerged. Though unsightly and uneven, it was undeniably a functional bed. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Ling Qiqi shoved the still-burning wood from the cave entrance into the bed cavity. The flames licked the flue, and warmth began to circulate within the hollow bricks. Half an hour later, Ling Qiqi patted the now-dry surface of the bed. Dragon brother, come try it out. Yuan hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to press against the seemingly unremarkable earthen platform. His pupils dilated sharply. It was warm, not the searing heat of fire, but a rich, even warmth that seeped from below, enveloping him. It felt akin to lying on a warm jade stone basked in sunlight. Tentatively, he climbed atop. As his body made contact with the bed surface, he nearly moaned in pleasure. The heat penetrated his scales, soothing the old injuries that had ached from the cold. This was no mere mud platform. It was akin to a divine throne. Yuan lay upon it, gripping the edges tightly, and his tail immediately encircled the area. Almine. No one should make me leave. System commentary. Look at this naive demeanor. A northern earthen bed has utterly captivated the abyssal dragon. If you were to install underfloor heating for him in the future, would he not kneel and call you father? Ling Qiqi beamed at the man who had suddenly claimed the bed as his own, resembling a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. How is it? Is this mud play worth it? She climbed up as well, naturally snuggling into Yuan's embrace. After all, It was the warmest place, and it was her creation. Yuan grunted nonchalantly. So. Yet his tail sincerely lifted the edge of the beast's skin skirt, wrapping Ling Qiqi snugly within, before tying a familiar knot once more. This time, it was not to prevent her from moving, but rather because it was genuinely quite comfortable. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Inside, the heated bed radiated warmth, and time seemed to stand still. The next day, in the darkness, Yuan's deep, languid voice broke the silence. Tomorrow, let us dig some more mud. We shall build the walls as well. Ling Qiqi responded, Goodness, has some strange construction attribute awakened within you? Chapter 13. Don't peck it at my door frame was crooked to begin with. Morning dawned. It should have been a delightful morning. The sun shone brightly outside, and the heated bed was warm within. Yuan, cradling his beloved humanoid pillow, was lost in a beautiful dream of returning to sleep. Until thud, 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 a series of penetrating, rhythmically stable sounds, akin to an incessant knocking on his eardrum, shattered the tranquility. Yuan's brow furrowed in irritation. His dragon tail flicked restlessly. Thud, 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 thud. The noise persisted, growing even more cheerful, and it was coming from the cave entrance. Yuan's eyes shot open, a murderous aura flooding the cave. It felt as though a renovation crew had begun drilling into the walls at 6 o'clock on a weekend morning. Who dared to seek their demise? Yuan released Ling Qiqi. While assisting her in adjusting her beast skin, his face darkened as he climbed down from the bed. He was determined to eliminate the source of the noise, to tear it into shreds. Ling Qiqi was also roused from her slumber, rubbing her disheveled hair. She sleepily followed the menacing Yuan. Upon reaching the entrance, both of them froze in surprise. There on the crooked, dead wood that Ling Qiqi had casually stuck there to hang a curtain, which was really just a tattered straw mat, was a young boy. The boy was as thin as a reed, dressed in tattered bark clothing, his hair in disarray, with a stubborn tuft of red hair sticking up on top of his head. At that moment, he was bent over, wielding a sharp stone, or perhaps one of his mutated fingers, furiously striking the wood. Thud, thud, thud. Wood chips flew. Yuan's face darkened like the bottom of a pan. A bird? And a lowly avian beast man that looked as though it barely weighed 2 ounces, not enough to even fill a gap between teeth. A low growl escaped Yuan's throat, his dragon might radiating. Any ordinary beast man would have been terrified by such a sound. Yet this red-haired bird remained unfazed. He didn't even turn his head, continuing his focused thumping, muttering to himself, Not round, this is off by 0.01 millimeters. Unacceptable. I'm going to lose my mind. Yuan, ignoring me? This mere insect dared to disregard the abyssal dragon's warning? Yuan's fury ignited. He lifted his recently mud-covered dragon claw, descending upon the boy with the force of thunder. The noise monster. Wait. Ling Qiqi suddenly shouted, grasping Yuan's arm, though she only managed to wrap around a finger. Don't kill him. He has a talent. Yuan, huh? A talent? This lunatic pecking at wood? Ignoring Yuan's incredulous glare, Ling Qiqi activated her eye of analysis. Fixated on the piece of dead wood that the boy had just ravaged. Originally just a crooked, rough piece of wood, now at the spots the boy had struck, a perfect, smooth, round hole appeared. Scanning target, red-haired woodpecker, beastman. Race talent, absolute obsessive compulsion. Skill, human CNC machine. He possesses a pathological obsession with circles, lines, and angles. If the error exceeds 0.01 millimeters, he will perish. System evaluation. In other tribes, he is a madman who only destroys houses. Yet in your hands, he transforms rotten wood into divine mortise and tenon structures. What a treasure. Ling Qiqi pushed open the cave, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaned closer. Hey, kid. The youth, momentarily taken aback, finally came to a halt. He turned his head, revealing a grimy little face adorned with heavy dark circles beneath anxious, frantic eyes. He glanced at Ling Qiqi, then at the ominous figure of Yuan, exuding an aura of malevolence, ready to devour anyone nearby. A rational person would have fled at that moment. However, the boy did not. He pointed at the piece of wood, exclaiming in despair, It's crooked. It's not a perfect circle. Not only is it crooked, but it's also oval. I want to die. Let me die. This world is too ugly. As he spoke, he attempted to bash his head against the wood. Yuan remarked, "Indeed, he is mad. I suggest burying him directly." Yet, Ling Qiqi firmly grasped the boy's hand. "Don't die. I can make it round." The boy paused, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his dull eyes. "Really? Truly?" Ling Qiqi retrieved a length of black thread from her space and picked up a piece of charcoal. On a flat stone slab, she drew a circle, using the thread as the radius and a point as the center. Her movements were fluid and graceful. Although not as precise as a compass in this savage land, it was a marvel of geometry. The boy stared in awe, his breath quickening, his pupils trembling. The circle truly was round. He knelt on the ground, trembling fingers caressing the black carbon mark, his face reflecting a reverent expression as if he were in the presence of a sacred relic. "So beautiful, so perfect." System comment: "This is a disaster. This child has completely succumbed. You have captivated the soul of a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient with a simple middle school geometry drawing." Ling Qiqi seized the moment. "Kid, from now on, stick with me." She gestured toward the crooked red bricks in the cave and the absurdly ugly earthen bed. "Do you see those? They are hideous, neither straight nor round. I need you to perfect them, as long as you work. I will teach you to draw even rounder circles and straight lines." The boy's gaze followed her finger. As he beheld the uneven, asymmetrical earthen bed, his expression contorted. Pain, disgust, yet a fervent desire to obliterate everything and start anew surged within him. "Repair." He gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word. "I must fix it, or I will be miserable." "Deal." Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. She turned to the bewildered Yuan beside her. "Brother Long, allow me to introduce. This is our new employee, the chief carpenter and head of renovations." Yuan observed the frenzied boy already engrossed in smoothing the edges of the bricks. He glanced at Ling Qiqi, whose demeanor resembled that of a shrewd merchant. Yuan felt that this household had become untenable, a greedy human, a deranged bird, and a once mighty dragon now reduced to a mere overseer. "What are we having for lunch?" Yuan asked coldly. Since he could not prevent his home from becoming a madhouse, at least he should ensure they had a proper meal. "A hearty feast," Ling Qiqi exclaimed joyfully. "We have a new employee joining us. It calls for team building. Come on, Brother Long, grab your fire, and let us go fishing by the river." The boy suddenly lifted his head. "Fish." He swallowed hard, his stomach growling louder than Yuan's. "There are too many bones, but I'm hungry." "Don't worry, I can arrange the fish bones in a line for you," Ling Qiqi reassured him. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are a deity." Thus, the ragtag crew of the Death Forest salvage team welcomed its third member. Codename Wood. Specialty: human polisher. Weakness: cannot tolerate anything crooked, including Yuan's broken dragon horn. Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the crazy bird was fixated on his broken horn, its gaze revealing a dangerous desire to smooth it out. Chapter 14. Dragontail Fishing, OCD Classification. This team is beyond saving. At the edge of the Death Forest lies the Heishui River, a watering hole for ferocious beasts, teeming with piranhas and giant turtles, a place no one dares approach lightly. Yet today, 3 peculiar figures arrived. Leading the way was a frail, human female, a bone knife at her waist, exuding an air of determination. In the middle was a dragon man shrouded in dark energy, his broken horn betraying a murderous intent. Trailing behind was a boy with wild red hair, who paused to align the pebbles by the roadside with each step. "Here we are," Ling Qiqi announced, standing by the riverbank and pointing at the rushing waters. "Today's team-building activity, a self-service seafood feast, River Edition." Yuan gazed coldly at the murky water. "How do we catch them? Do you have a net?" "No." Ling Qiqi turned around, grinning as she patted Yuan's robust dragon tail. "But I have a weapon of mass destruction." Yuan understood. He had realized it before. First a lighter, then a heater, a blender, and now he was a bomb. "I refuse." Yuan crossed his arms, proudly lifting his chin. The dragon tail was meant for balance and to combat formidable foes, not for fishing. "One roasted chicken." Ling Qiqi extended a finger. Yuan remained unmoved. "2, plus a bowl of black persimmon syrup." Yuan's throat bobbed, but his expression remained stubborn. Every night from now on, I will give you a massage and let you have the best spot to sleep. Ling Qiqi unleashed her trump card. The tip of Yuan's tail twitched uncontrollably. Last night's cuddle had indeed been pleasant. Moreover, although this woman seemed weak, her hand provided a surprisingly comfortable massage, more like a dream sensation. Oomph. Yuan approached the riverbank, turning his back to Ling Qiqi, warning her to keep her distance. Don't blame me if you get splashed. Ling Qiqi quickly pulled back Wood, who was still contemplating the color of the mud on the bank, retreating 10 meters. Watch closely, kid. This is what we call high-end fishing. Yuan took a deep breath, channeling the little dragon power he had just regained into his tail. The black dragon scales erupted, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Break! Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yuan's tail descended like a colossal pillar, crashing into the water's surface. There were no unnecessary flourishes, only pure force unleashed. In that instant, the entire river seemed to be cleaved in two. A towering wave surged skyward, accompanied by countless fish and shrimp that were stunned, killed, or sent flying, raining down like a deluge. System comment: the abyssal dragon strike, used for fishing. It's akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. Highly effective, albeit somewhat wasteful of dragon power. Wow! Ling Qiqi clapped excitedly. Is this the legendary dragon water absorption? I love it. However, before she could rush to gather the fish, a red blur darted past her. It was Wood, the once lethargic woodpecker boy, now invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, dashed into the rain of fish. He didn't collect the fish into a bag, but instead began organizing them. Oh, it's all a mess. Completely chaotic. Wood shrieked, frantically grabbing the flopping fish on the ground. The silver ones go on the left. The black ones go on the right. That red one. Why are you red? You disrupt the color harmony. Go to the third row. And you. Why is your tail bent? Straighten up. With astonishing speed, he quickly arranged 3 formations on the muddy riverbank. Formation 1. Silver fish, lined up from smallest to largest, all heads facing north. Formation 2. Black fish, arranged by the sheen of their scales, all tails facing south. Formation 3. Multicolored fish and shrimp, particularly that unfortunate red fish, stacked neatly like a pyramid in perfect order. Ling Qiqi. Yuan. Just as Yuan was about to call it a day, he gazed at this scene, his dragon eyes wide with disbelief. What is he doing? A sacrificial ritual? Ling Qiqi's mouth twitched. No, he exemplifies the self-discipline inherent in obsessive-compulsive disorder. After meticulously arranging the last fish, Mutu finally exhaled in relief. He gazed upon the 3 flawless formations on the ground, a pathological smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. It felt right. It was finally orderly. Then he turned to Ling Qiqi and pointed at the pyramid of multicolored debris, remarking that it was exceedingly unsightly and suggesting they consume it to eliminate the evidence. Ling Qiqi surveyed the orderly military parade on the ground, then glanced at the youth whose expression radiated self-satisfaction for contributing to world peace. She suddenly felt a sense of foreboding regarding the future of this team. One was an arrogant brute, another a delusional compulsive, and the last herself, merely driven by a desire for wealth. Very well, Ling Qiqi sighed, retrieving her beast skin pouch. Mutu, while your arrangements are visually pleasing, we must pack up and leave. Could you refrain from being so meticulous while bagging? Mutu's face turned pale. Pack them together? Mixed? That is unacceptable. Silver and black cannot be combined. If we don't bag them, we want to have anything to eat, Yuan coldly interjected. Mutio trembled. Caught between starvation and discomfort, he wrestled with his emotions for 3 seconds before, with tears in his eyes and eyes closed, out of sight, out of mind. He hastily stuffed the carefully arranged fish into the pouch, sobbing that everything was ruined. Ling Qiqi remarked, "This meal is truly hard-earned." Chapter 15. Even the octopus spines must sit in formation, a master bone picker. Upon returning to the cave, the atmosphere lightened slightly, primarily due to the tantalizing aroma. Ling Qiqi once again commandeered Yuan's magical fire. Yuan had become numb to it, setting up a stone slab for cooking. The coarse salt she had seized from the hyena, after a simple process of dissolution and filtration last night, though still a bit bitter, at least it was non-toxic. transformed into a precious seasoning. Sizzling, the succulent fish meat browned on the scorching stone slab, sprinkled with a pinch of salt, and drizzled with a hint of sour berry juice she had plucked by the roadside. The tangy fragrance mingled with the charred aroma, instantly filling the cave. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of stomachs grumbling rose and fell in a surprisingly rhythmic manner. Dinner time, Ling Qiqi, discarding any notions of plating, mainly to avoid causing Mutu distress, directly allocated the largest roasted fish to each person. Yuan consumed his using his hands, his rough gestures infused with a touch of elegance. As he bit through skin and bones, crunching them effortlessly. Quite acceptable. His tail wildly swayed behind him, even stirring up a cloud of dust. Ling Qiqi employed 2 twigs as chopsticks, her face alight with satisfaction as the long-missed salty flavor elevated her spirit. Only Mutu remained motionless, clutching his fish in a state of paralysis. What's wrong? Is it too hot? Ling Qiqi queried, her mouth full of fish. Mutu stared at his fish, his eyes filled with despair. So many bones. They are haphazardly embedded in the flesh. I cannot discern their arrangement. I cannot eat it. I feel as if they are mocking me. Ling Qiqi thought, this child is beyond saving. In this savage world, can someone truly be unable to eat due to the disarray of fish bones? Give it to me. Ling Qiqi sighed, about to assist him with deboning, when she noticed a sudden change in Mutu's expression. It was the gaze of a surgeon wielding a scalpel, the look of a mathematician confronting an unsolved problem. He extended his calloused hands, sharp nails at the ready. No, I must conquer it. In the next moment, Ling Qiqi and Yuan witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Mutu's fingers became a blur. His nails were more precise than a scalpel, gliding along the fish's skin, deftly slicing, picking, and prodding. This is the main spine at a 35-degree angle. This is the secondary spine, measuring 12 centimeters. These random spines must be removed. He muttered to himself as he astonishingly extracted the bones one by one, but he did not discard them. Instead, he meticulously arranged the extracted spines by length, thickness, and curvature on a nearby stone, reconstructing a complete, perfect fish skeleton that was even more symmetrical than when it was alive. 3 minutes later, Mutu held a pristine piece of fish, devoid of any splinters, while beside him lay a fish skeleton that resembled a work of art. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mutu flushed with a pathological glow. Deconstruction complete. Reconstruction complete. Much more pleasing to the eye now. Only then did he open his mouth and devour the flawless fish meat, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Delicious. No bonus. The world is truly wonderful." Ling Qiqi dropped her chopsticks. Yuan's fishtail fell from his mouth. Ling Qiqi swallowed hard, realizing, this is truly a remarkable talent. His speed, precision, and deconstruction skills. If he were to repair intricate mechanisms or engage in fine carving, it would be an unparalleled blow to the competition. She had initially thought Mutu was merely a somewhat useful carpenter. Now, it appeared he was a humanoid high-precision CNC machine, the chief engineer of the future divine city. Yuan's gaze shifted to the perfect fish skeleton, a new light illuminating his eyes. He recalled his broken dragon horn. If this madman were to repair it, would it not be rendered equally perfect? No. Yuan shuddered at the thought. What if, in his pursuit of perfection, he severed his remaining horn? Are you full? Ling Qiqi observed the 2 team members busily licking their fingers or claws, and felt a sense of accomplishment as a leader. With their hunger sated, it was time for work. She stood up, pointing at the pile of debris caused by Mutu's earlier pecking at the cave entrance. Mutiuyu, since your hands are so steady. Ling Qiqi pulled out the remaining coarse salt from her pouch and gestured toward the nearby red bricks. I have a task for you. I want you to create a grinding stone. It must be perfectly round, and the 2 stones must fit together seamlessly for rotation. We need to grind this coarse salt into fine powder and later any grain we find. Mutu's eyes lit up. Perfectly round? Seamless fit? These 2 phrases are simply my G-spot. Leave it to me. If the error exceeds 0.001 millimeters, I will peck my own head to pieces. Brother Long. Ling Qiqi turned towards Yuan. Yuan eyed her warily. What now? The fire is still burning, and the stove is still warm. We're not working. Ling Qiqi smiled sweetly, moving closer to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth, and subtly taking advantage. Now that you've eaten, shouldn't you patrol the territory? We've made quite a commotion here, frying fish and roasting meat, and I fear it might attract unwanted guests. This area within a radius of 500 meters will be our base. Go and leave a mark. Instill a sense of dread in any would-be intruders. Yuan grunted. Though he was displeased at being instructed, he was now acutely aware of his territorial instincts. Here lay his warm stove, his cook, and a madman capable of turning his leftover fish bones into art. This was by all means a nest, since it was the dragon's nest. No inferior beings were permitted to encroach. Yuan rose, his body still recovering, but the aura of authority was beginning to take shape. I shall return shortly. If the stove is cold upon my return. He narrowed his eyes, casting a threatening glance at Ling Qiqi. Fear not. I shall keep it burning for you. Ling Qiqi watched Yuan stride out of the cave, his silhouette imposing, and his dragon tail magnificent. She turned back to Mu Tu, who was now measuring the circumference of the stone with fervor. A smile crept across her lips. The team was complete. Next, they would carve out a place for themselves in this perilous forest. Chapter 16. Did you insult my chef? Did you seek my permission first? Yuan left the cave. Although he claimed he did not wish to move, his body was quite eager to return to the warmth of the stove. However, as a male with a sense of territory, he felt compelled to ensure the surrounding safety. After all, within his nest resided 3 rather useless companions. A human female as fragile as a chick, a madcap woodpecker, and a stash of resources, dried fish, salt, and fire, that could easily attract covetous eyes. If it does not provide cover, this nest will surely be eradicated by tomorrow. Yuan ambled at the forest's edge, dragging his tail, which had yet to fully regain its agility. Unlike lesser beasts that marked their territory with indiscriminate urination, an act he deemed too unsightly, he merely etched a deep, visible mark into the bark of the stoutest tree with his dragon claws, releasing a hint of the abyssal dragon's essence. This was sufficient. Any creature within 100 miles that caught a whiff of this scent would scurry away with their tails tucked between their legs. Just as he was preparing to conclude his vigil and return for dinner, anticipating what delicious fare the woman would prepare tonight, a gust of wind swept through. Yuan halted, his brow furrowing deeply. The breeze carried an abominable stench, a pungent odor characteristic of foxes, and not just one, but many gathered together. The Qihu tribe? Yuan's memory was sharp. He recalled the essence of that woman, Ling Qiqi, lingering beneath the overwhelming scent of his dragon breath. A faint reminder of that loathsome fox aroma. She had been cast out by this tribe. Narrowing his eyes, Yuan instinctively chose not to retreat, but instead stealthily followed the wind's direction. At the forest's edge, a rocky outcrop revealed several male orcs clad in fiery red hides, gathered together in rest. They had piled their recent catches at their feet, evidently just returned from hunting at the forest periphery, preparing to head back to their tribe. How unfortunate! One of the orcs, with slanted eyes, spat disdainfully, questioning the lack of game today, unable even to catch a decent long-haired rabbit. It was all the fault of that jinx. Another orc grumbled, ever since the priest had cast aside Ling Qiqi, the so-called waste. The local wildlife seemed to have dwindled. Could it be that the stench of her corpse had frightened the prey away? Upon hearing the name Ling Qiqi, Yuan, who had intended to pass by, froze in place. Hidden among the dense treetops, his golden-slit pupils turned icy. Ha ha ha! The third orc chuckled lewdly, suggesting that her corpse had likely been devoured to the bone by wild beasts. That waste, incapable of bearing burdens, with nothing to commend her but a somewhat fair complexion, would probably not last half an hour if thrown in. Indeed, her very existence was a waste of resources. The slanted-eyed orc peeled a wild fruit, recalling that he had stated from the beginning that such a talentless waste should have been smothered at birth. The priest had shown great mercy in keeping her alive all these years. Her death would bring peace to their tribe. It was a pity about the ancestral jade pendant she possessed, which, it was said, had been taken by the priest. If only he could exchange it for some salt. Perched in the tree, Yuan's claws dug deeply into the trunk. A soft crack echoed as the hardwood crumbled to dust. Waste? A burden? Worthless? Yuan recalled that woman who tirelessly transformed a pile of mud into a warm bed, turned toxic black persimmons into sweet treats, and brewed fresh soup from a heap of bones. He remembered her lying atop him, gazing into his eyes with her sparkling ones, proclaiming, "Dragon brother, you are the best." He recalled her sacrificing precious paper and stones to save him. She was his chef, his mason, and now his cherished cushion. He could not bring himself to deem her a waste, though he occasionally found her noisy. How could these inferior beings, lesser than even the most basic magical beasts, dare to mock her? A tide of unnameable fury, intertwined with the dragon's innate protectiveness, surged within Yuan's chest. He had not intended to concern himself with these insignificant insects. Killing them would soil his hands, and besides, that woman had advised him to remain low-key, avoiding unnecessary trouble. But now, Yuan's resolve had shifted. While the death penalty could wait, for now, their living crimes could not go unpunished. Since they believed there were fewer prey, Yuan's gaze fell upon the meager pile of wild rabbits and a bundle of precious herbs at the feet of the orcs. A cruel smile graced his lips. He would show them what it truly meant to have nothing. The fox orcs were immersed in their chatter when suddenly darkness descended. It was not the dusk of evening, but a tangible, suffocating black pressure, akin to a colossal bell crashing down upon them. What was happening? The slanted-eyed orc leaped up in terror, bewildered by the sudden obscurity. A growl, resembling a murmur from the depths of hell, erupted above them. This was no mere sound, but a fearsome tremor that struck directly at their souls. Several foxes instantly bristled, forgetting even to transform, their legs giving way as they crumpled to the ground. They looked up to see a massive, menacing black head protruding from the treetops, a broken dragon horn adorning its visage, and a pair of golden, flame-licked slit pupils fixated upon them. Dragon, the slanted-eyed orc, paralyzed with fear, soiled his trousers, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a coherent word. Yuan remained silent, merely parting his jaws to reveal fangs capable of shattering gold and stone, then disdainfully exhaled a breath. This breath carried the weight of high-tier dragon might and a hint of sulfurous fire. Aya! The sanity of the fox orcs plummeted to zero in an instant. The primal pressure coursing through their veins left their minds blank, with only one thought: run. Escape. If they failed to flee, they would perish. They scuttled away, trampling over one another, abandoning their weapons and prey, akin to frightened mice squealing as they dashed from the forest, leaving behind suspicious trails of moisture and odor. In less than 10 seconds, the rocky outcrop lay deserted, save for the discarded prey and goods. Yuan leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully and soundlessly. He cast a disdainful glance at the spot where the foxes had just been seated, then approached the heap of spoils. A few plump, long-haired rabbits, a bundle of blood-stanching herbs, and a seemingly intact tiger pelt caught his eye, though he wondered how they had acquired it, perhaps by sheer luck. Worthless, Yuan scoffed. They could not even safeguard these items, yet dared to ridicule others as worthless. He extended his dragon claw, claiming these goods as if he were a thief, attaching them to his tail with brazen confidence. Perfect. His home could use a new skin mat. Tonight's feast would be exceptional. Having completed his task, Yuan turned and strode deeper into the forest, his spirits inexplicably lifted, even the tip of his tail rising joyfully. This was not robbery. It was merely a justified compensation for emotional distress. After all, the very individuals who had just insulted him were now under his protection. Chapter 17. The Dragon Clan's Diplomatic Principles. Take what you desire and retaliate against what you detest. In the cave, Ling Qiqi was teaching Mu-Tu how to grind coarse salt into a finer consistency. Yes, just like that. Turn clockwise, but not too quickly. Mu-Tu focused intently on the grinding stone, his gaze sharp as if he were performing neurosurgery. The circular movements were perfect. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed at the cave entrance. Ling Qiqi turned. Is Dragon Brother back? How was a patrol? Did you encounter? Crash. A heap of items was unceremoniously tossed at her feet. Ling Qiqi jumped in surprise. Upon closer inspection, she found 3 plump, greasy long-haired rabbits dead, a bundle of top-quality blood-stanching herbs, and an exquisitely colored tiger pelt? This Ling Qiqi was taken aback. Did you go shopping? Or did you rob the forest supermarket? Yuan sauntered into the cave, finding the most comfortable position to lie on the warm bed. Indeed, he had become quite attached to it. Just picked it up on the way, he replied nonchalantly, "A bunch of fools saw me and fled, leaving all this behind. I had no choice but to help them clean up their mess." Ling Qiqi squatted down to inspect the items. Suddenly, her hand froze. On the edge of the tiger pelt, she spotted a distinctive marking, a small flame brand left by the unique curing method of the Qihu tribe. The method of binding that bundle of herbs involves a dead, not made from red vine grass, a custom of the Qihu tribe. Ling Qiqi's gaze shifted as she recognized these items belonging to the Qihu tribe, and given their freshness, they must have been acquired recently. She raised her head to glance at the man on the Kong who was feigning rest, his ears perked up attentively. In a radius of 100 miles, apart from her, the discarded dead one, only members of the Qihu tribe would venture near the edge. Yuan had just gone out, encountered members of the Qihu tribe, and then frightened them away, bringing back their belongings intact. Particularly noteworthy was that bundle of hemostatic herbs. Just yesterday, Ling Qiqi had lamented the insufficiency of her healing supplies. "Long ago," she said softly, her tone shifting. Yuan opened one eye. "What is it? Not cooking? Did you send me to vent your frustrations by shaking this tiger skin?" Yuan's body stiffened momentarily. "Nonsense." He turned away, presenting her with a cold shoulder and a tail that was slightly tense. "I merely found that skin to be suitable for the Kong. As for those herbs and meat, it was merely a matter of convenience." And his muffled voice came from behind. "Never let me hear anyone call you worthless again. My judgment has not deteriorated to the point of collecting a useless one. To scold you is to scold my own blindness." Ling Qiqi was taken aback, observing that awkward yet proud figure that provided her with her first sense of security in this strange world beyond the system. A part of her heart suddenly felt a pang, a mixture of bitterness and warmth. Indeed, Longo is wise and mighty, his vision unparalleled. She sniffled, a radiant smile blooming on her face. She would not expose him. Since there was such fine fur, she would sew a genuine leather cushion for him tonight. And the rabbit, they can make spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, and stir-fried rabbit bits. Ling Qiqi rolled up her sleeves, grasped her bone knife. "Mutu, stop grinding the salt. Come help me skin this." "Sedgin, should the cuts be neat? Should they be symmetrical?" "I won't do it if it's not symmetrical." "Yuan," Ling Qiqi shouted, "Mutu is being disobedient." On the Kong, Yuan's once still dragon tail whipped the ground like a whip. Mutu trembled all over and rushed over to grab a rabbit. "I'll skin it, is that all right? I promise to do it neatly." Ling Qiqi gazed at the lively atmosphere around her, her lips curving upwards. The Qihu tribe? The very people who had discarded her like refuse? Just wait. This is merely the beginning. One day, I shall make you realize who the true worthless one is. Chapter 18. You call this a weed? This is my lifeline. After dinner, Ling Qiqi settled on the warm tiger skin Kong and began to assess the spoils of the day. The bundle of hemostatic herbs acquired from the Qihu tribe was tossed in front of Mutu. "Mutu, task time. Sort these herbs, separate the weeds, and discard them. Keep the useful ones." Mutu stared at the messy bundle of herbs, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. "It's too chaotic. The lengths vary, the leaves are asymmetric, and the roots are tangled. I will arrange them by the number of leaves. Odd numbers on the left, even numbers on the right." He extended his claws, beginning to sort with an alarming level of obsessive compulsiveness. Ling Qiqi, beside him, utilized her analysis eye to conduct a secondary scan, ensuring nothing slipped through the cracks. Suddenly, as Mutu disdainfully lifted a vine-like plant, preparing to toss it into the trash, she lunged forward and snatched it from him. "Wait, this is dirty. It's a weed. It wraps around the hemostatic herbs, ruining the overall vertical aesthetic." Mutu protested. Ling Qiqi ignored him, her gaze fixated on the vine in her grasp. With a purplish-red stem and heart-shaped leaves, though wilted, its familiar shape made her hands tremble and her heart race. Scanning object, purple vine root plant, beast world designation. Indigenous recognition, demon vine. Grows rapidly, strangles other herbs, seizes nutrients. The underground rhizomes are as hard as stone and muddy. Even dogs won't eat it. True attributes: red heart sweet potato, wild high-yield version. System evaluation: king of carbohydrates. A digestive miracle. Exceptionally sweet. 1,000 pounds per acre. For someone still suffering from constipation due to excessive meat consumption, this is not a weed. It is your rebirth parents. Red heart sweet potato. Ling Qiqi cradled the droopy vine, nearly shedding tears. No matter how delicious the meat, too much would become tiresome, lead to heatiness, and induce nausea. As someone who had crossed over from an agricultural civilization, going days without starch made her feel ungrounded. Moreover, this was the red heart variety, the sweetest and most glutinous kind. Longo. Ling Qiqi turned sharply, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she looked at Yuan, who was resting on the Kong. We need to go back to where you just scavenged. There's treasure. Great treasure. Yuan glanced at the dead plant. Just this? You want me to go out at night for a weed? No. He turned away, covering his head with his tail. Go by yourself. I want to sleep. Ling Qiqi scoffed. All right, you refuse to go? I was planning to roast it until it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, oozing with honey oil, sweeter than black persimmons, and more fragrant than beggar's chicken. Yuan's ears twitched. Oozing honey oil? Sweeter than black persimmons? Furthermore, Ling Qiqi continued, this will keep you full for an entire day. Not only can we make roasted sweet potatoes, but we can also make sweet potato chips, sweet potato flour, and candied sweet potatoes. Yuan's tail slowly slid down from his head. He sat up, expressionlessly adjusting his already neat scales. I suddenly feel that digesting a bit after dinner is a good health habit. Lead the way. Chapter 19. Dragon Claws Tilling the Soil. This is top-tier agricultural technology. The forest edge at night was quiet yet perilous. However, under the shadow of the abyss dragon's presence, not even a bug dared to make a sound within a 500-meter radius. Yuan led Ling Qiqi, with Mutu remaining at home to arrange fish bones due to his fear of the dark, to a sloped area near the rocky beach from earlier. This is the spot. Yuan pointed. That group of foxes was digging up herbs here. Ling Qiqi activated her analysis eye and surveyed the area. She observed a few sparse hemostatic herbs growing on the slope, but more notably, the purple-red vines sprawled across the ground like a vast net, indeed crowding out other plants. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. Ling Qiqi dashed forward, pushing aside the vines. The soil was loose, sandy, an ideal environment for cultivating sweet potatoes. She drew her bone knife, ready to dig. However, after just 2 strokes, she halted. Too slow. This plot of land was no less than an acre, with her small bone knife. She wouldn't finish digging until next year. She turned to the human excavator behind her. Yuan stood with crossed arms, his demeanor aloof. What are you looking at me for? I'm only responsible for guiding and protecting. This sort of mud work. 3 candied sweet potatoes. Ling Qiqi raised 3 fingers. 5, he countered, negotiating. Deal. The next moment, Yuan sighed and stepped into the field. He extended his claws, capable of tearing the heavens apart, took a deep breath, and executed the dragon technique, ground-splitting claw. Boom! It was not a destructive explosion, but an exquisitely controlled display of power. Dark claws swiftly penetrated the earth, deftly avoiding the roots of the sweet potatoes, instantly loosening and turning the soil. The once flat ground was transformed as if plowed simultaneously by dozens of rotary tillers. Waves of soil rolling in every direction. Enormous, fragrant, red-fleshed sweet potatoes emerged from the ground as if by magic, lying on the surface. The system commented, impressive, using a lethal technique to till the land. If the old stalwarts of Longdao were to witness this, they would likely rise from their graves in fury. Yet, this efficiency is truly a marvel of agriculture. Wow! Ling Qiqi dashed into the field, picking up a sweet potato larger than her own head. It was heavy, with a smooth, purplish-red skin, clearly a premium specimen. We have struck gold. This haul must weigh several thousand jin. Ling Qiqi, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, Long Ge, you are a deity. You are the god of agriculture. Yuan observed her passionately kissing the muddy tuber, wrinkling his nose in disdain. How impressive. Can this truly be consumed? He lifted one with his claw and sniffed it, only detecting the taste of earth. You'll find out when we return. Ling Qiqi filled her beast hide bag to the brim, and when it could hold no more, she asked Yuan to wrap a large bundle with his tail. Let's go. Homeward bound. The late-night diner is opening. Upon returning to the cave, Mu had arranged the fish bones and was staring blankly at the wall. Seeing the two bring back a heap of muddy lumps, he furrowed his brow. What is this? Is it round? Is it square? So ugly. This is food. Ling Qiqi tossed the sweet potatoes into a basin of water to wash them clean. Once the purplish-red skin was washed, it gleamed enticingly in the firelight. This time, without needing to be told, Yuan instinctively opened his mouth and unleashed a precise burst of magical fire, igniting the spare firewood in the cave, besides the hearth. Ling Qiqi had also instructed him to leave a bonfire outside. Ling Qiqi selected several sweet potatoes of moderate size and buried them in the hot ash at the edge of the fire. Just wait. Half an hour later, a rich, sweet, and fragrant aroma began to waft through the cave. This scent differed from the boldness of roasted meat. It was gentle, lingering, and evoked a profound sense of happiness. What does that smell? Mu's nose twitched as he finally diverted his gaze from the fish bones. So sweet. More subtle than the direct sweetness of the black persimmon. Yuan also opened his eyes, fixated on the fire. This aroma indeed possesses something special. At last, Ling Qiqi used a stick to extract the sweet potatoes. Their skins were charred black, with cracks oozing golden sugary oil, sizzling enticingly. She picked one up, burning her hands as she fumbled with it. She broke open the sweet potato, and at that moment, golden steam rose. The flesh inside was as red as the sunset, soft and sticky like a pool of golden mud. Here, Ling Qiqi offered half to Yuan. He gazed at the honey-dripping morsel in his hand, tentatively taking a small bite. No longer did it carry the fermented taste of black persimmons, nor the cool acidity of fruit. Instead, it was pure, fervent, and rich sweetness. The soft, glutinous texture melted on his tongue, warming his throat as it descended into his stomach. That solid sensation was something no amount of meat could provide. Yuan's eyes narrowed, and his tail began to thump uncontrollably against the edge of the hearth. Delicious. He rendered his highest praise, swiftly devouring the half without even spitting out the skin. I want more. Meanwhile, Mu also held half a sweet potato, eating while shedding tears. Though it looks misshapen, its interior is pure golden and unblemished. It's so beautiful, so delicious. Ling Qiqi took a large bite herself. The warm sweet potato settled in her stomach, bringing her immense comfort. This is life, she said, her words muffled by food. Longu, let's return tomorrow and till that entire field. This will be our reserve grain. With this, even if winter seals the mountains, we need not fear starvation. Yuan licked the sugary remnants from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Ling Qiqi's face illuminated by the firelight, then glanced at the remaining half of the sweet potato in his hand. Tilling the land? Using clawed feet to turn the soil? It sounded undignified for a dragon. However, for the sake of this flavor, for the smile of this bipedal creature, though primarily for the food, Yuan huffed softly. Tomorrow, I shall consume 10. Chapter 20, Do Not Stop Me. I must go to the Pan Sea Cave for supplies. As life grew prosperous, people began to become finicky, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Having feasted on sweet potatoes, savored fish soup, and enjoyed the warmth of the hearth, Ling Qiqi finally confronted a long-standing issue, her clothing. She looked down at the stiff, coarse, and somewhat corpse-like beast hide skirt at her waist. While it effectively shielded against the wind, being as hard as a metal plate, it was painfully abrasive. It was akin to running naked while wearing sandpaper. The inner thighs had been chafed to a bright red, forcing her to walk with her legs apart like a freshly laid duck. I cannot endure this any longer. Ling Qiqi threw the beast hide skirt onto the hearth in frustration. I want new clothes. I want to wear cotton. I want silk. Even a burlap sack will do, as long as it is soft. Yuan, who was lazily licking his claws on the hearth, lifted his eyelids. How finicky. Dragon scales are also quite hard. I have never found them uncomfortable. You are a thick-skinned dragon. Ling Qiqi pointed at her delicate thighs. I am a fragile human. If I wear this for another few days, I may need to have a limb amputated. Mu, who was nearby, trimming the edges of sweet potato skin, suddenly interjected. I know of a place with soft, white silk. Ling Qiqi's eyes brightened. Where? Mu trembled slightly, his face displaying a mixture of fear and disgust. The ghost forest. It is filled with sticky white silk, all tangled in disarray. There is no geometric order. They hang haphazardly from the trees. It is a violation of the retina. Ling Qiqi filtered out his obsessive remarks and seized upon the key point. White silk. Ghost forest. Let's go. She yanked Yuan by his tail as they set off to procure supplies. The ghost forest was not far from their cave, about 2 kilometers away. It earned its name because it was perpetually shrouded from sunlight. Massive trees were enveloped in thick layers of white webs, resembling giant white cocoons. The air was permeated with a chilling, damp atmosphere. As they approached the edge, Mu knelt down. I cannot go on. He covered his eyes, pointing at the intricate spider webs ahead, breaking down in tears. It is too chaotic. Why is this strand diagonal? Why is that web not a perfect octagon? A tangle of lines. This is hell. Yuan frowned. Filthy. He disdainfully regarded the drooping filaments, all reeking of insects. Let us burn it down. As he spoke, smoke began to emanate from his mouth. Be quiet. That is my new clothing. Ling Qiqi quickly covered his mouth, while also wiping the ash from the corner of his lips. She activated her eye of analysis, leaning closer to a massive spiderweb. Scanning object, ghost face, spider silk, true attributes, high-strength biological protein fiber. Characteristics, as light as gauze, yet as tough as steel. Waterproof, fireproof, and stab-resistant. Its tensile strength is 5 times that of steel wire of the same diameter. Evaluation. This is no mere spiderweb. It is natural bulletproof fabric. Moreover, it feels exquisite, comparable to the finest silk. Made into undergarments. It is so comfortable it will make you question whether you are wearing anything. Fashioned into armor, it is impervious to blades and bullets. We have struck gold. Ling Qiqi caressed the spider silk, feeling its smooth, cool texture, akin to a dream fabric. Just as she immersed herself in the fantasy of wearing bulletproof silk pajamas. A chilling hiss echoed from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, several white shadows shot forth. Thick strands of silk, dripping with slime, accurately targeted Ling Qiqi's face. Watch out! The gaze of Yuan instantly turned icy. Although he found the place filthy, he would never permit anyone to lay hands on his cook in his presence. With a swift motion, the black dragon tail transformed into a whip-like shadow, striking with precision to sever the strands of spider silk suspended in midair. Come fort, Yuan commanded. His eyes fixed on the shadows lurking in the depths of the forest, exuding an aura of draconic might. From within the shadows came a series of rustling sounds, reminiscent of countless feet scuttling along the tree trunks. Gradually, a massive figure emerged. Ling Qiqi gasped in shock. It was a creature that was part human and part spider. Its upper body resembled that of a pallid young woman, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, revealing only one eye filled with blood and terror. The lower half was a colossal spider's body, covered in dark fur, with 8 sharp legs clawing at the bark, producing a cacophony of sounds. Most horrifying of all, several extra arms sprouted from her back, mindlessly waving bone needles and threads. Scanning target. Xiu, Gue Mian, Zhu, Shou, Renbianiti. Status. Extremely inferior, social anxiety. Mild mania. Skills, divine weaving. She can weave fabric softer than water with her feet and embroider designs more lifelike than flowers with her hands. Beast world evaluation. Monster. Cursed child. Abandoned by her parents due to her unattractive appearance. Extra limbs. She has lived alone in this forest for 10 years. Monster. Go away. The voice of the girl was hoarse and unpleasant, like sandpaper scraping against wood. She shrank back into the shadows, trembling. Yet her 8 legs were poised for attack. Stay back, or I shall devour you. Yuan scoffed coldly. You? With just that? He stepped forward, prepared to crush this grotesque creature that evoked a sense of dread. Wait, Ling Qiqi interjected, blocking his path once again. She gazed at the trembling spider-woman, not focusing on her fearsome lower half or her strange arms, but rather on the piece of fabric tightly clutched in her hands. It was a half-woven textile, silver-white, adorned with dark red patterns. The stitches were fine, and the exquisite design emitted a pearlescent glow in the dim forest. "How beautiful!" Ling Qiqi exclaimed sincerely. This praise echoed clearly in the lifeless woods. Shu, who was about to spit venom, froze mid-motion. She stared blankly at the fragile human female. No one had ever called her beautiful. All who encountered her either screamed and fled or brandished torches, shouting to slay the monster. Even her own parents had cast her away with disdain, abandoning her to perish. "What did you say?" Sue's voice trembled, disbelief filling her exposed eye. "I said, your fabric is beautiful," Ling Qiqi reiterated as she gently pushed Yuan aside and approached. She pointed to the piece of cloth in Sue's hand, and then to the surrounding chaotic yet high-quality spider silk. "Did you weave all this? This stitch technique is double-sided embroidery, right? And this weaving method, how did you achieve it? It's remarkable." Ling Qiqi's gaze held no fear, only an enthusiastic fervor akin to that of an admirer beholding the finest luxury. Shu instinctively recoiled, attempting to hide her face and those grotesque arms behind her hair. "Don't look at me. I'm a monster. Where's the monstrosity?" Ling Qiqi replied, standing 3 meters away from her. "Look at your hands." She pointed to Sue's extra arms. One hand is guiding the thread, another is pulling the warp, and yet another is pushing the weft. A normal person has only 2 hands and takes a month to weave a piece of fabric. With all your hands, you are a born queen of weaving. This is called talent. Do you understand? It's a gift from heaven. She was dumbfounded. Was having multiple limbs a talent? Was it not a curse? Furthermore, Ling Qiqi cheerfully pulled a sweet potato from her pocket, one she had not finished earlier. "Can you make clothes? Clothes that are soft and smooth, feeling like clouds against the skin?" Shu nodded instinctively. That was her sole passion. In this lonely wasteland, weaving was her only solace. "That makes things easier," Ling Qiqi said while offering the sweet potato. "I have a big order. I want to commission 2 sets of clothing, one for me and one for him." She gestured toward Yuan. "The payment includes meals, all you can eat, and housing arrangements, if Muda doesn't mind. What do you say, Miss Spider? Would you be interested in joining our high-fashion department in the City of Gods?" Shu gazed at the sweet potato being offered to her, and then looked into Ling Qiqi's sincere eyes. No one had ever given her food. No one had ever invited her to join. No one had ever called her Mississippi. Her 8 legs gradually retracted, and her strange arms fell limply to her sides. "Do you really not find me disgusting?" she asked quietly. Before Ling Qiqi could respond, Yuan coldly interjected, "Disgusting." Shu stiffened, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. However, Yuan glanced at Ling Qiqi's tattered bee-skin skirt, and then at the piece of fabric in Sue's hand. Compared to her appearance, it was far more repulsive to see Ling Qiqi dressed like a beggar. "Since you're useful, then follow us. Don't make me repeat myself," Ling Qiqi thought. This proud dragon can't utter a kind word, but at least he is being supportive. Shu stood frozen for a few seconds, then a faint blush, timid yet genuine, appeared on her pale face for the first time. She cautiously accepted the sweet potato. "I will go. I can weave and make clothes. I'm useful. System notification. Congratulations. Host, you have captured a wild master weaver. Team member 1. Current configuration. Foreman, you. Excavator, Yuan. Precision cutter, Mutu. 3D fabric printer, Shu. We are still a bit short of an industrial revolution. Oh wait, we already have a kiln, Yuan." Ling Qiqi looked at the Spider-Woman cautiously trailing behind her, and then at Yuan, who appeared impatient. She also noticed Mutu in the distance, having narrowly escaped danger by not witnessing the chaotic web. Their group was growing, although they were all monsters, who said monsters could not create miracles. "Home." Ling Qiqi waved her hand. "Tonight, everyone gets a feast, for the sake of new clothes." Chapter 21. Help. This madman wants to cut off my hands. Upon returning to the cave with the new member Shu, Mutu was kneeling on the ground, conducting a final inspection of the pile of sweet potatoes. All the sweet potatoes were arranged in perfect concentric circles based on size, color, and even curvature. "Perfect," Mutu said, looking entranced. "This is the truth of the universe." "Mutu, we have a newcomer," Ling Qiqi called out. Mutu turned around, his face filled with anticipation. A newcomer? Is it one with a perfectly symmetrical appearance? Then he saw Xiu hiding behind Ling Qiqi. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Xiu had a pale face, but her hair was wild and disheveled, obscuring much of her visage. This was not the most lethal aspect. The most alarming feature was her extra arms, some long, some short, some bending left, some bending right, all hanging in a completely chaotic manner. And her lower half, with 8 furry spider legs, each with a different pattern. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the cave. Muto, as if someone had stepped on his tail, sprang up, backing against the wall, his body convulsing, his eyes nearly bulging out. Uneven. Completely uneven. Chaos. It's too chaotic. The hair is messy. The hands are messy. Even the direction of the leg hair is messy. Disgusting. I'm going to vomit. Why does such a geometrically flawed creature exist in this world? Xiu, who was already socially anxious, trembled at his roar, instinctively trying to curl into a ball. As the figure shrank further, its limbs became increasingly chaotic, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. Despite the tearful tone, the surplus arms flailed helplessly in an attempt to shield itself. This frantic motion turned out to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. I can't take it anymore. My eyes are filthy. Suddenly, the wooden figure surged forward, seizing the nearby bone knife that had just been sharpened to perfection. A fiery determination, labeled revisionism, ignited in its eyes. Don't move. Allow me to tidy you up. Those extra arms must go. I will shave off those unruly hairs. As for your leg hair, I shall eradicate every single strand. Help. Save me. It's a massacre. The figure was terrified, its 8 legs propelling it swiftly to the cave's apex. Come down. Let me take just 2 cuts. Just 2. I will shape you into a square. The wooden figure brandished the knife below, pursuing relentlessly. No, I want to come down. You are insane. The figure scrambled atop the cave, tears and silk cascading down. In that moment, chaos erupted within the cave. White silk flew, and red hair darted about. Meanwhile, Nen, who was resting with eyes closed, felt a twitch in the veins on his temple. How noisy. He opened his eyes, and a hint of impatience flickered in his golden slit pupils. His tail raised slightly, contemplating whether to knock both of them unconscious and throw them out. Stop! Ling Qiqi's thunderous shout rang out, positioning herself between the 2 frenzied beings. She snatched the knife from the wooden figure's grasp and delivered a sharp rap on its forehead. Are you trying to get us killed? This is our chief designer. If you sever her hands, who will craft our garments? Who will make our quilts? But she is a mess. The wooden figure protested, its eyes glistening with tears. Look at her. Even her bangs are uneven. If I don't tidy her up, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Ling Qiqi glanced at the trembling figure cowering at the cave's pinnacle. Indeed, it looked quite disheveled, resembling a ghost emerging from a drain. Enough, stop wailing. Ling Qiqi sighed. Isn't it just a mess? A little adjustment will suffice. She beckoned. Come down, I'll style you. I promise to make you beautiful and silence this obsession. The figure hesitated, noticing that Ling Qiqi held no knife, before cautiously descending along the silk threads. Really? You want to cut my hands? I want to. That is your gift. Ling Qiqi pressed her onto a stool made of dragon scales. Yuan, lend me a claw. Ling Qiqi called back without looking. Yuan rolled his eyes, but extended a sharp finger, its nail akin to the finest hair scissors. Wooden figure, fetch your fishbone comb. With everything prepared, Ling Qiqi transformed into a stylist. First, this hair is far too thick. Grasping the figure's straw-like long hair, she snipped swiftly. Under Yuan's precise cutting, stray strands fell to the ground. Ling Qiqi styled a neat straight fringe to appease the wooden figure, leaving 2 wisps to frame the face, while the remaining hair was intricately braided into a complex fishtail secured with red vines. Revealing her face, the figure appeared quite delicate, with pale skin and large eyes exuding a hint of fragile beauty. Next were the surplus arms. Ling Qiqi, of course, would not sever them. She found some discarded beast hides and crafted black long gloves for the figure, enveloping the extra arms while leaving only the slender fingers exposed. Finally, the piece de resistance, the lower spider body. This could not be altered, but it could be concealed. Ling Qiqi repurposed the leftover matting to create a fluffy petticoat, encircling the figure's waist. The black spider legs were hidden beneath the hem, appearing mysterious and gothic. All done. Ling Qiqi clapped her hands and produced a smooth piece of obsidian to serve as a mirror. Look, in the mirror, the girl was no longer the disheveled monster. The fringe concealed her anxious gaze, the black gloves refined her arm's silhouette, and the fluffy skirt hid her grotesque form. The entire appearance resembled an exquisitely crafted dark-themed doll. The figure gazed vacantly at her reflection, extending a hand to touch her face. Is this me? How do you find it, wooden figure? Ling Qiqi turned to the nearby perfectionist. The wooden figure scrutinized the transformed figure for a long while. Its expression shifted from critical to astonished, and finally to serene. The fringe's horizontal deviation was no more than a millimeter. The braid was symmetrically centered. The lengths of the gloves were consistent. Even the folds of the skirt were orderly. The wooden figure exhaled deeply, the previous frenzy dissipating, replaced by an expression of serene healing. It looks pleasing, perhaps even beautiful. It sheathed the bone knife and even offered a perfectly roasted sweet potato. Here, if you eat this flawlessly shaped sweet potato, we shall be friends. The figure accepted the sweet potato in astonishment. Thank you, thank you. Yuan observed this scene from the bed. While he did not comprehend Gothic aesthetics or obsessive-compulsive disorder, he could not deny the enchantment of that woman, Ling Qiqi, who seemed to possess a unique magic capable of turning all errors into perfection. Since the noise has ceased, Yuan languidly spoke, "Let us get to work. The new garments I desire must be completed tonight. If not, I shall throw you all to the wolves." The figure tensed, immediately entering a state of productivity. "Yes. Right away. I'll start weaving fabric." With a new appearance as her support, she appeared significantly more confident. The surplus arms were no longer a burden, but rather the most efficient tools. 8 hands worked simultaneously, pulling threads, threading needles, and guiding wefts. Their speed was so rapid that only shadows remained visible. Ling Qiqi watched this scene with satisfaction. This is teamwork. Although each individual has their peculiarities, when combined, they create a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. All right, Ling Qiqi stretched and climbed onto the bed, squeezing beside Yuan. Long ago, while they were busy, shooting tea, we discussed what to have for dinner. Yuan glanced at her. Spicy rabbit heads. Use less of that red powder, chili. It burned my throat last night. Understood. Chapter 22. People rely on clothing, dragons on robes. This beauty is indeed unfair. The anticipation for the new garments was both torturous and exhilarating. Within the cave, only the rapid movements of the figure's 8 hands and the faint sounds of threading could be heard. The rhythm was fast, akin to a passionate symphony. The wooden figure squatted nearby, intently observing each of the figure's actions. The stitch spacing was a perfect 0. 5 millimeters. The line's straightness was 100 comfortable. The wooden figure appeared to be in ecstasy, as if watching a stress relief video rather than observing someone weaving fabric. Finally, as the sun began to set, the figure ceased her movements. She exhaled deeply, snipping the last silk thread, and timidly approached Ling Qiqi, holding 2 shimmering pieces of fabric in her hands. "It's done. I've completed it. Due to time constraints, only the basic model was made, and the dye was insufficient, so she used red vines to lightly tint the fabric." Ling Qiqi took the garments. The moment she touched them, she nearly burst into tears. Cool, smooth, soft. It felt as though she was cradling a pool of flowing water, akin to caressing a baby's skin. This texture surpassed the finest mulberry silk she had ever touched by tenfold, and it was incredibly light, almost weightless in her hands. Is this a basic model? Ling Qiqi unfolded the garment. The silver-gray base color, the natural color of the spider silk, with the collar and cuffs dyed a pale crimson with red vines, was adorned with several dark patterns of the banyan flower, reflecting the figure's aesthetic preference. The design was a modified cross-collared long dress, blending ancient elegance with a fitted sleeve and waist for practicality. Divine. Unable to contain herself, Ling Qiqi embraced the figure and planted a fervent kiss on her. "You are my deity." The figure's face flushed instantly, her freshly cut bangs nearly standing on end. "Hurry, Yuan, try yours on." Ling Qiqi tossed another set of black attire to Yuan, who caught the garment deftly. The outfit was entirely jet black, meticulously dyed with ink by Su, crafted to complement his scale color. The collar was embroidered with golden thread, possibly woven from luminescent silkworms, featuring cloud patterns that exuded understated opulence. Though Yuan feigned disdain, his hands moved swiftly as he slipped behind the tiger skin screen, hastily constructed of wood. In truth, he had grown weary of his current state, marred with injuries, and the exposed flesh where scales had shed detracted from his dragon's majesty. With the new clothing, he could at least conceal his vulnerabilities. Moments later, the screen was pushed aside with a rustle. Ling Qiqi emerged from the other side, having just changed. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the entrance, casting a golden hue upon them. No longer was Ling Qiqi the wild woman draped in rough animal hides, disheveled and dusty. The silver-gray gown accentuated her slender, yet sturdy figure, the crimson trim enhancing her rosy complexion. Her hair was casually pinned up, revealing her graceful neck. In that instant, she radiated a vibrant, mischievous beauty, akin to a delicate white flower blooming in a desolate wilderness, fragile yet resilient, captivating in its tenacity. Yuan's breath hitched for a moment. If previously he resembled a battle-worn beast, exuding bloodlust and ferocity, now he appeared as a demonic sovereign stepped from ancient scrolls. The black robe fit his broad shoulders and narrow waist impeccably, the golden cloud motifs shimmering subtly as he moved. The collar was slightly open, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone and Adam's apple. His already stunningly handsome visage, accentuated by the black attire, appeared even more pallid, more ascetic, and markedly perilous. The broken dragon horn and the tail behind him did not mar his allure. Instead, they added an exotic tension of otherness. Ling Qiqi distinctly heard the sound of her own swallow. The system remarked on the striking beauty and physique, advising her to wipe her drool. This was no mere scavenging. It was akin to discovering a husband, or rather, a top-tier male model. Yuan remained transfixed, his pupils dilating as the golden slits reflected the transformed female before him. Was this her true appearance? Beneath that grimy animal hide lay such a captivating sight. His gaze lingered on her cinched waist for a fleeting moment, so delicate it seemed it could be snapped by a mere hand. Yet he recalled how resilient she had felt when he had held her the night before. Suddenly, a telltale snap from his tail betrayed his emotions, curling playfully into a heart shape before loosening again. Clearing his throat to mask his flustered state, he turned away, his ears flushed like a boiled shrimp. It was tolerable, he conceded, albeit with a touch of pride, better than the previous piece of rotting bark. Ling Qiqi snapped back to reality, wiping the corners of her mouth. Thankfully, no drool had escaped. What do you mean by tolerable? This was breathtaking. Did he not appreciate the beauty before him? She twirled, the skirt swirling around her. Sue's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. The garment felt as light as air, almost as if she were wearing nothing at all. Sue, hidden in the corner, watched the two ethereal beings with trembling excitement. How stunning they were. His handiwork was indeed valuable. Meanwhile, Mu fixated on Yuan's collar, noticing that the embroidery on the left side had an extra stitch compared to the right, a detail that, although subtle, bothered him. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts for fear of retribution. All right, Ling Qiqi declared, her spirits high. To celebrate their new attire, they would feast extravagantly tonight. She pointed towards the 3 long-haired rabbits, spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, plus a pot of sweet potato vermicelli stew. They would indulge to their heart's content. As night fell, the flickering firelight illuminated the cave, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. The newly attired group, a human, dragon, bird, and spider, sat around the warm hearth, creating an oddly delightful scene filled with unprecedented warmth. Yuan bit into the rabbit meat, yet his gaze drifted towards Ling Qiqi, who was rolling up her sleeves to serve Mu, her smile radiant. In that moment, a strange warmth blossomed in his chest, mingling with the coolness of the dragon breath stone. It was not a fiery heat, but an impulse to hide her away, to shield her from prying eyes. He contemplated in silence. Apart from walls and doors, he needed to erect a fence to secure their little nest more tightly. Chapter 23. Who sets up shop in the Death Forest? Listen closely, we face a pressing issue. After breakfast, Ling Qiqi summoned everyone and the dragon for their inaugural family meeting. She gestured toward the towering pile of sweet potatoes in the corner and the bags of finely ground salt. We have an oversupply. There are too many sweet potatoes to consume, and they will spoil if left too long. We have enough salt to last us for years. But what do we lack? She raised her fingers to enumerate. We lack spices besides salt. We have nothing. Metal tools. The bone knives are too brittle. Seeds. Only sweet potatoes are monotonous. And cooking utensils. Not enough dragon scales. Yuan yawned lazily, his tail drumming against the hearth. So, are you asking me to go steal? This was a familiar endeavor for him. No, no, no. Robbery is not sustainable. Ling Qiqi waved her finger. We need to engage in trade. We must compel those outside to cry out and deliver their treasures to us. Half an hour later, at the edge of the Death Forest, beside the stone tablet that had instilled fear in countless beastmen, an extraordinarily peculiar and whimsically styled stall was erected. The stall was constructed by Mu using several perfect logs, level and smooth as a mirror. The displayed goods were strikingly arranged. On the left, red heart sweet potatoes, lined according to size with remarkable uniformity. In the center, pristine salt stored in polished bamboo tubes, gleaming like diamonds under the sun. And on the right, remnants of bulletproof spider silk, neatly stacked into perfect squares. Lastly, Ling Qiqi inscribed several flamboyant characters onto a wooden board with charcoal. Divine little convenience store. Only exchange, no sales, no credit, no entry for the dead. Yuan stood with arms crossed, clad in his black and gold battle robe, resembling a guardian deity. His aura, formidable enough to silence creatures for miles around, was somewhat tempered but still imposing. Can this work? Yuan glanced skeptically at the shabby wooden sign. Who would come to this cursed place to buy anything? This is called hunger marketing, Ling Qiqi declared confidently. The more perilous the location, the more precious the goods appear. Time ticked by 1 hour, 2 hours, with no signs of life. Mu, perched at the stall, began counting the dirt spots on the sweet potatoes out of boredom. Yuan's expression darkened as he contemplated whether to abduct some unfortunate soul to enforce a purchase. Just as Ling Qiqi began to doubt her ambitious venture, a faint rustle of wings broke the silence. At dusk, as day transitioned to night, a gray figure silently landed atop a tree 10 meters from the stall. It was a massive owl beast man, bearing a large pack, his gaze sharp and alert. A wandering merchant of the area, he engaged in clandestine trades, commonplace black market dealings. Initially, he had only intended to take a shortcut along the edge of the Death Forest, but was drawn in by an unusual scent. It was not the stench of blood, but rather a sweet aroma. Turning his agile neck, he spied the peculiar stall and the figure resembling the legendary abyssal dragon guarding it. The owl nearly lost its grip on the branch in shock. A dragon? Alive? And clad in clothing. As he contemplated fleeing, his resolve faltered under the chilling gaze of Yuan, whose golden vertical pupils pierced through him. Since you have arrived, come closer and behold, Yuan beckoned. His voice was not loud, yet resonated in his ears like thunder. The owl's legs weakened, and with a forced determination, he descended, transforming upon landing into a frail, middle-aged man, trembling uncontrollably. Greetings, esteemed ones. I was merely passing through, I assure you, with no flesh to offer, hardly a meal worth savoring. Ling Qiqi emerged with a beaming smile from behind Yuan, exuding the air of a cunning merchant. Fear not, we are reputable traders. Care to take a look? Today marks our grand opening with a buy one, get one free offer. The owl was taken aback. Reputable traders? In this desolate forest, where not even the remnants of bones remained. He cautiously approached the stall. His attention was immediately drawn to a bamboo tube at the center. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the pristine white powder. Care to taste? Ling Qiqi offered him a wooden stick. The owl gingerly dipped it into the powder and tasted it. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. Salty, purely salty. No vitamins, no astringente, and devoid of that numbing sensation reminiscent of poison. This was far purer than the snow salt offered by the high priest of the great tribe. This is salt. The owl's voice cracked. So white, so fine. Is this a divine gift? Perhaps. Ling Qiqi gestured towards Yuan. That is our mascot. This is the divine salt blessed by him. Yuan interjected. Mascot? Excellent. The spicy rabbit heads for tonight are sold out. How much do you want? I'll take it all. The owl trembled with excitement. If you were to take this outside, it could be exchanged for an equivalent weight in gold. No, it could be traded for life. Do not rush. Ling Qiqi pointed to a sweet potato nearby. Try this as well. The owl took another bite of the roasted sweet potato, a sample. Sweet, sticky, an explosion of energy. He felt rejuvenated. His weary body revitalized in an instant. I want all of this too. The owl was utterly ecstatic. This was not merely a stall. It was evidently a treasure trove of the gods. We do not accept refuse. Ling Qiqi tapped on the wooden board. We only exchange for useful items, seeds, spices, rare minerals, or information. Without hesitation, the owl unfastened the large bundle on his back and spilled its contents onto the ground. As a wandering merchant, he possessed numerous valuable items. This is black pepper. That is cumin. This is chili powder. Ling Qiqi rejoiced. This is a fine iron dagger I traded for in the dwarf tribe. Yuan glanced at it disdainfully, deeming it too fragile. And here is a packet of unknown seeds, said to be from the far west. Ling Qiqi accepted it. Finally, the owl appeared to feel that these items were insufficient for the divine salt. Gritting his teeth, he produced a tattered beast skin map from his pocket. And this, I have just acquired this information. Concerning the beast tide, Ling Qiqi exchanged glances with Yuan. Beast tide? Elaborate, Yuan demanded coldly. The owl swallowed hard, lowering his voice. Esteemed ones, there is unusual activity deep within the forest. I have heard that someone is driving the beast herds. This is not a natural disaster. It is man-made. It seems to be the people from the Qiqi tribe, colluding with a group of wandering beastmen, intending to utilize the beast tide to completely trample this death forest. It is said they seek some abandoned treasure. Ling Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Abandoned treasure? Could that be the jade pendant that was snatched from her? Or perhaps it referred to her very existence. No, that cannot be correct. If their only aim were to find her, they would not need to incite a beast tide, unless this forest concealed other secrets. Deal. Ling Qiqi waved her hand, pushing a bamboo tube of exquisite salt and a bag of sweet potatoes towards the owl. This information is worth this price. The owl, overjoyed, clutched the items and prepared to flee. Wait, Ling Qiqi called after him. The owl shivered in fear. Is there something else? Help me spread a message. Tell the outside world that there is a ghost market in the death forest with valuable goods. Especially inform the people from the Qiqi tribe, Ling Qiqi said, a cold smile gracing her lips. Tell them their old friend is waiting here. Seeking treasure? They must come with sincerity, namely their lives. Though the owl did not grasp the intricacies of this conflict, he sensed the scent of gossip and blood. Understood. I will spread the word. I guarantee that by tomorrow, the entire beast world will know of this divine stall. With that, he transformed into a great bird and flapped his wings, soaring into the sky, fearing that any delay would result in the terrifying black dragon changing its mind and roasting him. As he watched the owl's retreating figure, Yuan narrowed his eyes. A human-driven beast tide. It seems our days of peace are numbered. Ling Qiqi stored away the spices and seeds she had acquired, her gaze resolute. What is there to fear? We have walls, though not yet completed, provisions, weapons, and you. She patted Yuan's arm, this time sincerely. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. They wish to trample my territory? Let us see if their teeth are strong enough to crush this hard bone. Yuan observed her naive demeanor, a slight smile playing on his lips. A mere beast tide. Just right, for our stores are not sufficient to last through the winter. Free meat, we shall not refuse. Chapter 24. Welcome to the hell mode of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Listen closely. That pack from the Qiqi tribe wishes to play the game of using others as pawns. Ling Qiqi stood atop the hearth, wielding a wooden stick. Pointing at the crude map on the wall, crafted from wood, with a scale accurate to the micrometer. They intend to trample our home with the beast tide, seize our provisions, and reduce us to mush. Ling Qiqi surveyed her surroundings. Yuan was meticulously polishing his new attire, his expression indifferent, ready to eliminate any intruder. Mutu was fixated on a dark spot on the map, seemingly dissatisfied with its shape. Su was weaving fabric with 2 hands while the other 6 hands engaged in making flower knots. This cannot be tolerated. Ling Qiqi slammed her hand on the table. Yuan was the first to voice his agreement. Those are my sweet potatoes. Whoever dares touch them shall die. Nor can this be tolerated. Mutu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glinting ominously. A beast tide? That means thousands of wild beasts rushing in chaotically? No formation? No rhythm. They might even defecate as they run. He cradled his head in distress. Too chaotic. Too filthy. Absolutely unacceptable. We must intercept them outside, or ensure they die in an orderly manner. Su timidly raised a hand. I do not like it when others intrude upon my territory with such noise. Excellent. Ling Qiqi's lips curved into a benevolent smile. Since our opinions align, let us commence. Codename, Iron Barrel Plan. The first line of defense, the obsessive-compulsive minefield. On the outskirts of the forest, 500 meters away, Mutu knelt on the ground, wielding a bone shovel, engaged in a monumental endeavor, digging pits. However, this was no ordinary digging. The spacing was 50 centimeters, the depth 120 centimeters, and the diameter 30 centimeters. As he dug, Mutu meticulously measured with a standard ruler. A single extra millimeter would render it too wide, while a deficiency would make it too narrow. It was imperative that the angle at which the beast fell into the pits would be uniformly 45 degrees. Behind him lay a dense array of traps arranged like plum blossom stakes. Each pit was perfectly round, as though drawn with a compass. At the bottom of each pit lay a sharpened bamboo stake, all of identical height, with the tips uniformly angled northward. Mutu, is this efficient? Ling Qiqi approached to inspect the work, her scalp tingling at the sight of the meticulously crafted traps. We are here to slay enemies, not to provide them with foot massages. No, Mutu did not turn around. If they fall into the pits without elegance, it would be an insult to me. I want them to die with dignity, to die with geometric beauty. Ling Qiqi replied, very well. I hope those beasts feel the weight of this geometric love as they plummet. The second line of defense, the cutting lines of Pansadong behind the trap area, lies a dense grove under the purview of Su. Originally, Ling Qiqi anticipated that Su would weave several large nets to block the path. However, she was mistaken. This seemingly fragile and socially anxious girl, when provoked, could be more formidable than anyone. She did not obstruct the road. Instead, she skillfully strung nearly invisible transparent spider silk between 2 trees. These silks were not designed to ensnare, but were taut and straight, glimmering with a cold light under the sun. Scanning target, ghost face cutting lines, true attributes, high-strength nano spider silk, specially hardened. Evaluation. This is the legendary airblade. If a beast charges at full speed and collides with it, it will not merely be blocked, but rather transformed into sliced ham. Miss Su is not only a seamstress, but also a master sashimi chef. Sister Qiqi, Su peeked from behind a tree, her 8 hands busily working. I have divided the height into 3 levels. The first level cuts the ankles, targeting small beasts like rabbits. The second level severs the necks, aimed at medium-sized beasts like wolves. The third level targets the skulls, for larger beasts that leap. She smiled shyly. This way, no matter how tall they are, they will be cut evenly. The wood should appreciate it. Ling Qiqi shivered. This was no social anxiety. This was clearly the work of a master of death. The third line of defense. The wall of size, the final line of defense, situated at the cave entrance, was under the supervision of Yuan. Ling Qiqi's instructions were straightforward. To construct a wall using the red bricks to seal the entrance, leaving only a sturdy door. Yuan surveyed the pile of red bricks. They were too fragile. Picking one up, he exerted slight pressure, reducing it to dust. Such rubbish could not withstand the onslaught of beasts. What shall we do? Ling Qiqi inquired. Yuan remained silent. He directed the wood to build the wall. Though the wood grumbled about the brick's regularity, he still managed to erect a perfectly vertical wall. Then, Yuan took a deep breath. Placing his hand against the red brick wall, he executed the dragon technique, obsidian transformation. Boom! A surge of dark, destructive dragon flames coursed from his palm into the wall. This time, it was not for firing, but for reshaping. The intense heat instantaneously melted and restructured the internal structure of the red bricks. The once rough wall transformed visibly, becoming black, luminous, and dense. Minutes later, a wall entirely black and radiating a metallic sheen, as if carved from a single block of obsidian, stood before everyone. The surface of the wall subtly flowed with dark golden dragon patterns. Yuan withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale, a bit fatigued, yet his gaze was proud. Now, this wall, unless struck by a high-level magical beast-esque self-detonation, will not bear even a mark. He pointed to the flowing dragon patterns on the wall. I have sealed a trace of dragon might within. Any low-level beast that approaches within 10 meters will automatically weaken, losing control of their bowels. Ling Qiqi's mouth fell agape as she touched the wall. It was cold, hard, and exuded a sense of security. This was no mere wall. This was the wall of size, a guillotine that would instill despair in the enemy. System Final Acceptance Report, Defense Level, SSS. Comprehensive Evaluation. You are not merely defending against the beast tide. You are constructing a fortress. If the Qihu tribe were to witness this configuration, they might question their existence. Are we here to slay the weak or deliver our heads? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ling Qiqi stood atop the obsidian wall. Yuan had deliberately left a lookout platform, surveying the meticulously arranged triple defenses, the compulsive trap area, the cutting net of the socially anxious girl, and the haughty dragon's wall of size. In her hand, she clutched a large amount of freshly ground chili powder, a biochemical weapon. Come forth. Ling Qiqi welcomed the evening breeze, a proud smile curling at her lips. Since you wish to play, let us make it grand. I shall transform this deathly forest into your lifelong nightmare. Behind her, Yuan stood quietly by her side, his black robe rustling in the wind. The wood was adjusting the angle of the stone on the lookout platform. Su was distributing newly crafted gas masks to protect against the chili powder to everyone. In that moment, the Alliance of the Inept was officially assembled. Chapter 25. Are you besieging a city or delivering takeout? The earth trembled, not as a mere descriptor, but as a statement of fact. The vibrations surged from the ground, accompanied by a deep rumble, reminiscent of countless war drums resounding from the depths below. The flocks of birds in the forest took flight, obscuring the already dim moonlight. They are coming, Yuan said from the lookout platform, his black gold robe billowing in the night wind. His gaze remained calm, even somewhat bored, as if awaiting a package delivery. Ling Qiqi crouched atop the wall, tightly gripping her bone knife, though it was unlikely to be needed, her heart racing with excitement, not from fear, but from anticipation. Through the eye of analysis, she discerned countless red glimmers surging in the darkness. Those were eyes, thousands of wild beasts, their eyes reddened and driven mad by drugs. Such a bounty of meat! Ling Qiqi swallowed hard. Prepare, she commanded. Immediately, the Wood and Su assumed their battle positions, essentially hiding at the base of the wall. The first wave, the suicide squad of mad rabbits leading the charge, were a swarm of long-haired rabbits. Typically timid creatures, they now seemed intoxicated, their eyes bloodshot, teeth bared, surging forward like a gray-white tide towards the cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They shrieked, attempting to overwhelm everything with sheer numbers. However, they had entered the realm of obsession. Within 10, 5, 3 meters of the trap area, the Wood huddled in a corner, holding a counting stick, muttering incantations. They entered. Thud, thud, thud. A peculiar sound resonated, not the brutal clamor of battle, but a remarkably rhythmic sound, akin to dumplings being dropped. The foremost rabbits, without any chance of evasion, fell into uniformly deep, round pits. The pits were too deep, 12 meters, preventing the rabbits from escaping. They were too narrow, 30 centimeters, pinning them tightly, unable even to turn. With bamboo spikes at the bottom, they were instantly pierced through, leaving no room for struggle. The most absurd part was that the spacing of the pits had been meticulously calculated, designed according to the rabbit's jumping stride. Thus, The first line of rabbits fell into the first row of pits. The second line of rabbits, stepping on the heads of the first row, jumped into the second row of pits. Within moments, that meticulously laid trap area was filled with gray-white rabbit fur, each pit occupied perfectly, neither more nor less. Beautiful. The wood peered out, a perverse satisfaction blooming on his face. Look at that perfect parabola. Observe their entry posture. Witness those neatly aligned rabbit ears. This is the triumph of mathematics. This is the aesthetic of order. Ling Qiqi mused, though the scene is quite bloody, why does it feel so relieving to watch? The second wave, the charge of the wild boar brigade with the rabbits filling the pits, they effectively paved the way for the subsequent troops. The ground tremors intensified. A horde of wild boars, with sharp tusks and tough hides, charged forward, trampling over the bodies or heads of their fallen comrades, bellowing as they surged towards the second line of defense. The impact of the boars was not to be compared with that of the rabbits. They lowered their heads like black cannonballs, attempting to smash through any obstacle. Then they collided with the air wall of the socially anxious girl. Sue shrank against the wall, her 8 hands covering her ears, trembling. Don't come near. I'm quite fierce. Suddenly, a wild boar chief, weighing several hundred pounds, sped through the gap between 2 large trees. It failed to perceive the nearly invisible strands of spider silk in the air. There was no sense of obstruction, not even a sound. The wild boar leader charged through the defense line, continuing to sprint forward for a few paces. Suddenly, its body disintegrated, for legs remained in place, severed by the first layer of spider silk. Its head flew off, cut away by the third layer of silk. The remaining torso fell to the ground like a neatly sliced piece of ham, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Following closely behind were the second and third boars, their robust bodies meeting the swift strands of webbing, which transformed into the sharpest scythes of death. The wild boars had no inkling of what transpired, only sensing an invisible wall ahead. Upon crashing into it, they were reduced to mere chunks of meat. Moments later, before the second defense line, a mountain of flesh accumulated, precisely portioned. Ling Qiqi gazed at the heap of red and white pork, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of her mouth. You're remarkable, Sue. You've even spared me the butchering process. Hearing the praise, Sue timidly lifted her head, her face reddening like a ripe tomato. Is the cut neat? Would 1T scold me, will it? The third wave, the despair of the fish that slipped through the net. Indeed, a few tough-skinned and fortunate high-level beasts, such as a mutated unicorn rhinoceros, broke through the web. After all, the silk has its durability, and reached the wall. With bloodshot eyes, the unicorn rhinoceros stared at the dark wall before it. If it could shatter this wall, the fresh meat within would be its prize. Lowering its head, the horn gleaming with cold light, it gathered its strength and charged. Thud! The sound was not that of a wall breaking, but rather of bone shattering. The unicorn's seemingly indestructible horn snapped upon colliding with the obsidian wall. Following that, its skull succumbed as well. The wall, reshaped by dragon fire, had not even lost a speck of dust. Dazed, the unicorn rhinoceros collapsed to the ground, its head buzzing. Before it could rise, a terrifying aura descended from the top of the wall. Yuan stood there, merely glancing down. In those golden, slit-like eyes there was no intent to kill, only a disdain for the wall that had been sullied. The dragon's might descends. The once ferocious unicorn rhinoceros froze in place. The terror inscribed in its genes instantly jolted it awake, rendering even the effects of the drug ineffective. Its legs buckled, and it fell to the ground like a hapless puppy, a pool of yellow liquid seeping from behind. It had urinated out of fear, quite literally. Yuan wrinkled his nose in disgust. Would drag it away. It stinks too much. It's affecting my appetite. Half an hour later, the first wave of the beast tide came to an end. The forest returned to an eerie silence. Only the scattered spoils lay piled high under the moonlight. Ling Qiqi opened the gate and stepped out of the fortress. She surveyed the numerous rabbits, the mounds of pork, and the rhinoceros kneeling in fear, a reserve supply. Turning around, she looked at the group of old, weak, and sickly individuals behind her. Everyone, Ling Qiqi took a deep breath, a smile of harvest joy lighting up her face. Tonight, we shall not sleep. Let us get the pots ready. Heat the oil. Our processing plant is now in operation. Chapter 26. This is not war. This is the autumn harvest uprising. What was initially thought to be a bloody defense battle had transformed into a large-scale agricultural processing assembly line. In the open space outside the cave, bonfires blazed brightly. The magic fire exhaled by Yuan was divided into 3 heaps by Ling Qiqi, each designated for different processes. The first station of the assembly line, the obsessive-compulsive sorting area, which stood in the trap zone, pulling out the rabbits that had fallen into the pit one by one. This one has a broken ear, a defective product. Toss it to Sue for a scarf. This one has intact fur, a premium product. Save it for a vest. Goodness, why does its corpse look so twisted? Negative review. He muttered to himself while categorizing the rabbits by color, size, and manner of death. Soon, 3 neatly arranged formations of rabbits appeared in the open space. The second station of the assembly line, the slaughtering area of the Pan Sea Cave. Sue was in charge of processing the wild boars. Her 8 arms seemed to be born for slaughter. 2 hands held the boar down. 2 hands wielded a bone knife to skin it. The intact wild boar hide was removed without taking even a morsel of excess meat, while the remaining 2 hands expertly deboned. The last 2 hands sliced the meat into uniformly sized cubes, all to please Wood. The efficiency was comparable to that of a modern slaughterhouse. Ling Qiqi merely stood by with a basin to catch the meat. The third station of the assembly line, the dragon fire smoking area. Due to the sheer volume of meat, it was impossible to consume it all. In an age without refrigerators, immediate processing was essential. Otherwise, it would spoil by morning. Ling Qiqi directed Yuan, dragon brother, lower the flames a bit and increase the smoke. We need to make cured and smoked meat. Yuan, the formidable abyssal dragon, wore a grim expression as he exhaled smoke over the rows of hanging pork strips. He coughed. The smoke choked him. I'm a dragon, not a chimney. No more complaints. Ling Qiqi stuffed a piece of freshly roasted premium pork belly, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, into his mouth, calling it strategic reserves. Come winter, when the mountains are sealed and you wish for meat, you might not find any. Yuan chewed the meat, savoring its delightful flavor. He huffed, exhaling another puff of smoke, this time infused with a hint of dragon breath, adding a distinctive flavor to the cured meat, maximum preservation effect. The chief orchestrator of the assembly line, the greedy squirrel. Ling Qiqi was so busy she barely touched the ground. She collected rabbit skins, sprinkling them with plant ash and salt for curing. Though rudimentary, it was still usable. She rendered the pig fat into lard, storing it in jars made from dragon scales. The uneaten entrails were cleaned and prepared for sausage making. The entire divine city, still merely a cave, was enveloped in an enticing aroma of meat, grease, and smoke. Where's the fear of being besieged by the beast tide? This was clearly the rhythm of a celebratory pig slaughter during the new year. Deep in the forest, in the shadows, a crow tasked with observing the battle's outcome stared dumbfounded at the bustling scene. Its original mission was to report back to the Qihu tribe with news of Ling Qiqi's tragic demise. But now what did it see? It witnessed the human female commanding the terrifying magic dragon to stuff sausages. The crow's mind struggled to comprehend. It flapped its wings and turned to fly away. It needed to report back. This was no beast tide. It was essentially delivering takeout, and not just any takeout, but one that was prepped and beautifully plated. As dawn broke, the first wave of the beast tide had completely subsided, aside from the bloodstains, which Ling Qiqi had covered with sand, and the mountains of resources piled on the other side of the wall. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Ling Qiqi collapsed onto the tiger skin couch, exhausted, yet gazing at the strings of cured meat, sausages, and smoked rabbits hanging from the cave ceiling. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction swelled within her. I've struck gold. I've truly struck gold. Yuan lay beside her, lazily fanning her with his tail, mainly due to her greasy, smoky scent. Is there more? He inquired about the beast tide. He hoped such a delightful buffet, which required no effort to access, would occur daily. There should be more. Ling Qiqi rolled over, clutching Yuan's arm for a bit of coolness. Last night was merely a test. Those people certainly won tea, let it go easily. The next wave will likely be the big ones. She closed her eyes, a cold smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Come on, bring as many as you like. I'll take them all. Our Divine City's storeroom still has space. Chapter 27. Drinking water from a rhinoceros horn. This is called understated luxury. The day following the beast tide, the clearing at the entrance of the Divine City, the cave, was filled with white, bleached bones. These were the remnants of hundreds of rabbits and dozens of wild boars after the meat had been stripped away. Most conspicuous was the carcass of a unicorn rhinoceros. Its meat had been transformed into smoked beef jerky. Though a bit tough, it was certainly chewy, and its hide was taken by Sue for crafting armor. Only the broken, half-meter-long horn lay desolately on the ground. Wood circled around this horn. His gaze burned with intensity, as if he were beholding a beautiful woman unclothed. The flawless conical shape, despite a minor imperfection at the tip, required only a little polishing. This material boasted exceptional hardness and delicate texture, free from impurities. He extended his hand to caress the rhino horn, capable of piercing a tank. I shall transform it into a work of art. Ling Qiqi was nearby, directing Yuan in his task of crushing bones, and upon hearing his words, she looked up. Do as you wish, just ensure it does not become a weapon of murder. Our focus is on peaceful development now. Yuan cast a glance at the horn. It represented the essence of a unicorn rhino, a symbol of power. To craft it into a weapon? That would be the most fundamental act of respect towards it. If not a weapon, what else could it become? 2 hours later, Yuan discovered the answer. Mu Tu approached him, presenting something as if it were treasure. Here, this is for you. Although still somewhat intimidated by Yuan, the sense of artistic achievement overcame his fear. This is to thank you for not throwing me out to feed the pigs last night. Yuan lowered his gaze to see Mu Tu cradling a cup. No, it could hardly be called a mere cup. It was a stunning piece of art. The originally rough rhino horn had been polished to a mirror-like smoothness, exuding a translucent amber hue. The tip had been smooth, and the edges rounded for comfort, ensuring it wouldn't cut the lips. On the cup's surface, Mu Tu skillfully carved a black dragon spiraling upward, utilizing the horn's natural texture. The dragon's lines were simple due to the asymmetry, but conveyed a magnificent spirit, particularly its eyes, which perfectly matched 2 natural black spots on the horn. Yuan was momentarily speechless. He reached out to receive the cup, feeling its weight and warmth in his hand. The carved dragon seemed to swim within his palm. How is it? Mu Tu anxiously rubbed his hands together. It's perfectly round. The rim's curvature deviates no more than 0.01 millimeters. I wore down 3 stones for this. Yuan examined the cup in his hands and then glanced at Mu Tu, whose face was filled with anticipation. A suspicious smile curled at the corners of his lips. Humph. He let out a proud huff, yet his tail quietly wrapped around the cup to protect it. It was barely usable, but certainly superior to that dragon-scale bowl. Ling Qiqi rolled her eyes from the side. Enough boasting. Get back to work. She pointed at the heap of bones. Dragon brother, this cup is for you to drink from, but first, you must crush this pile of bones for me. Yuan was in high spirits. He carefully placed the cup on the bed, even finding a piece of tiger skin to cushion it, and approached the mound of bones. Crushing. Is it? Yuan flexed his wrist. Watch closely. He did not strike with brute force. Instead, he extended his dragon claw and flicked his fingertip gently. A wave of black energy instantly enveloped the mound of bones. Dragon technique. Shockwave crush. A series of sharp explosions erupted. The once solid animal bones disintegrated under the high-frequency vibrations, crumbling into white powder in less than 10 seconds. System comment. Impressive. Using sound wave weaponry for pulverization. This efficiency would make industrial crushers weep. Ling Qiqi rushed over with a shovel. Perfect. This is top-tier bone powder. She filled a bag with the powder and hurried off towards the sweet potato field. Let us go. With this high-calcium, high-phosphorus fertilizer, our sweet potatoes can double in yield. She smiled like a cunning merchant, thinking of how this bone powder could also be used to feed chickens, if they could catch live ones, make toothpaste, or produce soap. Yuan watched her hasty figure before turning back to the rhino horn cup resting on the bed. This life seems to be becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 28. Have the sweet potatoes become sentient? No, it's the power of gene cola. The potency of bone powder is immense, especially in this pristine forest. Untouched by chemical fertilizers, where the soil's fertility is already off the charts. Moreover, with Yuan's dragon breath-infused bone powder, after all, it was crushed using dragon techniques. 3 days later, Ling Qiqi stood before the sweet potato field, lost in thought. Sovereign, have I traversed into a world plagued by megalophobia? The sweet potato vines, once just sprouting, now towered at her waist. The purplish-red vines were as thick as snakes, with leaves large enough to serve as fans. As far as the eye could see, lush greenery thrived, pulsating with an alarming vitality. Even more astonishing, the ground was cracking with fissures. Some sweet potatoes had grown so large that they broke through the soil, revealing their purplish backs. Mutu was crouching down, attempting to push the exposed sweet potatoes back into the ground. Go back. They're growing crooked. This sweet potato is not growing straight. It should be vertical. Why is it growing at an angle? I'm going mad. Yuan stood at the edge of the field, cradling the rhino horn cup filled with the sweet potato leaf tea Ling Qiqi had just prepared, calmly taking a sip. This grass is growing too quickly. Could it possibly become sentient? Ling Qiqi swallowed hard. She pulled up an exposed sweet potato. Avo! As the soil shifted, a sweet potato the size of a basketball was uprooted, along with a string of smaller sweet potatoes resembling little gourd babies. Scanning object. Mutated sweet potato, dragon breath enhanced. Evaluation. This is no longer merely a sweet potato. It is a carbohydrate bomb. One is sufficient to feed a family of 3 for 2 days. Exercise caution when cutting, so as not to hurt your feet. It's a jackpot. Ling Qiqi embraced the enormous sweet potato, unable to contain her joy. We've really struck gold. Mutu, stop weaving. Come make bags. Yuan, stop drinking tea. Hurry and help. A grand autumn harvest commenced. The warehouse of the divine city, essentially the back half of the cave, filled at a visible rate. Sweet potatoes piled high like mountains. Sweet potato chips hung from the walls. Sweet potato flour was drying. The entire cave was permeated with a sweet, comforting aroma of grains, wafting through the wind into the depths of the forest. It reached the noses of the wandering beastmen, who were worried about surviving the winter and even contemplated raiding human villages. On the outskirts of the forest, a starving young pangolin poked its head out from the earth. It caught the scent. It was something entirely unfamiliar, sweet, and full of energy. Cautiously, it crawled toward the source of the aroma. Then, it beheld the imposing black city wall, emanating a terrifying aura. It saw the black dragon perched atop the wall, sipping tea. Fear urged it to flee, yet hunger anchored its legs. Just then, something fell from the wall. Thud! It landed right in front of him. It was a charred lump of earth still steaming. The young pangolin froze. It looked up to see the black dragon peering down at him with a disdainful expression. Eat it. The chef says we have too many. If you don't eat it soon, it will rot. Help me dispose of some garbage. The young pangolin trembled as it picked up the sweet potato, taking a bite. In that moment, tears streamed down its face. In this cruel survival of the fittest wasteland, someone offered him such a delightful morsel. I can dig holes. The boy cried between sobs, his mouth stuffed with sweet potato. I can till the land. I can find ores. Can you take me in? Yuan glanced back at Ling Qiqi, who was counting sweet potatoes in the cave. A smirk appeared on his lips. Cool mean. Perfect timing. Our basement needs a renovation worker. Chapter 29. Poisoning? Such a lowly tactic. Just as life seemed to be improving, the water supply system of the divine city, the cave, malfunctioned. Early in the morning, Mutu returned empty-handed from fetching water. His face was pale, and the once perfect cylindrical bamboo tube was now corroded and pockmarked. The water molecules were in disarray, and he trembled as the river transformed into a viscous black substance, bubbling like putrid corpses. Ling Qiqi felt a weight in her heart. Take me to sea, she commanded. At the banks of the Heishui River, what was once murky but drinkable water had now turned into ink-like darkness. Countless dead fish floated on the surface, the unfortunate ones that had not been arranged by wood. A nauseating stench rose into the air, and any grass or vegetation that touched a single droplet instantly wilted and blackened. Yuan stood at the riverbank, his golden vertical pupils ablaze with fury. It is sorcery, he stated coldly. Only that old, immortal Qihu priest would employ such a vile, bone-corroding curse. He raised his hand, flames of magic swirling in his palm. Let me dry up this river. No. Ling Qiqi quickly stopped him. If you dry it up, what will we drink? The northwestern wind? Moreover, if the toxic gas evaporates, we will all become collectively poisoned. She activated her eye of analysis, crouching at the river's edge, keeping her distance. Scanning target. Cursed river water. Component analysis. Corpse poison, 30. High concentration corrosive acid, 20. Residual dark magic, 10. Dead fish and rotting shrimp, 40. System assessment. Goodness. This is a biochemical weapon. The Chihu priest is unscrupulous. If he cannot defeat us, he resorts to poisoning. This water is not only undrinkable, but could sever limbs, even if we merely wash our feet in it. It was evidently aimed at us. Ling Qiqi stood up, brushing the dust off her hands. He intends to starve us to death. In this desolate land, the Heishui River is our sole water source. Cut off our water supply, and even if we have an abundance of sweet potatoes, we shall perish. Yuan's murderous intent was barely contained. I will go kill him. Right now. Killing him is easy. Detoxifying is the challenge. Ling Qiqi shook her head. Moreover, your current condition has yet to recover to the level necessary to breach the tribal formation. She turned to glance at the quivering new member hiding behind a mound of earth, the pangolin youth. Yin. Yin, she beckoned, come here. Yin, startled, scrambled over, literally rolling. Please don't kill me. I'm not tasty. My skin is thick. Who wants to eat you? Ling Qiqi chuckled, gently patting his hard carapace. Tell me, how deep can you dig? Yin hesitated, timidly extending his claws to gesture. If it's sand, quickly. If it's rock, a bit slower. As long as I'm not hungry, I can penetrate this mountain. Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. That's sufficient. She turned her gaze towards the blackened river. A mocking smile curling her lips. Old fool, do you think polluting the surface water will lead to my demise? Are you unaware that there exists something called deep underground water? That is rainwater from thousands of years ago, 1,000 times cleaner than your filthy intentions. Everyone, listen up. Ling Qiqi waved her hand with the authority of a foreman. Return home. We are not going to the riverbank. We shall dig a well in the courtyard. At the altar of the Chihu tribe, an old fox priest clad in ornate ceremonial robes, his face lined with wrinkles, laughed at a murky crystal ball. Oomph. Ling Qiqi, that useless girl. And that damn dragon. I wonder how long you can hold out. The bone-corroding curse can turn even stones into water. Without water, prepare to become desiccated corpses. Through the crystal ball, he observed Ling Qiqi and her companions retreat from the riverbank. He saw their expressions of despair, which were actually disdain, as they returned to the cave. Are you afraid? Despairing? The priest smugly stroked his beard. When you are parched and beg for my mercy, I shall not grant you even a drop of antidote. However, half a day later, the smile on the priest's face froze. Within the crystal ball, the group was not wailing in despair, nor were they engaging in bloodshed. They were playing with mud. Chapter 30, 300 meters underground. This is called Iyun mineral water, understand? In the clearing at the entrance of the divine city, the cave. A grand well-digging project was underway. Chief Engineer, Ling Qiqi. Utilizing her eye of analysis, she accurately pinpointed the location of the underground water vein. This is it. Be careful, avoid that granite block. Chief Excavator, Yin. After consuming 3 large sweet potatoes, the boy was filled with vigor. He transformed into his true form, a massive pangolin. His foreclaws whirring like engines. The earth flew in all directions. At an astonishing speed, within half an hour, a 2-meter diameter pit emerged. Chief Structural Engineer, Mu. He was responsible for reinforcement. It must be a perfect circle. Yin, your left claw is off by 0.5 degrees. Fix it. The brick arrangement here is asymmetrical. Rebuild it. He directed Yuan, indeed. Longgu was once again playing the role of a laborer, to use special arc-shaped bricks forged from dragon flames to construct the well seamlessly, smooth as a mirror. Chief Transporter, Yuan. Standing at the wellhead, he was tasked with transporting the soil dug up by Yin. Although he wore a displeased expression, feeling embarrassed to be reduced to a mere crane, he could not help but admire Ling Qiqi, whose hair was damp with sweat, yet her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oomph. With a flick of his tail, he effortlessly pulled up a basket of soil. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. as the depth of the well increased. Yan's voice echoed from beneath. Sister Qiqi, the soil is getting wet. Continue. Almost there. Ling Qiqi shouted from the wellhead. Dig another 10 meters. We'll reach the pressurized water layer. All right. Yin was now in the finishing stages. This was far more enjoyable than aimlessly digging holes while wandering outside. Here, there were sweet potatoes to eat, compliments to receive, and a dragon to help transport soil. What a heavenly life. 10 minutes later, a loud crash erupted from the well's depths, followed by Yan's scream. Water. Water is gushing out. So much water. Help. I'm going to be swept away. Quick. Pull him up. Ling Qiqi shouted. Yuan reacted swiftly, plunging his tail into the well, fishing out the drenched pangolin as though he were catching fish. Almost as soon as Yin was pulled out, a torrent of clear, icy, exuberant water erupted from the well, soaring into the sky. It shot up 3 meters high. This was deep underground water that had been suppressed for millions of years. Filtered through layers of rock, it was rich in minerals and pure as crystal. The splashing water droplets fell on Ling Qiqi's face, on Yuan's dragon robe, and on the parched earth. Water. It was water. Ecstatically, she clapped her 8 hands, spinning in the water spray like a child. Although Mu scowled at the splashes disrupting their formation, he could not resist scooping some up to taste. Sweeter than river water. Ling Qiqi was drenched, but laughed louder than anyone. She cupped her hands to gather water, presenting it to Yuan. Try this. This is deep mineral water, 1,000 times more exquisite than the stinking river. Yuan gazed at her damp hair and the smile that outshone the sun. He lowered his head, drinking a mouthful from her hands. It was icy, sweet, imbued with the earth's fragrance. Delicious. Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse as he reached out, gently wiping the droplets from Ling Qiqi's face. Better than wine. At the altar of the Qihu tribe, a sharp crack echoed. The crystal ball in the priest's hand shattered into countless fragments. The old priest's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. How is this possible? The Heishui River was clearly black. The poison had sealed it off. Where is this water from? Did they pierce through the earth's core? In a fit of rage, the priest spat out a mouthful of blood. Monsters! All of you are monsters! Ling Qiqi, you must die. In the divine city, the well water gradually stabilized, transforming into an inexhaustible deep well. Ling Qiqi sat at the well's edge, munching on freshly washed sweet potatoes. Yin, well done. She awarded the pangolin youth a massive sweet potato as a medal. From this day forth, you shall assume the esteemed position of the Minister of Water Resources in our divine city, Shinjidu. Yin, clutching a sweet potato, was moved to tears. I finally have a home, sweet potatoes to eat, and I can dig every day longer. Ling Qiqi turned to look at Yuan. We have water, we have food, we have walls. Don't you think it's time we organize some entertainment activities? Yuan eyed her warily. What do you intend to do? Ling Qiqi pointed at the surplus sweet potato flour and the freshly drawn well water. Let us make soap and shampoo. I have longed for a fragrant bath. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't involve me performing a hula dance. Moreover, he glanced at Ling Qiqi's long hair, which, though washed, still appeared somewhat dry. If it could become fragrant, it would surely be more pleasant to embrace in the future. Agreed, Yuan declared with a wave of his hand. Whatever you need, I shall fetch. No, I shall gather. Chapter 31. Is this what you call bathing? This is clearly a change of skin. The well has been completed, and water flows freely. Ling Qiqi gazed at the buckets of clear, sweet underground water and caught a whiff of her own body, which bore the pungent odor of sweat, smoke, and earth. Finally, she erupted. I want to bathe. I want to use soap. I want to create bubbles. Yuan, reclining on the bed, was sipping tea from a rhinoceros horn cup. Bathe? Is it not sufficient to soak in the river? Or wait for rain? To a dragon. Bathing was a rather simple affair. As for bubbles, where are those? Are they the bubbles crabs produce? That is not bathing. That is merely splashing water. Ling Qiqi rolled her eyes. Does that method remove grease? Does it eliminate lice? She dashed towards the storage area, the back half of the cave. Xiu, bring out the lard we refined. Mutu, gather all the ashes from the fire pit. Yin, find me some sieves, the finer the better. A grand chemical experiment, termed saponification, commenced in the courtyard of Shinji-do. Step 1. Prepare the alkali solution. Ling Qiqi soaked the ashes in water, stirring, allowing it to settle, and filtering. Ultimately, she obtained a bucket of murky, slippery, dark brown liquid. Yuan leaned in to sniff it. Ugh! A bitter taste surged to his head. You intend to wash with this? It must be more toxic than the water from the Black River. This is called lye water, a miraculous cleansing agent, Ling Qiqi replied with a professional demeanor. Step 2. Mixing and heating. A large pot was set up, and pure white lard was poured in to melt. Then, Ling Qiqi carefully introduced the lye water into the pot. Yuan, control the heat. It must be simmered gently, and you must keep stirring. Yuan, with a look of disdain, wrapped his tail around a large wooden stick and stirred the mixture. The contents of the pot transformed into a yellow-brown paste, bubbling and emitting a peculiar oily scent. Is this truly usable? Yuan expressed doubt. It resembled boiled brain matter. Add the ingredients. Ling Qiqi produced the mint leaves and lemongrass she had exchanged with the owl. Crush them and toss them in. Instantly, a refreshing aroma overwhelmed the oily scent. Step 3. Pouring into molds. When the liquid in the pot became as thick as honey, Ling Qiqi called for a halt. Mutu, the molds. Mutu hurried over, holding a row of bamboo molds. Here, the dimensions of each mold vary by no more than 0.001 millimeters. The yellow soap mixture was poured into the molds, allowed to cool, and then removed. The next morning, several hundred pale yellow squares, exuding a minty fragrance, were neatly arranged in the courtyard to dry. Mutu wielded a bone knife, meticulously refining each bar of soap. This corner needs to be straightened. This surface needs smoothing. The perfection of the uniform cubes was utterly soothing. Yuan picked one up and sniffed it. It's surprisingly fragrant. He was taken aback. The concoction from the previous night, resembling brain matter, had solidified into a smooth, jade-like form, imbued with a delightful herbal scent. This is called handmade cold-processed soap, Ling Qiqi declared proudly. Let us go. Longo, to the bathroom. Experience what true bathing feels like. The bathroom was a large pit excavated by Yin, situated right by the well. Lined with pebbles, arranged by Mutu, and filled with well water. Yuan was responsible for heating the water to a temperature of 42 degrees. Undress. Ling Qiqi rolled up her sleeves, holding a bar of soap and a handmade loofah. Yuan tightened his grip on his black robe. I shall wash myself. Can you clean your back properly? Can you adequately wash that long mane of yours? Ling Qiqi shot him an exasperated look. Hurry. I'm a professional. I used to groom dogs at home. I have excellent skills. Yuan's expression darkened. Dogs. Again with the dogs. Yet the water temperature was indeed enticing, and the aroma of the soap was undeniably pleasant. After a 3-second hesitation, he reluctantly shed his robe, retaining his undergarments as his bottom line, and stepped into the pool. Sit up straight. Look down. Yuan complied obediently. The warm water cascaded over him, and he sighed in comfort. Immediately after, Ling Qiqi began to rub the soap in her hands. Rich, fine, and dense white bubbles erupted forth. She applied the froth to Yuan's thick, somewhat tangled mane, her fingers delving into his hair, gently massaging and pressing his scalp. Yuan's body stiffened momentarily. It was an unprecedented sensation. A tingling touch surged through his scalp, and the delicate sound of bubbles bursting amidst his hair, along with the refreshing mint fragrance, enveloped him entirely. The persistent scent of blood, dust, and sweat, long lodged between the scales, seemed to wash away with the foam. Relax, don't tense up, Ling Qiqi chided while scrubbing. Your hair quality is quite good. It's just too dirty. This basin of water has turned black. Yuan closed his eyes. His tail unfurled underwater, gently splashing the surface. It felt so delightful. This sensation surpassed that of sleeping on a pile of gold coins or feasting on roasted whole cattle. It felt as if his very soul had been cleansed. System commentary. Look at this. This is called decadence. This is called indulgence. Once the abyssal dragon, now he revels in Tony Ling's head spa. Affection level 10. At this moment, Yuan has entirely succumbed to the sweet temptations of capitalism and bubbles. After washing his hair, he proceeded to cleanse his body. The loofah, dipped in foam, glided over every scale. The once dull, black dragon scales, after shedding their grime, regained their obsidian luster, even reflecting rainbow hues under the sunlight. "You look handsome, Longo," Ling Qiqi exclaimed as she rinsed off the bubbles, gazing at the revitalized man before her. His wet long hair cascaded down his back. Skin pale and cool, scales gleaming, radiating a delightful mint scent. He was practically a walking embodiment of hormones. Yuan rose from the water, feeling several pounds lighter. The refreshing clarity coursing through him made him want to throw his head back and howl at the sky. He leaned down, drawing near to Ling Qiqi, inhaling the scent at her neck. Ling Qiqi had just washed, and she carried the same mini fragrance. "It smells wonderful," Yuan murmured softly. That primal instinct within him signaled that at this moment they shared the same scent, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of joy and satisfaction of possession. "Of course," Ling Qiqi said, shoving a new bar of soap into his hands. "You must wash every day. No washing, no lying on the bed." Yuan grasped the slick bar of soap tightly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well. If I do not wash, you may help me." "Ling Qiqi, wait a moment. Has this dragon gone astray? Is this still the aloof abyssal dragon? He is clearly a lecher now." Just then, a shriek echoed from outside the bathroom. "Mutu, you splashed water everywhere. That puddle isn't round. Wipe it up. Resplash. Shoo. Don't let your other 6 hands tangle while bathing. That is not ergonomically sound." Ling Qiqi buried her face in her hands. "All right then. Although it may be somewhat noisy and chaotic, this city, imbued with the scent of soap bubbles, increasingly resembles a home." Chapter 32. Is it never-ending? Is this a demolition team that has arrived? The Qihu tribe, the forbidden land of the back mountain. This is the tribe's sacred zone, perpetually shrouded in black mist. Even the most daring of beastmen would not dare approach, for legend has it that a true demon is sealed within. At this moment, the old priest kneels before a vast, pitch-black cavern. His appearance is more pitiful than that of a beggar, with disheveled gray hair and blood staining his face from rage. The once magnificent priestly robe is now tattered and torn. Damn it, he curses hoarsely. The scheme of the Blackwater River has failed. The Beast Tide's assault has turned into mere delivery service. Even his prideful bone erosion curse has been thwarted by a seemingly random deep well. That waste he once scorned. Ling Qiqi has not only survived, but is thriving. Rumor has it that they are using fragrant divine soap. They are feasting on sweet potatoes that surpass even meat in flavor. It is said that the dying black dragon has gained weight and its scales now shimmer. Jealousy and hatred gnaw at the priest's heart like venomous serpents. "Since you do not wish to die." The priest's eyes gleam with madness as he draws a bone knife from his robe, fiercely slicing into his wrist. Blood gushes forth, splattering at the mouth of the dark cavern. "Then let us perish together. With my blood, awaken the slumbering overlord. Arise, earth-shaking mammoth." As the blood seeps in, a dull heartbeat, reminiscent of hell itself, reverberates from deep within the cavern. Thud. The earth trembles. Thud. Again, another quake. Suddenly, a colossal trunk as hard as rock emerges from the darkness, accompanied by a roar that shatters eardrums. A massive elephant, towering 3 stories high, with blood-red eyes and an aura of brutality, charges forth from the forbidden land. With each step, the ground sinks beneath its weight. Its skin is as thick as city walls, adorned with remnants of spears and arrows from unknown ages. This is a genuine war machine, a monster sealed here by the ancestors of the Qihu tribe at the cost of their lives. The priest cackles madly, pointing towards the death forest. "Go. Flatten that place. Smash those walls. Turn the people inside into mush." In the divine city, night falls. The moonlight is enchanting. The air is infused with the refreshing scent of mint soap and the sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes. If one disregards the lurking dangers, this place could be a paradise. Yuan reclines on the Kong, relishing Ling Qiqi's head massage service. In truth, it is Ling Qiqi wanting to touch his dragon horns. Mutu stares blankly at a brick on the wall. He is counting the patterns on its surface. Su is knitting a sweater for Yin, since Yin claims the underground is cold. Yin is sprawled on the ground, occasionally smacking his lips as he sleeps. Suddenly, Yan's ears twitch. His keen ears, attuned to subterranean disturbances, detect an unusual vibration. Wake up! Yan leaps up, causing the half-finished sweater to fall. Something's amiss. The ground is wrong. Next is Moo Tuesday. He fixates on the cup of water, a rhinoceros horn cup, on the table. The surface of the water ripples with small, rhythmic waves. The wave frequency is 3 Hz, and the amplitude is increasing. Moo Tu's face pales. A colossal being is approaching at a speed of 5 meters per second. Its steps are too heavy. Each footfall disrupts the ground's integrity. Yuan opens his eyes. His once languid golden irises contract into sharp pinpoints. The scent of blood and brutality, detectable only by apex predators, rushes closer. This is no mere delivery service. Yuan rolls off the Kong, his black robe swirling as he instantly assumes a battle stance. The demolition team has arrived. Ling Qiqi's heart skips a beat. She rushes to the observation deck, activating her eye of analysis to gaze into the distance. Under the moonlight, the trees deep within the forest are falling in droves, as if pushed down by a bulldozer. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive shadow looms, like a moving mountain barreling towards the divine city. System red alert. Scanning target, earth-shaking mammoth, lord-level beast, berserk state. 3-dimensional attributes, strength SSS, defense SSS. Agility D, but it has long legs and covers ground quickly. Skills, savage charge can shatter city walls. War trample can collapse foundations. Long trunk sweep can turn a person into a spinning top. Evaluation, do not think about traps. Those little pits won't even be enough for it to trim its nails. Do not think about webs. Its skin is too thick for even a steel needle to penetrate. This is a true tank. A heavy tank. Ling Qiqi gasps. This old fox has gone mad. Is he intent on destroying this entire forest? Yuan. Ling Qiqi turns and sighs. Can the wall of size withstand this? Yuan stands atop the wall, gazing at the approaching behemoth, his expression grave. If I were at my peak, I could swat it dead with a single blow. But now he touches his still healing chest. This wall can withstand its charge only once. A second time, and the wall crumbles and lives are lost. The atmosphere becomes palpable. The once cozy home appears so fragile before such overwhelming power. Su, the defeat, retracts all 8 of his hands, and has already begun preparing to dig an escape route. Mu Tu is frantically calculating the distribution of debris after the wall collapses. What is the panic? Ling Qiqi suddenly laughs. Though her palms are sweaty, her eyes shine with an alarming brightness. A tank, is it? Thick skin, you say? It charges at walls, you say? She turns, looking at the ragtag team composed of various misfits. Everyone, our first battle in the Divine City is upon us. In the past, we scavenged. Tonight, we shall play the role of butchers. She points at the approaching mammoth. Do you see that hide? It is top-grade material for bulletproof vests. Do you see those tusks? They are perfect carving materials, even better than rhinoceros horn. Do you see all that meat? It could feed us for a year, as long as it dares to charge. Ling Qiqi brandishes the bone knife like a deranged bandit leader. We shall dismantle it. Mu Tu pauses for a moment, glancing at the enormous tusk. The tusk's perfect curve alters his expression, shifting from fear to greed. Yin looks at the massive foot. If he can trip it, his eyes too change. Su gazes at the thick hide. We can make so many clothes, and her eyes reflect the same transformation. Yuan observes his comrades, who have instantaneously morphed from refugees into ruthless bandits, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, then let us dismantle it. Just in time, I need a matching pot for my dragon tooth cup. Chapter 33. Who says an elephant's thick legs are stable? They have yet to encounter a pangolin. The thunderous footsteps of the earth-shaking mammoth grow ever closer. Each step of this colossal creature feels as if it is treading upon the hearts of the onlookers. It requires no finesse. Its massive form embodies an insurmountable force, shattering trees like matchsticks and pulverizing boulders as if they were mere foam. There is still 100 meters to the city wall. This distance is but a mere few seconds for the charging mammoth. Yen, Ling Qiqi stand at the observation deck, her eyes fixed on the frenzied shadow, shouting, "Whether it stumbles depends on you." A At the base of the city wall, in a tunnel already dug, Yin frantically claws at the earth. His task is not to tunnel, but to hollow out the foundation. Here, the soil must be loosened. There, stones must be removed. He must dig the earth down to a mere 10 centimeters thick, akin to crafting a pie. Just as the mammoth's immense forefoot is about to descend, Yin, like a creature of the earth, swiftly burrows back into the deep tunnel. The next moment, a crisp, ominous cracking sound echoes. The colossal front paw of the demon elephant, as large as a round table, heavily stamped down upon what appeared to be a level ground. This very ground was the hollow trap meticulously crafted by Yin. Originally capable of withstanding immense force, the ground instantly caved in. The several tons of the demon elephant's foreboding fell unceremoniously into the void. A resounding roar of shock and fury erupted from the creature, abruptly halting its forward momentum. Its massive frame plunged downward, losing all sense of balance, akin to a tank careening into a pit at high speed. Although the pit was merely 1 meter deep, Yin could only excavate so quickly. This was fatal for a beast charging at full speed. The demon elephant staggered and collapsed, its enormous body resembling a toppled mountain, losing not only velocity, but also disorienting itself thoroughly. Now it was the moment. Ling Qiqi bellowed again. "Su, bind it with the horse snare." The ambushing Sioux, hidden within the treetops, unleashed their combined strength with 8 arms. Lift, snap. A nerve-wracking sound echoed as a white giant rope, as thick as a wrist and twisted from thousands of ghost spider silk threads, sprang up from the ground. It perfectly crossed the knees of the demon elephant's hind legs, which were still attempting to regain balance. System commentary. Welcome to the physics classroom. The greater the mass of an object, the greater its inertia. When this multi-ton tank's front foot missed its footing and its rear foot was ensnared, only one outcome was possible. Boom! An earth-shattering crash reverberated. The demon elephant, the ultimate weapon of the Chi Fox tribe, a Lord-class beast said to be capable of flattening anything, fell face-first to the ground, just 50 meters from the city wall of the Divine City. It slid along the ground like a bowling ball, stirring up soil and rubble for several meters, before finally thudding against the base of the obsidian wall. Although it did not shatter the wall, its prideful tusks were driven deep into the earth, unable to be extracted. "Magnificent!" Ling Qiqi exclaimed, clapping the railing. "What do you call this?" "This is physics." The demon elephant was not dead. It was merely stunned. It struggled to rise, each convulsion of its massive body sending tremors through the earth. Its furious roars pierced the air, causing eardrums to ache. "Do not give a chance." Ling Qiqi turned to the silent and poised Yuan. "Long go, reap." Yuan had long been impatient, standing atop the high city wall, his black cloak billowing. Observing the struggling behemoth below, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. "It is over." Yuan leaped from the 10-meter-high wall. In midair, he did not transform into dragon form, but instead concentrated all his draconic power into his right claw. The black claw surged in size, accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air, resembling a black meteor, accurately striking the most vulnerable point at the demon elephant's neck vertebrae, marked with a red dot by Ling Qiqi. En dragon technique, spin Séverine crack. This sharp sound resonated clearer than any before. It was the sound of vertebrae breaking. The roaring demon elephant's voice abruptly ceased. Its immense body convulsed momentarily before collapsing like a puddle of mud, utterly incapacitated. Only its 4 sturdy legs reflexively kicked a few times. It was dead, a decisive kill. Yuan landed steadily atop the demon elephant's back, flicking non-existent blood from his claws, too swift to have stained them, then raised his gaze to Ling Qiqi on the wall. Though no words were spoken, the slight lift of his chin and the high arch of his tail clearly conveyed, "Look, am I not formidable? Praise me." Ling Qiqi gave him a thumbs up. "You were incredible, long ago. Tonight, we'll feast on chicken legs. No, elephant legs." In the depths of the forest, a crow peering in disbelief covered its eyes with its wings. It wished not to witness any longer. That was the demon elephant, a beast summoned at the cost of half a life by the priest. How could it be dispatched so easily without even scratching the wall? This was no feeble camp of vagabonds. It was a den of dragons in sheep's clothing, The crow felt that beyond the wall, hidden from its view, lurked creatures far more terrifying than the elephant. Silently, it turned and flew away, deciding not to return to the chief fox tribe. This was a task too perilous. It had heard that the neighboring wolf tribe was in search of a mascot. Perhaps it would seek refuge there instead. In the divine city, the battlefield felt surreal. As the battle concluded far too swiftly, Sue slid down from the tree, gazing at the colossal corpse, unable to believe it was the same creature he had just ensnared. Yin emerged from the soil, touching the demon elephant's massive paw, foolishly drooling. Only Mu Tu rushed to the front of the elephant's head, holding a measuring tape he had brought from home. He measured the two tusks driven into the ground, noting that the left tusk was 35 centimeters longer than the right. The curvature was 35 degrees on the left and 37 degrees on the right. They were asymmetrical, completely asymmetrical. Mu Tu, in anguish, clutched his hair and shouted at the corpse of the demon elephant. As an elephant, how can you grow so haphazardly? Do you not owe it to your audience? I feel embarrassed for you. Ling Qiqi approached, patting his shoulder. It's all right, Mu Tu. Now that it's dead, it's no longer its concern, but ours. She smiled brightly, producing a bone knife to saw off the tusks. You can shape them however you wish, as long as they match. Mu Tu's eyes sparkled. Really? I can shape them? I want to create perfect conical tusks. The most luxurious, symmetrical ivory chopsticks in the world. Ling Qiqi twitched her mouth slightly. Ivory chopsticks are acceptable, as long as you do not use them to poke anyone. Your happiness is what matters. Everyone, Ling Qiqi turned to the team members surrounding the spoils. The crisis has been averted. Now we arrive at the most exhilarating moment. She pointed at the mountain-like mass of flesh. Time for the division of spoils. Oh no, I mean the distribution of battle rewards. The elephant hide, Sue used to craft armor, making a set for everyone. The elephant meat, we will cut into pieces and marinate, expanding our cured meat rack. The elephant bones, Yin and Yuan will crush them to make broth and fertilizer. As for these two tusks, Ling Qiqi glanced at the drooling Mu Tu. Mu Tu, they are yours. Besides chopsticks, remember to craft a footbath for our longa? Or perhaps a litter box. Yuan suddenly felt that it might be better for the tusks to remain embedded in the earth. Chapter 34. The Cost of Failed Schemes. The priest's downfall crack. A sound that sent shivers through one's teeth echoed across the vacant altar. It was not the sound of bones breaking. It was the sound of the priest's life extinguishing. Just as Yuan's claw shattered the demon elephant's spine, the priest, amidst his incantation, abruptly recoiled as if struck by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground. A spurt of black blood erupted, spraying the earth like a fountain, mixed with shattered internal organs, exuding a putrid stench. My elephant, my lifespan. The priest trembled as he raised his hand. Though withered, it had possessed strength. Now it visibly shrank, becoming desiccated like dead bark. His gray-white hair fell out in an instant, revealing a scalp dotted with age spots. In mere seconds, he transformed from a dignified elder into a withered corpse, as if exhumed from a grave. This was the consequence of the contract. A beast summoned at the cost of one's lifespan would exact 100-fold repayment upon the caster should it perish unexpectedly. No, it cannot be. The priest lay on the ground, terror evident in his murky eyes. How could a Lord-class beast be slain in an instant? That waste, that waste. Just then, the chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from outside the altar. The chieftain of the Chihua tribe, accompanied by a group of robust beastmen, rushed in. They had been eagerly awaiting good news from the priest, prepared to claim the inheritance of the Death Forest. However, upon entering, they were taken aback by the hellish scene before them. The priest, the chieftain gazed at the grotesque mass on the ground, resembling dried, cured meat, barely recognizing it. Seeing the chieftain, the priest grasped at a lifeline, extending his withered hand. Quick, help me up. Bring me beast blood. I need to prolong my life. Yet, the chieftain remained unmoved. He coldly scrutinized the black blood on the ground and the shattered ancestral sealing stone nearby, a result of force summoning. You use forbidden techniques? The chieftain's voice was as frigid as ice. To kill a discarded waste, you not only sacrificed your own lifespan, but also destroyed the tribe's protective array? I did it for the tribe. The priest stammered. For the tribe? The chieftain kicked the priest's hand aside. The scouts just reported that there was nothing amiss in the death forest. Instead, a delicious aroma of roasted meat wafted through. Have you delivered our trump card to them as a midnight snack? The surrounding beastmen began to murmur, their gazes shifting from reverence to disdain. In the beast world, weakness is a cardinal sin, deceit is a grave crime, and failure is punishable by death. Come here. The chieftain waved his hand coldly. The priest has failed in his forbidden arts and has been punished by the beast god. He has gone mad. Throw him out. Since he wishes to go to the death forest so desperately, cast him to the edge of death and let him fend for himself. No, I am the priest. You cannot do this. Two strong bear tribe beastmen stepped forward, dragging the still wailing priest away like a dead dog, showing no mercy. 2 hours later, at the edge of the death forest, bang, the priest was thrown onto a rocky shore. This place was merely 2 kilometers from the city of gods. The cold wind howled. The priest curled up on the ground, racked with pain, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Despairing, he lifted his head to gaze into the depths of the forest. He expected to see ruins, perhaps the corpse of Ling Qiqi. Instead, he saw light. In the twilight, the black city walls were aglow with brightness. A massive bonfire illuminated half the sky. What wafted on the wind was not the stench of blood, but a rich, domineering aroma of meat that made his mouth water. It was the scent of the flesh of the magical elephant he had summoned. Faintly, he could hear the joyous sounds within. Moo too. Pass me the ivory. I want to make a back scratcher. Yen, stop gnawing on that bone. It's meant for soup. Yuan, make the fire bigger. This piece of meat is too thick. The priest listened to these voices and beheld the warm glow of the fire. Once again, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. This was truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. Chapter 34. 100 Ways to Cook Elephant Trunk. Dragon Claw as the ultimate cutting tool in the City of Gods, Central Kitchen, Courtyard. Although the enemy was in dire straits, the atmosphere here was undeniably joyful, imbued with a hint of blissful worry. There's just too much meat. Ling Qiqi gazed at the magical elephant carcass, a mountain in its own right, holding a small bone knife, unsure of how to proceed. The elephant's skin was 10 centimeters thick. A regular knife would leave no mark. Mutioyu. Su, stop studying the ivory and come help. Su rushed over with her skirt held up by 8 hands, attempting to cut into it. No good, I can't cut it. My spider silk is sharp, but will break on such thick skin. Mutu tried with a chisel. No good, the skin is too tough. It doesn't team meet my cutting aesthetic. Everyone's gaze eventually focused on Yuan, who sat high above, elegantly sipping from a rhinoceros horn cup. Yuan paused his actions. Do not look at me. I am a dragon, not a butcher. Ling Qiqi leaned in with a flattering smile. Brother Dragon, look at this hide. Who besides your indomitable, unmatched, and supreme dragon claws can possibly cut through it? Moreover, the skin you cut can be made into genuine leather dragon boots for you. Yuan glanced at his bare feet. Though dragon skin doesn't get cold, having shoes is still dignified. Then he looked at the enormous elephant trunk. That trunk. Yuan pointed. It's mine. Deal. In the next moment, Yuan set down his cup, his figure flickering. His black dragon claws shot forth, imbued with a faint magical glow. Swish, swish, swish. Several black afterimages flashed through the air. The thick skin, which had stumped everyone, was effortlessly peeled away by Yuan's claws. As if it were mere paper, the cut so smooth it made Mutu want to applaud. Next came the bone removal and meat carving. Within half an hour, the several tons of magical elephant had been transformed into uniformly sized meat chunks under Yuan's deft hands. System comment: this is what professionalism looks like. Suggestion: Brother Dragon should consider opening a butcher shop if he ever finds himself unemployed. He would undoubtedly be a top seller. Ling Qiqi was not idle either. She directed Yin to transport the cut meat to the washing area and instructed Su to take the massive elephant hide to be tanned. Meanwhile, she embraced the most exquisite trunk. This was a prized possession. Ling Qiqi patted the trunk, as thick as her thigh and 2 meters long. It was full of collagen, lean meat with a bouncy, soft, and sticky texture. If placed on a grand banquet, it would be the showstopper. Tonight, we shall feast on braised elephant trunk. Ling Qiqi commanded Mutu, since he cut the most neatly, to slice the trunk into uniformly sized rounds. Each piece of consistent thickness was arranged on a plate like exquisite white jade rings, exuding opulence. Next, she heated oil, freshly rendered lard. Into the pan went ginger and scallions traded from the ghost market, the wild, what did it matter, along with chili and peppercorns. After they became fragrant, she added the elephant trunk segments. Sizzle. As the meat hit the pan, it curled instantly, releasing a delightful aroma. Ling Qiqi added water, bringing it to a boil over high heat before simmering it slowly. Yuan was in charge of controlling the fire. He had now mastered the ability to switch the magical flames between gentle and fierce. 2 hours later, the broth had thickened to a rich crimson. The elephant trunk meat became translucent and quivered, as if it would melt away with the slightest touch. Reduce the sauce. Ling Qiqi sprinkled a handful of wild scallion flowers. It's ready to serve. Chapter 36. This is not meat. This is liquid collagen. In the City of Gods, the open-air banquet hall, a massive stone table, crafted by Mutu, was set in the center of the courtyard, laden with a full elephant feast. The main dish, braised elephant trunk, glistening red and aromatic. Side dishes, black pepper elephant ribs, seared to a crispy exterior and tender interior, sprinkled with freshly ground black pepper. Soup, elephant bone and sweet potato cream soup. The milky broth enriched by melted sweet potatoes, creating a rich sweetness. Staple, roasted sweet potatoes, an eternal classic. The 4 members sat together. Despite their differing species and styles, their expressions were unified in reverence before the culinary spread. Dig in, Ling Qiqi commanded. Yuan was the first to extend his chopsticks, crafted from freshly made ivory by Mutu. Though a bit slippery, he quickly adapted. He picked up a piece of braised elephant trunk. The meat quivered at the tip of his chopsticks, enveloped in rich sauce. Upon tasting it, Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The first sensation was softness, so soft it practically dissolved on his tongue, without the need for chewing. The second sensation was springiness. Despite its softness, the unique gelatinous texture provided a chewy resilience, making each bite a dance between his teeth. Finally, the aroma, the mild spiciness of chili, the numbing sensation of peppercorn, and the subtle sweetness of the sweet potato syrup melded perfectly with the savory meat. Incredible. As Yuan swallowed, a warm current flowed down his throat, soothing his entire stomach. It was 100 times better than the long-haired rabbit he had eaten before. Not only did he eat, but he also skillfully drizzled the broth over the peeled sweet potato, savoring it together. That bite, combining carbohydrates and fat, made him feel that the raw meat he had consumed for hundreds of years was merely fodder. Meanwhile, he had already burst into tears from eating. The softness of this skin and the elasticity of this muscle are beyond compare. Rather than chewing, I choose to swallow it whole. He resembles a famished ghost, consuming every last drop of bone broth with insatiable zeal. Mutu, meanwhile, savors his ribs, meticulously cut into perfect squares and evenly pan-fried. The pepper sprinkled upon them in a distribution that adheres to the principles of normal distribution. As he eats, he marvels, declaring it a work of art. A taste of order. Shu, with 4 hands grasping 4 pieces of meat, devours them greedily, oil dribbling down his chin, completely forgetting his social anxieties. This is far tastier than any insect. Ling Qiqi observes the ravenous group with a sense of accomplishment swelling in her heart. She raises her rhinoceros horn cup. Yuan has graciously allowed her to use it. Cheers! To celebrate our victory in the first battle. To celebrate the abundance of meat. To celebrate our survival. Cheers! The 4 cups, Yuan's ivory cup, Ling Qiqi's rhinoceros horn cup, Muta's bamboo tube, and Sue's ceramic bowl, clink together. The crisp sound echoing through the night sky. After a hearty meal, Yuan reclines on his tiger skin chair, rubbing his slightly swollen belly, his tail comfortably draped over Ling Qiqi's lap. Life in such tranquility, he squints at the moon above, finding it rather agreeable. Just then, a cold droplet lands on the tip of his nose. Startled, Yuan reaches up to touch it. It is damp and cool. Is it snowing? Ling Qiqi looks up to see delicate white snowflakes beginning to fall from the pitch-black sky. At first, only a few flakes descend, but soon it transforms into a flurry of large snowflakes. The temperature plummets. The courtyard, which had felt as warm as spring only moments ago, is suddenly enveloped in a chilling air. Winter has arrived. Yuan's voice deepens. The winter of the Death Forest is known to be deadly. Ling Qiqi tightens the spider silk cotton jacket she has just crafted. She has filled it with rabbit fur and gazes at the swirling snowflakes. What is there to fear? She glances back at the cave behind her, filled to the brim with food and meat, warmed by a cozy hearth. She looks at her peculiar yet dependable companions beside her. We have meat, we have fire, we have walls. This winter, not only shall we survive, but we shall thrive beyond all others. Chapter 37. Longa, wake up. If you sleep any longer, the fire will go out. The winter of the Death Forest arrives swifter than a debt collector. Just the day before, they had enjoyed an outdoor feast. By the next morning, the divine city, the cave, was half buried in snow. The temperature had plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. This cold is a dual assault of physics and magic. The biting wind penetrates through every crack, like countless icy daggers. Inside the cave, the once warm hearth has dwindled to a mere warmth. The reason is simple. There is insufficient firewood. This won't do. Wrapped in 2 layers of spider silk cotton, Ling Qiqi shivers uncontrollably. She eyes the dwindling pile of firewood in the corner, her anxiety mounting. The snowfall is too heavy. The trees outside are soaked and impossible to ignite. The little dry wood we have left will last at most another couple of days. She turns her gaze to Yuan on the hearth. The state of this dragon lord is quite alarming. He is curled up tightly, his massive black wings enveloping him completely, his breathing heavy and slow. This is the instinctive hibernation of the dragon race. Longa, wake up. Ling Qiqi gives him a gentle push. No response. She nudges him again. Yuan opens one eye, his golden slit pupil filled with drowsiness and irritation. Cold. Tired. Do not disturb me. With that, he closes his eye again, his tail curling around Ling Qiqi in a comforting manner. Don't sleep. The fire will go out. Ling Qiqi feels on the verge of tears. Usually, when Yuan is awake, he can occasionally exhale magical flames to maintain warmth. Now that he is asleep, not only does he cease to emit fire, but he also begins absorbing the heat from the surroundings. He has become a veritable heat-sucking black hole. Beside them, Mutu is counting the firewood. There are 326 pieces left. At the current rate of consumption, we will run out of heat in 217 hours if we do not replenish our supply. He raises his head, despair etched across his face. Are we going to freeze to death? Will the posture be unsightly? Can I at least arrange a neat appearance for my remains? Xiu is huddled in the corner, using 8 hands to frantically knit a sweater. My hands are too cold to continue. We cannot afford to sit idly by. Ling Qiqi grits her teeth and stands up. Yen, where are you? Yin peeks his head out from the entrance of the basement. Sister Qiqi, it's warmer down here. I'm digging a pit. Stop digging. Ling Qiqi rushes over. Did you not say there are hard rocks blocking the way? Take me to see. What if there's something we can burn? Though this is merely a hopeful fantasy, how could rocks burn? In dire circumstances, one must cling to any glimmer of hope. In the depths of the basement, it is slightly warmer than above ground, but still cold enough to make one shiver. Yin points to a pitch-black cave wall ahead. Right here. It's so hard my claws can't dig through. Ling Qiqi holds up a torch and approaches. The firelight illuminates the dark rock wall. It is not ordinary stone. It is a deep, lustrous black, with a glass-like sheen on its surface, layered like a tightly compressed millefeuille. Ling Qiqi's heartbeat skips a beat. She tremblingly reaches out to touch the cold black rock wall, her hand covered in a layer of black powder. Sniffing it, she detects no earthy scent, only a faint hint of asphalt. Scanning object? System analyzing composition. Carbon content 95, low volatile matter. Low sulfur content. Identification result. Premium smokeless coal, rich vein. Estimated reserves. Enough to keep you warm until your next life. Evaluation. Congratulations, host. You are sitting atop a mountain of gold while lamenting your poverty. This is no mere stone. This is black gold, the spark of the Industrial Revolution. The sun in winter. Ah! Ling Qiqi suddenly screams, startling Yin into a tight ball. Coal. It's coal. She hugs the black stone, kissing it fervently, not minding the black dust covering her lips. We are saved. We will not freeze to death. Yin, you are a genius. You are our lucky star. Yin peeks out from his ball, utterly bewildered. This black stone is edible. It cannot be eaten, but it can keep you warm enough to want to run around naked. Ling Qiqi brandishes the torch, her eyes ablaze with the fiery passion of industrial heating. Quick, chisel down all this black stone for me. Tonight, we will turn the divine city into a sauna. Chapter 38. The first step of the Industrial Revolution, transforming the dragon hearth into a boiler room. With coal secured, a stove is also required. Burning coal directly in the hearth is perilous due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Ling Qiqi does not wish for her family to fall into a neat slumber. Thus, a technological upgrade for the hearth commences. Ling Qiqi commands the shivering Mutu in Yen. Seal the hearth. Leave a vent. Build a furnace with red bricks. It must be airtight. Shu, go fetch that discarded dragon scale bowl. Drill a few holes in the bottom to serve as a grate. Mutu, make me a chimney. It must extend straight out of the cave. The suction must be strong. Although everyone is puzzled by the chaos, they comply, trusting in their long-term sustenance. Yuan Tu is roused from his slumber. Wrapped in blankets, he sits at the edge of the hearth, watching the commotion on the ground with a look that says, "Are you all insane? Burning stones instead of wood?" Yuan scoffs. "Can stones catch fire? That is only something my magical flames can accomplish." He believes this group has frozen their brains. 2 hours later, an ugly yet practical earthen coal stove is born. It connects to the smoke channel of the hearth, with a long chimney extending outside the cave. Ling Qiqi fills the stove with the freshly dug coal fragments, then turns to Yuan. "Dragon, go one last time. Lend me your fire. If you ignite this once, you can retire completely afterwards." Yuan, still skeptical, extends his finger and releases a flicker of magical flame into the stove. At first, there is no reaction, only the firewood intended for kindling burns. Just as Yuan prepares to mock them, suddenly, the pile of black stones begins to glow red. It is not the fierce blaze of open flames, but a deep, enduring warmth reminiscent of flowing magma. A wave of terrifying heat surged through the chimney, instantly enveloping the entire Khan. A deep, rumbling sound emanated from the furnace, the unmistakable sound of coal burning fiercely. The temperature monitoring system indicated a rapid rise in the Kang's surface temperature, 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 60 degrees. An urgent warning flashed. The temperature is too high. It is advisable to stay away from the Kong to avoid burns. Yuan, who had been wrapped in a blanket while seated on the Kong, suddenly felt an intense heat beneath him, followed by a searing sensation. This heat was not the intermittent warmth of firewood, but a relentless, intensifying scalding sensation. He jumped up in shock. "It's too hot." He flung aside the blanket, staring incredulously at the Earth Kong radiating such terrifying warmth. What sorcery is this? Has the Lord of Fire Elements been sealed within that black stone? Ling Qiqi stood by the furnace, her face flushed from the heat. She had shed her thick cotton coat, wearing only a thin garment, stretching luxuriously. "This is science, Longue. Stop dawdling and take off your clothes, or you might overheat." Indeed, within half an hour, the temperature in the cave had skyrocketed from -10 degrees to +25. Mu was no longer concerned about gathering firewood. Comfortably sprawled on the heated floor, the warmth was delightful. The even distribution of heat was perfect. Su had ceased to tremble, her 8 hands now nimbly weaving once more. The most exaggerated was Yin, who, being a pangolin by nature, was highly sensitive to temperature. He lay sprawled closest to the furnace, belly up, snoring contentedly. It was wonderfully warm. Yuan had already discarded his heavy black cloak, now clad in a thin undergarment. He sat cross-legged at the far end of the Kong, feeling the spring-like warmth surrounding him. Glancing out at the heavy snowfall, an absurd sense of joy surged within him. Here he was, a dragon that needed to hibernate, feeling so warm in the coldest winter that he craved ice pops. "Qiqi," Yuan spoke, his voice languid and hoarse. "Do we still have that chilled sweet potato soup? I am parched." Ling Qiqi, wiping the sweat from her brow, beamed with delight. "Yes, plenty. I'll get it for you." She returned with a bowl of chilled sweet potato soup, having kept it frozen at the cave entrance. Yuan took a sip, The icy sweetness flowed down his throat. An exquisite delight in this warm abode. He glanced at the dark furnace and then at the woman humming while roasting sweet potatoes. No more flames to breathe. No more freezing. No need for hibernation. The tip of Yuan's tail curled slightly. This winter didn't he seem so unbearable after all? Chapter 39. Since it's so warm, let us create an indoor greenhouse. With enough sustenance, one may contemplate development. Having resolved the heating issue, Ling Qiqi began to stir things up again. She observed the somewhat dry air in the cave due to the coal burning and gazed outside at the prolonged winter. Such a splendid temperature should not be wasted merely for sleeping. We must plant something. Plant? Yuan, savoring his 10th bowl of sweet soup, raised an eyebrow. The snow outside was half a meter deep. Anything planted would perish. We'll plant inside. Ling Qiqi pointed to an empty space at the back of the cave, close to the warm calm, where the temperature remained steady at around 28 degrees. Although the light was somewhat lacking, it could be supplemented with magical fire or reflective mirrors. We'll grow vegetables. I've been eating meat and sweet potatoes every day. I'm about to become constipated. We need vitamins. We need leafy greens. We need scallions to accompany tofu. Without hesitation, Mu crafted several perfect rectangular planting boxes. Yin brought in fertile humus from outside, though it was frozen solid. It thawed quickly inside. Bone meal and fermented pig manure were mixed in. Finally, Ling Qiqi unveiled the mysterious seed packet obtained from the owl, containing a variety of seeds, bok choy, leeks, and a few precious tomato seeds. They sowed the seeds and watered them with warm water from a deep well. 3 days later, a miracle occurred. In this desolate, monochrome forest of death, a corner of the cave in the divine city sprouted tender green shoots. This was the color of life, the hue of hope. Su gazed at the seedlings, her 8 hands carefully protecting them, fearful that the wind might harm them. So adorable and green. I want to knit them little clothes. Mu measured the height of the seedlings with a ruler. This one has grown 2 millimeters. It's growing too fast to fit in. Just as he was about to uproot it, Ling Qiqi swatted his hand away, though Yuan said nothing. The first thing he did each morning upon waking was to walk over to the planting boxes and take a glance. Sometimes, he would even secretly exhale a breath of dragon warmth upon the seedlings, more effective than any fertilizer. Grow faster, he murmured softly. I want to eat that tomato scrambled with eggs. Half a month later, the divine city welcomed a special dinner. Outside, a howling blizzard raged. Visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Inside was warm as spring, the coal stove glowing red. The table was laden with dumplings filled with leek and egg, the flour made from sweet potatoes, and the eggs laid by previously captured wild hens. Stir-fried bok choy, though only a small plate, it was strikingly green, and meat stew with sweet potato vermicelli, along with a glass of chilled sour plum soup for each person. Ling Qiqi picked up a piece of bok choy, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. The crisp sweetness is the taste of vitamins. Yuan also took a dumpling. As he bit into it, the fragrant flavor of leeks, combined with the freshness of the eggs, exploded in his mouth. The taste was overpowering, yet he relished it. Delicious. Yuan squinted his eyes. Let us plant more of this herb. As everyone reveled in the pleasure of the feast, a heavy knocking echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. No, it was more like a battering at the door, accompanied by faint, desperate cries for help. Help! Is anyone there? Please give us something to eat. Ling Qiqi set down her chopsticks. Yuan's vertical pupils instantly turned cold. They have come. The desperate wanderers, struggling in the snow, had finally caught the scent and arrived. Ling Qiqi wiped her mouth, stood up, and said, Yin, go open the door. See how many there are. She glanced at the plate of dumplings. Tell them the divine city does not harbor idlers. Want to come in for warmth? Want to eat hot dumplings? Then they must trade their lives or labor. Chapter 40. Inside is paradise, outside is hell. The heavy obsidian door slowly creaked open under Yan's force, allowing the winter wind and snow to rush in, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold and a nauseating stench of rotting wounds mixed with years of filth. Ling Qiqi, wrapped in a silk cotton coat, stood at the threshold, holding a cup of hot tea, looking down at the scene outside. Before her lay a hellish tableau. A dozen humanoid creatures, if they could still be called human, huddled against the wall. Some had broken limbs, others were blind, and some bore festering sores. They were draped in tattered animal skins, with some barely covered by dried grass. Snowflakes fell upon them without melting, for their body temperatures had plummeted to the extreme. Upon seeing the door open, sensing the warm, golden light inside, and catching the maddening aroma of food, these dying beings began to writhe in a frenzy, as if they were revived. "Help! Give us something to eat. It's so warm. Let me in. I'm a werewolf. I can fight, please." A skeletal hand reached out, attempting to grasp Ling Qiqi's skirt. "Get lost!" Came a deep dragon growl. Yuan had appeared behind Ling Qiqi without her noticing. His golden vertical pupils coldly surveyed the scene, and a terrifying dragon aura, like an invisible wall, instantly repelled that hand and the writhing crowd behind it 3 meters away. "Into the Shaldi." The voice of Yuan was not loud. It resonated with a terrifying clarity amidst the wind and snow. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, gripped by a fear of absolute power. They stared in horror at the man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura reminiscent of gods and demons. "Dragon is indeed a dragon. Do not be afraid," Ling Qiqi stated calmly, almost coldly, as she sipped her hot tea. "We do not kill, but we do not harbor idlers either." She surveyed the ragtag group before her. In the system's view, labels floated above each individual's head. Disabled werewolf warrior, strength B, loyalty, suitable for labor, aged rabbit tribewoman, sowing C, on the verge of freezing, suitable for miscellaneous work, abandoned cat tribe cub, agility A, master of theft skills, can be trained as a scout. They were all old, weak, sick, or disabled, cast aside in any tribe. Yet in Ling Qiqi's eyes, they represented labor power. The future bricklayers, weavers, and cleaners of the divine city. "Do you wish to survive?" Ling Qiqi inquired. The crowd nodded fervently. "Do you wish to have enough to eat?" The green glint in their eyes intensified. "Do you wish to reside in warm houses?" A small child cried out, "I want my mother." "Very well." Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. "Yin, go erect that wooden sign. Mutu, prepare the red clay and animal skin paper." Ling Qiqi descended the steps, standing amidst the storm, resembling a devil tempting humanity or a deity offering salvation. The divine city does not accept charity. Here, we only engage in transactions. Exchange your loyalty, your labor, your lives for the right to survive. By signing this contract, you become citizens of the divine city. If you refuse, she gestured towards the vast snowfield behind her, then so be it. The winter of the death forest can bear you all. A large piece of animal skin paper was hung on the wall, inscribed with Ling Qiqi's drafted labor employment regulations of the divine city, essentially a contract of servitude. The terms were straightforward: absolute obedience, violators will be expelled; absolute loyalty, traitors will be executed; Yuan will be responsible for enforcement; distribution according to labor. The more you work, the more you eat. No idlers allowed. Who will come first? Ling Qiqi held a red clay seal in her hand. The crowd hesitated. Selling oneself into slavery was common in the beast world, yet it often meant a fate worse than death. Who knew if this mysterious territory would treat them like livestock? At that moment, the nearly frozen cat cub trembled as it crawled forward. It was merely 6 or 7 years old, with half its ears frozen off. I will sign. I do not want to die. I want to eat that." It pointed at the half-dumpling remaining in Ling Qiqi's hand. Ling Qiqi regarded the child without disdain or pity. She crouched down and placed the half-dumpling into its mouth. "Eat, and you will have the strength to press your handprint." The small cub devoured the dumpling ravenously. It was hot, fragrant, and meaty. It felt as though it had been revived. Without any hesitation, it pressed its muddy little hand onto the red clay, then, with a satisfying sound, onto the animal skin paper. "Good." Ling Qiqi patted its head. "From today onward, you shall be called Xiaojiu. Go over there and receive a bowl of hot soup and an old cotton coat, a defective product made from scraps." With the first signing, the second followed. The werewolf warrior approached to sign. The rabbit tribe woman signed as well. Within 10 minutes, more than a dozen individuals had pressed their handprints. The contract was established. Ling Qiqi collected the animal skin paper and handed it to Yuan. "Brother Dragon, please affix a seal." Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the dirty handprints, but extended his dragon claw, leaving a faintly imposing claw mark at the top of the paper. Dragon's oath, this was not merely a seal. It was a spiritual shackle. Should any of these individuals harbor thoughts of betrayal, Yuan would sense it immediately and could remotely trigger the hint of dragon might, resulting in instant cerebral demise. Ling Qiqi turned to direct. Take this group of new employees to the outer city, which is merely a sheltered spot at the base of the wall. First, set up that large tent made of elephant skin. Then, install the old coal stove we discarded for them. Let them survive tonight. Tomorrow, we begin work. Chapter 41. The first engineering team is established. In the outer city, the temporary settlement was taking shape. A massive elephant skin tent was erected, shielding them from the raging snowstorm. The old coal stove in the center was ignited, although it was not as comfortable as the heated beds of the inner city. For this group who had endured the cold for days and nights, it felt like paradise. Each person held a warm bowl, crafted from wood. The bowl contained diluted sweet potato noodle soup, devoid of meat but enriched with pork fat and salt, fragrant enough to make one wish to swallow their tongue. The rabbit tribe woman sobbed as she drank her soup. "It is truly hot. I thought I was going to die." The werewolf warrior gazed at the greasy surface of the soup, his expression complex. In his former tribe, he had also been a warrior, but after injuring his leg, he had been ruthlessly abandoned. Initially, he had thought this place was a den of cannibals, but unexpectedly, the slaves here ate better than their tribe's chieftain, who only nibbled on dried meat in winter and did not enjoy such hot soup. This was not merely a contract of servitude. The werewolf warrior wiped away a tear, gazing at the red clay handprint. This was evidently a ticket to the divine realm. From this moment on, his life belonged to that woman. The following morning, the expansion project of the divine city officially commenced. Ling Qiqi stood on the steps, holding a small whip, a command stick, observing the group of new employees who, though still frail, now possessed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "Listen, the divine city does not harbor waste. I know you were once warriors, seamstresses, even thieves. But here, you have only one identity, workers." She began to assign tasks. First group, excavation team leader, Yin, the pangolin. Team members, werewolf warrior, despite his broken leg. He had strong upper body strength and was responsible for earth moving, along with several robust men. Task, expand the basement, mine coal, and dig drainage ditches. Second group, textile team leader, Xiu, the spider mother. Team members, rabbit tribe women, cat tribe maidens. Task, process elephant skin, weave excess spider silk into fabric. Create uniform work clothes and bedding. Third group, logistics team leader, Mutu, the woodpecker. Team members, Xiaojio, the cat cub, and other children. Task, classify and neatly arrange all supplies, sweet potatoes, coal, by size, Mutu. This is the most important task. Supervisor, UN task. Lie on the wall basking in the sun, if there is any, releasing dragon might to intimidate the crowd. As long as he was there, no one dared to slack off or create trouble. The machinery began to turn. The divine city erupted with astonishing productivity. With the strength of the werewolves, the speed of coal extraction doubled. Thanks to the skilled hands of the rabbit tribe women, she no longer needed to toil day and night alone to weave fabric. She only had to focus on the core spider silk weaving while delegating other sewing tasks to her subordinates, resulting in a dramatic increase in output. Even Xiao Jio and the other children were trained by Mutu into diligent helpers, stacking sweet potatoes in the warehouse like pieces of art. 3 days later, the outer city transformed. The rows of shabby tents vanished, replaced by neat rows of, under Mutu's supervision, they had to be orderly, red brick houses. Though small, each one contained a coal stove and hot water. It was no longer a lifeless refugee camp. It was filled with the aroma of life, the sound of labor songs, and the hope for a brighter future. Ling Qiqi stood on the observation platform, taking in all of this. She watched Yuan tending to the broken bones of the werewolf warrior. "Yuan, I only know how to kill, not to save." "Ling Qiqi, if a bone is broken, just mend it, right? After all, you have dragon breath." She observed Xiu teaching the rabbit tribe women how to weave double-sided embroidery and Mutu explaining the concept of a perfect circle to Xiaojio. She smiled. a smile befitting a true queen. Juicy, behold, this is the allure of infrastructure, transforming a band of forsaken souls into heroes capable of creating miracles. The system interjected, host, cease your dramatics and inspect the warehouse. With the increase in numbers, our consumption has surged. Our stock of sweet potatoes is running perilously low. Ling Qiqi's smile faltered. In her fervor to build, she had neglected the fact that this motley crew possessed voracious appetites, particularly the werewolves who could devour 10 sweet potatoes in a single meal. This simply would not do. Ling Qiqi's eyes sharpened with resolve. It was imperative to find new sources, with sufficient manpower and equipment at her disposal. It was time to venture into the fabled death marshes. Rumor had it that a grain called shuidao grew there. Chapter 42. A poisoning only compulsives can prevent. Is this feasible? Life in Xinjidu appeared vibrant and prosperous on the surface. Smoke billowed from the chimneys of the outer city. The looms of the sewing group clattered rhythmically, and the excavation team's chants resonated powerfully. Among the sewing group, Tu Sanyang, the first to sign a contract of servitude, was widely recognized as a model worker. Agile and mild-mannered, she always volunteered for the most arduous tasks, greeting everyone with a warm smile and often saving her portion of sweet potato soup for Xiaojiao. Everyone regarded her as the kindest aunt in Xinjidu. However, in the stillness of the night, at 2 a.m, amidst a raging snowstorm, while others slumbered soundly, Tu Sanyang stealthily rose from the communal bedding. She surveyed her comrades, who slept like logs, and the gentleness in her gaze vanished, replaced by profound fear and determination. She touched the tightly wrapped package of oiled paper in her arms, a gift from the shaman of the Chihu tribe before her departure. Corpse powder. If sprinkled into the well or the pot of rice, within 3 days, the people here would suffer excruciatingly. I am sorry. Tu Sanyang clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. The shaman has taken my younglings, and if I do not poison them, they shall perish. Like a specter, she evaded the patrolling werewolf warriors, who were also dozing off, and reached the well of the inner city, the lifeline of Xinjidu. Trembling, she produced the poison package. The well was covered with a wooden lid. Lifting the lid to sprinkle the powder would bring everything to an end. She reached for the lid, but it would not budge. Curious, she applied more force, yet remained steadfast. Leaning closer, illuminated by the snow's light, she was taken aback. This was no ordinary lid. It was a mechanism. Intricate geometric patterns adorned the lid, with a circular dial at the center and 3 sliders beside it. An inscription read, "Slide A to the golden ratio, rotate dial B clockwise to 375 degrees, align slider C with the central axis, with a permissible error of no more than 1 millimeter, or risk a deadlock." Tu Sanyang lamented, "I am a seamstress. I have not studied mathematics. Who designed this security mechanism? Is it meant to thwart thieves or the illiterate?" Frustrated, she attempted to pry it open with brute force. With a crack, the mechanism did not yield. Instead, it triggered something else. A chime echoed through the still night. Before Tu Sanyang could comprehend, a shadow leaped from the rooftop nearby. It was Xiaojiao. Though still a young kitten, his night vision and hearing were exceptional. He had long sensed something amiss with the overly affectionate Aunt Tuesday landing gracefully. He crouched low, clutching a small bone knife, his gaze fixed upon Tu Sanyang with intensity. "Bad person, what are you doing?" Tu Sanyang panicked. Gazing at the little kitten, she steeled herself. "Do not blame me. Blame this cruel world." She brandished a pair of scissors and lunged at Xiaojiao. Yet, as she took a step forward, an icy dread coursed through her veins. A cold hand rested on her shoulder. It was slender, powerful, with nails as dark as ink. In the dead of night, the languid and husky voice of Yuan resonated in her ear, tinged with the irritation of being roused from slumber. "Why are you not sleeping in your nest, but here to meet your end?" Tu Sanyang froze, slowly turning her head to meet a pair of golden eyes that blazed in the darkness. With a thud, Tu Sanyang fell to her knees, the poison package slipping from her grasp and scattering black powder across the ground. The snow was instantly corroded, producing a noxious cloud. "Corpse powder?" Yuan glanced at the pit, his murderous intent surging. "What audacity! You wish to poison my cook? To ruin my sweet potatoes?" He raised his hand, gathering infernal flames in his palm. Wait. Ling Qiqi, draped in a cloak, hurried from the house, followed closely by Mu, wielding a ruler. Do not kill. That is a source of intelligence. Ling Qiqi called out. Yuan's hand paused midair. Such detritus is a waste of resources. No, she has value. Ling Qiqi approached, retrieving the poison package, using an object for protection, and sniffing it. The handiwork of the Qihu tribe. She turned her attention to the trembling Tu Sanyang, who had nearly lost control of her bladder in fright. Speak. Do you wish for death, or have you been coerced? Do not lie. My discerning eye can see your heartbeat. Tu Sanyang broke down, weeping profusely, bowing her head as she cried, Do not kill me. I beg you, divine maiden. The shaman has taken my 3 younglings. He said if I do not poison them, he will throw them into the abyss of 10,000 snakes. I have no choice. I won't be a good person. Life here is too wonderful. I do not wish to destroy it, but my children. Ling Qiqi fell silent for 2 seconds. The shaman is still alive? Though incapacitated, he still commands death warriors. Now he is like a rabid dog, cursing you all daily within the tribe. Ling Qiqi scoffed. The old fool is remarkably resilient. Yuan grew impatient. Enough with the chatter. Kill her, and tomorrow I shall deal with that old fool. No. Ling Qiqi's eyes glimmered with mischief, revealing the familiar, unsettling merchant smile that sent chills down Yuan's spine. Killing is too mundane. Let us engage in a game of subterfuge. She squatted down, gazing intently at Tu Sanyang. Aunt, do you wish to save your children? Tu Sanyang nodded fervently. Yes, I dream of it. Very well. Ling Qiqi pointed to the poison pit. I can spare your life. I may even help you rescue your children. But first, you must assist me in a task. Anything. I will traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to save my children. Ling Qiqi retrieved a tattered piece of beast hide from her bosom. You will return now to report. Inform the shaman that you have poisoned them. Tell him the people of Xinjidu are now suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, nearing their demise. Inform him that the black dragon, having consumed the poisoned sweet potatoes, is now languishing in a winter slumber, struggling to breathe fire. Tu Sanyang was taken aback. Are you deceiving him? Indeed, I am deceiving him. Ling Qiqi rose, her gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness. Does he not wish to annihilate us? I shall grant him this opportunity. Let him believe we are at our weakest, most defenseless. So he will bring his remaining forces to deliver us our meal. Yuan understood. He extinguished the infernal flames, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Luring the enemy deeper? Excellent. I find the recent fare rather tiresome. I wish to stretch my limbs. Mutioyu interjected. Could you at least arrange a more logically coherent narrative when you next deceive? For instance, specify the onset time of symptoms, the exact number of casualties. He handed Tu Sanyang a sheet of paper. This is the optimal poisoning reaction script I calculated. Memorize it and perform accordingly. Your expressions must be on point, and the volume of your cries should be controlled around 60 decibels. Tu Sanyang received the script, gazing at the peculiar ensemble before her. A murderous dragon, a cunning divine maiden, and a compulsive scriptwriter. She suddenly felt the Qihu shaman had not been wronged. This group was utterly abnormal. Go! Ling Qiqi patted her shoulder. Perform convincingly. Once the Qihu tribe enters the encirclement, we shall ensure the safety of your children. But if you dare to play tricks, she pointed at Yuan, you should be aware of the essence of Longxi barbecue. Tu Sanyang shuddered. I understand. I comprehend. I shall perform splendidly. I dedicate my life to this role. Observing Tu Sanyang stumble and vanish into the swirling snow, Ling Qiqi stretched lazily. All right, the bait has been set. She turned her gaze toward Yuan. Long Gu, prepare yourself. Next, we shall enact a stratagem of feigned vulnerability. Let's extinguish half of the flames atop the city walls, creating an illusion of near demise. Once those rascals step into the trap zone, Yuan licked his lips. I shall make them aware of what true surprise entails. Chapter 43. Do not be deceived by my feline exterior. When provoked, even I fear myself. At 3 a.m, at the gates of the Divine City, a specialized solo combat unit was assembling. The sole member, Xiaojiao. At this moment, He had undergone a complete transformation. Clad in a hastily crafted black stealth suit, enhanced with spider silk, resistant to stabbing, silent, and warm. He bore a gleaming iron dagger at his waist, acquired from the owl. On his back, he carried a compact, multifunctional backpack, crafted from wood, containing hooks, ropes, and poison. Listen closely, Xiao Jiao. Ling Qiqi crouched before him, delivering the final pre-battle briefing. Your mission is singular. Locate those 3 little rascals and bring them back. If retrieval proves impossible, hide until our full assault. Do not act recklessly. In the face of danger, flee. Your life is more precious than the mission. Xiao Jiao tightened the straps of his backpack, his mismatched eyes, one blue, one yellow, shimmering with an extraordinary calmness beyond his years. Rest assured, Qiqi Jia. I was raised as a stray cat. When it comes to burrowing, climbing walls, and thievery, none surpass my expertise. Yuan approached. Looking down at the little one who barely reached his knee, he extended his hand. Xiao Jiao obediently offered his small, padded paw. Yuan lightly pressed his fingertip into the palm, leaving a faint black dragon mark, exceedingly subtle, yet capable of unleashing terrifying power at a critical moment. This is a breath of my dragon essence, Yuan stated coolly, at a crucial juncture, directed at your adversary's face. It may save your life. Do not bring shame upon the divine city. Xiao Jiao clenched his fist, feeling the warmth of the power within his palm. Yes, long ago, meow, with a soft mule. Xiao Jiao transformed into a small cat of black and white, merging seamlessly into the vast night. He moved with such swiftness that even his afterimage was barely discernible. In the dungeons of the Qihu tribe's rear mountain, a heavily fortified place for detaining prisoners and hostages, 2 fox beastmen stood at the entrance, dozing with their spears. What a dreadful chill. Let us change shifts. I long to return to my warm bed. Just then, a shadow darted from the nearby thicket. Meow. Garde looked down. Oh, where did this stray cat come from? A small, thin black and white cat perched on the ground, tilting its head and gazing at them with big, watery eyes. A dead mouse clutched in its mouth. Shoo, go play elsewhere. Garby waved his hand irritably. Even cats are reduced to begging in this season. The little cat seemed startled and swiftly darted into the adjoining drainage ditch. The guard paid it no mind and resumed their slumber. Little did they know, this stray had successfully breached the first line of defense. Inside the dungeon, it was dark and damp, reeking of mildew. In the innermost iron cage, 3 small rabbit beastmen huddled together, shivering from cold, their eyes swollen from tears. Mama, I want my mama, the smallest whimpered. Silence. The warden, a one-eyed fox, lashed the cage with his whip. Cry again, and I'll roast you for dinner. You're insufferable. At that moment, a faint noise emanated from the ventilation shaft, actually a gaping hole, above. The one-eyed fox looked up. Who is there? No response, only the sound of the wind. Crazy, he muttered, turning to fetch his jug of wine. Just as he turned, a shadow descended from above, silent as a falling leaf. Skill activated. Cat's paw, silence max. Xiao Jiao landed silently behind the one-eyed fox. He did not revert to human form, but instead propelled himself off the ground with his hind legs. His front paws extended, sharp claws emerging. Having transformed back into the previously mentioned iron dagger, he swiftly slashed at the warden's neck. A soft thud resonated, devoid of any splatter. The one-eyed fox felt a chill at his neck, then darkness enveloped him as he crumpled to the ground. Xiao Jiao landed and reverted to his human form, deftly pilfering a set of keys from the fox's waist. Too weak, not even as formidable as a mouse. He approached the cage. The 3 little rabbits were terrified, wide-eyed at the sight of this descending figure. Shoo! Xiao Jiao raised a finger. I am San Yang, your mother summoned me. I am a Special Forces unit of the Divine City, designated 007, codename Black Cat. He unlocked the cage. Do not make a sound. Follow me. With 3 burdensome companions. Retracing his steps was no longer feasible. Xiao Jiao glanced at the dungeon's layout, a wooden sketch he had deduced. There was no other option. He would have to create a diversion. From his backpack, he procured a wooden tube. This was Ling Qiqi's enhanced strong ricin powder. Alongside were a few lard firebombs, coal wrapped in grease. Hee hee, Xiao Jiao revealed a villainous grin. Since I'm here, How can I not bring some gifts? 5 minutes later, chaos erupted simultaneously at the Qiqi tribe's granary and water source. Fire. The granary is ablaze. Water. There's poison in the water. One guard who took a sip began to spew, leaving a mess all around. The entire tribe was thrown into disarray. All the guards rushed to extinguish the flames and rescue the people. Amidst the turmoil, Xiaojio, accompanied by the 3 little rabbits, ghosted through the unguarded back entrance. But just as they were about to flee into the forest, a chilling gaze locked onto them. It was the deposed priest. Although stripped of his magic, he was not entirely blind. Lying in a makeshift shelter by the roadside, he spotted the fleeing youngsters. Someone, the hostages are escaping. The priest summoned his last reserves of strength to scream. This is bad. Xiaojio's expression turned grave. Urgent footsteps echoed behind them. A squad of patrolling wolf cavalry had spotted them and was in hot pursuit. Run. Do not look back. Xiaojio urged the 3 rabbits forward into the forest. Someone will come to assist you. What about you? Me? Xiaojio turned to face the menacing wolf cavalry. He licked his lips and drew his dagger from his waist. In his mismatched eyes, there was no fear, only exhilaration. I must leave them with a profound impression. Moreover, he glanced at the black dragon mark in his palm, now radiating warmth. The grand move bestowed by Longue had yet to be unleashed. I wonder how many wolves I can take down with this swipe. Come on, you rascals. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the divine city's foremost assassin. Chapter 44. Kneel. Allow me to show you a grand treasure. In the woods of the rear mountain of the Qiqi tribe, the atmosphere was tense. 20 elite wolf cavalry mounted on massive deer wolves sur un dead Qiqi. Torches illuminated the night as brightly as day. The captain of the wolf cavalry surveyed the diminutive figure before him, barely taller than his thigh, wielding a small dagger and dressed in an unusual tight suit, and could not suppress a laugh. What? Is this it? The one who caused such a ruckus in the dungeon is merely this weaned kitten? The wolf cavalry captain brandished his wolf-toothed club, his face adorned with mockery. Kid, stop struggling. Kneel obediently and hand over those 3 rabbits. Perhaps I'll spare your life and take you back as a pet for the clan leader. The surrounding wolf cavalry erupted into laughter. The seated wolves bared their fangs, drooling as they greedily fixed their gaze upon the tender, delicate little cat. Xiaojio stood at the center of the encirclement. The wind rustled through the pointed cat ears atop his head, yet he did not flinch. He sheathed his dagger at his waist. Kneeling? Xiaojio tilted his head, a flicker of unexpected compassion flashing in his mismatched eyes. This suggestion holds merit. However, it is not I who shall kneel, it is you. The captain of the wolf cavalry was momentarily taken aback, then filled with wrath, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Charge! Tear him to shreds. Howl! A few seated wolves lunged forward, their gaping maws aimed directly at Xiaojio's head. Just as the foul-smelling wolf jaws were a mere half a meter away, Xiaojio inhaled deeply. He extended his small, tender right hand, still chubby, palm facing forward. He made a gesture to halt the advancing wolves. Longue, Xiaojio called out in a childlike voice, light a fire. It's time to entertain guests. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The black dragon pattern on Xiaojio's palm suddenly blazed with blinding golden light. Immediately, an ancient, desolate, an overwhelmingly majestic aura of terror erupted from his tiny hand like a volcanic eruption. The air was rent asunder, under the horrified gaze of all the wolf cavalry. The golden light rapidly coalesced in midair, transforming into a colossal, menacing dragon head wreathed in black magical flames. This dragon head was as large as a house, its golden vertical pupils coldly surveying the ants below. Although merely a phantom, the supreme pressure emanating from the origins of bloodlines was palpably real. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. This was not an ordinary cry, but a soul-piercing judgment. Crack! The foremost seated wolves, unable even to utter a cry, were struck unconscious midair by the dragon's might, collapsing like dead dogs onto the ground, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes back. The wolf cavalry behind them. The captain of the wolf cavalry dropped his wolf fawn club with a clatter. His mount, utterly disgraceful, buckled beneath him, releasing a torrent of excrement and urine, collapsing to the ground and flinging its rider off. In an instant, 20 elite wolf cavalry warriors lay sprawled on the ground. Some clutched their chests in convulsions. Others screamed while cradling their heads, and some simply froze in terror, kneeling and repeatedly banging their heads on the ground. "Spare us, dragon god! Spare us!" This was the ingrained fear of the abyssal dragon, etched deep within the orc's genes. In the presence of this phantom, they had not even the right to stand, let alone resist. Xiao Jiu retracted his hand. The dragon's shadow in the air gradually dissipated. He shook his slightly numb hand, surveying the chaos around him, and curled his lip in disdain. "TCH, you really are easily frightened. I barely exerted myself, and you all fell." He approached the paralyzed captain of the wolf cavalry, squatted down, and gently patted the cold, sweat-soaked face of his adversary. "Remember this face. I am the first assassin of the divine city, Xiao Jiu. Should you dare pursue me again, I will summon Long Gu to personally discuss matters with you." With that, Xiao Jiu picked up the captain's money pouch, a habitual act of thievery, and, with a few nimble jumps, vanished into the dark forest, leaving behind a group of trembling wolf cavalry warriors, questioning their very existence. System commentary. Brilliant. This is what we call the cat as feigned dragon might. I give this performance full marks. However, host, you must be cautious. This little kitty may have awakened some extraordinary attributes, such as a penchant for theatrics. Chapter 45. The birth of the film Emperor and the call to arms in the divine city. At the city gates, Ling Qiqi and Yuan were anxiously awaiting. Suddenly, 3 small figures, 3 little rabbits, emerged from the snowy ground, followed by a black and white streak that swiftly ascended the city wall. "Sister Qiqi, Long Gu, I'm back." Xiao Jiu leaped into Ling Qiqi's embrace, his excitement causing his tail to wag vigorously. "Mission accomplished. The hostage has been rescued. I even set a fire and blew up a camp, leaving a pack of wolves dumbfounded. Well done." Ling Qiqi kissed him fervently. Yuan, rare as it was, reached out to ruffle his hair, though he still found the smell of smoke somewhat off-putting. "You did not bring shame upon me." Below the city wall, Tu Sanyang embraced her 3 recovered children, weeping uncontrollably. Thank you, divine maiden, thank you, dragon god." She knelt down, this time sincerely bowing her head. "From now on, my life belongs to the divine city. Enough with the tears. Stand up." Ling Qiqi helped her rise. "The children are safe. And now, it's your turn to shine. Remember, you are the one who has returned to deliver this vital message. The people of the Qihu tribe should arrive shortly. Your performance will determine whether we can seize this battle without shedding blood." Tu Sanyang wiped her tears, her gaze becoming resolute. "Do not worry. For the sake of my children, I could win an Oscar." At the temporary camp of the Qihu tribe, the disheveled wolf cavalry returned, bearing the terrifying news of the dragon's shadow manifesting. The chieftain and the elders exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Just then, Tu Sanyang stumbled back, drenched in blood, chicken blood, her complexion pale, powdered, and her hair disheveled, appearing as if she were on the brink of collapse. "Chieftain, esteemed elder." She collapsed before the chieftain. "It has happened. The poison has taken effect." Tu Sanyang gasped for breath, her voice filled with drama. "That black dragon has ingested the poisonous sweet potato and is incapacitated. Ling Qiqi is currently spitting blood. They are now like lambs awaiting slaughter." The chieftain hesitated, but upon hearing this, greed swiftly overshadowed his fear. What was that dragon's shadow? That was the black dragon's final flicker of life. Tu Sanyang sobbed passionately. He has unleashed the last of his power and is now utterly paralyzed, unable to move a single finger. "Chieftain, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strike while he is down. If we wait for him to recover, it will be our end." The chieftain's breath quickened. The wealth of the divine city, the obsidian city walls, and the legendary divine soap and refined salt, all of it beckoned to him. "All right." The chieftain abruptly drew his bone knife. "Relay my orders. The entire army shall advance. Under the cover of night, we will flatten the divine city, seize their supplies, slay their men, take their women, kill." Hundreds of warriors from the Qihu tribe, driven by greed, roared thunderously as they surged towards the death forest. They were unaware that what awaited them was not a frail flock of sheep, but a yawning abyss, rife with meticulously laid traps and advanced technological defenses. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. The snowfall intensified, concealing all traces on the ground. In the divine city, all torches atop the walls were extinguished. The entire cavern was devoid of life, resembling a true ghost town. Only the howling wind and snow could be heard. The chieftain of the Qiqi tribe rode upon a massive seated wolf, leading the charge. As he gazed upon the dark, silent fortress ahead, the last remnants of doubt vanished from his heart. Chapter 46. Welcome, this is the hell of obsessive-compulsive disorder indeed. Have they all perished? He sneered. Tu Senyang performed admirably. Brothers, charge. 10 pieces of divine soap for the first to enter. Kill. Hundreds of beastmen warriors, like sharks catching the scent of blood, rushed forward in a frenzy. They disregarded the terrain, ignored their formation, and jostled together, all eager to be the first to burst into the treasure-laden cavern. On the city wall, in the darkness, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened. Following them were several pairs of eyes filled with mockery. Ling Qiqi stood behind the watchtower, munching on a piece of dried sweet potato, observing the zombie-like siege below. TSK, TSK, TSK. They have no discipline whatsoever. Mutiuyu. How would you rate their formation? Beside him, the wooden figure held a complex lever mechanism, disdain etched across his face as he surveyed the chaotic crowd below. The disorder was overwhelming. No lines, no spacing, and even individuals trampling on other shoes. Such a disorganized mass did not deserve to exist in this geometric world. Let us tidy them up, Yuan coldly remarked. Get to work. The wooden figure nodded, abruptly yanking down on the lever. The faint sound of mechanisms activating went unnoticed amidst the battlefield's clamor. Yet beneath the feet of the warriors of the Qiqi tribe, the ground suddenly split open. Not an ordinary trap, but a series of domino-style flip traps. The foremost orcs felt the ground vanish beneath them. Before they could react, they fell neatly into a row of deep pits. Following this, the second and third rows followed suit as the mechanisms operated, causing the ground to collapse in waves. Those once charging forward were compelled by the trap's rhythm to descend group by group. The cries transformed into a chilling cadence. More terrifyingly, the descent was not the end. The pit's bottom held no bamboo spikes, for Ling Qiqi wished to keep the foundation pristine. Instead, it contained a powerful, high-viscosity resin harvested from the Gui Shulin. The fallen orcs found their feet instantly ensnared, unable to move regardless of their struggles, resembling neatly arranged radishes with only their heads protruding. Minutes passed, and the once formidable charging force had dwindled by more than half, replaced by a sea of heads resembling radishes, uniformly spaced 50 centimeters apart, their heights nearly identical. Even the frequency of their wails aligning harmoniously. On the city wall, the wooden figure exhaled deeply, a healing smile gracing his face. Much neater now, the Qiqi chieftain, who had narrowly escaped the calamity, sat upon his wolf, staring dumbfounded at the scene before him. His elite forces had been transformed into a row of radishes in the ground. What sorcery is this? He trembled in fear. Didn't they say they were poisoned? Didn't they say they would be paralyzed? At that moment, a sharp snap echoed. Torches ignited simultaneously along the wall, illuminating the night as if it were day. Ling Qiqi stood center stage, Yuan beside her, flanked by the poised warriors, Yen Xiu, Mu, and the fully armed werewolf soldiers. Good evening, esteemed chieftain. Ling Qiqi greeted with a beaming smile and a wave. Welcome to the divine city. As it is late, we have little to offer you. How about a fireworks display? Before the chieftain could grasp the meaning of fireworks, Yuan raised his hand. A colossal fireball, ablaze with black magical flames, coalesced in his palm. Dragon breath bomb. Boom! The enormous fireball did not land upon the Qiqi chieftain's head but grazed his scalp, crashing into a massive stone behind him, 3 stories tall. The stone vaporized instantaneously, leaving behind a terrifying pit still emitting black smoke, its edges scorched to a glassy finish. The heat wave knocked the chieftain off his mount, singeing his fiery red hair into an avant-garde explosion. At that moment, The battlefield fell silent. Even the orc stuck in place dared not scream, staring vacantly at the deep pit, then back to the man in the black robe, playing with the flickering flames. The power displayed was such that not even thousands could withstand it. "Shall we continue?" Ling Qiqi's crisp voice echoed from atop the wall, cutting through the stillness of the night. "I wouldn't mind adjusting that last shot 10 centimeters to the left. No more fighting. No more." The Qihu chieftain collapsed, tumbling off his mount, disregarding the ash on his face, and knelt, banging his head against the ground. "I surrender. I concede. Please spare me, goddess. Spare me, dragon god." With the chieftain's capitulation, the orc warriors, stuck to the ground, discarded their weapons. "Spare us. We were forced into this. It was that old scoundrel, the priest, who incited us." Ling Qiqi gazed upon those who had once regarded her as insignificant, feeling not the anticipated exhilaration, but a serene detachment. "Yin, lower the ladder. Yuan, hold the line." She descended from the wall, clad in a splendid bulletproof silk gown and deer-hide boots, striding towards the Qihu chieftain. The chieftain trembled on the ground, too afraid to look up, only seeing a pair of exquisite boots before him. As he raised his gaze, Ling Qiqi spoke with an impassive tone. The chieftain cautiously lifted his head, confronting the radiant, commanding woman before him. "Is this still the frail, timid Ling Qiqi, who once hid in corners weeping? What my belongings?" Ling Qiqi extended a hand. The chieftain hesitated for a moment before scrambling to produce a jade pendant from his bosom. This was the sole relic left by Ling Qiqi's parents, a warm jade carved with ancient totems, originally seized by the priest and later falling into the chieftain's possession. He presented it with both hands, as if offering a rare treasure. Ling Qiqi accepted the pendant, its warmth familiar to her touch. In that moment, a lingering trace of the original owner's attachment dissipated completely. The item returns to its rightful owner. Ling Qiqi stored the pendant away, her gaze sharpening. "Listen well. From this day forth, the Qihu tribe ceases to exist." The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" I said, "The Qihu tribe no longer exists." Ling Qiqi surveyed her surroundings, her voice frigid. "This place will henceforth be the first mining division of the divine city. And you," she gestured to the orcs on the ground, "will no longer be warriors or nobles. You are now Class C laborers of the divine city. Work, and you shall eat. Slacken, and you shall go hungry. Dare to resist." She pointed at Yuan behind her. "See that pit? That shall be your example. Do you understand?" The hundreds of orcs exchanged glances. From noble tribal warriors to mine laborers, the disparity was hard for them to accept. Roar. Even a mere yawn from Yuan released a hint of dragon might. "We understand. We understand. Long live the goddess. Long live the divine city. We also wish for sweet potatoes. We also want soap." System comment. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the epic feat of swallowing an elephant. You have absorbed a small village of only a few inhabitants into a medium-sized tribe of several hundred. This is the power of capital, nay, the power of infrastructure." Cleaning the battlefield was a bittersweet endeavor. Loot summary. Population: 300 robust orc warriors, though currently incapacitated. Supplies: the provisions brought by the Qihu tribe, originally intended for their plunder, now belonging to Ling Qiqi, including copious amounts of animal skins, jerky, and some rare ores. Territory: the original residence of the Qihu tribe, half a day's journey from here, complete with ready-made houses and cultivated land. Ling Qiqi sat upon a stone chair at the city gate, frantically calculating with a charcoal pencil. We struck it rich. These 300 laborers are perfect for excavating the underground coal mines and constructing a cement road to the Qihu residence, though the cement hasn't yet been produced. It will be soon. The residence can be transformed into a breeding farm for long-haired rabbits and wild chickens. The wooden figure directed the newly acquired captives to move. "Careful. Don't damage the resin. It can be recycled. Form a line. Clean the glue off your legs. The resin collected must be rolled into a sphere with a diameter of precisely 2 centimeters. This group of orc warriors, typically rough and uncouth, now behaved as docile as quails, tears brimming in their eyes as they molded the resin balls. There was no alternative. That red-haired madman was too fearsome. Should the balls fail to be perfectly round, he would brandish a chisel to adjust their skulls. Yuan sat nearby, sipping hot tea from a rhino horn cup, occasionally casting a glance with his golden-slit pupils. The palpable pressure he exerted brought order to the chaos, instilling a sense of discipline that prevented any rebellion. As dawn broke, the wind and snow subsided. The long-awaited sunlight bathed the obsidian walls of the divine city, casting a brilliant glow. Ling Qiqi rose, surveying the flourishing scene before her, albeit infused with the scent of labor camps. The outer city had expanded tenfold, white smoke billowing from chimneys, greenery thriving in greenhouses, and warehouses brimming with provisions. The labor shortage that had once plagued them was now resolved. Long ago, Ling Qiqi turned to Yuan, a radiant smile gracing her face. Our divine city has finally established itself. Yuan set down his cup, gazing at the woman who shimmered in the sunlight. Indeed, quite commendable. At least you now match my status. He stood and walked to Ling Qiqi, naturally taking her hand, albeit with 2 fingers pinching her sleeve, his prideful demeanor on display. Let's depart. I am famished. Today, I crave that dish known as jianbingguzi. Ling Qiqi grasped his hand in return. His icy dragon claw provided her with an unparalleled warmth. Very well, jianbingguzi shall be plentiful. Wooden boy, cease your ball-making. Bring the newcomers. We shall return home to prepare a meal. Chapter 48. Victory? No, it's the star of trouble. The morning sunlight glimmered upon the obsidian walls of the divine city, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yet, this seemingly hopeful dawn could not disguise the suffocating stench in the air. Ling Qiqi was awakened by the foul odor, not merely the scent of feet or sweat, but a noxious blend of the body odors of over 300 orcs. The sour stench of unwashed skin, the metallic tang of fresh wounds, and the deadly aroma of fermented waste. This stench penetrated the inner city's window seams, rousing Ling Qiqi from her dreams in a shudder. Gagging, she covered her nose and dashed outside, only to find Yuan already standing in the courtyard. The fastidious black dragon wore a grim expression, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He even conjured a thin wind shield around his nose to ward off the foul scent. Is this your trophy? Yuan pointed outside, his voice cold as ice shards, indicating the noisy and foul-smelling rabble. Ling Qiqi peered over the wall and felt her head throb. The once orderly expanse of the outer city was now overcrowded with more than 300 surrendering red fox orcs from the previous night. Most bore injuries and tattered clothing, huddling together for warmth. Some wailed, others argued, and a few squatted at the wall's base, relieving themselves indiscriminately. Stop! No, stop that! Ling Qiqi shouted in despair. But her voice was drowned out by the clamor. Reality slapped her hard. The elation of capturing prisoners the previous night was now replaced with utter chaos. These were 300 living beings, not mere sweet potatoes. They required food, water, shelter, and yes, they needed to relieve themselves. In this winter devoid of sewage systems, running water, and with scarce resources, if these 300 were not managed well, the divine city would devolve into a breeding ground for plague within 3 days. Meeting. We must convene immediately. Ling Qiqi leaped from the wall, clutching a makeshift megaphone crafted from tin, her gaze fiercer than when facing a magical elephant. The divine city is on high alert. Our enemy is sustenance and sanitation. 10 minutes later, in the inner courtyard, the core members gathered. Ling Qiqi slammed a sketch filled with circles and crosses onto the stone table, her expression grave. We face 3 critical crises: sanitation, housing, and food. These must be resolved within 3 days, or we shall drown in filth or be torn apart by famished mobs. Wooden boy, Ling Qiqi called first. The woodpecker youth, distracted by the dust particles on the table, looked up with a blank expression. You are tasked with the most arduous and sacred mission. She pointed to the downwind area of the outer city. Construct toilets. Wooden boy's face turned pale. Toilets? That filthy, chaotic place overflowing with unclean substances? I refuse. Listen to me. Ling Qiqi grasped his shoulder, switching to persuasion mode. Consider this. If they relieve themselves indiscriminately, the waste will be scattered chaotically, without order or geometric precision. That is a desecration of order. Wooden Boy shuddered at the thought, clutching his head in despair. But Ling Qiqi swiftly redirected him, sketching a series of neat squares on her blueprint. If you build a toilet, each pit will be spaced 1 meter apart, each hole perfectly round, and every individual squatting in unison, controlling their landing spots within the central circle. Wouldn't that embody an exquisite beauty of order? Wooden Boy's eyes gradually brightened. The thought of orderly pits, unified stances, and controllable outcomes ignited a strange sense of purpose within him. "Leave it to me," he exclaimed, standing tall, his eyes aflame with an obsession for perfection. "I shall construct the world's most impeccable toilet. Every backside shall adhere to the truths of geometry." With the most challenging sanitation minister secured, Ling Qiqi turned to Yin. "Yin, your excavation team has expanded. Take the strongest of the werewolves and dig. Dig the largest pit. We need a foundation for housing." Finally, she glanced at Yuan. Yuan cautiously stepped back. "I will neither dig pits nor construct sewage systems. You need not handle the dirty work." Ling Qiqi smiled sweetly. "Long ago, we require a vast quantity of bricks and the world's largest pot. Only your indomitable dragon claws and precise magical flames can accomplish this." Chapter 49. Where there are no difficulties, difficulties must be created. Project 1. The obsessive-compulsive toilet revolution on the far western side of the outer city. The absolute downwind area became the epicenter of a grand toilet movement. Yin, accompanied by dozens of robust or captives, wielded stone shovels, crafted from the ivory Yuan had just cut, and frantically excavated the frozen earth. 1-2. Hey! 1-2. Hey! A massive latrine measuring 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters deep rapidly took shape. Yin even laid a thick layer of clay at the bottom to prevent leakage and groundwater contamination, a directive Ling Qiqi had emphatically insisted upon. Meanwhile, the construction site for the surface buildings became Wooden Boy's personal showcase. "Stop! That brick is crooked," he bellowed at a fox warrior constructing a partition wall. "It's off by 0.5 degrees. Tear it down and rebuild. It must be vertical. Do you understand?" The warrior, on the verge of tears, protested. "But this is just a place for relieving oneself. A place for relieving oneself must also possess dignity." Wooden Boy shouted back. Under Wooden Boy's relentless supervision, the toilet took on a palace-like precision. 2 rows of neatly arranged red bricks formed partitions, and the floor was paved with non-slip stone slabs. Each squat pit was meticulously excavated by Yuan's dragon claws, its edges polished to a mirror-like sheen, ensuring no discomfort. Most astonishingly, upon completion, Wooden Boy painted a horizontal line on the wall in front of each pit, accompanied by the instruction, "Please maintain your gaze at this horizontal line. Align your toes with the red line on the ground, and after use, please cover with ash." As the first batch of prisoners, desperate to relieve themselves, cautiously entered this toilet, they were awestruck. It was far too solemn. Here, one felt that if they did not produce a perfect shape, they would be failing to honor the environment. Project 2. Communal sleeping quarters and radiant floor heating with the sanitation issue resolved. The next challenge was accommodation. 300 individuals found themselves in tents that were wholly insufficient for their needs, and the cold was unbearable. Ling Qiqi resorted to the most ancient yet remarkably effective building technique, rammed earth walls. She instructed her team to create large, thick cloth molds, sandwiching them between wooden boards and filling the center with a mixture of clay, gravel, and dry grass. Then, she commanded the mighty orcs to lift heavy stone pillars, pounding them with fervor. The resounding thuds echoed through the air, creating a deep, resonant sound that filled the sky. These rammed earth walls, measuring 0.5 meter in thickness, were dense and sturdy, providing excellent wind resistance and thermal insulation, all while utilizing readily available materials without the need for brick firing. Within 2 days, 6 elongated barracks, resembling loaves of bread, sprang forth from the ground. To conserve coal, Ling Qiqi unveiled a connected heating system. Each barrack was not equipped with individual stoves. Instead, an underground flue linked all 6 buildings. A large boiler outside burned coal, channeling hot air first through the floor of Barack 1, then flowing into Barack 2, and so on. Although the temperature in the last room would be slightly lower, in the frigid winter, being able to sleep on a warm earthen bed, even at a modest 10 degrees, felt like paradise. The third undertaking was a collagen-rich feast. Despite the abundance of elephant meat in the storeroom, it was insufficient to satisfy 300 hungry mouths. Ling Qiqi gazed at the pile of freshly extracted elephant organs, hearts, livers, lungs, and intestines. In this beastly world, orcs typically scorned offal, preferring only the prime cuts. However, to Ling Qiqi, this was pure calorie potential, a culinary delight. Wash them, clean them thoroughly. She directed a group of women, who diligently scrubbed the mountain of intestines with wood ash and coarse salt. Scrape off the fat. That is a prized ingredient. In the center of the square, a massive stone pot, hewn from a single block and measuring 2 meters in diameter, was placed atop the coal stove, flames roaring beneath it. Ling Qiqi took charge of the cooking. She first rendered the scraped fat into oil, adding generous amounts of wild ginger, Sichuan pepper, and chili, acquired from the ghost market, to create an aromatic base. Next, she poured in the chopped offal medley. Finally, she added large chunks of sweet potato and wild vegetables, covered it with water, and sealed it with a wooden lid to simmer. An hour later, an intoxicating aroma, rich and spicy, wafted through the air, ensnaring the souls of all present. The 300 captives, whether digging pits, erecting buildings, or cleaning intestines, halted their work, their throats collectively swallowing in unison. Dinner time, Ling Qiqi announced, striking a rhino horn to signal the meal. Everyone formed an orderly line, wooden bowls in hand, as they received a ladle of the sweet potato stew. The broth was creamy white, the sweet potatoes tender, and the previously scorned offal now glistened with a tempting sheen after absorbing the flavorful broth. An old fox warrior, missing a hand, trembled as he took a sip of the soup. The hot, spicy liquid coursed down his throat, dispelling the chill within his bones. He bit into a plump piece of elephant intestine, finding no trace of the anticipated foul odor, only an explosion of flavors he had never encountered before. Overcome with emotion, the old warrior wept, realizing how precious life was in that moment. This meal shattered the last remnants of mistrust among the captives. The shame of defeat and the fear of enslavement paled in comparison to the warmth of a bowl of hearty stew. At that moment, Yuan stood atop the city wall, observing the orcs below, engrossed in their meal, and then cast a glance at Ling Qiqi, whose face was smudged with soot yet radiant with joy. He raised his rhino horn cup, sipping a warm brew of sweet potato leaf tea. Though it was a bit noisy and messy, this divine city was indeed taking shape. System notification. Achievement unlocked. Infrastructure enthusiast LV2. Stable living conditions. Current population satisfaction. 85. As long as there is food, they 1T leave. Resource warning. Sweet potato stock down 30. Elephant meat stock down 20. Although stabilized for now, without measures to increase resources, in half a month, you will be collectively left to the winds of the northwest. Ling Qiqi gazed at the system panel, her smile gradually fading. Half a month. It seemed imperative to venture into the fabled death marsh, where perhaps lay the hope to sustain these hundreds of individuals. Chapter 50. Death Marsh? No, that is our backyard rice paddy. While sweet potatoes were delightful and elephant intestines were succulent, any single food item consumed thrice daily for half a month would become a torment. This was especially true for the 300 orc laborers, who were growing rapidly due to their laborious work. The caloric content of sweet potatoes was fleeting, dissipated with a mere trip to the bathroom. They could devour 10 pounds of sweet potatoes in one meal, and the stock was depleting at a pace that caused Ling Qiqi to feel a pang of anxiety. This simply would not do. A change in flavor was necessary. Ling Qiqi surveyed the remaining half of a sweet potato in her hand, feeling a sourness rise in her stomach. She longed for rice, craving that translucent, soft, and sweet grain that paired perfectly with braised meat, allowing her to devour 3 large bowls. Her gaze turned to the dark area on the map labeled Death Marsh. It was a forbidden zone, one that even wandering orcs dared not approach. Legend spoke of a place shrouded in toxic mists, where mud could swallow a giant elephant and waters concealed countless bloodthirsty creatures. Yet, with her eye of analysis, Ling Qiqi saw not a forbidden zone, but a high-yield farmland brimming with aquatic plants. Gather, with a command. The strongest scavenging team of the Divine City assembled once more. Team configuration: Captain, Ling Qiqi, Human Radar. Enforcer, Yuan, responsible for brute force. Excavator, Yin, in charge of digging mud and lotus. Scout, Xiaojiu, responsible for reconnaissance. Equipment configuration: Combat suit, a waterproof suit hastily crafted by Su. Made from multiple layers of elephant hide and bulletproof spider silk, sealed at the joints with resin, rendering it waterproof, insect-proof, and leech-proof. Although it made her look like a black Michelin figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Mask: a homemade gas mask, filled with activated charcoal, burned by Yuan, and cotton, filtering out marsh gas. Let us set off. With a wave of her hand, the four of them waddled toward the marsh like plump penguins. At the edge of the death marsh, upon entering the area, a wave of putrid stench assaulted their senses. The ground beneath their feet became soft and muddy, each step requiring effort to pull free, accompanied by a squelching sound. Surrounding them was a grayish-white mist, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. "How foul!" Xiaojiu exclaimed through his mask. "It's worse than our cesspool." He was rather excited, being a pangolin. This muddy soil felt familiar and welcoming. This soil is rich and full of decaying leaves. Anything planted here will surely thrive. Yuan trailed behind, emanating an aura of low pressure. He looked disdainfully at the muck beneath his feet. Although clad in waterproof gear, he still felt unclean. To avoid getting muddy, he discreetly employed a floating spell, hovering 3 centimeters above the ground. "Qiqi," Yuan stated coldly, "if that rice you mentioned is not here, I shall incinerate this marsh." "Fear not, it is assuredly here." Ling Qiqi activated her eye of analysis, scanning the surroundings like a scanner on overdrive. Scanning subject: toxic leeches, skipped. Scanning subject: man-eating flowers, skipped. Scanning subject: mutated reeds, stop. Ling Qiqi parted a thicket of reeds that towered above her. Before her lay a broad, shallow water area. The surface was adorned with vast expanses of green duckweed, while amidst the duckweed thrived a grass-like plant, heavy with drooping seed heads. The seed heads were a deep purple-black, plump and bending the stalks low. Ling Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. With trembling hands, she plucked a seed head and peeled away its purple-black casing. Inside lay a slender, translucent grain resembling a milky white rice grain. Scanning subject: purple crystal wild rice, mutated variety. Attributes: cold resistance max, yield max. Evaluation: this is a prized find. Although its texture may not match that of modern polished rice, it boasts a satisfying chewiness and is rich in anthocyanins. Most importantly, this remarkable entity is frost-resistant. In this desolate place, an extensive patch has flourished, completely wild. "I found it!" Ling Qiqi let out a shriek, almost tumbling into the mud. "Rice is glutinous rice. This area must yield several thousand gene, enough for us to sustain ourselves until next spring." Just as she intended to rush forward to harvest, the tranquil water surface suddenly erupted. A massive maw, lined with sharp teeth, shot up from the murky mud, aiming directly for Ling Qiqi's thigh. It was a 5-meter-long armored mud crocodile. Its skin was as tough as rusted iron, and its eyes glimmered with cunning ferocity. It was the ruler of this swamp, having not tasted fresh meat in a long time. "Be careful," and shrank back in fear. Xiaojiu drew her dagger, but it was too far away to be of any use. Yet, Ling Qiqi did not move. She sensed a familiar chill behind her. "Filthy creature." Yuan's voice resonated mildly. He did not even make a move, merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Dragon might absolute zero crack. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a crisp sound of freezing. The crocodile, leaping from the water, froze mid-air, its mouth agape in a ferocious display of fangs, encased in a layer of blue-white frost, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Then, with a thud, it crashed heavily into the mud, shattering into several pieces. Instant kill. I have spoken. Yuan brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves and stepped back. Filthy. Ling Qiqi gazed at the shattered ice fragments of the crocodile and swallowed. Brother Long, such a cooling effect would be a shame not to sell ice cream. The crisis was averted. However, a problem arose. This wild rice grew in muddy waters, waist deep. If we sent someone to cut it, efficiency would be low, and they could easily get stuck. Ling Qiqi surveyed the expansive water before her and then glanced at the humanoid cooling machine beside her. A bold idea emerged. Brother Long. Ling Qiqi leaned closer, her face adorned with a flattering smile. Since we are here, why not showcase your prowess once more? Yuan eyed her warily. What do you mean? Freeze this swamp, of course. Ling Qiqi pointed at the water ahead. Once it is frozen solid, we can harvest like ice skaters, gliding smoothly. No mud to tread upon. How clean. Yuan scrutinized the filthy mud pond. Freezing it? This indeed aligned with his aesthetic of cleanliness. Just this once. Yuan approached the water's edge. He took a deep breath and forcefully pressed his palms against the ground. The dragon pearl within him surged, unleashing a torrent of frost breath, mastery of all attributes by the black dragon. 1,000 miles frozen. Crack, crack. The sound of freezing echoed painfully. Centered around Yuan, a wave of white cold air swiftly enveloped the entire swamp. The murky mud solidified instantly. Floating duckweed became trapped within the ice layer. Even the small fish and shrimp that had not managed to escape were instantaneously frozen. In less than a minute, the once treacherous, muddy death swamp transformed into a vast, crystal-clear ice rink, smooth as a mirror. The heavy rice ears stood proudly on the ice surface, awaiting harvest. Wow! Xiao Jiao excitedly leaped onto the ice, gliding a short distance. So slippery, so fun. Get to work. Ling Qiqi tossed a sickle to Yen. Yen, you are in charge of cutting the rice. Xiao Jiao, you will bundle the rice. Yuan, you maintain the cooling and supervise. Meanwhile, Ling Qiqi focused on another treasure beneath the ice layer. Through the transparent surface, she spotted thick, plump roots buried in the mud. Scanning object. Qi Kong Shuelao. Evaluation. This is the white jade of the marsh. Crisp, sweet, and juicy, whether served cold, in soup, or fried, it is unrivaled. Yen, after you finish cutting the rice, do not leave. Ling Qiqi knocked on the ice surface. Break this ice for me. There are treasures beneath. Our goal today is to strip this swamp bare. 3 hours later, the scavenging team of the Divine City returned, laden with bounty. Their appearance was quite peculiar. Yuan walked at the front, exuding an icy demeanor, dragging a massive ice slab, used as a sled. The ice slab was piled high like a small mountain. At the bottom lay a thick layer of purple rice ears. In the middle rested a heap of plump, fat lotus roots, each as thick as an arm. On top were several frozen fish and the unfortunate armored mud crocodile. Meat is meat. It must not go to waste. Yin and Xiao Jiao pushed the ice slab, panting heavily, yet their faces radiated the joy of harvest. Ling Qiqi trailed behind, holding a freshly cleaned lotus root. Crunching into it. Sweet. This lotus root is truly sweet. Tonight we feast. Osmanthus sticky rice lotus. Though lacking osmanthus, mint can substitute. Fried lotus root. And a crocodile meat and lotus root soup. Yuan glanced back at the carefree woman, then at the substantial pile of food behind them. Glutton. Despite his words, he subtly slowed his pace, allowing her to munch steadily. Upon returning to the Divine City, the workers in the outer city were astonished. What did they see? Their divine lady had brought back a mountain of grain? Were those purple-black grains? What is that plump white stick? Is that rice? An elderly werewolf trembled as he grasped a handful of rice ears, peeling one grain to chew. The fresh aroma of raw rice melted in his mouth. It is rice. Genuine food. My heavens, can food actually grow in this cursed land? Ling Qiqi ascended the high platform, waving her hand. Gather around. Tonight, we shall not have sweet potato soup. Tonight, we feast on rice. To our fill. Uru. Cheers shattered the clouds. That evening, a fragrance of rice, unlike any before, wafted through the cafeteria of the Divine City. It was the unique aroma of steamed purple rice, paired with oily fried lotus root and delicious crocodile soup. Over 300 beastmen held bowls, eating with their heads down. Some wept as they ate. They had never tasted such fragrant food in their lives. I shall never leave this divine city. I would rather die than leave. Ling Qiqi entered Yuan's room, holding a bowl of crystal-clear purple rice, specifically reserved for him from the center, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried lotus slices. Brother Long, give this a try. Yuan picked up a chopstick full. The texture was soft and glutinous, with a hint of chewiness, becoming increasingly fragrant with each bite. Its taste was entirely different from meat. It was a pure essence of the earth. He took another bite, and another, until the bowl was empty. He set down the bowl, gazing at Ling Qiqi, his eyes harboring an indescribable emotion. This woman, she truly accomplished it. In this cursed wasteland, she not only survived, but transformed it into a land flowing with milk and honey. Qiqi, Yuan suddenly spoke. What does this divine city still lack? Lack of what? Ling Qiqi inquired. Yuan pointed to the pitch-black night sky outside. A name. Since we have a city, citizens, and food, shouldn't we raise a flag and establish a nation? Ling Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. Then, the fire of ambition ignited in her eyes. Establish a nation? A splendid idea. However, before that, we must first deal with the merchant convoy brazenly wandering near our doorstep. She pointed towards the approaching, massive, ominous convoy, inching closer to the divine city. It seems someone, drawn by the aroma of food, wishes to partake as well. Chapter 51, Dimensional Suppression. We shall turn our street stall into a luxury product launch. Though the swamp expedition was an enticing option, Ling Qiqi surveyed the mountains of soap, fine salt, and the continuously produced spider silk fabric in the warehouse. Then glanced at the laborers who devoured food like bottomless pits. She realized that farming, digging lotus roots, was stable but too slow. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. To sustain such a multitude, there exists but one swift method: the pursuit of wealth through trade. Our current predicament is stark. We are impoverished to the extent that only money remains. Ling Qiqi sat in the conference room, which also served as her makeshift seat, clutching a translucent piece of mint soap with an expression of profound distress. We possess the finest salt of the forest, the most fragrant soap, and the softest fabric. Yet, we are devoid of meat, flour, and essential carbohydrates. Thus, she struck the table decisively, proclaiming that we must venture forth, not to steal, but to earn their provisions. The first step, product packaging, an obsession turned celebration. Listen closely, we are not merely selling salt, but dignity. We do not sell soap, we offer a quality of life. Ling Qiqi stood before the wood, conducting a preemptive training session. It is imperative that our goods do not resemble cabbages haphazardly piled on the ground. They must be packaged, exuding an air of luxury, so exquisite that mere glances should incur a fee. The woodworker understood. Luxury, perfection, geometry. He produced a sturdy piece of hardwood retrieved from the marshes, his eyes alight with fervor. Hand it over to me. I shall craft 100 display boxes, each with dimensional tolerances not exceeding 0.01 millimeters. The lids must possess a damping sensation, producing a refined hiss upon opening. Thus, for the next 2 days, the workshop of Shunji Du resonated with the grinding sounds that could make one's teeth ache. The woodworker, accompanied by several apprentices he had trained, primarily those steady-handed children, worked tirelessly to produce the boxes. When the finished products emerged, even Yuan cast a lingering glance. They were deep brown, square wooden boxes, polished to a mirror-like sheen with rounded corners. Upon opening the lid, a layer of pristine white rabbit fur lined the interior. Nestled within that soft embrace lay a pale yellow mint soap, embossed with dragon patterns, a replica of Yuan's claw mark. Yuan lifted the box, opening and closing it. The silky, damping sensation was indeed addictive, resembling a tribute worthy of reverence. This is merely the beginning. Ling Qiqi smiled triumphantly. This is called added value. A bar of soap that could originally exchange for 2 chickens now holds the potential to trade for an entire pig when encased in this box. The second step, assembling a supermodel trading caravan. With the products ready, we required capable individuals for transport. Ling Qiqi ventured into the outer city, to select personnel. This endeavor represented the visage of Shunji Du. Those of unattractive appearance, slouched postures, or unkempt hygiene were discarded. After meticulous selection, 20 of the tallest and most well-proportioned warriors from the Qi, Hu, and Wolf tribes were chosen. They donned the first generation of Shunji Du work attire, crafted overnight from the fabric. Clad in form-fitting black spider silk, accentuating their physiques, and draped in dark red cloaks, complemented by knee-high leather boots, they looked striking. Each bore a standardized bone knife at their waist, and carried a square wooden box laden with goods on their backs. As this formidable group assembled in the square, their vigor and the palpable aura of a disciplined military force dazzled all onlookers. Majestic, Ling Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. Who would dare believe they were once vagabonds? They embodied the essence of a royal guard. Yuan. She turned to the black dragon lounging in the doorway, soaking up the sun. You are the treasure of the establishment. Whether we can fetch a sky-high price depends entirely on your presence. Yuan grunted, exhibiting a reluctant demeanor, yet ultimately adorned himself in a black and gold robe, clutching his ever-present rhinoceros horn cup. A nuisance. Should anyone dare to negotiate, he narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within his golden pupils. I shall simply sever him. The third step, the arrival of the Greystone Market. Situated 200 miles from the Death Forest lies a neutral market known as Greystone. This locale serves as a gathering place for wandering beastmen, small tribes, and various black market merchants. Filthy, chaotic, and substandard are the hallmarks of this place. The ground is muddy, the tents tattered, and the air thick with the stench of spoiled vegetables and livestock waste. Beastmen are known to brawl over mere scraps of moldy jerky. Today marks the opening of the market. Amidst the cacophony of haggling voices, a sudden, synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed at the market's entrance. Thud, thud, thud. The sound, though soft, bore a penetrating quality. Instinctively, all activity ceased, and heads turned in unison. The entire market fell silent. A peculiar procession advanced slowly, dressed in coordinated black attire and cloaked in deep red capes. Their strides were measured in uniform, as if measured by a ruler. They bore none of the typical foul odors. Rather, a subtle, pleasant scent of mint wafted through the air. Leading the way was a human maiden clad in an ornate gown. Her fair skin and bright gaze marked her as an anomaly amongst the grimy beastmen. Beside her walked a towering man in a black robe. Though he moved casually, an invisible aura of authority compelled the surrounding beastmen to instinctively wish to kneel. Which noble from a great tribe could this be? That man is terrifying. I cannot meet his gaze. What exquisite treasures lie within that box they carry. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Ling Qiqi, head held high, led her supermodel caravan directly to the heart of the market, claiming the prime space that had originally housed a few stalls selling rotting pig heads. Yuan merely cast a disinterested glance at them. The pig-headed merchants, frightened, scrambled away, abandoning their stalls and yielding their territory. Right here, Ling Qiqi gestured. The 20 warriors uniformly placed down their boxes. With a resounding thud, the boxes fell into a perfect square formation. The woodworker, who had accompanied them to oversee the display, rushed forward, taking out a cloth to polish the already pristine boxes. Then he opened the top 3 boxes. The first box revealed snow salt. Under the sunlight, the finely granulated salt sparkled like snow, glimmering like diamonds. The second box contained divine soap. Dozens of beautifully crafted soaps arranged neatly within exquisite wooden boxes, emanating a refreshing mint fragrance that swiftly overpowered the market's foul odors. The third box showcased spider silk fabric, its silvery material cascading over the edges of the box, dancing lightly in the breeze. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Is that salt? How can it be white? The scent is delightful. What is that yellow square? Just inhaling, it revitalizes me. That fabric, did the clouds weave it? Covetous, astonished, and curious gazes surged toward this modest stall. Ling Qiqi stood behind the counter, holding a tin megaphone. Unlike other vendors, she did not shout, urging passers-by not to miss out. Instead, she elegantly adjusted her skirt, revealing a practiced smile. The first external trade of Shunji Du has officially commenced. We do not accept refuse. For those merely seeking survival, please venture elsewhere. For those wishing to experience what it means to live, she pointed at the bar of soap, bring forth your finest offerings in exchange. The first to approach was a rugged lionfolk warrior clad in tattered leather armor. He appeared robust, but was riddled with sores, exuding an offensive odor. "Can that fragrant item cure my itch?" he inquired, scratching at his arm while gazing longingly at the soap. "Of course," replied Ling Qiqi, presenting him with a small sample. "Go wash in the river over there. It's a complimentary trial." The lionfolk warrior, skeptical yet hopeful, took the soap to the riverbank. 10 minutes later, he returned, sprinting with wild abandon. His previously greasy, matted mane now fluffed, and the itching ceased. He radiated a refreshing mint scent. Miraculous medicine. "This is divine." The lionfolk warrior placed all his possessions, a large bag of jerky, 2 intact bear pelts, and a low-grade beast core, upon the table. "I want to trade for that big one. The one in the box." It was a deal. Ling Qiqi beamed as she accepted his offerings, handing him a beautifully crafted wooden box in return. With the first person daring to eat crab, the entire market erupted in excitement. "I want some too. I have half a slab of wild boar meat. I have flour, 2 large bags of rye flour. I have a jar of honey. Trade it for that white salt." The scene quickly spiraled out of control. The orcs frantically waved their provisions, fearing they might miss out if they delayed. Yuan stood behind Ling Qiqi, initially acting as a mere talisman. However, upon witnessing someone trying to rush the stall in their excitement, he emitted a cold grunt. With a mere display of his dragon might, the agitated orcs instantly calmed down. "Form a line," Yuan commanded succinctly. Thus, a most peculiar scene unfolded at the Huiyin market. Hundreds of fierce-looking vagrant orcs obediently formed a long queue, clutching various items, gazing eagerly at the stall as if they were school children awaiting candy. Mu maintained order nearby. Barking commands: "Stand straight. Align with the back of the head in front of you. You there, the bull-headed one, your horns are crooked." As the sun began to set, the goods were completely sold out. Even the wooden crates used for packing were purchased at high prices, allegedly to be repurposed as jewelry boxes. Meanwhile, the merchant caravan from the Divine City returned triumphantly, having emptied their 20 crates, yet the 20 warriors bore back supplies stacked high like mountains. Thousands of pounds of jerky, dozens of bags of flour, a variety of seeds and ores, and even 2 live milk sheep. Ling Qiqi sat on the newly acquired cart on the way back, counting the bag filled with beast cores, her smile beaming. "Brother Long, we have struck it rich. This trip has earned us half a year's worth of provisions." Yuan observed her gleeful demeanor, shaking his head in resignation. However, his gaze fell upon the fine wine in the corner of the cart, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Not bad. At least we won't have to eat sweet potatoes tonight." Yet, just as they were about to leave the market, a shadow loomed in their path. A large caravan, well-equipped and bearing a unified banner, blocked their way. The banner depicted a roaring golden lion. At the forefront was a golden-haired lion man, riding a tall steed and looking down on Ling Qiqi's group with avarice. His gaze greedily swept over the now-empty crates, finally resting on Ling Qiqi. "Little girl," the lion spoke haughtily, "your goods are quite intriguing. Our trading association has taken an interest. Hand over the recipe, and I may allow you to become my concubine." Ling Qiqi's smile vanished. She tucked the money bag into her bosom and slowly rose. Yuan halted as well, lifting his gaze to the oblivious lion. He lightly shook the rhino horn cup in his hand. "Concubine, you think you are worthy?" Chapter 52. Your meager wealth isn't even enough for my packaging. At the exit of the Huiyin market, the atmosphere was tense. The setting sun elongated the shadow of the golden-haired lion, casting it upon Ling Qiqi's face. The young master from the Golden Lion Tribe's Royal City Trading Association, Leon, surveyed the seemingly small caravan of just a few dozen individuals from his elevated position. His eyes greedily lingered on the empty, ornate crates, envisioning a future filled with gold coins. As for the man in the black robe, though he bore a certain presence, he was merely posturing before the elite guards of the royal city. "How about this?" Leon jingled a bag of gold coins in his hand, producing a crisp sound. "Here are 100 gold coins. Enough to buy your recipe, and you as well, is it not? Follow me." and you shall share in the wealth and glory of this beast world." The onlooking vagrant orcs gasped in shock. 100 gold coins. That was a fortune, enough to purchase an entire small tribe. Yet, Ling Qiqi merely smiled, not a sycophantic smile, nor one of anger, but a look of pity, as if gazing at a fool. She extended a finger, lightly pushing aside the bag of coins Leon offered. 100 gold coins? She sighed, turning to Yuan. "Brother Long, listen to this. Is this what they call the Royal City Trading Association? How utterly shabby." Yuan responded with a dismissive grunt, expressing his agreement. "Pauper." Leon's smile froze. "Pauper? Do you know who I am? I am the son of the wealthiest man in the Royal City." "Stop." Ling Qiqi interrupted him, stepping to the display box that had yet to be cleared. She picked up the empty box. "Mr. Goldenhair, do you know what this box is made of?" Leon scoffed. "I senti it just wood?" "Wrong." Ling Qiqi earnestly fabricated a tale, though not entirely false, given it was indeed wood. "This is crafted from millennium-old submerged wood from the depths of the Death Marsh. The chief craftsman of the Divine City meticulously honed it over 49 days, completing 900 processes. Look at the chamfer. The deviation is less than a micron. Observe the damping sensation. It's as smooth as silk. Just this empty box costs 10 gold coins." She gestured to the 20 empty crates on the ground. "The packaging alone here amounts to 200 gold coins. And you," she disdainfully glanced at the money bag, "think 100 gold coins is enough to buy my recipe? Or me? You must be joking." Ling Qiqi shook her head, her tone laden with sympathy for the illiterate. "Are you here to conduct business or to beg? This pittance wouldn't even suffice for cutting in line at a restroom in our divine city." System comment. Critical hit. True damage. Though the box is merely made from ordinary hardwood, a well-told story can elevate wood to agate. This is called brand premium. A murmur swept through the crowd. "Goodness, that box is worth so much. What kind of place is the Divine City? They charge for using the restroom?" It appears this lion young master is indeed a miser. Leon's face turned a deep shade of crimson. How could the son of the Royal City's wealthiest man be mocked for being poor by a wild girl? "You're talking nonsense. You must be refusing to accept my kindness." Fuming with indignation, Leon drew his sword and pointed it at Ling Qiqi. "You're asking for it. Kill all the men. Capture the women. I no longer want a recipe. I want to have someone tear your mouth apart." Roaring, dozens of lion guards behind him bared their weapons. They were a group of well-equipped heavy infantry, their armor gleaming ominously in the sunset. In contrast, Ling Qiqi's 20 models, though striking, were armed only with bone blades, appearing rather outmatched. "Attack!" Leon commanded. One of the strongest lion guards charged forward first, swinging a massive axe aimed directly at Ling Qiqi's head. "Die, you wretched girl!" Ling Qiqi didn't even blink. She had the leisure to pull out a sunflower seed from her pocket. "Brother Long," she called softly, "someone wants to tear my mouth apart." Yuan stood like a statue, unyielding, until the massive axe was just a meter away from Ling Qiqi. He moved. There was no grand transformation, no fiery magic. He simply raised a hand holding the cup, his right hand, with casual ease, then swiftly swung it back. A crisp slap echoed through the market, resonating like a thunderclap. The next moment, the crowd witnessed an unforgettable scene. The muscular lion man, weighing several hundred pounds and charging with a giant axe, was sent flying as if struck by a speeding train. He spun through the air, defying the laws of physics, before crashing sideways into a nearby dung pit. Indeed, the market was quite filthy. A splash erupted. Silence fell over the crowd. Even the wind seemed to cease. Yuan retracted his hand, glancing at the rhino horn cup in his grasp. Fortunately, no water spilled. He lifted his eyelids, and those golden slit pupils coldly swept over the remaining lion guards, finally fixing upon Lion's vacant face. The noise was unbearable. Yuan's voice was soft, yet carried a chilling aura that made one's knees weak. "I despise those who shout while dining." Lion trembled all over. As a high-ranking beastman, he understood better than anyone what that slap had signified. No fighting spirit, no magic, purely brute strength. To swat away a heavily armored warrior? What kind of monster is this? "Who are you?" Lion's voice quivered, and his steed, sensing the dragon's might, collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Who I am is of no consequence. Yuan took a step forward. Just a single step. That overwhelming pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended with a thunderous impact. Thud, thud. Those formerly fierce lion guards fell to their knees in unison, like harvested wheat. It was not their choice to kneel. Their legs gave way, truly unable to stand. Yuan approached Lion, who had already fallen off his horse and was scrambling backward on hands and feet. Please don't kill me. I have money. I have plenty of money. Yuan looked down at him from above, his gaze filled with disdain. I gave you a chance. 100 gold coins? This amount wouldn't even suffice for a slap from me. He turned to Ling Qiqi, who was munching on sunflower seeds. How shall we handle this? Shall we kill him or roast him? Lion meat is a bit sour. I don't like it. Ling Qiqi spat out the seed husk and walked over, smiling at the trembling lion. Killing is rather unpleasant. We are business people. Ling Qiqi crouched down and retrieved a money pouch from Lion's arms. She waited. 100 gold coins as compensation for emotional distress. I shall accept. Lion nodded vigorously, saying, take it, all of it. But Ling Qiqi swiftly changed her tone. You just frightened my horse, actually a donkey, alarmed my employees, and attempted to undermine the commercial reputation of the Divine City. We must calculate this account thoroughly. She pointed at the massive caravan behind Lion. Those were several large carts laden with goods, including food, cloth, ironware, and various precious materials. These are all the royal city's goods. Lion struggled. They are now mine. Ling Qiqi stood tall, declaring with conviction. This is called punitive compensation or reverse acquisition. Do you have any objections? Yuan casually shook the cup in his hand, feigning to raise his hand again. No objections. Absolutely none. Lion screamed. They all belong to you. The carts and horses belong to you. Just don't kill me. Very well. Ling Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. Wouldn't. Stop polishing the boxes. Take people to inspect the goods. Throw away our empty boxes. They're made of wood anyway. And load their cargo, especially those carts of iron ingots and grains. Not a single one should be left behind. Thus, what began as a forceful transaction transformed into a legitimate zero-cost purchase. The warriors of the Divine City eagerly rushed in to take over the lion merchant caravan. Wow, boss, it's all fine flour. Boss, this is fine iron. So much fine iron. And a cart of spices. Watching their goods being carted away box by box, Lion's heart bled. Yet he dared not move, because that man in the black robe was fixated on his neck, as if contemplating which part to strike first. Half an hour later, the transaction was complete. Ling Qiqi sat in the luxurious carriage that once belonged to Lion, adorned with thick bear fur, holding that pouch of gold coins. Her spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. Thank you, nature, for your bounty. Thank you, Golden Lion Clan, for the splendid fortune. She leaned out and waved at the still kneeling Lion. Go back and inform your guild leader. Should you wish to conduct business, you are welcome in the Divine City. But remember to bring enough money next time. If you do not bring money, she pointed at Yuan, then ensure you bring a coffin. Depart. Homeward. The caravan, in grand procession, left the market, leaving behind a group of lion merchants stripped bare, with only their undergarments flapping in the wind. In the corner of the market, a battered dwarf, adorned with a heavy iron collar, lay hidden in a pile of grass, intently gazing at Yuan's departing figure. Especially that rhinoceros horn cup. The craftsmanship. The perfect arc, what divine skill. I must go to that place. Only there is worthy of my craft. The dwarf gritted his teeth, and, taking advantage of the lion guard's momentary confusion, stealthily followed the caravan to the Divine City. System settlement. Achievement unlocked. First pot of gold, physical version. Acquired resources, gold coins x 100, fine iron x 500 gene, flour x 2000 gene, various miscellaneous goods. Potential profit. You have successfully attracted the attention of the Royal City's forces, maximum animosity, while also drawing in a soon-to-be-allied master craftsman. Ling Qiqi lay in the carriage, counting the gold coins. Animosity? What is there to fear? With this batch of fine iron, once the craftsman arrives, we shall enter the Iron Age. Chapter 53. You think my furnace isn't hot enough? Brother Long, give him a taste of color. On the return journey, the caravan moved in grandeur. Though they returned laden with treasures, Yuan's brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, midway, Yuan halted, coldly addressing the grass by the roadside without turning back. You've been following us all this way. Your breathing is louder than a donkey pulling a cart. Ling Qiqi was startled. Someone is tracking us. The warriors of the caravan immediately drew their bone knives, surrounding the grass. Rustle. The grass shifted. A stout, dirty figure emerged. It was a dwarf, standing only to Ling Qiqi's chest, but broad-shouldered like a wall. His body was muscular, his face obscured by a tangled beard. The most notable feature was the heavy collar inscribed with Lion Clan runes around his neck and the numerous whip scars on his body. He wielded no weapon, only a half-broken iron hammer. Don't make a move, the dwarf bellowed in a coarse voice, akin to two pieces of raw iron scraping against each other. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to find that carpenter. Ignoring the gleaming bone knives surrounding him, he rushed straight to the exquisite wooden box used for cargo, the empty boxes left from the earlier transaction. His calloused and scarred hands trembled as they caressed the box's corners. Perfect right angles, seamless joints, not a drop of glue, pure mortise and tenon construction. The dwarf suddenly lifted his head, his eyes hidden beneath his messy hair shining with intensity. Who made this? Who did this? Ling Qiqi pointed to the figure in the caravan measuring the wheels of the cart. The dwarf rushed to the carpenter as if he had encountered a long-lost father. Master, do you take apprentices? No, let us become sworn brothers. Only you, with your obsessive pursuit of precision, are worthy of my blacksmithing skills. The carpenter, startled by the filthy dwarf, took a step back. Your beard is asymmetrical. The left side has 3 more stray hairs than the right. Ling Qiqi approached, sizing up the dwarf. Scanning target, hammer, dwarven master blacksmith. Status, escaped slave, severely injured, extremely hungry. Skill, divine forging. Give him a piece of iron, and he will return a miracle. Vulnerability, has a violent temper and an unhealthy obsession with heat control. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. Ling Qiqi's heart soared with delight. I was worried that the 500 gene of fine iron I seized would go to waste. This master, Ling Qiqi smiled brightly. Would you like to join us? No problem, but we in the Divine City do not support idlers. Can you forge? Of course. The dwarf's hammer was enraged, as if insulted. I've swung a hammer since I was 3, forged swords at 5, and by 18, I was the chief blacksmith of the Dwarven King City. Had it not been for those wretched lions seizing him as a slave, he caressed the collar around his neck, a flicker of hatred gleaming in his eyes. If only he were granted a furnace and a hammer, he could transform this pile of scrap iron, referring to the lion's precious steel, into divine artifacts. Excellent. Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. Yuan, lend him a hand. Yuan glanced at the collar crafted from fine steel. Such collars are notoriously difficult to open, unless one possesses the key. Yet, Yuan required no key. He extended 2 fingers, grasping the collar, exerting a slight force. Crack! The rigid steel collar shattered as easily as if it were mere noodles. Iron Hammer's eyes widened in disbelief as he touched his neck, momentarily dazed. This was forged from Hantai. Could this fellow's fingers be akin to magical pliers? Let us go, Yuan stated nonchalantly. Back to work. If you fail to produce anything remarkable, I shall use you to stoke the furnace. In the Divine City, in the workshop district at the back mountain. Upon returning to base, Ling Qiqi immediately ordered the confiscated fine iron to be moved to the newly constructed blacksmith shop, which was nothing more than a shed. Inside stood a freshly erected large coal furnace. Initially, Iron Hammer was brimming with excitement, rolling up his sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. However, upon seeing the furnace, his expression fell instantly. He kicked the coal furnace. This contraption is fit only for roasting sweet potatoes. Its maximum temperature could barely reach 1,000 degrees. The fine iron you've seized has a melting point of at least 1,500 degrees. To forge superior steel, it must reach at least 2,000 degrees. Without magma or earth fire, what good is this iron? He threw down the broken hammer, plopped onto the ground, and began to throw a tantrum. Liars, all liars, wasting such fine materials. I refuse to continue. Ling Qiqi felt a touch of embarrassment. Indeed, while coal could provide warmth, it fell short for steelmaking. Though we have a blower? What good is that? No matter how strong the wind, it remains mere mortal fire. Iron Hammer huffed, glaring. Just then, Yuan, who had been sipping tea and watching the commotion, set down his cup. He approached the furnace, looking down at the tantrum-throwing dwarf. Displeased with the fire's size? Iron Hammer retorted defiantly. Yes. It's far too small, like a woman embroidering. Very well. A cruel smile crept across Yuan's lips. I hope you want tea cry out from the heat shortly. Yuan took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly. This time, he did not summon the usual flickering flames, but instead summoned the true essence of the dragon's breath. A jet of pitch-black flames, tinged with bluish-purple arcs, erupted from his mouth, diving straight into the furnace. There was no explosion, only a disquieting hissing sound, as if space itself were being seared. The once vibrant coals instantly transformed into a ghastly white. The air surrounding the furnace twisted violently, forcing those nearby to stumble back a dozen paces. Even the refractory brick walls of the furnace began to glow ominously, as if they might melt at any moment. Temperature monitoring. 1,500 degrees, 2,000 degrees, 2,500 degrees. Warning. The furnace is nearing its limit. This fire is too fierce. Yuan turned to the now dumbfounded Iron Hammer. Is this sufficient? Shall I add more? Iron Hammer's mouth gaped open, his beard nearly singed. He gazed at the terrifying flames within the furnace, at the chunk of fine iron that melted into molten steel the moment it was tossed in. Thud! Iron Hammer knelt, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. Divine fire. This is divine fire. The purity of this flame, devoid of any impurities, this high temperature. This is worth my lifetime. He leaped up like a madman, disregarding the heat. Seizing the heavy hammer, rushing to the anvil. Quickly, pour out the molten iron. Rock, work the bellows. Keep the rhythm. Wood, bring your ruler. I want to forge a knife with zero margin of error. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed through the night sky of the divine city. This was the symphony of industry, the sound of civilization advancing. Ling Qiqi stood at a distance, wiping the sweat from her brow. Goodness, is this the fabled aesthetic of violence? Yuan returned to her side, slightly breathless. Breathing real fire was rather exhausting. This dwarf may be noisy, but his craft is indeed impressive. He watched as Iron Hammer's hammering seemed to transcend ordinary limits, each strike transforming the iron before him. Qiqi, with these weapons. Next time we go to procure supplies, shall we not rob? No. Earn even more? Ling Qiqi looked at this black dragon, now thoroughly led astray, and laughed until she could hardly stand. Yes, with firearms, our backs will be even straighter. System summary. Achievement unlocked. The Iron Age begins. Acquired building. Dragon Flame Blacksmith Shop, divine level. Acquired talent. Iron Hammer, loyalty max because your fire is so great. Current combat power assessment. After equipping all members with fine steel weapons, combat power will increase by 300. That night, the first batch of products was completed. They did not begin with swords and knives. At Ling Qiqi's strong insistence, and with Wood's guidance on the schematics, Iron Hammer forged the first batch of iron pots, kitchen knives, and hot pot basins. There was no choice. Ling Qiqi fondled the shiny iron pot, utterly enamored. The people live on food. With this pot, we can finally stir-fry. No more stews and roasted meats. Tomorrow for breakfast, we shall have stir-fried kidneys, dry-fried green beans, spicy diced chicken. The cheers in the divine city were greater than those of a victorious battle. Meanwhile, in the distant Golden Lion clan capital, Leon knelt before his father, the head of the merchant guild, lamenting the barbaric tribe's transgressions. They robbed, they took everything. The old lion leader's face darkened to a threatening degree. Not only did they fail to acquire the formula, but they also lost an entire trade caravan. Very well. It seems this divine city does not regard our Golden Lion clan with any seriousness. He smashed the table in fury. Issue orders. Completely blockade all trade routes to the divine city. Without my permission, not a grain of food, nor a scrap of cloth shall be sold to them. I will starve them in that dead end. When the news returned to the divine city, Ling Qiqi was busy stir-frying a fragrant plate of twice-cooked pork in her new iron pot. Upon hearing the words economic blockade, She did not even pause her spatula. A blockade? Ling Qiqi flipped the spatula, the firelight illuminating her confident visage. Let them block. We had no intention of purchasing their goods anyway. Now we possess grain, swamp rice, meat, elephant meat reserves, iron, forged ourselves, and salt, ground by ourselves. Who will starve whom is yet to be determined. She plated the twice-cooked pork. Yuan, serve the dishes. Once we've filled our bellies, we shall strategize how to sell our divine soap to places farther than the capital. Perhaps through smuggling? Chapter 54. The Lion Clan wants to starve us? Apologies, we just overindulged. In the Divine City, at the central kitchen, formerly the square. With Iron Hammer's first large iron pot established, the culinary culture of the Divine City finally transitioned from the Stone Age to the Iron Age of cooking. Ling Qiqi stood before the gleaming 2-meter-wide iron pot, holding a bag of fine flour inherited from the Lion Clan's merchant caravan. This was premium white flour, as fine as snow, which under sunlight would even raise a delightful cloud of dust. Ladies and gentlemen, Ling Qiqi surveyed the bewildered core team, and sea-level labor representatives gathered around. The obstinate lions have blockaded us, seeking to starve us out. Today, I shall use this bag of flour to teach them a lesson. This lesson is called the ultimate evolution of carbohydrates. Yuan lounged on a nearby, soft couch, playing with a rhinoceros horn cup. Flour? He raised an eyebrow. I have seen this. Humans like to turn it into a paste and bake it, but it's as hard as stone and utterly tasteless. Are you certain this is edible? Ling Qiqi smiled mysteriously. Baking it into stone is their folly. What I intend to make is soft, white, plump, and oozing with oil. Large meat buns. Step 1. Awaken the slumbering dough. The key to making buns lies in the fermentation of the dough. In this era devoid of yeast, Ling Qiqi unveiled her rustic mastery with a sourdough starter. A concoction of ancient methods. She poured flour into a colossal wooden basin, adding warm water and the fermentation liquid. Wolf 1. Wolf 2. She summoned her 2 mightiest werewolf warriors. Wash your hands. Disinfect. Then knead it. The 2 towering, muscular werewolves stared blankly at the flour in the basin. Allow them to slay foes, yet expect them to knead dough? With force, but gently, Ling Qiqi commanded, insisting on extracting the gluten from the flour. This was far more challenging than slaying. The werewolves gritted their teeth, combating the dough as if facing a life-or-death adversary. After half an hour, a smooth, enormous, and pristine dough was born. Ling Qiqi fetched a damp cloth to cover it. Move it to the warm hearth. Let it rest in a cozy place. In 2 hours, it will surprise you. Step 2. The art of filling while the dough ferments. The filling must not cease. Ling Qiqi turned to Yuan. Dragon brother, lend me a claw. Yuan sighed, skillfully extending his right hand. More meat to chop? This time, the stakes were higher. Ling Qiqi pointed to a mound of meat, the older parts, and the fatty wild boar meat. Cut into cubes, not mince. Preserve the texture. The fat-to-lean ratio should be 3 to 7. Additionally, chop up the freshly grown scallions, ginger, and garlic from the greenhouse to mix in. Yuan remarked, as a noble abyssal dragon, I find myself not only a lighter and a cooler, but also a meat grinder. This shall not happen again. Despite his words, his claws transformed into a blur of motion. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of pounds of meat were diced into perfect cubes. Mixed with scallion ginger water, Sichuan pepper water, and precious soy sauce, not yet brewed, temporarily replaced with salt and spices, it was vigorously blended. Finally, a ladle of scalding hot oil was drizzled in. The aroma erupted instantly. Step 3. The artisan bun factory 2 hours later, when the werewolves removed the wooden basin from the warm hearth and unveiled the cloth. A collective gasp echoed through the air. The dough, once confined to the basin's bottom, had doubled in size. It had become plump and white, filled with air pockets. Springing back when pressed, it was alive. The werewolves, having never witnessed such a rise, recoiled in astonishment. This is fermentation. Ling Qiqi pinched off a piece of dough, which felt as ethereal as a cloud. Next came the bun-wrapping phase, the most daunting task, as these rugged men were notoriously clumsy. The results were either grenade-like or resembled unfortunate squish frogs, until the wooden figure could bear it no longer. Ugly, distorted, This is an affront to food. He shoved a werewolf aside and seized the dough and filling. His eyes sharpened, as if he held not a bun but a masterpiece. Observe closely. The dough's diameter is 10 centimeters. The filling's weight is 35 grams. Pinch the pleats. Keep your thumb steady. Pull with your index finger. 1 pleat, 2 pleats, 3 pleats. His fingers danced with dexterity. Exactly 18 pleats. 1 too many and it's too dense. 1 too few and it's too sparse. The closure must be perfectly sealed, forming a concentric circle. Seconds later, a plump, round bun adorned with exquisite patterns, 18 pleats, emerged from his hands. A flawless work of art from every angle. Have you learned? The wooden figure asked coldly. The werewolves shook their heads frantically. We failed. The wooden figure sighed. Very well, I shall seal them. You only need to add the filling. Thus, the assembly line of divine buns was established. It was responsible for cutting the dough into uniform pieces. Sue was tasked with rolling the skins, 8 hands rolling simultaneously, leaving a blur in their wake. The werewolves were in charge of adding the filling, using scales, with a margin of error no greater than 1 gram. Finally, the wooden figure was responsible for pinching the pleats shut, 18 pleats, perfectly round. Observing the neatly arranged raw buns, as if copied and pasted, Yuan's lips twitched. Is it really necessary for a meal? Step 4. The dawn of the steaming age. The buns were ready for steaming. Noisdeme? The wooden figure crafted dozens of layers of steamers overnight from the finest willow wood, with each layer's gaps meticulously calculated for perfect ventilation. The large iron pot boiled with water, fire breathed by Yuan. Dozens of layers of steamers towered like pagodas, reaching 3 meters high. Full fire. Steam vigorously. Ling Qiqi commanded. Yuan increased the flames. The magical fire licked the pot's bottom. Steam billowed forth, filling the courtyard with a rich aroma of wheat and meat. An unprecedented scent in the beastly realm. It differed from the charred smell of roasted meat. It was warmer, richer, and more soul-stirring. Over 300 werewolves surrounded the pot. Necks craned like awaiting giraffes. Saliva pooled like a river. How much longer? I can't take it. Is this the scent of flour? 20 minutes later. Turn off the fire. Let rest for 5 minutes. Ling Qiqi fixated on the hourglass. These 5 minutes felt longer than 5 years to everyone. Finally, the pot was opened. Yin climbed the ladder and lifted the top cover. A cloud of white steam burst forth like a mushroom cloud. Amidst the hazy mist, large white, fluffy buns, larger than fists, revealed themselves. They trembled slightly in the steam, as if imbued with life. A miracle. An elderly werewolf knelt. This is food crafted from clouds. Ling Qiqi picked up a steaming bun, offering it to Yuan. Dragon brother, give it a taste. Be careful, it's hot. Yuan accepted the bun. Softness was the first sensation. A slight pressure from his fingers made it sink, only to slowly spring back. It was hot, akin to holding a small sun. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The filling was so abundant that juices erupted forth, a rich broth infused with lard, beast meat, and the essence of scallions and ginger. Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The dough's fluffiness absorbed the savory juices, creating a layered richness that overwhelmed his senses. In an instant, it breached his taste bud defenses as a dragon. He disregarded the heat, devouring the entire bun in mere bites. His golden slit pupils fixated intently on the steamer. I want more. This entire batch belongs to me. Meanwhile, in the square below, chaos ensued. 300 beast laborers each received 2 large buns. They cradled the buns as if holding newborns, cautious and reverent. First, they inhaled deeply. So fragrant. Then, they took a bite. Woo-woo. The fox warrior, who had previously complained about the exhausting work, now wept tears of joy while savoring the juices. How can this dough be so soft? How can this meat be so aromatic? What have I been eating all this time? For these buns, I would gladly toil for a lifetime in the city of the gods. System evaluation. Achievement unlocked. Master of buns. Buff acquired. Carb frenzy. All units consuming buns have loyalty locked at max. Stamina recovery rate increased by 50. Current status. The economic blockade by the Lion Tribe has become a complete joke. Not only have you not starved, but you are feasting better than the Lion Tribe's king. After dinner, Ling Qiqi sat atop the city wall, gazing at the dark forest in the distance. In her hand was a pouch filled with gold coins, and she nibbled on half a bun, the remaining dough. Dragon brother, do you think if we sell these buns in the royal city, would those nobles fight each other for just one bun? Yuan, seated beside her, elegantly licked the meat juices from his fingers. Indeed, they would likely offer their entire fortunes in exchange. He turned to Ling Qiqi. What next? While the buns were delightful, the precious iron could not remain idle. Ling Qiqi swallowed the last morsel of the bun, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Now that we are full, it's time to embark on greater endeavors. It would be a shame to let the land outside lie fallow. Since we have acquired the iron hammer, the refined iron, and 300 well-fed, overly energetic strongmen, we shall commence a grand reclamation of the wasteland starting tomorrow. I intend to transform the 5,000 acres of barren land surrounding the Xinjidu into fertile fields. Attempt to blockade me? I shall demonstrate what it means to establish a self-sufficient agricultural empire. Chapter 55. The joy of farming you cannot comprehend. Transforming wasteland into granaries once well-fed. A person finds their strength lacking direction, especially those 300 orc warriors who have just experienced the explosive power of carbohydrates. They now possess a singular thought: to work. To work even harder, to exchange for more buns. At dawn the next day, outside the Xinjidu, an agricultural revolution significant enough to be recorded in the annals of beastly history commenced. The first step, tool upgrade in the blacksmith's forge. The flames roared. The dwarf blacksmith wielded the newly forged hammer, his muscles trembling with excitement. What excellent iron! Such hardness! Such ductility! Under his command. The molds originally intended for deadly blades were cast aside. In their stead were the refined steel curved plows, manganese steel hoe heads, and multifunctional engineer shovels. The designs provided by Ling Qiqi were all modernly enhanced, highly efficient agricultural tools, especially the curved plow, which was a paradigm shift for a world still using wooden sticks and bones to till the soil. The lines, the mechanical structure. The blacksmith marveled at the beauty of the tools designed for tilling, though not weapons. They embodied an exquisite aesthetic. The second step, aggressive reclamation with tools and personnel in place. The land surrounding the Xinjidu consisted entirely of frozen earth and tree-root-riddled wasteland. Ordinary oxen were utterly incapable of pulling a plow. Oxen? Ling Qiqi surveyed the eager orc warriors. We have no oxen, but we possess werewolves, bear men, tiger men, and even a dragon. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. In the fields, Yuan transformed into a half-dragon form to conserve energy and led the charge. He did not need to pull the plow. He merely needed to loosen the soil. Dragon technique, wave, with a stomp of his foot. The hardened frozen ground ahead shattered and loosened. The once iron-hard land now became as soft as cake. Following closely was Yin with the excavation team, divided into 10 small groups. At the forefront of each group were 2 robust bearmen or werewolves, harnessed with ropes, acting as human tractors, pulling the heavy refined steel curved plow. Behind them followed a trained technician guiding the plow. Avo, avo. The sounds of their labor resonated through the air. The sharp steel plow sliced into the loosened soil as effortlessly as cutting tofu, bringing forth the deep black earth. Wild grasses, tree roots, and stones were all unearthed. Behind them trailed a team of women and children tasked with collecting stones and roots, as well as a logistics team responsible for gathering roots to be burned into ash for fertilizer. The efficiency was astonishing. By the end of the day, 500 acres of wasteland had been transformed into neatly arranged furrows. Mu stood at the edge of the field, holding a large ruler. The furrows were 60 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters deep, with a linear error not exceeding 1 centimeter. Perfection. This land was finally organized. The third step, seeds of hope. The soil was ready. What should be sown? Although it was winter, the areas surrounding the Xinjidu had formed a peculiar microclimate due to Yuan's dragon breath and geothermal influences. Moreover, Ling Qiqi possessed a mysterious seed packet. Winter wheat. Ling Qiqi made a decision. This crop is cold-resistant and highly productive. By next spring, We shall feast upon authentic noodles and flatbreads. The moment of sowing was sacred. Ling Qiqi personally scattered the first handful of seeds. The golden wheat seeds fell upon the black earth. Yuan stood beside her, witnessing this moment. For reasons unknown, he felt this scene was more profound than any destruction he had wrought upon a city. Destruction is easy, yet to create, to watch this once desolate wasteland transform into fertile fields through their hands. Such a sense of accomplishment surpasses any treasure. Qiqi, Yuan suddenly spoke. Will this land be ours from now on? Yes. Ling Qiqi wiped the sweat from her brow, her smile radiant. Not just this piece. We shall transform this forest into the largest granary in the beastly realm. We will ensure that all those who look down upon us will line up to beg us for grain. Yuan gazed into her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well. I shall guard it for you. Should anyone dare to trample a single wheat seedling, he glanced towards the forest's edge, where suspicious figures lurked. I shall bury them in the ground as fertilizer. In the distance, at the forest's edge, several spies from the Golden Lion clan crouched in the snow, trembling. They had originally come to observe how the Shinji-do would starve. Yet what did they witness? Farming? Or were those enormous, glimmering iron tools? Why were those orc laborers singing while they worked? And that black dragon, was he actually loosening the soil? Madness. Spy swallowed hard. They were not only surviving, they were engaging in large-scale production. Moreover, I seem to catch the scent of meat buns gurgle. Spy B's stomach growled. Captain, why don't we just surrender? I heard that over there, if you work, you get to eat meat. The captain of the spies slapped him on the forehead. Useless. We are the elite of the Lion clan. However, he inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of wheat wafting through the air. This is too significant. We must hurry back to report to the leader. The Shinji-do may become our greatest threat henceforth. In the wind and snow, the chimneys of the Shinji-do belched white smoke. The sounds of labor echoed through the fields. This once desolate land was rising with an unstoppable momentum. System notification. Achievement unlocked. Agricultural revolution. Current status. The Shinji-do has achieved self-sufficiency. Next phase preview. With basic sustenance secured, the enemy will become increasingly anxious. The Golden Lion clan will not tolerate your growth. Assassination, sabotage, and even war are imminent. Prepare yourselves, for the iron cavalry of the Shinji-do must draw their swords. Chapter 56. The Tragedy of the Invisible Assassin. You stepped on my tile seam. In the dead of night, within the Shinji-do, the moon shrouded in darkness and the winds howled, providing an ideal backdrop for nefarious deeds. A near-transparent shadow glided over the towering obsidian walls of the Shinji-do like a gust of wind. His name was Wuing, the ace assassin of the Chameleon clan, also procured at great expense by the Golden Lion clan's merchant association as a cleaner. His record was illustrious. He had infiltrated the heavily guarded palace of the Tiger clan to steal the scepter and had even beheaded an enemy in front of dozens of guards. His innate skill, optical camouflage, allowed him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, reducing even his breathing and heartbeat to a state of near death, evading the perception of high-ranking beasts. The Shinji-do? Wuing nestled in the shadows by the wall, observing the slumbering werewolf guards with a smirk of disdain. Merely a rabble. That so-called black dragon is likely a mere fabrication. His objectives were clear: to incinerate the granary, cutting off their lifeline, and to assassinate Ling Qiqi, decapitation operation. Wuing inhaled deeply, and his body instantaneously turned as black as the city walls. He glided silently across the ground like a gecko, avoiding all patrols, heading straight for the inner city. Everything proceeded smoothly. Too smoothly. So smoothly that he felt the 100 gold coins promised as a reward were essentially free, until he entered the long corridor leading to the inner city. This corridor had been personally overseen by Mu, with the ground paved with square flagstones meticulously polished. Each stone was identical in size and color. The gaps between the stones were filled with white lime, precisely controlled to a width of 3 millimeters. The spacing between the lanterns, firefly cages, on either side was perfectly equal. Even the fallen leaves on the ground had been meticulously swept away. Although Wuing found this place to be unnaturally clean, he paid it no mind. Cloaked in invisibility, he boldly strode down the center of the corridor. Just as he reached the end, preparing to turn towards Ling Qiqi's bedroom, a sudden, neurotic voice pierced the stillness of the night, commanding him to halt. Wu Ying's body stiffened. Discovered? Impossible. He was entirely cloaked. Even his scent had been suppressed. Not even that dragon could detect him. He held his breath, remaining motionless. From the shadows of the corridor, a figure gradually emerged. It was the red-haired woodpecker youth, Mu Tu, clutching a broom and a ruler. His bloodshot eyes betrayed his insomnia due to overthinking. Mu Tu did not regard Wu Ying, for he could not see him. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the ground, scrutinizing the very tile beneath Wu Ying's feet. Something's amiss, Mu Tu muttered, his complexion darkening. The dust distribution here is asymmetric. Wu Ying was baffled. Mu Tu crouched down, bringing a magnifying glass close to Wu Ying's feet, nearly causing Wu Ying to leap in fright. There should be a layer of uniform dust, precisely 0.1 millimeters thick. Yet look here, Mu Tu pointed at a minuscule, blank spot created by a footprint. This irregular imprint disrupts the overall aesthetic of the dust. It is an aberration. Wu Ying was incredulous. What on earth is this? Are we to believe that someone could detect an intruder by the dust they've disturbed? This is more ridiculous than an infrared alarm. Show yourself. Mu Tu suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting into the air. I know you're there. Though I cannot see you, you've ruined my tiles. You are guilty. A cold glint flickered in Wu Ying's eyes. Since he had been discovered, he would silence the fool, merely a madman with renovations to tend to. Killing him would be akin to squashing an ant. Wu Ying ceased to conceal his presence, as his poisoned dagger swiftly lunged towards Mu Tu's throat. The speed was astonishing. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Mu Tu, a faint sound echoed. Wu Ying felt the constriction around his wrist, as if ensnared by something. Then, his ankles, waist, and neck followed suit. Terror gripped him as he realized he was immobilized. Countless nearly invisible, transparent threads had filled the air. At that moment, a timid, nasally voice drifted from above. Please do not move while I am weaving. It is quite difficult to untangle. Wu Ying strained to lift his head and beheld a shadowy figure hanging from the beam of the corridor. It was Su, the 8-armed spider maiden, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her 8 hands diligently tugged at the threads. It turned out that this corridor was not merely a passage. It served as Su's nighttime practice ground. Every night, she practiced weaving invisible webs here, for the spacing of the pillars, constructed by Mu Tu, was ideal for her weft and warp. And Wu Ying, unwittingly, had stumbled into this elaborate trap. Invisibility? Su tilted her head, observing the outline of the person ensnared by her threads. Impressive. But as long as there is a physical form, you shall encounter my threads. With a gentle flick of her finger, she commanded the threads to tighten. The once lax strands suddenly snapped taut. Wu Ying felt as though he were being constricted by hundreds of steel blades. His optical camouflage faltered, revealing his form, a chameleon beast man clad in a skin-tight suit. At this moment, he was bound tightly, suspended in midair, struggling desperately, yet becoming increasingly ensnared. Let me go, Wu Ying shouted. I am of the chameleon clan. With a resounding clap, a brick struck his face. Mu Tu, trembling with rage, brandished the brick. Silence. Just look at yourself. Your left hand is raised high, your right hand low, your left leg bent, your right leg straight. Not only have you sullied my tiles, but your bound posture is also asymmetrical. Do you wish to drive me to madness? Wu Ying was momentarily stunned by the brick. As a top-tier assassin, he had envisioned countless ways to meet his demise, being cut down by a flurry of blades, incinerated by dragon fire, poisoned by traps. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be beaten due to his asymmetrical bindings. So, restructure the bindings. Mutio you commanded. Make him into a perfect cocoon, tapered at both ends and rounded in the middle. Each thread must be evenly spaced. Understood. Su obediently complied, her 8 hands flying into action. 10 minutes later, when Ling Qiqi and Yuan arrived, they were met with a shocking scene. In the center of the corridor dangled a massive, white, perfectly spindle-shaped object, enveloping the assassin. Not only was the shape flawless, but intricate patterns adorned its surface, a byproduct of Su's professional obsession. Mutu was measuring it with a ruler, satisfied. The long axis is 18 meters, the short axis 0. 6 meters, perfectly symmetrical. Ling Qiqi and Yuan exchanged glances. Is that a new breed of cured meat? Ling Qiqi pointed at the cocoon. Mutu turned, beaming with pride. Report, Chief. We have apprehended a filthy intruder. To maintain the aesthetic of the city, we have provided him with artistic packaging. Yuan approached and poked the cocoon, from which a faint, despairing whimper emerged. Please kill me. I beg you, kill me. That madman just plucked my beard, claiming one side was fuller than the other. Yuan's lips twitched as he turned to Ling Qiqi. The defenses of this divine city may, in some respects, surpass even ours. Ling Qiqi stifled a laugh, instructing them to lower the cocoon. Unwrap it. Let us see which deity dares to wreak havoc in our territory. Su carefully untangled the threads around the head, revealing Wu Ying's bruised and battered face, thanks to Mutu's blow. Speak. Ling Qiqi squatted before him, holding a freshly grilled lamb skewer. Who sent you? Though I can guess, I still wish to hear it from your own lips. Wu Ying gritted his teeth, displaying the professionalism of an assassin. Never. The chameleon clan never betrays its employer. If you have the guts, kill me. Such fortitude, Ling Qiqi nodded. Mutioyu. Here. Mutu approached with the brick. This guest feels his face is not symmetrical enough. Ling Qiqi pointed at Wu Ying's swollen left cheek. Help him adjust. Ensure his right cheek swells to match. Of course. Mutu's eyes lit up. This meticulous work is my forte. I will control the force. He raised the brick, angling it towards Wu Ying's right cheek. Approximately 30 newtons of force at a 45-degree angle should suffice. Stop. Don't hit me. Wu Ying was on the verge of despair. These people are not warriors. They're psychopaths. An assassin may be killed, but never humiliated. I will speak. I will tell you everything. It is the Golden Lion clan. That fool Leon paid me 500 gold coins to set fire to your granary. He even promised me more money if I killed that woman. Ling Qiqi scoffed. As expected of that golden-haired mutt. 500 gold coins? Is my life worth so little? How insulting. She rose and turned to Yuan. It seems we need to expedite our smuggling operations. Since they do not wish us well, let us ensure they lose their peace. As for this fellow, Ling Qiqi glanced at Wu Ying. It would be a pity to kill him. After all, he possesses the talent of invisibility. She stroked her chin, a sudden thought striking her. Doesn't the sewer system of this divine city require an inspector? Such dark, damp, undesirable places are most suited for someone who relishes lurking in the shadows. Mutu raised his hand. Agreed. The abundance of rats in the sewers is disrupting the ecological balance. Someone needs to clean it up. Wu Ying. I am the ace assassin. I am a top-tier killer worth 500 gold coins. You want me to clean the sewers? Unwilling? A wisp of black magical fire flickered from the tips of Yuan's fingers. Then let it serve as fuel. I am willing. I will do it. Wu Ying shed tears of humiliation. I adore cleaning the sewers. It has always been my dream. System settlement. Achievement unlocked. Defensive counterattack. Captured. Wu Ying, chameleon assassin sewer manager. Intelligence acquired. The Golden Lion clan is gathering forces, possibly preparing to initiate a frontal war. Evaluation. The defense system of the Divine City is insurmountable. Physical defense boasts the Dragon Wall, magical defense wields Dragon Might, and mental defense is fortified by obsessive-compulsive disorder. That concludes the meeting. Ling Qiqi stifled a yawn. She needed to rise early to sell goods tomorrow. She glanced at Wu Ying, who was being dragged off to the sewers. Then she looked up at the starry sky. The Lion Clan? Since you have struck first, do not blame me for reaching into your purse. Chapter 57. Since the front door is barred, let us dig a rat hole to your treasury. The morning in the Divine City was still biting cold, yet today the wind carried a hint of restlessness. Ling Qiqi sat cross-legged on the warm Kong, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment. It was the intelligence, or rather the blockade order, just returned by the werewolf scouts responsible for perimeter vigilance. The Golden Lion Clan Merchant Association Joint Declaration. As of today, all trade routes to the Forest of Death are hereby blocked. Any trader daring to transact with the divine city will have their goods confiscated and their legs broken. Upon finishing the last sentence, Ling Qiqi tossed the parchment into the coal stove before her. The flames leapt up, instantly reducing the decree representing the authority of the royal city to ashes. Quite ruthless, Ling Qiqi lifted a rhinoceros horn cup, the remnants left by Yuan, which she casually used to warm her hands, and a cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Is this meant to trap us in this cage? Starving amidst a pile of sweet potatoes and soap? Seated at the end of the Kong, Yuan was meditating with his eyes closed. Hearing her words, he did not raise his eyelids, but the dragon tail dangling over the edge of the Kong thumped against the ground in annoyance. Bored. I shall burn that merchant association down. Wouldn't that be simpler? Violence cannot resolve inflation, brother dragon. Ling Qiqi sighed, pulling Yuan's tail into her embrace. It felt wonderful, like a pillow. Burning them down is easy, but to whom shall we sell our goods? Where will we procure the cotton, iron, ore, and the myriad of peculiar seeds we need? She glanced at Wu Ying, who was squatting in the corner, diligently cleaning the wall crevices with a brush, former ace assassin, now sewer manager. Wu Ying, stop brushing. The dust in the crevices will not diminish merely because you have brushed it twice. Wu Ying stiffly turned around. During this time, under the relentless training of that wooden obsessive-compulsive demon, this once unflinching killer was nearly driven to the brink of a severe cleanliness obsession. I simply thought that crevice was a bit crooked. Do not concern yourself with the crevice. Ling Qiqi beckoned. There's a new task, more exhilarating than cleaning the sewers, more skillful than murder. I want you to return to your former profession. Wu Ying's eyes instantly brightened, and he dropped the brush in excitement. Assassination? Are we going to assassinate that Lion Clan leader? I shall go at once. I guarantee he will not know what hit him. God knows how desperately he wants to escape this accursed cleaning job. No. Ling Qiqi shook her finger, shattering his fantasy. It is a delivery job. In the Divine City, underground secret warehouse. This was a newly excavated space, dry and cool, filled with the industrial crystallizations amassed by the Divine City during this period. Ling Qiqi pointed at the piles of goods before her. Look, this is the snow silkworm silk, produced day and night by the weaving team. Actually spider silk, but with a more appealing name. This is the refined snow salt, extracted by the mining team. And this, she picked up a piece wrapped in oiled paper. This is the divine soap, infused with mint essential oil. Wu Ying stared at these items, swallowing hard. When he roamed outside, even a piece of the most inferior black salt would cost him his life. Yet here they were, pile high. The Lion Clan has blocked the surface trade routes. Ling Qiqi's voice echoed in the vast warehouse. Then we shall go underground. We shall traverse that secret path, known to no one and feared by all. She produced a specially crafted, enormous backpack. This backpack, woven from the toughest spider silk, not only boasted incredible capacity, but was also camouflaged to match Wu Ying's invisibility. Wu Ying, how long can your optical camouflage last? If it is just me, I can maintain it for about 3 days. Wu Ying puffed out his chest. If I carry someone, no one, just the goods. Ling Qiqi pointed to the backpack. Inside are 100 pounds of salt, 50 bars of soap, and 10 rolls of fabric. I need you to carry it, crossing the Lion Clan's blockade, and deliver it to the Black Tiger City 300 miles away. Wu Ying's face fell. Over 100 pounds? City Lord, I am an assassin, a nimble hero, not a camel. Carrying such a heavy load will diminish my invisibility and my waist. Then do you wish to return to scrubbing wall crevices? Ling Qiqi smiled threateningly. I hear that wooden plans to mark all the sewers in the city with measurement lines. Wu Ying shuddered. Compared to being driven mad by that obsessive-compulsive, being a camel did not seem like such a bad option. Fine. Wu Ying gritted his teeth, hoisting the backpack larger than himself onto his back. Heavy, truly heavy. Yet he inhaled deeply, his body gradually becoming transparent until he vanished from the air. Only the backpack remained, mysteriously suspended in mid-air, as it had yet to become invisible. Fool! Infuse the backpack with dragon breath. Yuan coldly reminded from the side. He left a small dragon breath rune on the backpack to help it assimilate the user's aura. The next moment, the backpack disappeared as well, And this, Ling Qiqi called out to the air. Lao Bai is already waiting for you in the sky. He is your navigator and your contact. Remember, we will not sell at high prices this time. What we aim to do is to shatter the Lion Clan's market. Chapter 58. The Aesthetic of Obsessive Compulsiveness, Transforming Street Goods into Art. Wooing has departed. However, the goods cannot be sold directly in this manner. Bulk salt and soap, while practical, cannot command high prices or showcase the prestige of the divine city. Ling Qiqi sought out Wooden, who was measuring the diagonals of the warehouse door. Wooden, stop measuring. Ling Qiqi handed him a freshly cut piece of soap. This soap is to be sold to the Tiger Clan as princess. Do you think it appropriate to present it to her just as it is? Wooden took the soap. This was a hand-cut piece. And although Ling Qiqi had done her utmost to make it rectangular, to Wooden's eyes, it was merely an irregular polyhedron. Unsightly. Wooden's face expressed disdain. The edges were sharp and prone to chipping. The surface had air bubbles, ruining the uniformity of the plane. And it doesn't even have a perfect container to hold it? Exactly. Ling Qiqi clapped her thigh. I need you to create packaging for these soaps and salts. The requirements are modest. First, it must be a perfect geometric shape. Second, it must instantly convey an impression of exorbitant value. Wooden's eyes sparkled instantly. This is his area of expertise. Leave it to me. I will use the finest red cedar. I will employ mortise and tenon joints. I will ensure that each box, upon being closed, expels the last bit of air, producing a soft sound, a vacuum echoed. In the following 2 days, the woodworking shop of the Divine City transformed into a battleground devoid of gunfire. Wooden, along with a group of apprentices, primarily nimble rabbit and cat youths, who had similarly been driven to exhibit obsessive tendencies, commenced a frenzied production. This will not do. The gap in this lid has widened by 0.1 millimeters. Redo it. Sand it down. Keep sanding. I want this piece of wood to feel as smooth as a baby's bottom. The logo, the emblem of Shunji Du, which is merely the imprint of Yuan's claw, must be engraved right in the center, not a fraction off. When the first batch of finished products was presented before Ling Qiqi, even this time traveler was left astounded. It was a deep brown square wooden box. The surface bore no lacquer, relying entirely on sanding to reveal the wood's warm luster. The edges were rounded, providing a delightful tactile experience. Ling Qiqi attempted to lift the lid. As the wood indicated, due to its precision, the lid even possessed a slight suction when raised. Upon opening, a layer of snow-white, soft velvet fabric, courtesy of Shuqi, lined the interior. At the center of that velvet lay a pale yellow soap, exuding a refreshing mint fragrance. This was no mere soap. Yuan approached, picking up the box to inspect it. It resembled a case for dragon pearls. This is what is termed brand premium. Ling Qiqi smiled like a shrewd merchant. Initially, I intended to sell this soap for a single silver coin. Now, encased this box, if I don't sell it for 10 silver coins, I would feel remiss for the dark circles the wood endured. She then picked up the bamboo tube containing salt. This was no ordinary bamboo tube. It was an artwork, roasted over charcoal, polished, and adorned with exquisite carvings of wheat stalks. The lid was even tied with a red silk ribbon, fashioned into a perfect bow. Perfect. Ling Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. With these, we are not smuggling. We are exporting high-end luxury culture. The next batch. Ling Qiqi gazed at the sweating woodworker. Create 100 of these boxes for me. Let Wu Ying take them next time. I want the noble members of the Huzu to understand what it means to buy the box while leaving the jewel behind. Chapter 59. The Shock of the Huzu Black Market. Is this what you call salt? Hey Hu Chung, the underground black market. This is a realm untouched by the Shizu Merchant Association, and it is the largest den of vice in the entire western wilderness. Dim torches flicker, voices clamor, and the air is thick with the scent of low-quality tobacco and roasted meat. In a corner, Lao Bai, the owl merchant, huddled beneath his cloak, appearing quite anxious. A tattered cloth lay before him, upon which several unremarkable bags were displayed. Beside him, the air shimmered slightly. That was Wu Ying in a state of invisibility, sprawled on the ground, panting like a dog exhausted from a long chase. I'm utterly spent. Wu Ying's voice directly transmitted to Lao Bai. That 100 gene of salt nearly broke my spine. I must charge more next time. Shoo, Keep it down, someone else coming. Lao Bai whisper warning. A burly Huzu man approached, his face thick with brutish flesh. He was a minor boss in the black market, known for bullying outsiders. Hey, you bird. The Huzu man kicked Lao Bai's stall. What are you selling? Have you paid your protection fee? Lao Bai trembled in fear, but quickly recalled Ling Qiqi's advice to maintain composure. This esteemed brother, we are selling snow salt. Snow salt? The Huzu man burst into laughter, revealing his yellowed teeth. Do you take me for a fool? Salt is gray, yellow, or bitter. Where is there such a thing as snow salt? He roughly seized one of the bags and tore it open. In the next moment, his laughter caught in his throat. From the bag flowed a stream of crystals, as pure as snow and as fine as sand. In the dim light, the crystals sparkled with a dazzling, pristine sheen. The Huzu man was stunned. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished. Is this really salt? The man trembled, extending a finger to taste a bit. No bitterness. None of that nauseating mineral flavor. Just pure, intense, soul-piercing saltiness. My God, the man murmured. Have I been eating dirt all my life? How much? The man suddenly grasped Lao Bai's wing, his eyes aflame with greed. How much is this per gene? Lao Bai took a deep breath and quoted the slaughter price set by Ling Qiqi. 5 copper coins. What? The man thought he misheard. 5 silver coins? No. Lao Bai shook his head, his voice clear. 5 copper coins per gene. Furthermore, buy 10 jeans and receive a woven bag for free. Boom! The entire black market erupted. 5 copper coins? The lion tribe sells their sand-infused bitter salt for a silver coin. This divine snow salt is only 5 copper coins. I want it. Give me 10 jeans. Get lost. That bag is mine. I'll pay 10 copper coins. Sell it to me. The crowd surged toward this tiny stall like a frenzy. Lao Bai, feathers flying, shouted while protecting his goods. Don't grab. Don't grab. There's more. There's this. Divine soap. After washing, you 1 th. Only 1 silver coin. Wu Ying, hidden nearby, watched the madness unfold, utterly dumbfounded. He observed those typically ferocious beastmen fighting bloody battles over a piece of soap. He saw shrewd merchants waving their coin pouches, pleading with Lao Bai to accept their money. Insanity. Wu Ying murmured to himself. Sister Qiqi was right. This is far more exhilarating than murder. Amidst the chaos, he discreetly began to push out the stock from his backpack. Each replenishment sparked a new wave of frenzy. And in the dark shadows of the black market, several pairs of greedy, cold eyes were fixated on this scene. Where did that owl obtain such fine goods? Investigate. If we can find the source, our Hey Hu gang can trample the Shizu Merchant Association beneath our feet. Wu Ying sensed those gazes keenly. As an assassin, he was most sensitive to murderous intent. A cold smile crept across his lips. Want to blacken the black? Perfect. The talisman given by Longa has yet to be used. He touched the stone inscribed with the dragon breath rune in his pocket. Tonight, the underworld of Hei Hu Chung is destined for turmoil. Chapter 60. Want to blacken the black? You cannot afford to offend my backing. Hei Hu Chung, dark alley. The night was thick like unyielding ink. The clamor of the black market gradually subsided, and Lao Bai, the owl merchant, trembled as he tidied his empty stall. His money pouch felt heavy, so much so that it nearly hindered his wings from lifting. Yet he found no joy, for he sensed at least a dozen pairs of greedy eyes watching him from the damp shadows of the alley. Friend, a low, hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. At the alley's entrance, several burly Huzu beastmen slowly approached. The leader bore a jagged scar across his face and toyed with a rusty bone knife. Business is good? The scarred man approached with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Selling such coveted goods on our Hey Hu Gang's turf without paying respects? Hand over the formulas for that snow salt and that fragrant soap, and leave the money. As for you, leave. Lao Bai's feathers bristled in fear as he cowered in a corner. Gentlemen, I am merely a runner. The goods are from above. Above? The scarred man scoffed, kicking over Lao Bai's stall. In Hei Hu Ching, I am a law. Even if a lion tribe merchant caravan arrives, they would still have to peel a layer off for me. Brothers, search him. That invisible little squirt is definitely nearby. Bring him out. With a swish, dozens of gleaming knives were drawn, blocking the alleyway entirely. In the air, Wu Ying, in his invisible state, sighed. Though he was an assassin, The burden of 100 genes of goods, though sold out, the pelts and ores he received in return were heavier, was nearly breaking his back. And he truly did not wish to engage. Moreover, Sister Qiqi had mentioned the importance of winning people over with virtue. With virtue, Wu Ying felt the warmth of the stone inscribed with the dragon breath rune that Yuan had bestowed upon him. Longa's virtue must be quite substantial, right? He silently moved behind the scarred man, making no attempt to draw his weapon. A hand reached out gently, patting the shoulder of the scarred-faced man. Who? The scarred man turned abruptly, yet found nothing in sight. Am I seeing things? He looked down. A faint voice resonated from the area around his waist. The scarred man lowered his gaze and beheld a black stone, suspended in the air, adorned with peculiar engravings. This stone radiated a soft crimson glow, resembling a scarlet eye. Before the scarred man could react, a surge of spiritual energy infused into the stone, activating its runes. In an instant, an unfathomable, terrifying aura, foreign to this world and emanating from the apex of the food chain, exploded within the confines of the narrow alley. It was neither wind nor fire, but a pure mental shockwave. In a daze, all the thugs seemed to witness a colossal black beast awakening in the darkness, its golden eyes devoid of any emotion, merely exuding indifference towards the insignificant. The scent of sulfur, blood, and destruction overwhelmed their feeble mental fortitude. Although silent, a deafening roar echoed in each thug's mind, a dragon's lament. The once arrogant scarred man felt his knees weaken and, without any resistance, collapsed to the ground with a crack. His kneecap may have fractured. The knife in his hand fell to the ground, and his trousers instantly became soaked. Demon, please don't eat me. The other thugs were even less composed. Some foamed at the mouth and fainted, while others writhed on the ground like maggots, desperately attempting to flee this horrifying place. Wu Ying revealed himself for dramatic effect. He still carried the enormous camouflage backpack, tossing the stone in his hand, gazing down at the kneeling gang leader with a condescending air. Do you still want a formula? Wu Ying asked with a smile. No, please. The scarred man banged his head repeatedly against the ground, pleading, spare me, I am blind. It is my fault. What about money? No more. All my money is yours. All of it. Trembling, the scarred man retrieved his money pouch from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Wu Ying clicked his tongue. If only you'd understood sooner. He accepted the pouch. After all, why not take it? It counts as performance, then squatted down, staring into the scarred man's eyes. Listen, in our divine city, we conduct business with a principle of harmony and prosperity. This batch of goods will be sold out, and the next batch will arrive in 3 days. I do not wish to go through the hassle of setting up stalls and collecting money again. It is too exhausting. The scar man was taken aback. So what do you mean? This territory of yours is quite nice, and you have plenty of manpower. Wu Ying patted his face, though it felt greasy. From now on, you will sell the goods in Heihu City. We will supply, and you will handle distribution. You will receive a 10% profit. Do you agree? The scar man was stunned. Is this a windfall from the heavens? He had just witnessed the explosive demand for Shuiyin and Shenzhou. It was a lucrative opportunity. Even a mere 10% was 100 times better than collecting protection fees. Moreover, he would be allied with such a powerful figure, though he was unsure of the nature of this partnership. I will do it. I will do it. The scarred man exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. From now on, I am the dog of the divine city. Whoever dares to touch your goods, I shall raise their ancestral graves. Very well. Wu Ying stood up and resumed his invisibility. In 3 days, at the usual place for delivery. Do not play tricks. You know my backer has a rather volatile temperament. With that, he and Lao Bai vanished into the night, leaving behind a group of thugs who were filled with awe and fear towards the divine city. Chapter 61. Return with abundance? No, it's an empty warehouse. Divine city, at the city gates. 3 days later, when Wu Ying and Lao Bai returned, weary from their journey, they were met with a grand welcoming ceremony. Ling Qiqi, accompanied by Yuan, Mu, Yin, Su, and dozens of wolf warriors clad in work uniforms, stood in formation at the city gate to greet them. There was no choice. The haul they brought back was simply overwhelming. In addition to the heavy bag of gold coins and beast cores, the more significant treasure was the supplies. Wu Ying's backpack brimmed with rare mineral samples exchanged from the black market and various unknown seeds. Following Lao Bai was a long train of temporary transport creatures, all hired by the reputation or wealth of the divine city. They bore bundles of rough iron ingots. Though they were impure, the quantity was substantial, bags of rye flour, and large barrels of vegetable oil. We have struck it rich. Ling Qiqi rushed forward, embracing the bag filled with gold coins, listening to the delightful clinking sound within, her smile brighter than a sunflower. Now our financial chain is revitalized. You've worked hard. She patted Wu Ying on the shoulder. Go take a bath with Xinzhao, enjoy a hearty meal with plenty of meat buns, and then head to finance to collect your bonus. Wu Ying, who had been as exhausted as a dead dog, suddenly felt invigorated at the mention of a bonus. His back no longer ached, and his legs felt light. Thank you, City Lord. I'm not tired. I can run another trip. As the supplies were stored, the entire divine city resembled a well-oiled machine, beginning to operate at full throttle. Textile factory. With the newly acquired cotton and hemp, Su could finally experiment with blending techniques. Canteen. With vegetable oil and flour on hand, Ling Qiqi developed high-calorie comfort foods like fried dough sticks and twisted dough. Construction team. With funds available, Ling Qiqi issued a recruitment order to the surrounding stray beastmen, bringing in hundreds of laborers, and the outer city's Phase 2 expansion officially commenced. However, amidst this jubilant scene, an unsettling sound emerged from one location. At the rear mountain, the Longyan blacksmith shop. Clang! A half-finished iron sword was forcefully hurled to the ground. The dwarf blacksmith, covered in soot with half of his beard singed, was fuming at the roaring coal furnace. It's no good. Still not good. He berated, this coal is too inferior. The heat is too weak. I can't melt this high-strength black iron, or at all. Ling Qiqi hurried over upon hearing the commotion. What is wrong, Master Hammer? Is there a shortage of coal? It's not a matter of quantity. It's about quality. The blacksmith pointed at the pile of substandard or purchased from the black market. This black iron or possesses extreme hardness. To forge it into fine steel, the furnace temperature must remain above 2,000 degrees. The current coal, even with the blower, can only reach a maximum of 1,500 degrees. If I keep burning it, the furnace will explode before the iron even melts. He glanced at Yuan, who was standing at the door. Unless this gentleman can sit here and breathe dragon fire for me every day, but I cannot use the guardian as a blower. In truth, he was too intimidated. Ling Qiqi furrowed her brow. Indeed, with industrial upgrades, ordinary coal could no longer meet the demand. Although Yuan had fierce firepower, he still needed to cultivate and sleep and deter external threats. She couldn't expect him to become a boiler operator for life. We need better fuel. Ling Qiqi turned to Yin. Yin, have we exhausted our coal mine? Yin was munching on a fried dough stick, his mouth greased. Not yet. The deeper we dig, the harder it gets, and Yin hesitated, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Moreover, the deeper we go, the stronger that strange feeling becomes. Sometimes, I hear a heartbeat. A heartbeat? Ling Qiqi exchanged a glance with Yuan. Yuan's expression grew serious. He approached Yin and crouched down. What kind of heartbeat is it? Is it one that carries a sulfuric scent, thrilling and reminiscent of echoes from the ancient past? Yin nodded in fright. Yes, that's the feeling. It's terrifying but oddly familiar. Yuan stood up, gazing towards the mine's direction. For the first time, a sense of gravity appeared in his golden-slit pupils. There is something underground, Yuan murmured, and it is something significant. If I am not mistaken, the source of that high temperature capable of turning ordinary coal into waste is below. Ling Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. A high-temperature source? A fuel more potent than coal? That is the key to an energy revolution. Ling Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yin, stop eating fried dough sticks. Bring the best pickaxes. Gather the strongest wolf warriors. Yuan, you will lead the charge. We are going to excavate that significant entity, regardless of whether it is a deity or a specter. As long as it can burn, it serves as fuel for our divine city. Chapter 62, 3,000 meters underground. This is no mere mine. It is the burial ground of colossal beasts. In the underground mining area of the divine city, the air grows increasingly arid and heated with descending depth. The coal seams on the rock walls thicken, their color transforming from ordinary black to a metallic sheen of deep black, occasionally revealing dark crimson streaks. Yin leads the way, his claws now replaced with specially crafted diamond claw covers. The sound ahead grows increasingly thunderous, causing Yan's voice to tremble. Ling Qiqi, holding a torch, feels as though she has stepped into a vast sauna, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. This temperature must be at least 40 degrees. Yet the source of the fire remains elusive. Yuan brings up the rear, exuding an undeniable dragon might that repels the subterranean pests attempting to encroach upon them. His gaze is fixed ahead, the resonance of their bloodline connection intensifying. They have arrived. Yin abruptly halts. The tunnel reaches its terminus, revealing a colossal, dark red rock wall. The wall is etched with cracked patterns, from which emanates a dim crimson glow, as if magma flows just beyond. Smash it! Yuan's voice is hoarse. Yin swallows hard and raises his claw. Open! Boom! The wall fractures, unleashing a torrent of scalding heat mixed with blinding red light. Ling Qiqi instinctively shields her eyes. Once she adjusts to the brightness, she opens her eyes and is utterly stunned. Before them lies an immense underground cavern. The ceiling of the cavern is lost in the darkness above, while the ground forms a vast, sunken basin. In the center of the basin, there is no magma, only a skeleton, a dragon skeleton of unimaginable size, exuding a dark golden hue, still radiating an aura of horrifying might despite its skeletal form. It sprawls across the ground like a mountain range, each rib resembling a pillar of the sky. At the location of its chest, where the heart would lie, clusters of crystals gleaming like rubies sprout forth. These crystals emit a dazzling red light and terrifying heat, the very source of the subterranean high temperatures. System Red Alert. Scanning target, ancient flame demon dragon, remains of a divine being, time of death, approximately 3,000 years ago. Energy reaction, high energy radiation, extremely dangerous. Associated minerals, dragon blood fire crystals. Evaluation, host, you have struck gold. This is no ordinary coal. This is nuclear-grade coal formed from the fusion of the dragon's lifeblood and the Earth's veins after millennia of high pressure. A crystal the size of a fingernail is sufficient to power your steam engine at full capacity for an entire month. My heavens, Ling Qiqi's legs feel weak. Is this the foundation of the divine city? Have we been sleeping atop the corpse of a divine beast all along? Yuan steps closer to the skeleton, his expression complex, a blend of sorrow, awe, and a hint of anger. He observes that a thick, rusted black chain is coiled around the dragon's neck, a mark of imprisonment. This ancient giant dragon was shackled here, left to perish in confinement. Ancestors, Yuan's hand caresses the massive leg bone. Who imprisoned you here? Who transformed you into the fuel of this desolate land? Suddenly, the red crystals seem to sense Yuan's presence. They tremble, and a stream of red energy, seemingly sentient, flows from the crystals and directly penetrates Yuan's body. Ugh! Yuan lets out a muffled groan, his body arching violently. He feels a tempestuous, ancient force brimming with the will to fight surging through his veins. It is a legacy, the final gift bestowed by the ancient flame demon dragon before its demise. Brother Dragon. Ling Qiqi rushes forward, but a layer of red light obstructs her. System prompt, do not move. He is receiving the legacy. This is a good thing. Dragon Clan power awakening progress. 10-20. Moments later, the brilliance fades. Yuan stands upright once more, his black robe swirling without wind. A streak of dark red now interwoven within his previously jet black hair. His golden slit pupils appear to blaze with two eternal flames. He turns to Ling Qiqi, a hint of arrogant mirth curling at the corners of his mouth. Qiqi, my power has been fully restored. Moreover, he clenches his fist, sparks igniting in the air. It is stronger than before. He gestures toward the pile of red crystals. These are called dragon blood fire crystals. Take them. Use them to fuel our furnace more vigorously. Use them to turn our enemies, who dare to restrain us, to ashes. Ling Qiqi gazes at the red crystals, then at the suddenly empowered Yuan, her mind racing with possibilities. With these, what need do I have for refined steel? What need do I have for alloys? Even tungsten steel shall yield to me. What steam engines? I shall construct steam tanks. I shall build steam airships. Yin, stop dawdling. Ling Qiqi shouts, shattering the silence. Go back and summon everyone. Bring the best tools. Bring all the bags. We are about to move a mountain of gold. Chapter 63. Using dragon blood crystals to fuel the boiler? This is akin to using diamonds to prop up a table leg. In the underground mining area of the Divine City, although a treasure has been discovered, transporting it home presents a colossal technical challenge. The dragon blood fire crystals are unbearably hot. Ordinary wicker baskets disintegrate upon contact, and leather bags burn through before they can be filled. Yin attempts to carry a piece with his claws, only to howl in pain as his scales begin to curl. How do we transport this? Yin wails, blowing on his claws. This is no fuel. It is a scalding hot potato. Ling Qiqi surveys the ground strewn with glowing red crystals radiating intense heat, her brow furrowing. Wood is unusable. Leather is out of the question. Only iron will suffice. She turns to Yuan. Brother Dragon, it seems we must rely on you once more. We need to craft some insulated containers on site. Yuan, having just received the legacy of his ancestors, is in high spirits, though he maintains his aloof demeanor. He casually picks up several pieces of discarded iron ore, black flames swirling in his palm. Melt. Under the terrifying heat, the iron ore quickly transforms into molten iron. Yuan manipulates the molten iron with his magic, shaping it as it cools in midair. Minutes later, a dozen hefty, sturdy black iron buckets with handles appear on the ground. Fill them. Yuan brushes the dust off his hands. Excellent. Yin, braving the heat wave, uses a steel shovel to scoop the dragon blood crystals into the iron buckets. Once filled, the walls of the buckets instantly become scalding hot, sizzling audibly. A mere touch would scald an ordinary person. However, the Divine City possesses special transport mechanisms. The subway, mining carts. A batch of specialized mining carts has been hastily constructed from wood overnight. The bottoms of the carts are lined with thick sand for insulation, and the axles are lubricated with high-temperature resistant oil, refined animal fat. Buckets of dragon blood crystals are loaded onto the carts. Depart. As the winch turns, this fiery train, laden with the hopes of the Divine City, rumbles toward the factory district above. In the Divine City, at the Dragon Flame blacksmith shop, the dwarf blacksmith circles around the iron bucket filled with dragon blood crystals, his eyes glazed with obsession. It is stunning. The purity, the luster, this is not merely fuel. It is a work of art. Trembling, he uses long pliers to pick up a piece the size of a fingernail. Let's test its effects. He tosses the crystal into the high furnace meant for smelting iron. Boom! A tremendous roar erupts. The once merely red furnace fire instantly transforms into a blinding white heat. A terrifying wave of heat surges from the furnace opening, scorching a section of the blacksmith shop's ceiling. The thermometer, a rudimentary wooden version, measuring temperature by the melting points of various metals, explodes off the charts. My goodness! The blacksmith is so startled that he falls to the ground, his beard singed. This is astonishing. Compared to ordinary coal, this is akin to mere toilet paper. Do not dawdle. Ling Qiqi burst into the room, brandishing a new blueprint. With this invention, our Steam Engine 20 project can commence. Steam Engine 20, the pinnacle of violent aesthetics. Previously, steam engines were constrained by the limitations of coal, resulting in inadequate pressure and rendering them somewhat ineffective for heavy-duty tasks, such as forging large components. However, now we possess boundless energy. The bottleneck has shifted to materials. Ordinary iron boilers cannot withstand such high temperatures and pressures. They would explode. Mu 2, with a serious demeanor, meticulously calculated the data. We require a metal that is stronger, harder, and more heat-resistant. The collective gaze of the group turned towards Yuan. Yuan was sipping tea, despite the heat waves nearly evaporating the liquid. Sensing their attention, he sighed. What do you want me to do this time? Serve as a furnace? Or perhaps a press? Ling Qiqi approached with a grin. Neither. This time, we need you to be an alchemist. She revealed several different ores, fine iron, black tungsten mined from underground, and a small amount of mithril acquired from the Lion Tribe's caravan. Fuse these together. We aim to create the unique dragon pattern alloy steel of the Divine City. Yuan examined the ores, his eyes flickering with intrigue. This indeed presents a challenge. Even for the dragon's breath, perfectly melding these distinct metals would not be an easy feat yet now, having recently obtained the legacy of the Flame Demon Dragon. His mastery over fire had reached an extraordinary level. Let us give it a try. For the next 3 days, the blacksmith shop was ablaze with fire, resonating with the sound of dragon roars. Yuan handled the smelting, the hammering was done by Tai Chue, and Mu Tu controlled the temperature. Finally, the first piece of dragon pattern alloy steel was born. It exhibited a deep black-gray hue with natural cloud-like patterns on its surface. Its hardness was triple that of ordinary fine steel, and its heat resistance was exceptional. With this steel, the Divine City crafted a superboiler. When a dragon's blood crystal the size of a fingernail was tossed into the superboiler, this time, there was no explosion, only steady, profound, and continuous power output. Clang, clang, clang. The massive flywheel spun rapidly, generating fierce winds that caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. This is the power of industry. Ling Qiqi caressed the scorching machine shell with an expression of ecstasy. With this, we can produce 1,000 blades a day. We can grind out 10,000 caddies of flour in a single day. The Lion Tribe's blockade? In the face of absolute productivity, that is but a jest. Chapter 64. Invitation sent. Come witness how we crush you. With the utilization of dragon's blood crystals, the Divine City entered a phase of rampant overproduction. The warehouses were overflowing. The cellars were filled to the brim. Even the temporary shelters erected for storing supplies were packed. Fine steel farming tools, sharp weapons, pristine porcelain, and colorful silk. These treasures that could incite tribal wars outside were piled high here like refuse. There were no buyers. The one responsible for commerce, Wu, wore a face of despair. Smuggling was merely a minor endeavor. Our current output could easily suffice to purchase the entire tiger tribe and leopard tribe combined. Ling Qiqi sat in her office, gazing at the towering inventory reports. She took a bite of a freshly baked cream bun, a new product made possible by the oven. Since smuggling could not absorb the excess, we shall sell openly. Openly? Wu was taken aback, but the Lion Tribe has blocked the trade routes. Blocked? Ling Qiqi scoffed. That was in the past. Do we need to fear them now? She rose and walked to the window, observing the rows of wolf warriors training outside. Clad in uniform dragon-pattern steel armor and wielding precision-produced fine steel spears, their aura of menace was enough to instill fear in any regular army. Relay my orders. Ling Qiqi waved her hand grandly. Host the first international expo of the Divine City. The design of the invitation, the epitome of Versailles literature. Ling Qiqi intended not only to hold the event, but to do so with grandeur, flair, and to provoke the Lion Tribe to the point of apoplexy. She summoned Su and Kong. Create the invitations. The base must be made of the finest snow, silkworm silk. The text should be written in gold powder. We shall also spray our newly developed dragon saliva perfume, though it is merely a blend of mint and musk. The content of the invitation was a masterclass in mockery to the major tribes and trade associations of the beast world. Recently, the Divine City has encountered overproduction, leading to overflowing warehouses. We have quite literally run out of space, hence we are hosting a material exchange conference. We will showcase 1. Bone china that is clearer than crystal, too much even for feeding cats. 2. Dragon pattern steel knives that slice through iron like mud, useful only for chopping vegetables. 3. Self-propelling machines, not particularly useful, merely labor-saving. At the event, we will provide unlimited culinary delights, including but not limited to braised pork, large meat buns, cream cakes, and limited supply of dragon's breath hot pot. Note, friends from the Lion Tribe, should you wish to attend, please prepare double the entrance fee. This is not merely an invitation. It is clearly a declaration of war. A declaration inscribed with wealth and strength. The selection of the messenger. With the invitations ready, who shall deliver them? A common messenger would likely be intercepted en route. Ling Qiqi looked skyward. Lao Bai, take your night owl brigade. This time, no need for stealth. Fly over boldly. Throw the invitations in the faces of their chieftains. Toss them onto the dining tables of their trade association presidents. If anyone dares to stop you, Ling Qiqi pointed to the 5 steam crossbows atop the city wall. Let them understand that within the range of the divine city, there lies only truth. 3 days later, Golden Lion Tribe Royal City, headquarters of the Trade Association. Smack! A silk invitation exuding an intense fragrance was slammed onto the table. The old lion president trembled with rage, his whiskers quivering. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Overproduction? Too much to even feed a cat? Are they treating us like beggars? Beside him, Leon also wore an expression of indignation, yet he couldn't help but sneak a whiff of the fragrance from the invitation. By the heavens, this scent is delightful. Moreover, this fabric is even better than what we offer to the royal family. The old lion shot him a glare. Worthless wretch. Are we going? Leon cautiously inquired. Of course we are going. The old lion's eyes glinted with malice. Not only shall we attend, but we shall bring our most elite guard squad. I want to see whether they are merely bluffing or if they truly possess this capability. If it is a ruse, I shall dismantle that wretched city on the spot and capture that woman to serve as your slave. At the same time, the tiger tribe, leopard tribe, bear tribe, and even the distant feather tribe, countless tribal leaders received this Versailles-inspired invitation. Salt, doubt, greed, a myriad of emotions spread across the beast world continent. Everyone was engaged in discussions about the same topic. What exactly is this legendary divine city? I have heard that it is paved with gold, where even beggars feast on meat buns. An unprecedented storm is converging upon the divine city. At the eye of the storm, Ling Qiqi is currently with Mu2, drawing lines in the square. The exhibition stands must be orderly. The red carpet should stretch 10 miles long. Yuan, wake up. Try on the welcoming attire we made for you, although he stubbornly refuses to wear the one with lace. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 65. You call this a tribe? This is clearly the descent of the divine realm. On a winter morning, before the fog had dispersed, the air in the forest was filled with the damp, earthy scent of soil. Tiger tribe Prince Tej sat atop his massive saber-toothed tiger named Lai Wind, feeling rather discontented. As the heir to one of the mightiest fighting races in the beast world, he was accustomed to life in the expansive grasslands and rocky fortresses. He harbored a physiological aversion to the legendary Death Forest, known for its gloominess, dampness, and abundance of venomous creatures. Your Highness, it lies ahead. The attendant beside him pointed into the depths of the mist. It is said that the divine city possesses an air of the uncanny. The Lion Clan's merchant association suffered greatly there in the past. Taigu scoffed disdainfully, tightening his grip on the tiger skin cloak draped over his shoulders. The Lion Clan, a bunch of inept money counters, falling into a mud pit is hardly surprising. The divine city? I would rather call it the city of charlatans. What can a banished human woman accompanied by a crippled dragon stir up? This prince has come to see what nonsense they are up to. If they dare to put on airs, my Gale is hungry. He patted the saber-toothed tiger beneath him. The massive beast let out a low growl that reverberated through the trees, causing the snow to tumble down. The 50 elite warriors of the Tiger Clan behind them erupted into laughter. However, as they passed through the last withered thicket, the wind dispersed the mist ahead. All laughter abruptly ceased, as if a spectral hand had gripped their throats. What lay before them was not the imagined rudimentary camp made of rotting wood and stones, but an imposing black steel behemoth. A 10-meter-high city wall loomed, entirely pitch black, reflecting a chilling, hard sheen under the winter sun. The surface of the wall was as smooth as a mirror, not revealing any seams from the stonework, as if a colossal slab of obsidian had emerged from the earth. This was the masterpiece of Yuan, who had completely vitrified the red brick wall with dragon fire. Every 10 meters atop the wall fluttered a black dragon flag with a red background, snapping in the cold wind. At the city gates, 2 rows of wolf warriors clad in black uniforms, wielding steel spears, stood as straight as javelins. Their gazes were cold and sharp, exuding a spirit even more formidable than that of the Tiger Clan's elite guard. Taigu instinctively pulled on the reins. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him began to paw at the ground restlessly, emitting a low whimper. The animal's instinct warned it that this place was fraught with danger. Is this something that humans could construct? Taigu swallowed hard, glancing down at his proud tiger skin skirt, then at the gleaming metal armor of the guards. A sense of inexplicable inferiority welled up within him. "Welcome, Prince of the Tiger Clan, to the Divine City." A crisp, standard voice, almost mechanical, rang out. Tai Gu turned to see a long table draped in red cloth at the city gates. Behind it stood a peculiar woman. It was Sue, dressed in a well-tailored black steward uniform with a fitted waist design, her hair impeccably styled. Her additional hands did not evoke fear. Rather, they exuded elegance. Adorned with pristine silk gloves, Sue held a spray bottle, smiling as she intercepted the approaching Tai Gu. "Your Highness, please hold. To ensure the hygiene of the exhibition area, in accordance with the Divine City's Hygiene Management Regulations, Chapter 3, Article 5, all distinguished guests entering the city must undergo a purification ritual." Purification? Daigei pronet. Resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. "What does that mean? Do you think I'm dirty?" "No, it is a matter of ceremonial significance." "Sus mai." And two of her hands swiftly pressed the spray bottle. A fine mist enveloped Tai Gu and his mount in an instant. "Dainei instinctively attempted torstai evade." But the mist rushed toward him. It was not toxic, but rather infused with a refreshing, invigorating scent of mint. The odors of sweat, blood, and animal pelts that had lingered for years among the orcs dissipated significantly in the presence of this aroma. Daigei invalidible. It smells delightful, truly delightful. It felt like plunging into a cool mint spring on a summer day. Mint fresh spray, a specialty of the Divine City. Sue extended a pristine hot towel, sterilized, with two of her other hands. "Please wipe your face. Please enter." Tai Gu stared blankly as he accepted the towel and wiped his face. It was warm, soft, and fragrant. He glanced at the towel, which was whiter than snow, and then at the layer of black grime he had wiped away. His face flushed. "Let us go in." He tossed the towel to his servant, feigning calmness as he waved his hand. Yet, the arrogant demeanor he once possessed had diminished considerably in the wake of the spray and wipe. Chapter 66. You call this a meal? This is clearly a baptism of the soul. "Make way. Everyone get out of my way." A boisterous roar shattered the industrial district's tranquility. Jin Zong, the president of the Golden Lion Clan Merchant Association, rode atop a heavily armored rhinoceros, twice the height of an ordinary warhorse, as he brazenly pushed through the crowd, flanked by a retinue of heavily armed guards. Behind him followed the resentful Leon and a full 200 elite warriors of the Lion Clan. Their gleaming golden armor blazed in the winter sunlight, and the heavy swords and colossal axes they wielded shone menacingly. The Divine City? More like a den of thieves. Jin Zong reigned in the rhinoceros, his muddled yet cunning lion eyes filled with malice. He gazed at the orderly buildings and the roaring machines around him, his jealousy growing like a toxic weed. This place was even more ostentatious than his own royal city. "Where's Ling Qiqi? Have her come out." Jin Zong brandished his pure gold scepter, pointing at the city wall. "You stole my goods and dare to send me an invitation to humiliate me? If I do not receive an explanation today, I will tear down this wretched machine and flatten this miserable city." The surrounding tribal leaders recoiled in fear. Prince Tai Gu of the Tiger Clan furrowed his brow, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, yet he remained still. He wanted to see if this so-called Divine City possessed the guts for a genuine confrontation. At the city gates, a profound silence reigned. Sue, responsible for welcoming guests, did not retreat. She adjusted the collar of her steward uniform, her 8 hands elegantly intertwined before her, her voice still standard and cold. "Mr. President, please present the invitation." Furthermore, according to regulations, those carrying heavy weapons are prohibited from entering. Rules? Leon dismounted, drawing his sword, his face contorted with rage. "My sword is the rule. Charge in. Cut that charlatan black dragon to pieces. Roar." The 200 Lion Clan warriors roared in unison, their killing intent palpable. They marched forward with heavy steps, forming a golden wall pressing toward the city gates. Just then, a voice, languid and hoarse yet imbued with bone-chilling coldness, echoed from high above the city wall. The crowd looked up, and there stood Yuan, draped in a dark red robe, leaning casually against the battlements. The winter wind tousled his long hair and cloak. revealing his pale, stern profile. He still held the rhinoceros horn cup in his hand, as if the events unfolding below were less significant than a single tea leaf in his cup. Yuan, you coward! Leon's enmity flared as he shouted. Come down if you dare. Yuan lowered his eyelids, his golden slit pupils coldly surveying the scene below. Come down? You're not worthy. He extended a long finger toward the shimmering golden armored guards below and gently touched them. Since you do not wish to disarm, I shall assist you. Dragon language magic. Metal fatigue buzz. A strange wave of energy suddenly filled the air. There was no explosion, no fireball. However, the 200 Lion Clan warriors abruptly felt a surge of heat coursing through them. Then, a terrifying phenomenon occurred. Their once impenetrable steel armor and their sharp, heavy swords began to soften, as if they were chocolate left under the scorching sun. My sword is bending. My breastplate. It's sticking to my flesh. Help! My helmet is melting. It's flowing. In the blink of an eye, those once imposing weapons turned into heaps of scrap metal, cascading to the ground. The 200 elite warriors instantly transformed into comical figures clad in undergarments, clutching blobs of molten metal. Remarkably, this heat was exquisitely controlled, melting only the metal while leaving a single hair on their bodies unharmed, except for a slight warmth. What sorcery is this? President Jin Zong nearly toppled off the rhinoceros in fright. Instantaneous? Group magic? And with such precise control? This is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary orc. Not even the high priest of the Lion Clan could accomplish such a feat. Yuan retracted his finger and brushed off the non-existent dust. Will you continue to dismantle the city? If so, the next thing to melt will be your bones. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Prince Tiger Tej felt a chill run down his spine. He was immensely relieved that he had chosen to wash his face rather than charge in recklessly. This man is undoubtedly a monster at the pinnacle of the food chain. To enter or to retreat? Yuan's voice resonated once more. Jin Zong's complexion turned pale as he surveyed the chaotic scene and then glanced at the godlike figure atop the city wall. He ground his back teeth. Enter. We have come to feast. In the inner city, the central banquet hall had undergone a transformation. Following the earlier display of might, the guests, who had initially harbored ulterior motives, now appeared exceedingly obedient. Even the most arrogant of the lion people obediently queued to pass through the mint-scented mist of disinfection before bowing their heads to enter the venue. The hall had been remodeled from an open square. For this exposition, Ling Qiqi spared no expense, commissioning a massive wooden structure with high ceilings and open sides. Countless luminous firefly lanterns adorned the roof, and the ground was covered with a red carpet made of dyed linen. At the heart of the hall stood a colossal buffet table, stretching 50 meters in length. Ladies and gentlemen, Ling Qiqi had changed into a new outfit, a long gown made from the finest scarlet silk, embroidered with golden wheat patterns symbolizing harvest. She stood at the head table, wearing a professional smile. The earlier incident had startled everyone. As an expression of her apologies, today's luncheon would be of upgraded standards. She gently clapped her hands. Serve the dishes. At her command, dozens of werewolves clad in matching white uniforms emerged, each bearing enormous bone china plates. As the lids were lifted from the plates, an unprecedented, complex, and overpowering aroma instantly ignited the entire hall. This was not merely the scent of meat. It was the soul-stirring impact of the Maillard reaction, born of fats, carbohydrates, spices, and sugars at high temperatures. The first dish, the temptation of carbohydrates. At the forefront of the buffet table lay a snowy mountain of baijian de mantou. Each bun was steamed to perfection, soft and fluffy, with a surface as smooth as jade, exuding the unique sweetness of wheat. Beside it was the huangjin songyubing, layered and flaky. The crispy pastry emitted an enticing aroma of scallions that made one salivate. The second dish, the striking hard dishes, a massive bone china bowl held glistening, trembling pieces of hongxiao roe made from wild boar meat. Each piece was cut into perfect cubes, alternating between fat and lean, enveloped in a rich sauce. Next to it was ganbian xiang roe si. The elephant meat, after being pounded, marinated, and fried, lost its original toughness, transforming into a tender delight. Accompanied by vibrant red chili peppers and green scallions, delivering a visual shock. There were also Tang Siu Pai Gu, Qing Dun Shi Zi Tu. The name made Jin Zong's mouth twitch, and Bao Chao Yao Hua. The third dish, the cleansing marvel. At the end of the buffet table were several large bowls of vibrant green, Qing Chao Shi Shu. These were freshly picked bok choy and rapeseed from the greenhouse. In this desolate winter, this touch of green was more precious than jewels. Gulp. The hall was filled with a chorus of swallowing sounds. Even the most reserved Prince Tej found his eyes widening. Can we actually eat all this? A trembling chieftain from a small tribe inquired. Eat freely. Ling Qiqi picked up a large bun, tore it open, and placed a piece of red braised meat inside. Follow my lead. Take as much as you want, but do not waste. Boom! The crowd could no longer contain themselves. What noble etiquette, what tribal dignity. Let them all go to hell in this moment. Tej was the first to charge forward, seizing a bun and taking a bite. Soft, so soft. It felt as if he was biting into a cloud. The tender, fragrant texture instantly healed his stomach, which had been accustomed to hard jerky for a lifetime. He then stuffed another piece of red braised meat into his mouth. Rich yet not greasy, it melted in his mouth, perfectly sweet and salty. Tej's eyes widened in astonishment as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Father, I am sorry. I had no idea such deliciousness existed in this world. What hardships have I endured? The other beastmen were equally frenzied. This white square, the bun, is incredibly delicious. The meat. Why is this meat sweet? But is so good. And that green vegetable. My goodness. It is crunchy. On the lion side, Leon observed the ravenous crowd and swallowed hard. Father, shall we eat? Could it be poisoned? The old lion, Jin Zong, stared at the bone china plate before him. The plate was pristine and delicate, more beautiful than any jade he possessed. It held 2 pieces of red braised meat, exuding an irresistible allure. Poison? Jin Zong scoffed, grasping the chopsticks, though he held them like a dagger. If it were poison, it would be a sweet poison. Moreover, he glanced at Yuan atop the platform. That dragon could kill us with a mere gesture. There is no need to poison the food. Upon finishing, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. In that moment, the old lion closed his eyes. He envisioned his youthful days running across the grasslands, recalling the joy of his first successful hunt. The complexity of flavors and the soul-satisfying fulfillment were overwhelming. Defeated, Jin Zong set down his chopsticks with a deep sigh. He had utterly lost. What could his clan possibly contend with against a tribe capable of creating such exquisite food? After the meal, at the negotiation table, while it was termed a negotiation, it was essentially a one-sided order meeting. Ling Qiqi sat at the head table, holding a charcoal pencil, with a stack of hastily produced standard contracts beside her. I want 100 sets of refined steel farming tools. And can we rent that steam engine? This was the Bear Clan chieftain. I wish to order 1,000 pounds of snow salt, and that white flour, whatever you have, I will take. This was a merchant from the Leopard clan. That bone china bowl, can you sell me a set? I am willing to trade a mine. This was an elegant old fox elder. Tej squeezed to the front, pounding the table. Mayor Ling, we of the Tiger clan wish to form an alliance. I will offer 5 mines in exchange for priority supply rights to your weapons. And he pointed toward the kitchen. Would it be possible to send a chef to our place for an exchange? My father has not had a good appetite lately. Ling Qiqi's smile froze. That can be arranged, as long as the payment is made. We can also send a chef. Training a few werewolves will suffice. Finally, it was the Lion clan's turn. Jin Zong approached with Leon, his expression complex. His pride had been worn down by that meal and the heap of scrap iron armor. Mayor Ling, Jin Zong lowered his head. The Lion Merchant Association is willing to open all trade routes and waive the tolls for the Divine City's caravans for 5 years. We only wish to procure 1 item. Ling Qiqi raised an eyebrow. What is it? Jin Zong pointed at the maidens clad in shimmering long dresses, who were actually rabbit women. That fabric and that soap that makes the skin smooth. We want exclusive rights to distribute. Ling Qiqi smiled. Truly, he's an old fox. No, an old lion. He instinctively recognized the value of luxury goods. Exclusive? That will not do. Ling Qiqi shook her head. However, we can discuss regional distribution rights. But as for the price, she extended 5 fingers. An increase of 50% over the original price. Are you robbing us? Leon exclaimed in a panic. Deal. Jin Zong restrained his son, decisively agreeing. He knew that once these items reached the royal city and were sold to the noblewomen, the price could multiply tenfold in demand. As the sun set, the guests departed. The warehouse of the divine city was half empty, yet the treasury was full. Moreover, the name of the divine city would be spread throughout the beastly continent by the chieftains who left satiated and laden with goods. Ling Qiqi languished in her chair, feeling utterly drained. The arduous path of a merchant was indeed no easy endeavor. Yuan approached, offering her a cup of warm honey water. You've worked hard, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. Long ago, Ling Qiqi accepted the drink, leaning against him. We are now wealthy. We have allies, and no one dares to provoke us. Shouldn't we indulge in life a little? Yuan gazed at the distant sky, where a few stars twinkled. His expression grew contemplative. Indulge? Perhaps. But before that he gestured towards the ground. That colossal entity beneath us, the Longu, is seemingly calling to me. Ling Qiqi paused. You mean that ruins? Yes, Yuan nodded. The seal has weakened, and I sense that it harbors more than just a corpse. It conceals the truth behind the annihilation of the Dragon Clan. System notification. Main quest updated. Explore the underground dragon tomb. This is not merely a mining area. It is a buried ancient civilization site. Warning, this expedition may alter your perception of this world. Please prepare for battle. Chapter 67. Are we digging graves? No, we are conducting geological surveys. In the inner city council hall of the Divine City, 2 days had passed since the exuberance of the World Expo, yet the air remained thick with the intoxicating scent of sudden wealth. However, Ling Qiqi, the city lord, found herself troubled as she scrutinized her order book. The orders were overwhelming. Rubbing her temples, she pointed at the densely filled production schedule on the wall. The Lion Clan demands 1,000 sets of fine steel farming tools. The Tiger Clan requires 500 iron pots, and numerous small tribes have ordered tens of thousands of red bricks. Our production capacity cannot keep up. Iron Hammer sat on a nearby bench, gnawing on a piece of dense black bread, which had recently captivated his appetite. Boss, it's not that I'm unwilling to work. We have enough furnaces and manpower, but we lack fuel. That dragon blood crystal, while powerful, is difficult to excavate. You mentioned that the deeper we dig, the hotter it gets. Ordinary orcs barely manage to dig a couple of shovels before succumbing to dehydration. Yin raised his paw, looking aggrieved. Sister Qiqi, it's really hot. Moreover, the mine is too deep and the air is stagnant. Just yesterday, a werewolf brother nearly suffocated down there. Ling Qiqi set down her pen, her gaze sharpening. She understood that this was a natural bottleneck in the industrial process, the challenges of ventilation and cooling in deep mining operations. Workers' lives cannot be sacrificed for progress. Rising, she approached the window, observing the smoke rising from the factory district in the distance. Since we are to excavate that dragon bone and its associated minerals, we must acquire some specialized equipment. She turned to Yuan. Longo, that colossal entity underground is your relative, right? Yuan, polishing his dragon-patterned steel claws, replied mildly, sort of, akin from several millennia ago. Then let us pay a visit, and perhaps relocate it. It shouldn't mind, right? Ling Qiqi smiled mischievously, akin to a fox that has stolen a hen. After all, occupying a mine without productivity is a waste of resources. Yuan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the ancestor trapped below. In life, it was imprisoned. In death, it was to be excavated by this woman for fuel. Let us go. Yuan tucked away his claws and rose, his black robe billowing. I too wish to see what lies beneath that seal. Preparatory work, a makeshift ventilation system before descending, Ling Qiqi addressed a critical issue, oxygen deficiency. She called for Mutu. Make me a large fan, one with enormous blades, powered by a steam engine. Though Mutu was not versed in aerodynamics, he possessed an innate sense of symmetry. 3 blades? Or 4? It must be center symmetric. The angle of deviation cannot exceed 0. 1 degrees. Half a day later, a colossal steam blower was erected at the mine entrance. With the roar of the steam engine, the massive wooden blades began to rotate. A powerful gust of wind flowed through the intricately woven canvas duct, delivering fresh air deep underground. All set. Ling Qiqi donned a specially crafted multi-layer cotton mask for dust protection and strapped on her tool bag. Let us go. The geological exploration team of the Divine City descends. 3,000 meters underground, at the periphery of the Dragon Tomb. With forced ventilation, the air in the mine became slightly fresher, although still hot. It was at least no longer stifling. As they approached the Dragon Bone, the surrounding rocks darkened, a result of prolonged exposure to intense heat. Yin led the way, swiftly clearing debris with his claws. It's just ahead, the giant is still glowing. Passing through the final rock wall, they beheld the imposing underground cavern once more. Dark red dragon blood crystals twinkled like stars among the vast white bones, exuding an alluring glow and terrifying heat. The serpentine dragon bone, though deceased for millennia, still evoked a shiver from the soul. Its massive, iron hammer swallowed hard, nearly dropping his iron pick. This rib alone could forge 10,000 swords. Yuan, however, did not fixate on the crystals. He moved directly toward the head of the dragon bone, where a massive, rune-etched black stone pillar, the dragon suppression nail, was embedded. This is it. Yuan reached out to touch the stone pillar, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. A wisp of smoke emerged from his fingertip. The seal is still active? Yuan squinted. For thousands of years, relying on the energy absorbed from this dragon corpse to maintain the seal was indeed a nefarious scheme. Ling Qiqi leaned closer, activating her eye of analysis. Scanning target, ancient dragon suppression nail, material, obsidian mixed with an unknown metal, possibly meteorite. Function, suppression, energy extraction, maintenance of underground high temperatures. Vulnerability, base is loose considering the tectonic movements over millennia. Suggestion, if you can extract it, the temperature in this area will decrease, and you will acquire an exceptionally durable building material. Building material? Ling Qiqi's eyes sparkled. Everything she saw now appeared to be construction material. Long ago. Can you pull it out? She inquired. Yuan smirked. If it were before, perhaps not. But now he clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within. Having consumed ample sweet potatoes and meat, his nutrition was optimal. Give me 10 minutes. Extraction operation. A scene of violent demolition. Yuan transformed into a half-dragon form. His hands morphed into dragon claws covered in black scales, and a pair of dragon wings unfurled. Summoning a tempest, he soared upward, gripping the 10-meter-high stone pillar with all his might. Now, he bellowed. The entire underground cavern trembled. Debris cascaded down. The stone pillar emitted a groan of strain. The runes upon it flickered wildly, attempting to resist. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all resistance was futile. Break free. Yuan's muscular arms bulged as he unleashed his dragon might. With a deafening crack, the stone pillar that had suppressed the dragon for millennia was forcibly extracted. As the pillar dislodged, a visible wave of red energy surged outward. This was the dragon's aura, suppressed for eons. Get down, Yuan shouted, hurling the extracted pillar aside, creating a massive crater. The energy wave swept over them. There was no harm, only a sensation of warmth, like the gentle sun in winter. The previously stifling air gradually cooled. The once volatile dragon blood crystals now radiated a softer glow, no longer scalding to the touch, but resembling warm jade. Has the seal been lifted? Yin tentatively touched a crystal. It's not hot anymore. Sister Qiqi, it's really not hot. You can hold it with your bare hands. Ling Qiqi rejoiced. Wonderful. Without the high-temperature radiation, this is a natural open-pit mine. Yin, signal the transport team above to come down. We are relocating. Move all these rubies back. Yet, just as the crowd erupted with joy, Yuan stood before the dragon's skull, his expression grave. As the seal was lifted, a gaping abyss, once concealed beneath stone pillars, was unveiled. Within it lay not molten lava, but rather a delicate layer of grayish-white rock. Ling Qiqi approached and was momentarily taken aback. She crouched down, scraping a small amount of the grayish powder with her bone knife. After rolling it between her fingers, she added a drop of water. The powder swiftly absorbed the water, hardening and solidifying. Scan target: limestone, high quality, chemical composition, calcium carbonate. Uses: production of quicklime, cement manufacturing, soil amendment. Evaluation: congratulations, host. You have discovered the divine adhesive of the construction world. With this substance, you need not toil with mud. You can erect skyscrapers. Cement. Ling Qiqi's voice trembled with excitement. I have found the raw material for cement. She leaped up and embraced Yuan's waist, unable to reach his neck. Brother Long, you truly are my lucky star. Do you understand what this means? Yuan, bewildered, replied. Does it mean the gray is significant? No, Ling Qiqi exclaimed, grasping a handful of limestone powder, her eyes shimmering with fervor. It means we can construct roads. Roads that won't deteriorate in the rain or jolt when horses gallop over them. It means we can build tall structures, strongholds that rise over a dozen stories, unyielding. It means, she pointed to the thick rock layers above us, we can transform this divine city into an eternal fortress that shall never collapse. 3 days later, in the industrial district of the divine city, a new kiln rose from the ground. This was neither a dragon kiln for pottery nor a blast furnace for iron. It was a vertical kiln dedicated solely to cement production. Ingredients: limestone excavated underground, clay dredged from the riverbank, iron slag, waste from the blacksmith's forge. The materials were mixed in proportion and ground into fine powder. Then they were fed into the vertical kiln, using dragon blood crystals as fuel, subjected to a high-temperature calcination of 1,450 degrees. The end product emerged as gray-black clinker. By adding an appropriate amount of gypsum, also discovered underground as a byproduct, it was ground into fine powder. The first batch of Portland cement in the beast world, albeit a rudimentary version, was born. Mutu gazed at the pile of dusty powder, his face contorted in disdain. This looks filthy. Can it really be used? Moreover, its color is unappealing, not black nor white, but an ambiguous gray. Ling Qiqi smiled mysteriously. Mutu, do not be deceived by its appearance. It is a miraculous tool for the perfectionist. A miraculous tool? Yes. Ling Qiqi pointed to the ground. Would you like our divine city's entire surface to become flawlessly smooth, without any seams, like a mirror? Motoes bret kvitskenet. No seams? A single piece? Is that truly possible? Let us try. Ling Qiqi instructed the mixing of cement, sand, and gravel in proportion, adding water to create concrete. This was then laid over a bumpy dirt road, smoothed out with wooden boards. Mutu personally ensured it was smoother than a mirror. The next day, the cement had fully cured, transforming into a hardened, smooth, artificial rock. Mutu knelt on the cement surface, examining it with a magnifying glass. No seams, no joints, not even a trace of an ant that might have crossed. He lay on the ground, his face pressed against the cement, letting out a groan. This is bliss. This is the road. This is the perfect road. Ling Qiqi stood by, observing this first stretch of cement road. Although it spanned merely 10 meters, it symbolized the divine city's infrastructure advancement, leaping from the realm of mere masons to civil engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Ling Qiqi waved the blueprints in her hand. Now that we have cement, our expansion plans must be revised. I intend to construct a road, a 20-meter-wide thoroughfare directly leading to the Heishui River dock, connecting the mining area with the residential district. Furthermore, she gazed towards the distant city walls. Let us raise that obsidian wall by an additional 5 meters. Before this winter concludes, I aim to transform the divine city into an impregnable bastion. Chapter 68. The Boiling Stones and the Mirror of the Earth. The mornings in the divine city are usually heralded by the colossal steam bun machine in the cafeteria. However, today was different. Today, the awakening was orchestrated by Ling Qiqi's commanding voice amplified through a metal megaphone. All personnel assemble. Bring shovels. Bring buckets. Today, we shall not mine, but play with mud. In the outer city square, several hundred beastmen laborers, sporting dark circles under their eyes, gathered. They gazed at the grayish pile of powder on the ground, whispering amongst themselves. Is this the treasure that Lady Divine unearthed from the depths? It appears less valuable than the soil by the roadside. Ling Qiqi stood beside the pile of powder, brandishing a stick, pointing to the freshly excavated roadbed leading directly to the Heishui River dock. I know what you are thinking. She perceived their doubts. She kicked the pile of powder, scoffing. Do you think this is mere dirt? Huh. Let me tell you, this is the divine adhesive. The magical powder that can transform rubble into massive stones. She turned to the curious Yen. Yen, fetch a bucket of water. And Yuan, could you lend me a flame to throw these pieces of raw stone, quicklime, into the water? To demonstrate the power of chemistry to these unworldly beastmen. Ling Qiqi decided to start with a dramatic display. Yin returned with a bucket of cold water. Yuan casually flicked a strand of magical fire, turning several pieces of gray-white limestone to a fiery red before tossing them into the water bucket. The once tranquil cold water erupted upon contact with the stone, as if provoked by a wild beast. Gurgle, gurgle. The water's surface roiled violently, white steam exploding upward, reaching half a meter high. The water in the bucket boiled furiously, emitting a hissing sound that made one's teeth ache, as if something invisible was being cooked within. Wow, the water is on fire. It exploded. The stones boiled the water. The werewolves at the forefront recoiled in fright, their tails instinctively tucking between their legs as they scrambled backward, nearly stepping on those behind them. In their understanding, only fire could boil water. They had never witnessed cold stones causing water to boil upon contact. This is sorcery. Calm down. Ling Qiqi stood amidst the steam, arms outstretched like an alchemist, letting the warm gust tousle her hair. This is the power of science. This stone, when saturated with water, generates heat, hardens, and ultimately transforms into an indestructible rock. She pointed at the muddy road. Now, we shall utilize this power to lay a skin over the divine city that shall never decay. The fear in the eyes of the beastmen morphed into reverence. What could the divine lady, who could tame even stones, not accomplish? Let's get to work. With a single command, the largest civil engineering project in the divine city commenced. Gravel, sand, and cement powder, according to the formula provided by Ling Qiqi, though merely an approximate ratio, were poured into a colossal mixing pit. Hundreds of beastmen wielded their shovels, as if stirring a massive pot of sesame paste. Water. Add water. It's too dry. Another bucket. Too watery. It's like diarrhea. Add more powder. The scene was chaotic, mud flying in every direction. Yuan stood at a distance on the city wall, frowning, creating a wind barrier to ensure not a single drop of mud splashed onto his black robe. How filthy, he commented disdainfully. Brother Long, don't just stand there. Ling Qiqi, covered in mud, waved at the city wall. This road is being built for you. Just think, in the future when it rains, your shoes will no longer be caked in mud. Your tail will never drag through the muck again. Yuan's ears perked up. No muth? Tail not dirty? He glanced at his dragon tail, which he usually had to carefully lift while going out. Yuan extended his hand, pressing downward with his palm. An unseen gravitational field enveloped the mixing pit. The originally arduous task of stirring the viscous concrete transformed into a seamless, silky blend under the pressure of gravity and the enchantment of mixing, even expelling any trapped air bubbles. Impressive. Ling Qiqi raised her thumb, exclaiming, "Lonely mixer, an exclusive patent of the divine city." With the concrete prepared, the next step was to lay it down. What began as a laborious task evolved into a merciless performance art of obsessive compulsion, thanks to Musi, who clutched a taut strand of spider silk, reportedly strong enough to slice meat, while lying on the foundation, his eyes wide as saucers. Too high. This is 2 millimeters too high. Musi shrieked, pointing at a newly poured section of concrete as if it bore the greatest blemish of his life. It must be leveled. I want this road to be smooth enough for water droplets to skate upon. The burly bear man responsible for leveling appeared utterly defeated. Musi, isn't this efficient? This is just for walking. Musi leapt up, tapping the bear's head with a wooden trowel. If the surface is uneven, the cart will jolt. If the cart jolts, the cargo will shake. If the cargo shakes, the arrangement inside will be disrupted. Are you intent on ruining the order of the world? The bear, bewildered by this logic, could only continue leveling in tears. Again and again, they scraped until the concrete surface shimmered with a bluish sheen, as smooth as a mirror. So much so that even a fly landing would have to do a split. This endeavor lasted 3 days and nights. Ling Qiqi initially intended for a mere rough job, but under Musie's meticulous supervision, the road leading to the dock became the premier showcase project of the Divine City. The road spanned 20 meters in width, gently arched in the center for drainage, with ditches on either side. Every 10 meters, there were designated spots for planting trees, even though it was still winter. Finally, on the evening of the third day, the cement was thoroughly dried. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the gray-white expanse, which wound through the dark forest like a celestial jade ribbon, cleaving a path of civilization through the wild. Done. Ling Qiqi removed her mud-stained work attire, changing into a clean dress, and stood at the intersection, taking a deep breath. It was time for inspection. All the beastmen held their breath. Gathering on either side of the road, they gazed at the road they had laid with their own hands, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could such soft mud truly have hardened more than stone? Long ago, Ling Qiqi gestured invitingly, as the face of the Divine City. It is only fitting that you take the first step. Yuan, clad in a black and gold robe and holding a rhinoceros horn cup, slowly emerged from the city gate. He approached the road and halted, glancing skeptically at the gray surface. Is it truly clean? Please, try it, Ling Qiqi winked. Yuan extended a foot, his high boots, made of elephant hide, tentatively pressing down. Firm. That was the first sensation. There was no sinking into the soft earth, but rather a solid feeling akin to stepping on a solid rock. Smooth. That was the second sensation. The soles of his shoes glided against the fine surface, producing a barely audible rustling sound, devoid of any obstruction. Yuan placed his other foot upon the road as well. Then he released his grip. The dragon tail, which had been magically suspended in midair, gently descended with a soft thud onto the surface. No mudis platereth. No dirty water tainted the ground. The black scales brushed across the gray-white surface, creating a crisp friction sound, clean and pure. Yuan's eyes sparkled. He took a couple of steps. Top, top, top. The clear sounds of his footsteps echoed on the spacious road, resonating with a unique rhythm. This feeling of groundedness, this carefree assurance of not worrying about dirtying his shoes, brought unprecedented joy to this cleanliness-obsessed individual. Excellent. A satisfied smile curved the corners of Yuan's mouth. From now on, all roads in the Divine City must be like this. He couldn't help but glide slightly along the surface, like a child who had discovered a new toy, though his expression remained aloof. Wow, seeing the Guardian so pleased. The beastmen erupted into thunderous cheers. Divine Road. This is the Divine Road. No more muddy steps on rainy days. I want to roll on it, only to be kicked away by Musie. No dirtying the road. Just as the Divine City reveled in the joy of its newly opened road, a weary merchant caravan struggled through the mire by the Heishui River. This caravan, hailing from the distant east, belonged to the deer tribe. They were transporting precious medicinal herbs and furs, aiming to trade in the lion tribe's royal city. Unfortunately, they had lost their way and strayed into the edge of the death forest. The tribe leader, a young spotted deer, slumped in a mud pit, crying in despair. The mud is too deep. The wheels are stuck and cannot be pulled out. The deer tribe leader wore a despondent expression as well. The mud had risen past their knees, and every step consumed immense energy. They had already broken 2 axles and lost half their cargo. Is the heavens set to annihilate our deer tribe? The leader looked up at the overcast sky, surrounded by lifeless, barren trees, with a swamp beneath his feet that seemed to swallow all hope. At that moment, a clear jingling sound echoed from ahead. The leader paused. In this desolate place, where could such a sound originate? He struggled to climb up a small mound of earth, pushed aside withered grass, and peered forward. In the next instant, he thought he was hallucinating. Before him, amidst the fog, an expansive, smooth, gray-white river appeared abruptly on the black earth. It stretched straight into the distance, the surface pristine and devoid of any weeds or stones. And on that river, a peculiar cart, unhitched from any horse, in fact. It was Xiao Jiu riding a wooden scooter, glided swiftly, its wheels rolling over the surface, producing an enchanting, smooth, rustling sound. Is it a road? The deer tribe leader rubbed his eyes. How could there be such a flat road? Is it paved with solid jade? Trembling, he led his tribe members, stepping cautiously towards the edge of that road. As his hooves emerged from the cold mud, he carefully placed them on the hard, dry concrete surface. Top! A crisp hoof sound resonated. The grounded sense of security, the comfort of not worrying about sinking in, made the old deer burst into tears instantly. He knelt down, trembling, kissing the gray-white surface. A miracle! This is the road laid by the divine. And at the end of the road, beneath the towering obsidian city walls, Ling Qiqi stood atop, observing the arriving caravan with a subtle smile. It seemed our first toll fee was about to be collected. Chapter 69. No money? Then use the horns on your heads to settle the debt. The deer tribe leader, named Lu Ming, knelt on the gray-white concrete avenue, feeling as if he were dreaming. His fellow tribesmen remained trapped in the mud by the Heishui River, their wheels nearly swallowed by the sludge. Yet merely a step away, this flat, sturdy, even slightly warm, quick to absorb heat, road seemed like a staircase to heaven. That divine lady? Lu Ming raised his head, gazing at the elegantly dressed young human girl with a beaming smile standing behind the roadblock, his voice trembling. May we proceed? Ling Qiqi held a tin megaphone in one hand and a newly crafted abacus in the other. The beads were so smooth they were almost mesmerizing. Of course, she replied, tinkling the beads to produce a clear sound. The divine city welcomes all friendly friends. However, she pointed to the road beneath her feet. This road was laid down with the blood, sweat, and tears of our workers. The materials used are precious dragon-s breath lime, crafted through a complex process of 81 steps. Look at the smoothness, look at the hardness. Lu Ming nodded continuously. It is indeed the divine road. Absolutely the divine road. Thus, Ling Qiqi revealed her signature merchant smile. To traverse the divine road, a fee must be paid. This is called a road maintenance fee. Road maintenance fee? Lu Ming was taken aback. He had traversed the beastly realm for several decades, encountering robbers and extortionists. And it was only then that he first heard of the term road fee. Not much. Ling Qiqi extended a finger, indicating one vehicle and one pelt. One individual, one medicinal herb. If they could not afford it, they might settle their debt with labor, such as sweeping the streets for a day. Lu Ming sighed with relief. This price, compared to the avaricious vampires of the Lion Clan, was akin to charitable giving. Yes, we shall pay. Lu Ming immediately summoned his kin. The young stags, ensnared in the mud, upon hearing that they only needed to part with a few items to ascend to safety, sprang into action as if invigorated, managing to hoist the sunken cart out. With the first wheel, caked in mud, clattered onto the concrete road. The long-forgotten sensation of smooth, rolling moved the pulling stags to the brink of kneeling in gratitude. They no longer had to tread gingerly. There was no fear of a broken axle. On this path, they felt capable of hauling 1,000 pounds and leaving a vanishing trail behind. Saved. Lu Ming wiped away his tears. This road was truly magnificent. The procession advanced slowly. Meanwhile, at the roadside checkpoint, Mu Tu clutched a ruler, his eyes fervently fixated on each passing stag, precisely on their antlers. Asymmetry. This left fork is 3 millimeters taller than the right. This one won't do either. The curvature of its antlers is insufficiently rounded. That one. Mu Tu suddenly pointed at a fawn with only one antler, exclaiming in despair. Why does it have but one antler? This disrupts the overall balance. I must fit it with a prosthetic. The frightened fawn squeaked and burrowed beneath its mother. Yuan, standing nearby, helplessly pressed down on Mu Tu's head, turning him away. Be quiet. That is their natural state. Yuan observed the timid herbivores, a flicker of boredom passing through his golden-slit pupils. They were too weak. They could barely fill a gap. However, Yuan's nostrils flared. Amidst the group of deer, reeking of mud and herbs, he caught a whiff of something distinct. It was crisp and chilling, reminiscent of the eternal ice atop snow-capped mountains. Halt! Yuan's voice was soft, yet carried an irresistible weight. The deer, previously lined up to pay, froze in place. A few timid does collapsed in fright. Long Way, to herbivores, was the ultimate predator. Yuan approached the most dilapidated cart, meticulously wrapped in layers of beast hides. What lies within? Lu Ming's complexion shifted dramatically as he hurriedly positioned himself in front of the cart, trembling. "And master, these are merely some worthless hay." "Lies." Yuan extended a finger and gently sliced through the heavy hides, which parted like paper, revealing the contents inside. It was not hay. Instead, it was a seedling, crystalline and translucent, planted in a jade pot, its leaves resembling ice crystals. It was no larger than a palm, yet the coldness it emanated caused frost to form in the surrounding air. Ling Qiqi leaned closer and activated the analysis eye. Scanning object. Ice soul snow lotus tree. Seedling near death. Attributes. Extreme cold. Healing. Purification. Status. Unsuitable for water and soil. Root rot. On the verge of withering. Value. Priceless treasure. Its fruit can detoxify 100 poisons. Its leaf can preserve a corpse for a millennium. Moreover, it is the core material for creating an eternal icebox. Ling Qiqi's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of gold coins. An eternal icebox? Did that not imply that in the future, chilled watermelons, ice cream, and even seafood transport would be secured? "I shall take this," Ling Qiqi declared dominantly. "No." Lu Ming fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "This is a tribute we must present to the Lion Clan's king. It is to exchange for our captured kin. If we lose it, our entire clan shall perish." Ling Qiqi furrowed her brows. Once again, the Lion Clan. Why did these lions covet all that was good? "It is dying." Yuan interjected suddenly. He reached out, his fingertip brushing against the icy, crystalline leaf. Instantly, the leaf turned black and retracted. "The roots are rotten. Removed from the extreme cold, it will not survive 3 days. If you present it to the Lion Clan, what they will receive is merely a withered branch. In that case, the Lion Clan's king will only think you are mocking him and will slay you even quicker." Lu Ming slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He understood that the seedling was nearing its end, yet this was their last glimmer of hope. "How about this?" Ling Qiqi crouched down, gazing at the despondent elder stag. "Sell me this seedling. I will help you revive it. After all, I have a greenhouse. Converting it to a cold room is but a breath for Yuan. As for the kin you wish to save." Ling Qiqi pointed to the rows of fully armed, fiercely intimidating wolf warriors behind her. "The Lion Clan demands money. I can provide it. The Lion Clan seeks battle. I shall accompany them. Rather than beseeching those greedy lions, why not strike a deal with us in the Divine City? Trade this tree for the safety of your entire clan, along with..." Ling Qiqi gestured to the smokestacks of the bustling kitchen within the city. A hearty meal of meat buns and a clean, warm bath. Lu Ming raised his head. He looked at the Divine City, which remained warm amidst the cold winds. At the human girl whose gaze was clear despite her domineering demeanor, and then at the holy tree in his arms, which had begun to shed leaves. He gritted his teeth. "Deal. After all, going to the Lion Clan is death. Better to take a gamble." "Agreed." Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. "Yen, move this tree to the second underground level. Yuan, go spray it with some cold air to extend its life. Su, take the guests to bathe. Do not forget to promote our mint soap. Mutioyu, stop staring at their antlers. Head to the kitchen and ask the chef to add more dishes. Tonight, we shall have a vegetarian feast. After all, dear, eat vegetarian." That evening, the Divine City's kitchen hosted its first vegetarian buffet. Ruastid sweet potatoes, stiamid pumpkins, stir-fried bok choy, and deep-fried sweet potato cakes. Though devoid of meat, the rich seasonings and meticulous preparation brought tears of joy to the deer folk, who had spent their lives consuming hay. "This grass, bok choy, is so tender. Why is this water, sweet potato syrup, so sweet?" While everyone indulged in their meal, Ling Qiqi was in the basement, studying the ice soul snow lotus tree with Yuan. Yuan exhaled a breath of pure frost dragon breath, enveloping the seedling. The previously drooping leaves unfurled instantly, greedily absorbing the dragon breath, even producing a delightful sound reminiscent of wind chimes. "It is alive." Yuan withdrew his hand. "This treasure favors my aura. What a marvelous gem." Ling Qiqi caressed the icy leaves. "Dragon brother, now that we possess fire, dragon blood crystal, and ice, this tree, and a dragon breath, shall we not embark on creating more advanced industries?" She retrieved a handful of glimmering sand from her pocket. It was quartz sand that Yin had excavated from the riverbank. For instance, glass? With glass, we could construct true sunrooms, create telescopes, and replace all the windows of the divine city with transparent ones. Chapter 70. Can burning sand create treasures? This is called solidified water. What on earth? Burning sand? The chief blacksmith of the divine city, Dwarf Hammer, squatted on the ground, holding a handful of quartz sand transported from the riverbank, sporting a look of disbelief. His thick brows were nearly twisted into a knot. Boss, although I am a blacksmith, I am not ignorant of common knowledge. Sand is sand. When heated, it becomes hot sand, and when melted, it turns into sludge. You wish to transform it into what? Invisible stone? He glanced over at Yin, who was munching on a pig's trotters, and mockingly added, if you can turn this into a treasure, I will eat this whole pile of sand. Yin, with a straightforward demeanor, raised his head. Don't eat it. It will damage your teeth. Ling Qiqi disregarded the unworldly natives. She was occupied directing Mu Tu in an exceedingly intricate task of material proportioning. To produce brilliantly clear glass, merely having quartz sand, silicon dioxide, was insufficient. Flux and stabilizers were also required. In the divine city, the prosperity is palpable. The limestone, unearthed casually during the excavation of the dragon's tomb, serves as a stabilizer. The soda ash, a byproduct painstakingly refined from numerous ashes in the pursuit of soap making, acts as a flux. Listen closely, Mutioyu. Ling Qiqi, holding a charcoal pencil, meticulously scribbles calculations onto a smooth wooden board. 70 parts of sand, 15 parts of soda ash, 10 parts of limestone, and instead of adding glass shards, which we lack, a touch of feldspar powder will suffice. Mu Tu, with a delicately crafted balance in hand, known for its exceptional precision, carefully adds grains of sand to the pan, discarding any irregularly shaped particles. The mixture's chaotic colors, the white powder mingling with the yellow sand, are an affront to purity. Although he mutters under his breath, his hands move with an unsettling steadiness. Half an hour later, the well-mixed materials are placed into the high-temperature dragon kiln, specially modified for glass melting. Ling Qiqi turns to Tin, who has been resting against the door, eyes closed. Today he dons a lightweight black outfit, the cuffs tightened, revealing his sleek forearms. He appears somewhat languid, yet an innate aura of authority seems to solidify the warm air around him. Dragon brother, Ling Qiqi beams, offering a cup of chilled sour plum soup as a bribe. It's your turn now. The temperature shouldn't exceed 1,600 degrees. Stability is key. Yuan opens his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering in his golden, slitted pupils. Since returning from the dragon's tomb, he feels less like a fearsome, world-destroying dragon and more akin to a temperature-controlled gas stove. One last time, he says, accepting the sour plum soup and downing it in one gulp. Next time, for tasks involving stone melting, seek out that dwarf, Tai Chue, and figure it out yourself. Approaching the kiln, he refrains from exhaling dragon fire, as usual. Instead, he extends his long palm, pressing it against the kiln wall. The energy from his dragon blood crystal is meticulously summoned, manifesting as an invisible stream of red heat that envelopes the crucible uniformly. The once restless flames instantly calm, shifting from orange to blinding white. This intense heat remains locked within the small crucible, although no sound is audible. Ling Qiqi can vividly imagine the transformation occurring within the sand. It melts and amalgamates under the elevated temperature, transitioning from solid grains to a viscous liquid. Time ticks by. The onlookers, Tai, Che, Yin, Su, and several curious werewolf warriors, hold their breath, fixated on the kiln opening. Almost there. Ling Qiqi glances at the hourglass. Yuan retracts his hand, his complexion paling momentarily before regaining its color. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind sweeps through as the kiln door opens. Tai Chue, fully prepared, employs a long iron tongs to extract the glowing crucible. Bull, Ling Qiqi commands. Tai Chue deftly flicks his wrist, tipping the viscous orange-red liquid, akin to honey, onto the preheated flat iron plate beside them. Is that magma? Yin recoils slightly. Quick, while it's hot, Ling Qiqi seizes a massive iron roller, polished to a mirror finish by Mu Tu. Mu Tiuyu. It's your turn. Flatten it out. It must be perfectly smooth. Initially disdainful, Mu Tu's eyes light up upon seeing the pristine, luminous liquid flowing gently. A flawless fluid, he rushes forward, grasping the roller, his movements fluid and graceful. Setting the thickness to 5 millimeters, he applies even pressure, eliminating bubbles and ensuring linear edges. Under Mu Tu's adept handling, the orange-red liquid is swiftly spread out, forming a large, smooth disc. As the temperature drops, a miracle unfolds. The orange glow gradually fades. The initially opaque material begins to blur and then clarifies. Finally, as it cools completely, a transparent object appears on the iron plate. It lies there quietly, resembling a shard of ice or a pool of solidified water. Through it, the minute patterns of the iron plate are distinctly visible. Silence envelopes the room. The tongs in Tai Chui's grasp clatter to the ground, nearly crushing his foot. He rubs his eyes, then peers closer, nearly prostrating himself against the glass. It's gone? Where's the sand? How did such a large pile of sand vanish into thin air? He cautiously pokes at it with his rough fingers. Hard, cool, smooth? The dwarf's worldview crumbles. The sand is transformed into an invisible stone. This defies logic. This is sorcery. This is called glass. Ling Qiqi approaches, tapping the flat glass, producing a crisp chime. Or you may refer to it as the window of the divine. Yuan, who had been silently observing, finally steps forward. He lowers his gaze to the transparent crystal. The glass reflects the colors of the sky and the golden hue of his eyes. In a fleeting moment, a vague image flashes in Yuan's mind. An echo from an era so distant that even he struggles to recall. A blurred figure stands within a colossal palace constructed entirely of this transparent material, gazing through the clear walls at a world on the brink of destruction. In that figure's grasp lies something similar. No, it's a piece of jade, soft, warm jade. Instinctively, Yuan glances at Ling Qiqi's chest, where she keeps her family heirloom jade pendant. Anchor point, he whispers, his voice barely audible to the wind. Dragon brother, what did you say? Ling Qiqi, brimming with excitement, directs Yin to raise the glass. Nothing, Yuan replies, snapping back to reality. His earlier depth masked by his usual pride. He gestures toward the glass, disdainfully commenting, while it appears quite transparent, there's a bubble inside. He points to a pin-sized bubble in the lower left corner. The craftsmanship is subpar. Remake it. Overwhelmed with joy, Mu Tu lunges forward, magnifying glass in hand. A bubble. There really is a bubble. This is a flaw. This is an unforgivable sin. Mu Tu collapses, lifting his hammer, ready to shatter the first panel of glass in the beastly world. No, I must destroy it. It's not perfect. Stop. Ling Qiqi leaps forward, embracing Moto's waist. This is the prototype. This is a cultural relic. Can't we keep it for a window? In the industrial district of the Divine City, amidst a chaotic frenzy, the dawn of the luminous glass era has arrived. Chapter 71, Transparent Walls? Mu Tu suffers a concussion. Physics, the glass revolution in the Divine City, commenced in an exceedingly tumultuous and humorous manner. Although the first flat glass bore a bubble, it was proudly installed at the entrance of the council hall under Ling Qiqi's insistence. To showcase the majesty of this divine creation, she ensured the glass was polished to perfection, transparent, as if it were non-existent. Then calamity struck. In the morning, the werewolf warrior, Langda, responsible for delivering meals, charged in, a large basin of steaming braised meat in hand. Boss, breakfast is ready. Today's meat is particularly fatty. Without slowing down, Langda barreled through the open door, oblivious to its presence. Bang! A dull, resounding crash reverberated through the council hall, causing it to tremble thrice. Langda's face, squished against the glass, resembled a flattened pancake, his features distorted, tongue still poised to lick his lips, leaving a long, greasy streak on the surface. A bowl of braised pork landed with a resounding thud upon his own chest. How? Langda clutched his nose and slid to the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils. With a look of sheer terror, he extended his hand, feeling the void of air before him. A barrier. There's indeed a barrier, an invisible wall. Is this an enemy attack? Before he could finish his exclamation, a small fox, tasked with delivering chopsticks, collided into Lang Da's back, crashing into the glass like a stack of Jenga blocks. Bang! Ling Qiqi, seated inside, held a teacup and observed the splatter of blood and half a face imprinted on the glass, her lips twitching uncontrollably. It seems we ought to affix a warning sign about the glass. Yuan sat beside her, watching Lang Da's foolishness, and instead of feeling anger, he displayed the rarest of smiles. This contraption serves well for defense, without the need to resort to violence. Merely colliding could render this group of fools unconscious. Glass Workshop, a fantastical realm of creativity. Flat glass was merely the beginning. Ling Qiqi's ambition was to create vessels, cups, plates, test tubes, and most importantly, light bulb shells. Thus, the Divine City initiated a grand competition for glass blowing. If you believe that glass blowing is a graceful art, you are greatly mistaken. In the Divine City, it is akin to a disaster zone of breath capacity and intellect. Contestant 1, Yin, the pangolin. Yin was a straightforward child. Ling Qiqi instructed him. Dip the iron tube into the molten glass and blow forcefully to shape it into a sphere. Yin nodded, understood with vigor. He grasped the iron tube, inhaled deeply, the pangolin's exceptional lung capacity honed from digging, and puffed his cheeks like two balloons. Whoosh! The bright red molten glass instantly expanded like an explosion. It did not form a sphere but transformed into an exceedingly thin, vast, nearly transparent glass bubble until, bang, the bubble burst. Scalding glass shards flew everywhere, sending the surrounding beastmen scattering in panic. Yin scratched his head. Did I exert too much force? This stuff is more fragile than soil. Contestant 2, Iron Hammer, the dwarf. Iron Hammer gazed at the limp mass of molten glass, feeling utterly uncomfortable. As a blacksmith, his instinct was to strike. This was his chance to forge glass. He swung his small hammer at the cooling glass. Crash! Shards scattered across the ground. Iron Hammer fumed. This material lacks martial ethics. How can it shatter at the slightest touch? Even pig iron can withstand a couple of blows. Contestant 3, Mutu, the perfectionist. Among all, Mutu suffered the most. The molten glass was a fluid, which meant it was uncontrollable. Gravity would cause it to sag, ensuring it could never be a perfect sphere. Mutu carefully held the iron tube, cautiously blowing a small bubble. The left side thickened by 0.5 millimeters, a twist. The right side collapsed. I inhaled too much. There's a ripple. It's not smooth. This defies fluid dynamics. He blew while frantically rotating the iron tube, attempting to combat gravity. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. Ultimately, due to hyperventilation, oxygen deprivation, Mutu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. In that instant, he still clutched the tube, murmuring, I want it to be a perfect circle. Contestant 4. The Beastman spectators compared to those actively participating. The spectators' imaginations soared to new heights. A Bear Clan matron eyed the transparent glass cup, post-cooling with skepticism. Isn't this just an ice cube? We have plenty of these in our rivers during winter. Seizing the moment, she licked it with her tongue. Hiss, not cold, no flave. Then she attempted to take a bite. Crack! Her teeth nearly broke. Another Wolfman warrior donned a large glass jar on his head. Boss, look at this. A helmet with no blind spots. Wide field of vision. Plus. It keeps the wind out. Ling Qiqi, exasperated, retorted. But how will you breathe? The Wolfman froze, a layer of white fog rapidly forming on the glass jar. Woo! I can't breathe. Get it off. Observing this chaotic spectacle, Ling Qiqi sighed deeply. Is this the birth pangs of the Industrial Revolution? Yuan approached, took an iron tube from Ling Qiqi's hand. A group of useless fools, he coldly remarked. Yuan walked to the kiln, dipping the iron tube into a mass of molten glass. He did not blow. Instead, he pinched the iron tube with 2 fingers, gently rotating it. An exceedingly fine and precise magical force extended through the tube like an invisible hand, tenderly cradling the flowing liquid. Dragon language magic shaping, in full view of the crowd. That mass of molten glass appeared to come alive, automatically extending, stretching, and rotating. No molds were required, nor was breath capacity necessary. In mere seconds, a slender-necked, gracefully rounded glass vase, elegant as a swan, materialized atop the iron tube. The vase's mouth even formed a perfect ruffled edge. Mu, just regaining consciousness, knelt in awe. A miracle! This is the perfect curve. Yuan casually tossed the vase to Mu, who lunged to catch it, fearing it would shatter. It appears quite simple. Yuan dusted off his hands. Is it difficult? All present. This is pure Versailles. The birth of the ultimate weapon. The mirror, although glass-blowing was still in its exploratory phase. With flat glass in hand, Ling Qiqi decided to unveil the ultimate weapon, the mirror. In this world, people could only see themselves through copper mirrors or water basins. Copper mirrors were dim and blurry, and moving water distorted reflections. No one had ever seen a true high-definition version of themselves. Ling Qiqi procured the smoothest piece of glass, affixing a layer of tin foil to its back, melted from tin acquired from the Lion Clan's merchant convoy. Then, she poured a layer of mercury, refined from cinnabar sourced from the black market. The tin-mercury amalgam, though toxic and ancient, was the most viable mirror-making technique under the current conditions. After some time, the excess mercury was expelled, and the tin-mercury amalgam adhered tightly to the back of the glass. A coat of rust-proof paint, resin paint, was applied. The moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. Ling Qiqi positioned the half-height mirror in the center of the square. Draped in a red cloth, everyone gathered around. Hundreds of beastmen formed a circle, curiously staring at the red cloth. What is this? A new frame? Could it be the portrait of the Divine Lady? Ling Qiqi dramatically unveiled the red cloth. Sunlight cascaded onto the mirror's surface. In that instant, a hulking Tiger Clan man standing at the front emitted a piercing scream. Ah! He leaped up, drawing his great sword towards the mirror. There is someone inside. A tiger is trapped within. Is that a sealing technique? The nearby Fox Clan girl was also dumbfounded, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Is that me? Trembling, she leaned closer to the mirror. The reflection mirrored her movements, even capturing the small black mole on her face and a speck of eye goo, yet to be wiped away, all vividly clear. My heavens! The Fox Clan girl cradled her face, lost in rapture. So, I look this beautiful? My skin and fur are 1,000 times clearer than any reflection in water. The square erupted into a frenzy. All the beastmen went wild, eagerly crowding around the mirror, desperate for a glimpse. Some squeezed pimples in front of the mirror. Others bared their teeth to examine their dental health. Some posed, believing themselves to be incredibly handsome. Even Yuan, passing by the mirror, could not resist pausing. He gazed at his reflection. The man clad in a black robe, long hair cascading, with a broken horn on his forehead. This was the first time he saw his human form so clearly. Is this truly me? Yuan touched his cheek. Once on Longdao, he could only catch a blurred reflection in the deep pool, that of a menacing black dragon. However, now the figure in the mirror, albeit stern, bore a hint of warmth. Ling Qiqi caught sight of Yuan in the mirror. She approached him from behind, displaying a radiant smile as she rested her chin gently on his shoulder. Am I handsome, dragon brother? Yuan gazed at the two silhouettes nestled together in the mirror. One clad in black, the other in red. Ling Qiqi donned a crimson dress, surprisingly harmonizing. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He turned away, blocking the mirror and Ling Qiqi's view. Mediocre, he declared haughtily, though the tips of his ears betrayed a subtle blush. Only slightly better than those crooked melons. He gestured toward the mirror. Leave a piece for me. I want to place it in my bedroom. Implied, I must check every morning if my hair is in disarray. Chapter 72. That is called resource utilization. Its heritage. In the early morning, at the construction site behind the Divine City, the biting wind carried snowflakes but could not dispel the fervent arguments that filled the air. Ling Qiqi clutched a tattered blueprint, venting her frustrations at the atmosphere, or perhaps at the phantom of her envisioned project. Shut up. I know this defies the principles of mechanics, but all I have is rotten wood. Ling Qiqi raged internally. Just 3 minutes prior, the long-dormant universal analysis system had abruptly awakened. Ding! System upgrade complete. Detected that the host is undertaking a project named Greenhouse Construction. Scanning current building materials. Rotten wood, rusty iron sheets, glue made from pig urine. System evaluation. TSK. Host, are you planning to erect an illegal structure for watermelons? The wind resistance of this design is negative. I suggest you bury the seeds directly. At least next year, weeds might sprout. Veins throbbed at Ling Qiqi's temples. Then give me steel. Give me aluminum alloy. I currently can't even secure a decent iron pot without scavenging from the Lion Clan. System, is that your justification for treating that ancient black dragon as a welder? Detected that the high-energy being Yuan's mood index is dropping. Recommend the host quickly appease him with food. Otherwise, the risk of a strike is as high as 90. Ling Qiqi jolted, turning to find Yuan seated on a stone. Though he held a rhinoceros horn cup, his golden slit pupils coldly scrutinized the twisted heap of scrap iron, exuding an aura that screamed, I am the world-destroying dragon. Why am I toying with rubbish? Ahem. Dragon brother. Ling Qiqi instantly morphed her expression, smiling more radiantly than a blooming flower. Are you tired? This is my special dragon god drink, concocted with honey and mint. Soothe your throat. Yuan accepted the cup, huffing, his tail tip irritably thumping the ground. Qiqi, this pile of garbage scrap iron can't even support the weight of glass. If you don't want your house to collapse and crush those weeds, switch to something sturdier. I want to switch. Ling Qiqi lamented. Just then, the ground trembled violently. Boom! The earth nearby erupted like a fountain, and a gray, round object shot upwards, landing with a thud at Ling Qiqi's feet. The sphere unfurled, transforming into the familiar figure of Yen. He was scalding hot, emitting white steam, with several heavy, dark red stones clinging to his claws. Ouch, burning hot. I'm boiling here. Yen hopped around, exclaiming, Sister Qiqi, we can't dig down anymore. The area around that giant dragon tomb, is all hard rocks. My diamond claws are worn out. Ling Qiqi glanced down at the dark red stone. Before she could activate the analysis, the system chimed her mind. Ding, detected high-purity red iron or dragon blood-infused version. Component analysis. Fe2O3, content 85, with trace amounts of Dragon Clan magical elements. System evaluation. Goodness. You have unearthed the load-bearing wall of someone's ancestral grave. This is not iron ore. It is dragon-pattern steel raw stone refined over thousands of years by dragon blood. Using this to build a house would make you the most extravagant in the beast era. Ling Qiqi's eyes sparkled with greed. Iron ore, a rich vein. Yuan approached, picking up the still warm red stone. His fingers gently traced the naturally formed cloud-like patterns, his expression growing peculiar. Is this the bedboard laid in my ancestors' resting place? System retorts, see? I told you it was an ancestral grave. This dragon surely never imagined that after its death, not only would its body be used for fuel, but even its bedboard would be dismantled for a greenhouse. Truly, filial piety that moves the heavens. Ling Qiqi feigned ignorance of the system's sarcasm, seizing Yuan's sleeve. Dragon brother, this is a treasure. It's 1,000 times better than the Lion Clan's scrap metal. If we melt it down, we can create the hardest steel frame. Yuan disdainfully tossed the bedboard back to Yen. Are you suggesting I burn my ancestors' bedboard? That resource utilization. That heritage. Ling Qiqi asserted earnestly. And I've thought it through. Once the greenhouse is complete, the first watermelon will be named after you. The Yuan Emperor Melon. What do you say? Yuan's lips twitched. Unpleasant. He turned away, his dark robe swirling. However, considering the watermelon, bring those stones up. Chapter 73. The flavor salt? If smelting iron required a modicum of skill, then smelting copper was purely a disaster of obsessive compulsiveness and centrifugal force. With iron as the skeleton, copper was needed for the veins, heat-conducting pipes. Yin valiantly excavated a heap of verdant malachite from the armpit of the dragon tomb, as per the system's wording. That where the Dragon Clan's burial goods were stored. System, malachite, copper carbonate. Extremely high purity. I recommend the host burn it directly, don't hesitate. This dragon may have been a collector in life. This pile of copper ore is enough for you to make 10,000 hot pot basins. Copper was secured, but fabricating pipes posed a significant challenge. The divine city lacked steel mills or seamless pipe equipment. Crafting hollow, thin-walled, and uniformly shaped copper pipes was nothing short of a pipe dream. Centrifugal casting method. Ling Qiqi recalled from high school physics. The principle was simple. Pour molten copper into a cylindrical mold and spin it wildly, using centrifugal force to adhere the copper to the mold's wall as it cooled. But the question remained, who would spin it? In the square, Mu was wielding a pointer, conducting a pre-shift training session with 3 burly Bear Clan beastmen. Listen carefully. This spin is crucial to the future of the divine city. The rotation speed must remain constant at 120 revolutions per minute. Neither too fast nor too slow. The body axis must stay perfectly vertical. If it tilts, the pipe will be unevenly thick. That would be an insult to geometry. The 3 bear men appeared bewildered, clutching heavy clay molds as if cradling infants. Start. Ling Qiqi commanded. Yuan stood beside the furnace, wearing an expression of unfamiliarity with these individuals, yet he precisely exhaled a stream of dragon breath, bringing the molten copper in the crucible to a boil. Boil. The bright red copper liquid flowed into the mold. Spin. Mobilode. The 3 bear men began to spin in place. Roar, roar, roar. They shouted as they twirled, resembling 3 enormous tops. The first revolution was steady. By the 10th, it began to waver. The 50th revolution, ugh. The middle bear man's face turned pale, unable to hold back any longer. But he dared not stop, fearing Mu's wrath. He could only spin while opening his mouth. Stop, stop, stop. Ling Qiqi screamed, don't vomit into the mold. That's our heating pipe. System, TSK, TSK, TSK. This scene is too beautiful. I dare not look. Is this what you call an industrial revolution? This is clearly a large-scale motion sickness event. I suggest equipping this human centrifuge with a vomit-proof device, like sealing their mouths. Amidst the chaotic scene, the first batch of copper pipes finally emerged. Despite the uneven thickness of some pipes and the mysterious liquid adhering to others, which thankfully did not end up inside, they were still usable after some polishing. Next came the installation, which proved to be a true trial by fire. The wooden figure lay on the ground, grasping a taut thread, eyes wide as saucers. This pipe is bent. Where is it bent? It appears perfectly straight. The worker responsible for the installation was on the verge of tears. It is bent on a microscopic level. The wooden figure pointed at a minuscule protrusion on the pipe, indicating that it was elevated by 0.5 millimeters. This would cause turbulent water flow. It would create noise. I shall be unable to sleep. It must be smoothed out. Yuan sat beside him, holding the freshly crafted purple copper cup, which also bore a slight imperfection. He observed this group of lunatics arguing fervently over mere millimeters. His gaze shifted to the underground pipeline network, albeit imperfect, that was beginning to take shape. Ling Qiqi was nearby, grooming the wooden figure. Yuan gestured towards the copper pipes, suggesting that if this metal were drawn into threads and connected to the long shui jing, could it not transmit energy over greater distances? Ling Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, and even the system paused in astonishment. System what? Has this dragon become enlightened? Oh wait, it was always enlightened. Has it truly grasped the principles of conductivity? System. Host, cling tightly to this opportunity. This is no mere dragon. This is Edison reincarnated. Ling Qiqi suddenly turned to Yuan, exclaiming, Brother Long, you are a genius. Once the greenhouse is completed, we shall pursue this. I want the nights in the city of the gods to be brighter than the days. Yuan, with an air of pride, let out a hum and took a sip of water, feeling that the current candles were far too dim to see her face clearly. System, caught off guard by a mouthful of dog food. Though it may seem crude, it is effective. At that moment, an untimely rumbling echoed, shattering the intimate atmosphere. It was not a single stomach growling, but a chorus from many. The laborers, having toiled all morning, were now staring expectantly at Ling Qiqi, particularly the bear-like figure who had just completed a circuit and was now ravenous enough to consume an entire cow. And two, the cook, hurried over, looking distressed. My lady, there's no way to prepare a meal. We are out of meat? No, it's not that. We are out of salt. Aunt Tu raised her hands in defeat. The salt they had previously seized had all been used for curing meat, leaving not a single grain in the container. Ling Qiqi's heart sank. Salt was a grave issue. Without it, even if these strong men consumed copious amounts of meat, they would ultimately lack strength, becoming mere soft-shell shrimps. She surveyed her surroundings. In the dead of winter, where could they procure salt? Should they raid the Lion Clan again? They were likely on high alert now. Just then, Yin timidly raised a claw. "Sister Qiqi, if you do not mind." He pointed towards the grand public restroom in the distance. "When I was digging the cesspool, I think I tasted a hint of salt." The entire area fell silent. The copper cup in Yuan's hand clattered to the ground. His face darkened immediately. "What did you say?" Yuan's voice emerged as if from the depths of hell. "You want me to consume the earth beneath the toilet?" Ling Qiqi was equally stunned. However, the system suddenly became animated. "System, ha ha ha. This setup is brilliant." System, scanning geological structures. "Damn it, the kid is right. There is indeed a salt deposit located directly beneath that restroom." System, host, this is fate. If you desire industrialization, you must first face this challenge. Will you choose to go without salt and become soft-shell shrimps, or will you opt for the flavorful salt? Ling Qiqi gazed at the workers, their eyes gleaming with hunger. She looked again at the restroom, which exuded a faint aroma. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Everyone, it seems we must engage in some deep excavation. The target, 30 meters directly beneath the restroom. If we do not reach the salt, no one will have a meal tonight." At that moment, the air in the city of the gods seemed to freeze. Hundreds of eyes, once filled with anticipation for lunch, were now fixated on the public restroom, constructed of red bricks with intricate designs and surrounded by a bushy perimeter to obscure the view. Just a minute ago, the pangolin Yin had innocently pronounced the death sentence for the city of the gods. The salt lies at the bottom of that pit. All remained silent. Even the usually boisterous cicadas had fallen quiet. The wind rolled a dry leaf past the feet of the crowd, carrying an air of desolation. Yuan sat in a tiger skin upholstered armchair, his copper cup still suspended in midair, the water within seemingly frozen. Slowly, he turned to Ling Qiqi, his golden slit-pupiled eyes devoid of malice, yet filled with a profound despair as if fate were mocking him. "Qiqi," Yuan's voice was eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before storm. "You just stated that without salt, we would lose our strength. I believe if I consumed what lies there, I might ascend to the heavens." The nearby werewolf captain could not contain his laughter, letting out a chuckle before hastily covering his mouth, only to find his comrades struggling to suppress their mirth, faces turning purple from the effort. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Qiqi exclaimed in frustration, jumping onto a large stone in an attempt to salvage the situation. Yet internally, she was screaming in despair. "System, could you not generate a different scenario? Even a pigsty would suffice. Why must it be there?" System, gleefully host, please respect geology. That location is the lowest point in the entire basin, the optimal site for underground brine accumulation. As for why there's a restroom above it, you may inquire with your diligent worker, the wooden figure, who insisted on constructing the restroom in such a prime location. Ling Qiqi inhaled deeply. She looked at the workers who had begun to waver, some even preferring to gnaw on tree bark rather than mine. She knew it was time to test her persuasive skills. Clearing her throat, Ling Qiqi adopted a serious, almost sacred expression, tinged with a hint of compassion. "Ignorance," she exclaimed, startling everyone into silence. "What do you believe that place to be?" She pointed towards the restroom. "Is it a place of filth? No. In your eyes, it may be a site for excretion, but to a geologist, it is a seal of time." Yuan raised an eyebrow, setting down his cup, seemingly intrigued by her unfolding narrative. Ling Qiqi began to pace upon the stone, hands clasped behind her back like a university professor. "May I ask you all, how long has that restroom been constructed?" The wooden figure raised his hand, accurately responding, 14 days and 6 hours. "Exactly, just half a month." Ling Qiqi gestured emphatically. "And what the underground salt mine? It was formed thousands, even millions of years ago. At that time, there were no orcs, no beasts, not even this forest. It was a pristine, ancient ocean, evaporating under the sun, leaving behind the purest essence." She approached Yuan, her gaze earnest enough to draw tears. Brother Long, consider this. That salt mine has slumbered underground for eons, crystal clear and untouched by dust. Could it truly be tainted simply because we built a structure above it a mere fortnight ago? This is akin to a diamond falling into a mud pit. Does washing it render it anything less than a diamond? Yuan regarded her, his golden eyes narrowing slightly as he contemplated the logical fallacy. If a diamond falls into a mud pit, I can simply discard it, he replied nonchalantly. I possess plenty of diamonds. Ling Qiqi retorted, damn you, wealthy dragon. Your logic is flawed. System warning. Persuasion failed. The other party possessed considerable financial strength, rendering empathy unattainable. A change of strategy is advised to evoke sympathy through theatrics. Ling Qiqi gritted her teeth, suddenly clutching her chest, swaying as if possessed by the spirit of Lin Dayu. Alas, since Long Gu finds me distasteful, so be it. After all, I am merely a frail being, an orc. To be precise, should I forego salt, I would merely experience dizziness, muscle cramps, and a gradual decline into death. It is of no great consequence. She cast a furtive glance at Yuan. Moreover, I have heard that the queen of the neighboring lion tribe bathes daily in the finest sea salt. Although we in Shenji-do are impoverished and unable to afford clean salt, I could always implore young Master Leon for a favor. With a crunch, Yuan's grip crushed the copper cup in his hand. Implore him? A dark aura instantly enveloped Yuan. That golden-haired scoundrel? He rose, his black robe billowing as if caught by a phantom wind. The proud and imperious dignity of the dragon race surged forth. The people of Shenji-do would rather starve than partake in the scraps of others. He pointed toward the direction of the restroom, his fingers trembling slightly, but his tone resolute as iron. Dig. Uncover for me. I wish to see what ancient essence lies buried beneath that thing. Very well. Ling Qiqi felt rejuvenated, casting aside any semblance of weakness. She turned to the astonished workers and waved her hand. Did you hear that? The dragon god has decreed. This is not merely digging a restroom. This is archaeology. We are rescuing the vilified ancient treasures. Yen, lead the team. Mu, take the measurements. For the sake of tonight's braised meat. Charge. The workers exchanged glances. Although the words of the divine lady held some merit, especially that diamond metaphor, they hesitated at the prospect of disturbing the ground in such a place. The werewolf captain gritted his teeth, tears brimming in his eyes. Brothers, plug your noses. Onward. They looked like a band of tragic heroes preparing to storm a fortress. Yuan returned to his chair, observing the crumpled cup in his hand, lost in contemplation. Ancient essence, he murmured softly to himself. It doesn't seem so filthy after all. System, TSK. This is the art of language. Host, your earlier speech would undoubtedly make you a gold medal lecturer for a pyramid scheme in modern times. You managed to transform the act of digging a cesspool into a mission to rescue ancient heritage. Impressive, truly impressive. Ling Qiqi wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Enough of the trivialities. The first hurdle has been passed. The ensuing excavation site will be the true hellish trial. Chapter 75. The excavation site. A scented geometric experiment if the previous ordeal was a debate on dignity. Then this moment is a torment of olfactory and geometry. The archaeological excavation team of Shenji-do gathered at the designated site, precisely 50 meters from the outer wall of the cesspool, adjacent to the public restroom. Scene 1. The obsessive compulsion of defining boundaries. Before commencing excavation, the positioning of the archaeological pit must first be established. What should have been a simple task, a mere circle drawn with a shovel, transformed into a sacred ritual due to Mu's presence. Holding a gigantic compass fashioned from 2 long spears and a rope, he stood beside the restroom, his expression grave as though measuring the base of a pyramid. Listen, Mu bellowed at the werewolves holding lime powder. The center must be located along the axial extension of the restroom. The excavation radius is set at 35 meters, with an allowable error of no more than 1 centimeter. Furthermore, the excavated soil must not be haphazardly piled. He gestured toward a designated area where he had already drawn 3 square frames. Black soil in frame 1, yellow soil in frame 2, stones in frame 3. If I find black soil mixed with yellow soil, I will bury you in it. Several burly werewolf warriors, shovels in hand, felt their calves cramping. It's merely a pit. Why must we differentiate colors? This is harder than battle. Yuan stood at a distance, upwind, even holding a newly crafted folding fan. Though it was winter, he felt the need to disperse certain invisible dust. He observed the red-haired lunatic gesturing by the restroom and turned to Ling Qiqi. Does that madman truly need to create art beside that structure? Ling Qiqi wiped her sweat. Long go bear with it. Mu said that if the pit isn't perfectly round, it will disrupt the flow of the Earth's energy, which is actually just uncomfortable for him. And the salt extracted will not be pure. Scene 2. The nightmare of the pangolin. At last, the lines were drawn, and the official digging commenced. The main excavator, Yin, transformed into his true form, a colossal pangolin covered in hard scales. Normally, Yin relished digging. The scent of the earth captivated him. Yet today, he fell on the verge of tears. Sister Qiqi, Yan's voice was muffled, for he had stuffed cotton into his nostrils. I'm going down. The sensation was akin to that of a valiant warrior about to defuse a bomb. Go. You are the best. Ling Qiqi cheered from a distance. Yin took a deep breath and plunged his sharp front claws into the soil. Thud, thud, thud. Mud flew in all directions. One must admit, professionals are indeed professionals. Yan's excavation speed rivaled that of a tunnel-boring machine. In the blink of an eye, he had burrowed down a meter deep. However, as the depth increased, a peculiar psychological effect began to spread among the werewolf laborers. One werewolf, carrying soil, suddenly halted and sniffed the air. Hey, old sand, do you smell that? Isn't there? Old sand turned pale. Don't say it. Shut your mouth. That's the fragrance of the earth. The scent of aged humus. But this smell is a bit overwhelming. In truth, the restroom had undergone leak-proof treatment, and there was no actual leakage. However, the very act of digging a pit beside the restroom was sufficient to induce severe olfactory hallucinations among these scent-sensitive beasts. Just then, a scream erupted from the bottom of the pit. Ah! Ling Qiqi's heart tightened. What happened? Did you hit a rock? Yin, voice trembling, responded. It's wet. The soil has turned wet. Did I break through the wall next door, the cesspool? Boom! All the werewolves dropped their shovels and retreated at lightning speed to 10 meters away. Even Yuan, in the distance, momentarily blurred and instantly teleported to the top of the city wall. This reaction's speed surpassed that of evading a forbidden spell. System, haha. Is this the legendary SHT hitting the fan? Host, while I wish to watch the spectacle, system detection shows it is merely the underground aquifer, clean groundwater. These bumpkins are scaring themselves. Ling Qiqi, exasperated, shouted into the megaphone, come back. All of you return. That is groundwater. Water, not that other thing. If anyone dares to run again, tonight's braised meat is off the table. Scene 3. The hard bone and the crystal palace, in an atmosphere thick with suspicion. The excavation continued. For the sake of the braised meat, the werewolves, tears in their eyes, transported the moist soil in baskets, meticulously stacking it in the wet soil frame as per Mu's instructions. Finally, upon reaching a depth of 20 meters, a clear metallic clang resonated. Yin's claws were repelled, sparks flying. It was hard. Something substantial lay beneath, harder than granite. Ling Qiqi's spirit sword. At last, this is it. Clear the surrounding soil. Let it be revealed. Minutes later, the mud at the bottom of the pit was cleared away. Under the glow of the torchlight, the substantial object unveiled itself. It was neither black rock nor foul-smelling sludge, but a massive, smooth slab reflecting mesmerizing colors under the firelight, a crystal layer. It lay as if a colossal piece of frosted glass, resting quietly deep underground. Though its surface bore some dirt, through the wiped areas, one could glimpse the pure white within. In awe, Yin lay upon the crystal, entranced by its beauty. It resembled both ice and gemstones. While the wood above also peeked out, its gaze fixed. The texture and hardness were so exquisite that if it could be meticulously cut into a perfect cube. Ling Qiqi stood at the edge of the pit, taking a deep breath. She had made the right bet. This was indeed the top layer of the accompanying rock salt mine. She turned her head to look at the towering wall where Yuan stood. Longa. Ling Qiqi waved her shovel. Come down. It's harmless. Odorless. We have unearthed the Crystal Palace. Yuan, standing aloft, glanced at the glimmering bottom of the pit. Even from such a distance, he could sense the unique purity of the mineral. It was undoubtedly not a tainted substance. With a flicker of his form, he gracefully descended, maintaining his levitation, untouched by dust. Gazing at the massive salt rock, a faint smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Is this the seasoning you desired? It appears even harder than those lion bones. Ling Qiqi chuckled. Hardness is essential. The harder it is, the higher the purity and the fewer impurities it contains. She handed him a pickaxe. Longa, this thing can't be extracted by hand. We need your indomitable, ahem, dragon power. Could you strike down the first piece for us? Yuan looked at the grimy pickaxe and then at Ling Qiqi's eager and somewhat mercantile expression, sighing deeply. I merely wished for a meal. Why must it be so challenging? Yet, despite his complaints, he extended his hand. However, he did not take the pickaxe. Instead, he reached out toward the salt rock, grasping the air. Dragon technique. Void claw. With a crisp sound, the exceptionally hard salt cap was sliced with precision, cleaving off a cube the size of a millstone to consider the feelings of the wood. This enormous salt crystal slowly ascended, suspended before everyone, translucent and flawless. It sparkled in the sunlight like a diamond, breathtakingly beautiful. All the werewolves stood dumbfounded. Is this salt? It's more exquisite than gemstones. Will we eat this in the future? Ling Qiqi patted the gigantic salt crystal. Indeed, this is the treasure of our divine city. With it, we shall not only fill our bellies, but also make the neighboring lion tribe weep with envy. All right, Ling Qiqi waved her hand. Since we have unearthed it, let us proceed to the next phase. Everyone, return to the city. Set up the cauldron. Light the fire. I am going to demonstrate a dual magical technique of physical chemistry. The purification of snow salt. Chapter 76. Good things come to those who wait in the plaza of the divine city. A large-scale alchemical site was bustling. The rock salt was extracted. Its appearance was far from appealing, dull gray and mixed with mud. If it were tossed directly into the pot, it would not be cooking, it would be mud frying. Ling Qiqi stood before a colossal iron pot, 2 meters in diameter, wielding a massive, stirring rod, actually a peeled tree trunk. Behind her was an impressively hardcore, albeit merely resource-heavy, multi-stage filtration system. Step 1. Dissolution. As bucket after bucket of well water was poured in, large chunks of rock salt rolled and melted within the pot. The previously clear water instantly transformed into a murky sludge. The surrounding werewolves turned pale. Ugh, that color looks worse than. Is the Lady Divine really asking us to consume this? Flashback, from tissue to spider silk, a class leap. Staring at the murky concoction, Ling Qiqi suddenly froze. She recalled the night she first traversed into this realm. Back then, she was so impoverished that she had nothing but a single life and half a pack of cherished tissues. To drink a sip of clean water, she had to agonizingly sacrifice that invaluable tissue, placing it in a funnel to filter the muddy water. The pain of that moment felt sharper than a knife. That was the spark of civilization. Use one less. And now, Ling Qiqi turned to the side, addressing the waiting Su. Su, bring forth the filter cloth. Su extended both hands, unfurling a piece of fabric as white as snow, delicate as smoke, yet remarkably resilient. This was crafted from the finest inner silk of the Gouet Mian spider, blended with cotton fibers to create nano-level filter cloth. In terms of filtering precision, it was 100 times more effective than that deer tissue. In terms of cost, if sold outside, a single foot of this fabric could trade for an entire city. Now it was being used to filter salt water. System. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the demeanor of a nouveau riche? Once, you wept over a piece of paper. Now you use top-tier, bulletproof material as a rag. Host, you have become extravagant. This is called industrial upgrading. Ling Qiqi retorted in her heart, then waved her hand. Lay the cloth. Pour the water. The murky brine flowed onto the spider silk filter cloth. A miracle occurred. The mud, stones, and even invisible impurities were all blocked by that divine filter cloth. What flowed down was clear, pure, saturated salt water. Wow! The onlooking beastmen gasped in astonishment. It's clear. The dirty water has turned clear. This cloth is miraculous. I want to take a piece home to filter my foot water. Sue felt the urge to strike back. Act 2. Human-shaped temperature control valve. The water was clear, but it was still just salt water. To obtain snowflake salt, crystallization was essential. Ling Qiqi looked at Yuan, who stood upwind, pinching his nose, his face full of disdain. Long ago, she intoned in a devilish whisper, it's your turn. No need to be too fervent. A gentle simmer will suffice. Maintain a gentle boil, but do not let it roll violently. Allow the water molecules to gracefully depart, leaving the salt molecules to remain together. Yuan gazed at the pot, still wary of the surrounding products of the toilet, albeit now clearer. I refuse. My magic fire is meant for world destruction, not for preparing your bathwater. Extra meal tonight. Ling Qiqi raised 3 fingers. In addition to salt-baked chicken, we shall also have crispy roast pork belly. That skin is golden and crispy, crackling with each bite, and the meat is rich yet not greasy, bursting with the aroma of rendered fat, dipped in freshly made snowflake salt. Yuan's throat bobbed. World destruction could wait. But if the crispy pork belly cooled, it would lose its appeal. No second chances. Yuan approached the pot, extending a slender finger. A wisp of black golden flame, like an obedient pet, dove into the furnace. This time, he demonstrated astonishing finesse. The fire was neither too large nor too small, evenly spreading across the pot's base. The salt water began to bubble, steam rising as excess moisture evaporated. As the water level dropped, layers of white crystals began to crystallize on the pot's walls, brilliantly white and pure. The wood leaned against the pot, eyes alight with fervor. It crystallized into cubes. Each face is a perfect square. This geometric beauty, this purity, is nature's mathematical riddle. Act 3. A grand display of aroma. 2 hours later, several large vats of snow-white, delicate salt were placed in the center of the plaza. To shatter everyone's psychological barriers, Ling Qiqi decided to serve a feast on the spot. Hundreds of well-prepared plump chickens were tightly wrapped in oil paper. The remaining coarse salt, the unrefined byproduct, was heated to a rolling boil, burying the chickens within. Utilizing the high thermal conductivity of salt, the chicken would be slowly steamed to perfection. Half an hour later, a powerful aroma, salty and savory, mingled with the essence of chicken fat, exploded over the plaza like an atomic bomb. Yin's nose twitched, drool instantly soaking the ground beneath him. How fragrant! Is this really from that pit? Wearing thick gloves, Ling Qiqi unearthed the chicken from the hot salt pile. She tore open the oil paper. The golden skin trembled, juices flowing along its texture. She pinched a bit of the freshly purified snowflake salt, gently sprinkling it over the chicken. Long ago, the first bite is yours. Yuan gazed at the chicken. Rationality admonished him. This is the ore extracted from beside the toilet, cooked to perfection. Instinct urged him, eat. Quickly. If you don't, you shall regret it for 1,000 years. He hesitantly extended his hand, tearing off a piece of chicken breast, the tenderest part, placing it in his mouth. In that fleeting moment, the saltiness did not overshadow the chicken's exquisite flavor. Rather, it served as a key, unlocking the gates of his taste buds. The chicken was succulent, its savory essence penetrating to the bone. There was not a hint of earthy taste, nor any peculiar flavor. His chewing momentarily paused, then accelerated noticeably. Not bad, he offered with a proud assessment, before discreetly bringing the entire chicken to his side. However, it was too small, inadequate to fill his gaps. Bring me 10 more. Witnessing their guardian indulging, the orcs below went completely wild. Charge! Feast on the chicken. How delightful! This salt is divine. Who dares to call it toilet salt? This is sacred salt. Anyone who dares utter such words again shall face my wrath. Even the werewolf, who initially felt nauseous, was now voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg, tears streaming as he reminisced. I remember my mother. This is the taste of home. Ling Qiqi looked upon this ravenous assembly with a maternal smile. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Once satisfied, she gazed towards the skeletal structure of the greenhouse on the back mountain, still unfinished. Once full, we must continue our work on the glass tomorrow. Chapter 77, Glass Puzzle. The final micron that torments perfectionists in the early morning behind the divine city. What should have been fields of hope had transformed into a battleground filled with hostility. Hundreds of freshly fired, fully cooled sheets of glass lay neatly arranged on straw mats, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Each piece was crystalline, though bearing the subtle waves of handmade craftsmanship. Yet to the orcs, this was a miracle. However, as the chief engineer, Mutu lay on top of the steel frame, clutching a taut spider silk, his level, emitting a piercing scream. This is wrong. This is wrong. Mutiuyu, in despair, tugged at his disheveled red hair, pointing at a corner of the frame. It's crooked. This angle should be 90 degrees according to the blueprint, but now it is 89. 8 degrees. It's lacking 0. 2 degrees. How can I tolerate this? Such a discrepancy would warp the very soul of the structure. Below, Yin was struggling to hold a 100-pound sheet of glass, maintaining a half-squatting posture, his legs trembling. Brother Mutu, isn't this excessive? A 0. 2-degree error is hardly noticeable. I can see it. Mutu roared, spitting as he spoke. My eyes are my measure. My soul is my level. A slight deviation, and I can feel the world collapsing. Yin, feeling wronged, nearly wept. But this frame was constructed by Brother Tai Chui. Do you understand thermal expansion and contraction? With such a vast temperature difference, the iron will contract. Excuses. Mere excuses. Mutu slid down from the frame, grabbing a file and charging towards the incredibly hard dragon-patterned steel pillar. File it down. I shall remove that excess 0. 2 degrees. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed through the air, sending chills through one's teeth. Yet how hard is the dragon-patterned steel? It has been tempered with dragon breath. Mutu's file began to smoke, yet the pillar showed no signs of wear. When Ling Qiqi arrived, she was met with a hellish tableau. Hundreds of burly men holding glass, too frightened to move for fear of reprimand. While Mutu clung to the pillar like a mad monkey, filing away, and Tai Chui stood nearby with a heavy hammer, hesitant to strike, worried about shattering the glass. Stop! Everyone, cease this at once. Ling Qiqi felt overwhelmed. Mutiuyu, come down. That's your hand, not a milling machine. Mutu turned, his eyes bloodshot. Dark circles under his eyes, clearly having succumbed to madness. Boss, if the glass is inserted with gaps, it will allow wind in, and the greenhouse will not maintain a constant temperature. If the temperature fluctuates, the watermelons will catch a cold. If the watermelons catch a cold, they will taste terrible. I must be responsible for the watermelons. Ling Qiqi. This logic is irrefutable. System, TSK. This is the tragedy of the pre-industrial era. Standardized parts rely entirely on manual labor. Host, you're facing a classic engineering dilemma. Cumulative error. The minute discrepancies in each steel pipe will ultimately prevent the last piece of glass from fitting. System suggestion. Either knock Mutu unconscious and force in the gap, seal it with glue, or find a deity capable of altering the material state through fine manipulation. Ling Qiqi sighed. Knocking Mutu out is not an option. He is the chief engineer. If he is incapacitated, who will seal the glue? Then we must. She turned her gaze toward a large stone not far away, where Yuan sat, basking in the sun, admiring the sheen of his nails. Today, Yuan seemed to be in good spirits, perhaps due to the delicious salt-baked chicken from the night before, humming an unknown tune. Longa, Ling Qiqi approached, sweetening her tone. Yuan halted, retracting his hand warily. No fire-breathing, no fliskutin, no defrigidastion. He expertly executed a triple rejection. Not those rough tasks. Ling Qiqi expressed disbelief at his assumptions. This is a technical job, an art. She pointed at the enormous steel structure of the greenhouse that resembled a dinosaur skeleton. You see, this frame has contracted a bit due to the cold. Mutu is nearly frantic. Could you help us calibrate it? Calibrate? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Ling Qiqi gestured. Where is crooked, you simply need to heat it, thermal expansion. Where is bulging, you need to freeze it, thermal contraction. With your extraordinary dragon breath, make this pile of scrap iron obedient. Yuan surveyed the massive steel frame and then glanced at Mutu. who was on the verge of exhausting himself. He scrunched his nose in disdain. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even straighten a stick. He rose, his black cloak fluttering in the cold wind. Just this once. I do not wish to see that red-haired bird, Mutu, perish on my construction site. It would be bad luck. Ling Qiqi rejoiced. Excellent. Clear the area. Everyone else step back. Make way for Ling Qiqi. This is the moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 78. Ice and Fire Calibration Technique. Ling Qiqi, you are my divine measuring stick. The first human CNC machine demonstration competition in the Divine City officially commenced. Operator, Abyssal Dragon Yuan. Commander, and Noisemaker Mutu. Audience, all the spectators from the Divine City. Yuan did not take to the skies. He merely walked into the steel frame with his hands behind his back, as if on a leisurely stroll. He closed his eyes, his formidable mental energy, divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire structure. In his perception, this steel frame transformed from a cold, lifeless object into a model composed of lines and stress. Every curve, every tension, every minute gap became vividly clear in his mind. Top left, the third crossbeam. Mutu shouted from below, having been granted permission by Ling Qiqi to direct. It is deviated outwards by 3 millimeters. It needs to be pulled inward. Yuan lifted his eyelids, glancing at the crossbeam. His right hand rose, fingertips flicking. Frost dragon breath, extreme cold point shot with a barely visible white chill. He precisely struck the outer side of the crossbeam. The extreme low temperature caused the metal to contract instantly, accompanied by the grating sound of metal distortion. That once obstinate crossbeam began to bend inward slightly, as if animated. Stop. Perfect. Mutu leaped with excitement. This is the position. Not a micron off. Bottom right. The vertical column. It is leaning inward by 0.1 degrees. It needs to expand back. Yuan waved his left hand. Flame dragon breath. High temperature expansion. A stream of red-hot energy wrapped around the inner side of the column. The metal expanded due to the heat, and the immense force pushed the column back to vertical alignment. Wonderful. This is miraculous. Mutu was beside himself with joy. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a remarkable tool. Wherever he directed it, it would respond. If he desired heat, it would provide warmth, and if he sought coolness, it would deliver chill with precision that even surpassed the ruler in his hand. Ling Qiqi above, that dome interface. It is a complex hyperbolic surface that requires expansion on the left and contraction on the right, while the center must remain stationary. Yuan, this demand is somewhat excessive. However, as he gazed at the distorted interface, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies were stirred. As a perfect member of the Dragon Clan, he could not tolerate the existence of such an unsightly form. Humph. Yuan extended both hands. Frost emanated from the left while flames surged from the right. The two opposing forces intertwined in the air, not exploding but resembling two nimble serpents that slithered into the crevices of the steel framework. Ice and fire dual resonance, micromolding. At that moment, the enormous steel frame seemed to transform into noodles. It groaned and trembled under the alternating torment of heat and cold, forced to reshape itself to accommodate the hundreds of delicate glass panels. Click. The first pane of glass was cautiously placed by Yin. It fit perfectly, without a single tremor or gap, as if it had naturally grown within the steel frame. It went in, truly in. Yin exclaimed joyfully, no need for grinding. The ensuing process unfolded like a delightful performance. Yuan stood at the center, his hands conducting the air like a maestro. The interplay of icy mist and fiery glow flickered rhythmically. The steel frame adjusted with creaking sounds as one glass panel after another was swiftly affixed. Click, click. The crisp sounds of placement became the most exquisite symphony of that afternoon. Finally, when the last pane of dome glass was hoisted into position, Yuan inhaled deeply and suddenly brought his hands together. Dragon breath domain solidification. A gentle wave of energy swept through the entire greenhouse, locking in all stresses and solidifying the structure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a crystal palace, resplendent and flawless in its lines, stood proudly atop the snow-capped mountain. It reflected the golden sunlight, appearing as if it were not of this world. Mutu collapsed onto the ground, clutching his ruler tightly. He gazed at the architectural marvel, tears streaming down his face. Oh, it's too straight, too round, too symmetrical. My life is worth it. Yuan withdrew his hands, his complexion slightly pale from the exertion of mental energy. Yet, as he beheld the grand, transparent abode before him, a faint smile graced his lips. It looked far more pleasing to the eye. Ling Qiqi was already prepared, rushing over with a cup of warm water, sweetened with double the honey. Longo, you've worked hard. You are divine. You are the beacon of industry. This technique, this finesse, even a CNC machine cannot match your precision. Yuan accepted the water and took a sip, although fatigued, seeing Ling Qiqi's adoring gaze, though he knew it was merely to flatter him into further labor. The dragon tail within him could not help but rise in delight. It's a trivial matter, Yuan replied nonchalantly. Now that it is built, he gestured towards the greenhouse door. We shall dine inside tonight. I want to watch the snow while enjoying some watermelon. Ling Qiqi interjected, Longue. The watermelon hasn't been planted yet. Where will we get watermelon? However, her eyes sparkled with a thought. Though we lack watermelon, we have tonghalu. Using freshly picked hawthorn berries, actually wild fruits, coated in shimmering syrup and frozen in the snow, Yuan's eyes brightened. Candy? Crispy? Sweet? That sounds perfect. He waved his hand decisively. Go make it. If it's not delicious. He glanced at the greenhouse. I shall dismantle this glass house and listen to the sound it makes. System. Is this the capriciousness of the strong? Building a house took 3 days, yet tearing it down requires but a single command. Host, to preserve this illegal structure, your culinary skills had better not falter. Oh, I forgot. You don't even have sugar. What use is your culinary prowess? I hope you won't be the first unfortunate soul devoured by the dragon for failing to produce tonghalu. Chapter 79. Seeking the source of sweetness. Is the explosive mine sugar? Is this the sugar you desired? Yuan stood on a wild riverbank, 20 miles from the city of gods, his black boots hovering an inch above the muddy ground, definitely not touching the mud. He scrutinized a patch of plants that resembled radishes but bore purple-red leaves with the gaze of one examining a biochemical weapon. Indeed, Ling Qiqi exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together. The scanner identified this as explosive sweet beets. It contains a sugar content of up to 25, more potent than sugarcane. System, allow me to clarify. This thing's scientific name is high-pressure sugar-storing tuber. To prevent being devoured by beasts, it has evolved a perverse defense mechanism, once subjected to violent shaking or forceful pulling. The high-pressure syrup inside will explode. Before Ling Qiqi could relay the system's warning, diligent Yin had already dashed forward, claws at the ready. Harvesting vegetables. That's my specialty. Yin targeted the plumpest purple-red beet, clasped its leaves with both claws, gathered his strength, and yanked it out with a mighty pull. Hey! Ling Qiqi's scream caught in her throat. Boom! A muffled sound erupted. The beet did not emerge from the soil, but instead exploded right there. A thick red, scalding syrup shot forth like a high-pressure water gun. Yin was at the forefront, instantly coated in a faceful of red syrup, resembling an amber specimen just extracted from a honey pot, frozen in the act of pulling the beet. Ugh, it's sticky and blinding. But that was not the worst of it. The syrup explosion triggered a chain reaction. Nearby beets trembled and erupted in succession. A storm of sugary rain fell. Protect your hairstyle. The vigilant Wu Ying, a former assassin, reacted swiftly, activating his invisibility. Yet he forgot that invisibility did not equate to intangibility. Slap! A glob of syrup landed squarely on his invisible forehead, outlining a comical silhouette in the air. Yuan, at the moment of the explosion, expanded the Dragon Might absolute repulsion field. All syrup was repelled a meter away from him. He stepped back 3 paces in disdain as he surveyed his subordinates, now resembling candied yams. Disgusting. Sticky. Qiqi, is this what you call delicious? Ling Qiqi, hiding behind Yuan in a safe zone, peeked out and offered an awkward smile. Well, this is the prize for sweetness. And look, she pointed at the syrup dripping from Yan's face. Once cooled, it will crystallize. That's natural brown sugar. Yan extended his tongue to taste the syrup clinging to his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. Sweet. Sister Qiqi, Truly sweet. Sweeter than honey. Brothers, fear not the explosions. This is a sweet bomb. Charge. Thus, a heroic demoning harvest commenced. The werewolves, wishing to avoid becoming sticky, devised various peculiar methods. Some shielded their faces with shields to pull. Others used ropes to ensnare from a distance, shouting commands as they pulled. And some, like Mutu, calculated the trajectory of the syrup spray, standing in a safe angle to slice the beets with precision. System, this is not a harvest. This is clearly a battle against plants and zombies. After half a day, the convoy returned laden with bounty. Although everyone's hair was matted together and the air was thick with an overwhelmingly sweet aroma, Ling Qiqi knew that they had achieved sugar freedom. Chapter 80. The Art of Boiling Sugar. When obsession meets non-Newtonian fluid in the square of the City of Gods, all the iron pots were set up. The beets were chopped, pressed, and filtered. The web of spider silk proved invaluable once more. The purple-red syrup boiled in the pot, moisture evaporating as its color gradually transformed into a rich golden hue. Ling Qiqi stood before the main pot, wielding a large spoon, her expression as serious as if she were concocting elixirs. The art of candy making lies predominantly in the mastery of temperature. What we are aiming for is the delicate craft of pulling sugar. Yuan remains the unfeeling temperature-regulating machine, seated in his exclusive tiger skin chair, his fingers lightly tapping. Wisps of magical fire are evenly distributed at the bottom of the pot, maintaining the temperature steadfastly at 160 degrees, the hard candy phase. However, for others, candy making is a novel experience, which naturally leads to unexpected mishaps. Incident 1. The Alchemy of the Hammer. The dwarf, Tai Chue, gazes at the bubbling syrup in the pot, drawing parallels to molten iron. He whimsically muses that this substance could be fashioned into weapons. Seizing an opportunity when Ling Qiqi is distracted, he tosses a dull dagger into the pot, quenching. Upon retrieval, the dagger is encased in a thick, hard amber-colored sugar shell. Tai Chue takes a bite. Crack! His teeth remain intact, but the sugar shatters. Remarkable. The hardness. If used for armor, Tai Chue falls into deep contemplation. Later, in the Divine City, a type of emergency rations armor indeed emerges, allowing one to snack during battle. But that is a tale for another time. Incident 2. The Hell of Sugar Pulling. The Spider Lady, Sue, possesses an innate fondness for this sticky, stretchable substance. With all 8 hands wielding chopsticks, she stirs vigorously in the pot. The pulled sugar strands grow longer and longer. As she revels in her play, she creates a vast sugar web in the square. A passing little bird accidentally collides with it, becoming ensnared and flapping its wings in confusion. That was my lunch. Xiao Jiu rushes over to free the bird, only to find himself stuck as well. Chaos ensues. Incident 3. The Wooden Sphere Nightmare. The most distressed is the wooden figure. Ling Qiqi instructs him to craft bamboo skewers, demanding they be smooth, straight, and of uniform length. This is a trivial task for him. However, when he attempts to thread hawthorn, wild fruit, onto them, he loses his mind. This fruit is not spherical. This one is large. That one is small. The arrangement is uneven. After being coated in sugar, the shell's thickness is inconsistent. Gravity causes the bottom to be thick and the top thin. This defies logic. Armed with a caliper, he measures a string of candied hawthorn for an eternity, eventually unleashing a desperate howl. I shall carve each fruit into a dodecahedron. I refuse to believe it cannot hold the sugar. Ling Qiqi looks at this motley crew, feeling utterly exasperated. Brother Long, perhaps we should do this ourselves. Relying on them, we shan't enjoy hawthorn candy until next year. Yuan glances at the wooden figure desperately, trying to roll the syrup into a ball, and scoffs. Boring. He extends his hand, and with a claw-like gesture, a large mass of golden syrup soars into the air, transforming into a dragon. The sugar dragon then gracefully wraps itself around the string of hawthorn held by Ling Qiqi, uniformly, translucently, and perfectly. It is done. Yuan states coolly. Eat. Ling Qiqi exclaims, is this truly possible? Is this the legendary Dragon's Breath automatic candy machine? Chapter 81. Everything can be a candied hawthorn. Who invented the spicy, large intestine flavor? The candy is ready. and the skewers, crafted amidst the wooden figure's turmoil, are prepared. The next, most exhilarating segment is the transformation of everything into candied hawthorn. Ling Qiqi initially intended for everyone to gather wild fruits from the forest. However, she underestimated the orcs' creativity and their unique understanding of culinary delights. Contestant 1. The Wolf Brothers. The werewolves are carnivores. To suggest they consume sour fruits is an affront to their nature. Thus, they present roasted whole rabbits, cut into pieces, raw pig liver, and sausages. One werewolf even brings a string of garlic. The werewolf captain raises a glistening string of rock candy garlic and takes a bite. Crunch. The sweetness of the sugar mingles with the pungency of raw garlic. The flavor surges straight to the heavens. Delightful. So exhilarating. The werewolf captain, tears streaming from the spiciness, exclaims that this is the true dessert of a man. This is the song of ice and fire. Contestant 2. Master Hammer. The dwarf presents a string of minerals. This is salt crystal. This is fluorite. This is iron or residue. Ling Qiqi inquires, Master, can this be eaten? Tai Chue responds, why not? This is called elemental supplement stick. The fluorite even glows in the dark. One can eat it at night without needing a light. Yuan silently seals off Tai Chue's stall with a barrier to prevent him from poisoning himself. Contestant 3. Wu Ying, Sewage Group. Wu Ying mysteriously pulls out a string of dark objects. Once coated in sugar, they resemble a string of black pearls. Ling Qiqi leans closer to inspect. Ugh, that is fried cicada larvae, perhaps with other insects. High in protein. Crunchy. Wu Ying savors them with delight, declaring them amber golden cicadas, a delicacy reserved for the nobility. Sue watches from the side, her 8 hands trembling. Cannibalism among kin. Ultimate challenge. Brother Long's mystery box. Witnessing this chaotic spectacle, Ling Qiqi resolves to create something normal to cleanse Yuan's palate. She prepares the most classic candied hawthorn, along with a string of strawberries, or red berries if strawberries are unavailable. She even crafts a string of glutinous rice stuffed candied hawthorn. Brother Long, choose one. Ling Qiqi presents these strings of conventional human food to Yuan. Yuan gazes at the vibrant red fruits, then glances at the string of greasy rock candy fat intestines in the werewolf's hands. This was a recent invention by Yin, who wrapped braised fat intestines in sugar. According to Yin, the texture is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, sweet yet savory, rich but not greasy. Yuan's gaze oscillates between the normal fruits and the raw candy fat intestines. As a dragon who has never tasted such peculiar food, his curiosity is piqued. That one. He points at the string of fat intestines. I desire that. Ling Qiqi exclaims, Brother Long, are you certain? That is pig intestine. I am certain. Yuan, with a demeanor of icy composure, asserts that only food that is greasy and powerful is worthy of the abyssal dragon's appetite. In truth, it is because it genuinely smells divine. Yin, astonished, hands the rock candy fat intestines to Yuan. Under the collective gaze of onlookers, Yuan takes a bite. Crunch. The sugar shell shatters. Greasy juice erupts. Yuan's eyes widen in surprise. Sweet, salty, fragrant. This extraordinarily contrasting, peculiarly harmonious flavor explodes in his mouth. The sugar alleviates the richness of the intestines, while the intestines enhance the density of the sugar. Yuan chews, his expression gradually turning to one of enjoyment. He devours the string of fat intestines in a few bites, savoring the sugary residue left on his lips. Not bad. Better than that sour fruit. He glances at the meticulously crafted glutinous rice hawthorn in Ling Qiqi's hands. I want that one too. I want them all. That night, the night sky of the Divine City is filled with an array of peculiar food aromas. There are scents of garlic, fat intestines, fruity fragrances, and even a hint of rust. Tai Chue actually licked a mineral. Meanwhile, within the glass house, Ling Qiqi sits beside Yuan, observing the snowy landscape outside. Yuan holds a gigantic rock candy medley in his hand, featuring meat, fruits, and glutinous rice balls. Qiqi, Yuan bites into a sugar ball. Although the creations of these misfits are strange, I do not detest this lively atmosphere. Ling Qiqi smiles, leaning against his shoulder. This is the essence of the new year, even if the new year has not yet arrived. By the way, Brother Long, remember to brush your teeth after eating, or you may end up with cavities, and I cannot remedy that for you. Yuan glances at the dragon tooth, the original, in his hand. My teeth can bite through diamonds. A mere sugar crunch? Very well. On this night, filled with sweetness and chaos, even the world-ending dragon cannot escape the law of delightful surprises. Chapter 82. Treasure hunt in the warehouse. Is this what you call a teething stick? This is corn. In the divine city, at the greenhouse in the back mountain, Ling Qiqi gazed thoughtfully at the neatly arranged plots of soil, as smooth as tofu and glistening with richness. The land has been prepared, rock-turned. The temperature is established, controlled by the abyss. Water has been secured, drawn from the well. Even the wooden markers for counting have been perfectly spaced. But what shall we plant? Ling Qiqi patted her pocket, finding nothing but a handful of leftover sunflower seed shells, leaving it emptier than her face. A miscalculation. In her fervor to build, she had neglected to procure seeds. She turned to the lumberjack, measuring the soil's pH. Wood? Do we have anything resembling seeds in the warehouse? The lumberjack looked up, his expression bewildered. Seeds? Are you referring to those round, grain-like objects? There's a mountain of them in the corner. However, Wolf Leader mentioned they are preservatives or fillers, meant for roadbed construction. Roadbed construction? Ling Qiqi sat up abruptly, the shock invigorating her. Quick, to the warehouse. Save the seeds. Divine City Warehouse Number 1. A chaotic treasure trove. As the warehouse door swung open, a melange of scents, spices, leather, musty wood, and unidentified dried goods hit her senses. The space was cluttered with spoils inherited from the Lion Tribe merchant convoy and a collection amassed by Wu Ying and Lao Bai from various locales. Due to the overwhelming quantity and diversity, aside from gold, silver, and weapons which had been organized, the rest lay haphazardly piled as miscellaneous items. At that moment, several werewolf warriors were wielding shovels, gesturing toward the heap of golden, rod-like objects. This thing is too hard. Wolf Leader picked up a stick covered in yellow kernels and tapped it against his knee. It was as solid as a rock, not suitable for firewood, too light for a weapon. Yet he bit down on it with his sharp wolf teeth, grinding it left and right. As a teething stick, it was quite exhilarating. The texture was coarse, with a moderate friction that dislodged morsels from between his teeth. Nearby, a fox warrior picked up a piece and rubbed it against his back. This makes for a splendid scratcher. Look how the bumps are arranged to relieve itchiness. Silence. Put that teething stick down. Ling Qiqi dashed in, snatching the saliva-coated rod from Wolf Leader's mouth. She gazed mournfully at the few yellow kernels that had been bitten off, although shriveled and as hard as stone. The familiar arrangement and unique shape resonated with her. Scanning object, dried maize, corn. Condition, severely dehydrated, but the germ remains intact. System evaluation. Congratulations, host. You have reclaimed the king of carbohydrates from the wolf's jaws. These uncultured natives are actually using it as a teething stick. If planted, boiled, roasted, or popped, what could be better than gnawing on it? Corn. This is corn. Ling Qiqi held the rod as if it were a scepter. High yield, drought-resistant, easy to cultivate. This single stick contains enough seeds to plant half an acre. Wolf Leader stared blankly at the goddess's infatuation with what he thought was just a teething stick. Can this thing be eaten? I almost broke my teeth on it. That's because you don't know how to eat it. Ling Qiqi shot him a glare. This is called a seed. Plant it in the ground, water it, fertilize it, and in a few months it will grow to be twice this size, tender, sweet, juicy corn. She turned to the mountain of teething sticks. There were at least thousands here. They were likely collected by the Lion Tribe from distant western tribes, and, not knowing how to consume them, or perhaps deeming them too hard, they've been tossed under the cart as ballast. We've hit the jackpot. Ling Qiqi waved her hand. Wood? Stop dawdling. Give me those corn kernels. Since you all enjoy gnawing, do it by hand. One kernel at a time. The lumberjack looked at the densely packed, unevenly arranged kernels, clutching his chest in despair. These kernels are of varying sizes and misaligned. It's torture for the retina. Complete it, and I'll reward you with a set of calipers. Deal. The lumberjack sprang to life, rushing in to start peeling. Biochemical weapons in the corner. Having secured the corn, Ling Qiqi continued to rummage through the refuse. What is this? Yin pulled out several shriveled, red, wrinkled objects from a tattered sack. He leaned in to sniff. Achoo! A thunderous sneeze erupted. It's toxic. This thing has poisonous gas. Stings the eyes. Chokes the nose. Startled, Yin flung the object away. The red item described an arc in the air, landing precisely at the feet of the newly arrived Yuan. Yuan glanced down. It was red, shriveled, emanating a pungent odor. As a dragon, he instinctively recoiled from such a noxious scent. Filthy thing. He raised his foot, ready to squash it. Spare it. Ling Qiqi lunged forward, her second leap today, catching the item before it met the ground. Brother Dragon, this is a treasure. This is essence. This is the spark of life. Yuan withdrew his foot, eyeing the object in Ling Qiqi's hands, resembling a dried rat. Your taste is becoming increasingly peculiar. Scanning object, devil pepper, dried. Spiciness, 100,000 SHU, extremely spicy. Native's perception, red toxic fruit. Consuming it causes swollen mouth, tears, and fire breathing, in the literal sense. Regarded as a cursed object. System evaluation. The soul of Hot Pot has been found. With this, your divine city will no longer be cold in winter. This is not just food. It is a heater, a tear gas, a divine instrument that makes life fiery and passionate. Chili. Ling Qiqi cradled the dried peppers, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. With this, our hot pot will finally have soul. No more enduring that bland broth. I want to make spicy hot pot, boiled meat slices, spicy chicken, and chopped chili fish head. The surrounding beastmen stood in stunned silence. Although they couldn't comprehend the dish names, witnessing the goddess's frenzied demeanor commanded respect. Only one werewolf timidly asked, but boss, Yin just sneezed after smelling it. Can it really be eaten? Ling Qiqi smiled ominously. It can be eaten. Not only can it be eaten, but it will also ignite your passion for living. On that evening, the cafeteria echoed with persistent coughing and gasping sounds, alongside the agonized yet joyous cries of those indulging. Chapter 83. Despairing Taxonomy. When obsessive-compulsiveness meets a medley, the discovery of corn and chili thoroughly ignited Ling Qiqi's enthusiasm for treasure hunting. This warehouse was an untapped trove of riches. However, the current state of disarray was untenable. Various items lay intermixed, some moldy, some infested, some crushed. This inefficiency would not suffice. Ling Qiqi stood atop the mountain of refuse, hands on her hips. It must be sorted, organized. She turned to the lumberjack, who was arranging the peeled corn kernels into square matrices by size in the corner. Wood, I have a task for you. Sort everything in this warehouse by category, color, shape, and scent. The lumberjack lifted his head, gazing at the chaotic pile of supplies, his pupils quaking. All of it. There are round beans, elongated hay, irregular jerky, and powdery flour, items mixed together. This is chaos. This is disorder. This is hell. You can do it. Ling Qiqi patted his shoulder. Just imagine the healing sight of them all organized, placed in neat compartments, labeled. The lumberjack envisioned that scene. Orderly shelves, uniform containers, perfect categorization. I'm in. The spark of order ignited in his eyes. I aspire to transform this place into the most sublime realm of the divine city. Thus, an inhumane sorting campaign commenced. Scene 1. The tragedy of the beans. Mutu directed a band of kittens and bunnies, endowed with keen eyesight and nimble paws, as they sorted through a bag of mixed beans. This sack might have been assembled by that unscrupulous merchant of the Lion clan, who cunningly mingled yellow beans, green beans, black beans, and even stones to weigh down the scales. Separate them. Remove them all. Yellow ones to the left, green ones to the right, black ones in the middle. That one. Yes, that one. Why is it oval? The others are all round. Make it round. This stone has infiltrated. It is an aberration. Crush it. The little creatures, weary to the point of near blindness, dared not slacken their efforts under Mutu's formidable command. After half a day, the once chaotic assortment of beans had been transformed into 3 jars of pure, uniformly colored, and nearly identical bean varieties. Ling Qiqi approached for inspection and casually grabbed a handful. Oh, are these soybeans? Are these green beans? System, not merely beans. These are the ingredients for tofu. Soy milk, yuba, and bean skin. Host, your breakfast is secured. Scene 2. The mysterious black stones in the deepest recesses of the warehouse. Yin unearthed several heavy wooden barrels. Within them lay a dark, hard, and somewhat foul-smelling substance. What is this? Yin pinched his nose. Rotten flesh? Mutu leaned in for a closer look. Irregular in shape, dark in color, with moldy patches, recommend destruction. Just as Yin prepared to dump the contents into the cesspool, Ling Qiqi rushed over. Wait. She sliced open a piece, revealing a dense, deep brown interior. There was no putrid odor. Instead, it exuded a rich, fermented aroma. She cut off a small piece and tasted it. Salty, savory, with a hint of bitterness. Scanning object, aged pu'er tea cake, inferior grade, or overly fermented debanjiang. Reanalysis incorrect. System correction, this is dried black truffle from the western regions. System evaluation, what a waste. These uncouth Lion Clan folks are treating this exquisite seasoning as mere rotten mushrooms, discarding it in barrels to ferment. In the human world, it is sold by the gram. Used for stewing chicken, boiling soup, or even stir-frying rice, the flavor would elevate it beyond compare. Ling Qiqi's hands trembled. Truffles. So many barrels of truffles. Mutioyu. Find the finest ceramic jars and secure them. This is the top-tier strategic reserve of the Divine City. Mutu looked on with disdain. Do we really need to keep something that resembles a brain tumor? Keep it. It must be preserved. Just wait until I prepare truffle fried rice. You will understand. Scene 3. The forgotten weeds as they neared the end of their cleaning. Wu-Ying shook out a heap of dry twigs, adorned with white fluffy substances from a tattered straw mat. What is this? Fluff for kindling? Wu-Ying grabbed a handful, and the white fluff floated up, sticking to him. Ugh, why does this stuff cling to everything? Sue, the spider lady, happened to pass by. Her 8 hands, acutely sensitive to fibers, froze in place. She reached out and caught a clump of the white fluff. Squeezing it, she found it soft and warm, more voluminous than her silk and warmer than rabbit fur. This is the fluff quivered in her grasp. Ling Qiqi also discerned the truth. They were dried, bursting cotton bolls. Scanning object, long staple cotton, primitive variety. System evaluation, finally. No longer must you wear that slippery, yet uninsulated spider silk. With this, you can craft cotton jackets, quilts, and pants. This is the ultimate winter artifact. Cotton, Ling Qiqi exclaimed. These are cotton seeds. Quickly, extract the black seeds within. Not a single one must be wasted. Next spring, in the greenhouse, I shall sow this in abundance. Chapter 84. Planting melons to reap melons. Brother Long. Please be gentle with this seed. After 3 days and nights of meticulous searching and obsessive sorting, the warehouse of the Divine City had undergone a remarkable transformation. All supplies were neatly arranged on shelves, each ceramic jar labeled in Mutu's handwritten, print-like script. Even the dust on the floor had been swept into a single corner. In Ling Qiqi's hands, a precious seed treasure chest now resided, containing her salvaged hopes from the refuse. Corn kernels, staple food reserve. Soybeans and green beans, tofu and bean sprout reserve. Chili seeds, soul of hot pot. Cotton seeds, winter warmth artifact. Black truffles, though not plantable, an exquisite treasure. And some unknown melon seeds, possibly pumpkin or winter melon. Now, everything was in place, only awaiting the favorable winds for sowing. In the greenhouse, the tropical soil had been turned, soft and fertile. Ling Qiqi stood at the field's edge, holding the treasure chest, feeling as though she were a queen preparing for a grand parade. Sow, corn seeds here, soybean seeds there, chili seeds in the sunniest spot. However, a dilemma arose. These seeds were either shriveled ancient varieties or inferior goods transported at exorbitant prices, with germination rates posing a significant concern. If left to nature, perhaps only 1 in 10 would survive. At this juncture, a touch of magic was required. Ling Qiqi turned to the aloof, yet casually present Yuan, who exuded an air of indifference. Brother Long, what now? Yuan retreated a step, wary. This time, there would be no borrowing of fire or ice. Ling Qiqi pointed to the seeds in the ground. I need a bit of vitality. What magic? She blinked. I know you can do it. The dragon clan is proficient in all attributes. Just direct your breath towards these seeds, gently and lovingly, and they will sense the call of life, bursting forth from the soil and thriving. Yuan gazed at the dark earth. To blow breath at mud? With love? That felt more unbearable than death. I refuse. Dragon breath is a force of destruction, not fertilizer. Tonight, we shall dine on truffle scrambled eggs with corn rib soup and spicy chicken. Ling Qiqi unleashed her trump card. If these seeds do not germinate, we should be reduced to eating sweet potatoes every day. Yuan fell silent. Those sweet potatoes were delightful. Consuming them for a month would be unbearable. Moreover, that truffles sounded rather exquisite. He sighed and approached the ridge, slowly crouching down. He looked at the tiny seeds buried in the soil. They were life, fragile yet resilient, much like the woman who had rescued him. Yuan closed his eyes. This time, he did not summon the raging fire element, nor the chilling ice element. Instead, he drew forth a wisp of vibrant green energy from the depths of the dragon pearl, imbued with vitality. Dragon language magic, revitalization of all things. Who? A breath of green dragon essence gently swept across the land, akin to a spring breeze. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The soil began to loosen, and tender green shoots eagerly emerged from the ground. Corn seedlings shot up, bean sprouts unfurled their leaves, and cotton plants extended their branches. The once black earth transformed in the blink of an eye into a lush, verdant sea. They have sprouted. All have sprouted. Yin joyfully rolled about on the ridges. Su watched the cotton seedlings, her 8 hands trembling. I have cotton. Ling Qiqi stood amidst the green expanse, gazing at the man crouched on the ground. His black robe trailed in the mud. This time, it did not float, and his profile, framed by the green leaves, revealed a tenderness never seen before. Brother Long, Ling Qiqi softly spoke. You can not only destroy the world, you can also create a world. Yuan rose from his seat, brushing off the dirt from his hands, though there was none. He resumed his aloof demeanor. Loquacious. Hurry and prepare that truffle scrambled egg for me. I'm famished. Chapter 85. A chaotic morning. Who mistook gunpowder for black sesame paste? A day in Shanji typically begins with the enticing aroma wafting from the dining hall. However, today it was acrid smoke that filled the air. Ling Qiqi was perched at the edge of the Kong, brushing her teeth with a saltwater-dipped boar-bristle toothbrush, when suddenly a dull thud echoed. Immediately, the ground of the inner city trembled thrice. An enemy attack. Yuan's eyes snapped open, his black robe swirling as he charged out, exuding lethal intent. Ling Qiqi, toothbrush in mouth, followed closely behind. As they reached the entrance of the dining hall, they were astounded by the sight before them. The once immaculate kitchen resembled a bombed-out fortress. A pot lid was embedded in the ceiling, still spinning. The walls were smeared with a viscous, black substance that bubbled ominously. Aunt Rabbit, responsible for cooking porridge, had transformed from her once pristine white fur to a charred black, revealing only her terrified eyes and large front teeth. Coughing, she raised a still-smoking spoon. I merely intended to add a bit of that black powder for breakfast. I saw the wooden steward draw around. Black symbol on the jar. I thought it was black sesame powder, hoping to bolster everyone as vitality. Ling Qiqi stepped into the wreckage, dipped her finger into the black paste on the wall, and held it to her nose. The acrid scent of gunpowder, sulfur, and charcoal filled the air. System of toast. Congratulations. This is black gunpowder. Although the ratio is not pure, if ingested, it won't bolster vitality, but rather propel one to the heavens. Wood. Ling Qiqi's roar echoed through the skies. 5 minutes later, Wood stood before the ruins, clutching the offending ceramic pot. A label adorned the pot, depicting a black circle with several radiating lines. How vividly illustrative. Wood, looking aggrieved, pointed at the label in defense, explaining that the circle represented aggregation, the black denoted energy, and the radiating lines indicated explosion. This was minimalist art, an abstract warning. How could she mistake it for sesame? Sesame is so small, and this circle is so large. The scale is all wrong. Ling Qiqi pressed her temples as her heartbeat quickened. Wood, to Aunt Rabbit, it appeared as a giant pancake. A burnt pancake, no less. But this was merely the beginning. Before Ling Qiqi could catch her breath, horrified shrieks erupted from the construction site outside. My teeth. A werewolf warrior clutched his jaw, rolling on the ground. Nearby lay a half-eaten, hard flatbread. Ling Qiqi rushed over to pick it up. Hard, rock solid. It felt like an iron plate in her hand, clanging against a stone. Is this breakfast? Ling Qiqi inquired. The fox girl responsible for distributing food trembled in fear. Yes. I thought to make some hard flatbreads to stave off hunger, so I scooped a large spoonful from the bag marked with white powder. Ling Qiqi glanced at the bag. It was adorned with several squares tightly arranged together. Wood's explanation was that this represented the close packing of molecular structures, which was cement. Yet to the fox girl, it simply resembled cut tofu blocks. Tofu is soft flour. There is nothing wrong with that. Thus, the werewolf warrior took a bite of the cement flatbread. Thankfully, the cement had not fully dried. Otherwise, he would have shattered more than just his teeth. Ling Qiqi gazed at the oversized flatbread capable of serving as body armor, and then at Wood, who was still attempting to explain the molecular structure of cement. She felt her blood pressure rising. The lack of education is terrifying. Chapter 86. A chaotic afternoon. Is the men's toilet a triangle or an inverted triangle? The breakfast crisis barely passed. Everyone ended up gnawing on sweet potatoes. However, the afternoon crisis struck at the very physiological core of the beast men. The newly constructed public toilets in Shunji-do were Wood's pride and joy, to enhance aesthetics and embody civilization. Ling Qiqi insisted on separating the men's and women's restrooms. But therein lay the dilemma. How to distinguish between them? The beast men could not read. Wood confidently accepted this task. Leave it to me. I will use the most intuitive geometric shapes to express the differences in gender. Thus, he drew an inverted triangle on the left door and a regular triangle on the right door. At 2 in the afternoon, during the peak of urgency, a group of beast men rushed to the restroom, only to freeze in place. A burly bear man pointed at the triangles on the door, bewildered. What does this mean? Does the door with the point facing up require us to squat upside down? And what about the one with the point facing down? Should we perch on the ceiling? A nearby deer lad timidly speculated. Could the upward point represent horns? Those with horns are male. The bear man slapped his forehead. That makes sense. I have no horns, but I possess strength. I will enter this one. With that, the bear man charged into the right restroom. In reality, Wood designed the inverted triangle to symbolize wide shoulders and narrow waists of males, while the regular triangle represented the flowing skirts of females. What a profoundly abstract and artistic expression. Moments later, a shriek pierced the air. A lewd bear. Inside, the spider lady, caught off guard, flailed her 8 arms wildly, ensnaring the unwitting bear man in her massive web against the wall. Help! This toilet devoured a bear. If the toilet incident was merely embarrassing, what transpired with Yuan was nothing short of a catastrophe. Though Yuan seldom ate, he relished tea, various herbal and floral brews, to maintain an air of elegance. He possessed a dedicated tea cabinet filled with jars marked by Wood. At 3 in the afternoon, Yuan reclined in a lounge chair, gazing out at the snowy landscape. Feeling a bit parched, Qiqi is busy. I shall brew it myself. Confidently, he approached the tea cabinet, his eyes fixating on a jar adorned with a wavy line resembling leaves. Leaves? Refreshing. It must be this one. Yuan elegantly grasped a handful of tea leaves, placing them into a rhino horn cup and poured in boiling water. The water instantly transformed into a bizarre deep green hue, releasing a pungent aroma. Yuan frowned. This peppermint flavor is rather overpowering. Is it a new variety? Trusting Ling Qiqi and his own taste buds, he lifted the cup and elegantly took a large sip. Puffed. A green jet of liquid, akin to a high-pressure water gun, erupted forth, shattering the paper of the opposite window. Cough, cough, cough. Yuan clutched his throat, his expression morphing from elegance to distortion, and finally to a deep shade of blue. Spicy, bitter, numbing. It felt as though 100 ants were performing a tap dance on his tongue. Ling Qiqi, hearing the commotion, rushed in. What happened, Longa? Poisoned. She seized the jar and inhaled its contents. System, scan complete. This is super powerful insecticide powder. Ingredients: wormwood, pyrethrum, and trace amounts of devil pepper. The wavy line drawn by what does not represent leaves, but rather the legs of dead insects. Ling Qiqi. Yuan lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes from the spiciness, his golden vertical pupils seething with murderous intent. That red-haired bird, I shall roast him. In this moment, whether it be the werewolf who lost his teeth to cement, the bear ensnared in webs, or the dragon who ingested insecticide, all victims in Shunji-do, regardless of species, shared a common rage within their hearts. This damned, illiterate world, this cursed abstract art style, life has become unbearable. Chapter 87, Literacy Campaign. Those who cannot read are not allowed on the Kong tonight. That evening, the atmosphere in Shunji-do reached an unprecedented level of oppression. A campfire ignited in the square, but it was not for celebration. Rather, it served to illuminate a vast, hastily erected blackboard painted with ink. Ling Qiqi stood upon a platform, observing the battered and bruised individuals below, some clutching their jaws, while others continued to rinse their mouths frantically. She did not smile, for she too was a victim. Moments ago, she had nearly applied a jar filled with powerful adhesive as a hand cream, mistaking a handprint symbol painted on wood, indicating "do not touch" for a sign of hand care. Esteemed compatriots, Ling Qiqi's voice resonated with grave solemnity. Today marks the darkest day for our divine city. We have triumphed over the beast tide, conquered the frigid cold, and even vanquished the dragon tomb. Yet today, we nearly met our demise at the hands of a few wretched jars. A chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. Goddess, spare us your words. My teeth still ache. I can taste the insecticide. Ling Qiqi slammed her palm against the blackboard. Why? Tell me why. Because you cannot read. Because you fail to comprehend the labels. Because we entrusted our lives to those damned hieroglyphs. Grasping a piece of chalk, she forcefully inscribed 2 large characters on the board. Meng literacy. From this day forth, our divine city shall enter a mandatory education phase. Regardless of whether you mine, cook, or serve as an assassin, you are required to attend classes here every night. Should you fail to master these few characters, Ling Qiqi gestured toward a row of tangible items. Salt, sugar, flour, cement, poison. Anyone who confuses these will face dire consequences. She cast a sidelong glance at the brooding figure of Yuan. As Long Gu has decreed, anyone who mixes these up will be compelled to consume the entire contents of that jar. A low growl emanated from Yuan as a massive dragon silhouette appeared behind him, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Now, Ling Qiqi rapped the blackboard. The first lesson, eyes wide open. She drew a square frame on the board, inscribing the character for mouth. This is ko, the mouth for eating. Next to it, she drew a cross. This is cha, that which is inedible. Mu too huddled in a corner, cradling his head. Please, spare me from your abstract teaching style. Starting tomorrow, all labels must be inscribed using the characters I have taught. Write a single character incorrectly, and you shall paint every toilet in the city. Mu too, catching a glimpse of Yuan's hungry gaze, nodded fervently. I will. From now on, I shall only write in square characters. Square characters are the most symmetrical. I adore square characters. As night deepened and the cold wind howled, hundreds of burly orcs gathered in the square, illuminated by the firelight, awkwardly tracing characters in the sand with their coarse fingers. Yuan sat beside Ling Qiqi, wielding a stick, also etching into the ground. Qiqi, yes? How do you write the character for kill in the context of insecticide? Long Gu. Let's first learn the character for tea. This marked the most significant day in the history of civilization for the Divine City. Though the process was arduous, physically taxing, at least everyone finally understood that the jar adorned with a skull should never be used for cooking porridge. Chapter 88. Writing is more exhausting than wielding a blade. This infuriating homework. If attending class was torment, then completing assignments was sheer torture. The nights in the Divine City, once filled with merriment around the campfire, boasting, feasting, and idly picking at their feet, were now engulfed in a stifling atmosphere of despair. Dozens of stone tables were arranged, each bearing a sand tray for practice and several sticks serving as pens. The area was brightly lit, with Yuan reluctantly acting as a human lamp, perched above and glowing. Victim number 1, Dwarf Hammer, Master Hammer, the chief arms dealer of the Divine City, was currently gripping a stick no thicker than his pinky finger. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his muscles taut, as if he were wielding a 1,000-pound thunder hammer rather than a pen. Gentle now, he silently urged himself. He began to write the character for person. The first stroke, a slanting line. Crack! The stick snapped. Damn it! Hammer roared, instinctively slamming his fist onto the table. Boom! The stone table fractured. Ling Qiqi, I refuse to learn any longer. This is 1,000 times harder than forging. Forging only requires brute strength. This requires finesse. Ling Qiqi approached, wielding a pointer, and scoffed. Do not wish to learn? Very well. I shall no longer read your blueprints. You shall decipher them yourself. Should you forge a spear into a firewood stick, I will deduct a month's wages. Hammer, tears in his eyes, exchanged his stick for an iron rod and began to etch letters into the ground. Victim number 2, Spider Matriarch Sue. Sue was quite earnest. However, her predicament lay in having too many hands. The left hand wrote mouth, the right hand wrote hand, while a third hand wrote big. She attempted to exploit her multitasking advantage to outpace the others. However, her mind could not keep up with her hands. As she wrote, her 8 hands began to clash. The left hand tangled with the right, while the third jabbed at the fifth, ultimately resulting in all 8 hands forming a knot, rolling beneath the table like a tangled ball of yarn. Help! I can't untangle. Qiqi, can I not write with just 2 hands? Victim number 3. Perfectionist Mutu sand tray was the cleanest, for he had yet to begin writing. He had been staring at the sand tray for half an hour. Why aren't you writing? Ling Qiqi rapped on his table. Mutu grimaced in agony. The distribution of the sand in this tray is uneven. The left side is 0, 5 millimeters higher. If I write on such an unlevel surface, the characters will be crooked. If the characters are crooked, their meaning changes. If the meaning changes, the world collapses. Ling Qiqi took a deep breath, extended her hand, and carelessly scattered the sand. There, now it's thoroughly chaotic, right? Mutioyu. I'm doomed. Special Invigilator. Yuan sat atop the platform, a cup of tea in hand, observing the wretched students below, feeling inexplicably pleased. It turned out that witnessing others suffer was a form of enjoyment. System. Host. Observe that dragon. Its tail tip is quivering. Based on micro-expression analysis, it appears to revel in the misfortune of others. I suggest assigning it some homework, perhaps to transcribe the 3-character classic. Ling Qiqi cast a glance at Yuan. Long ago, have you completed your homework? Yuan's smile faltered. He elegantly set down his teacup. I'm not. Ling Qiqi interrupted. Write your name 100 times. If you do not finish, you shall not return to your quarters for the night. Though they slept in separate rooms, entry into the inner city would be forbidden. Yuan regarded the thin sheet before him. He extended a finger, a wisp of black flame flickering at its tip. With extreme slowness and caution, he burned the character Yuan into the paper. Although the edges of the leaf were singed, it was at least a character. Oomph. He slapped the paper onto the table. Such trivial matters are as easy as pie, if one disregarded the fine beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Chapter 89. Exam Day, Turmoil, Fighting to Avoid Scrubbing Toilets. 3 days later, the first midterm examination of literacy in the Divine City officially commenced. The atmosphere in the examination hall was tense and foreboding. To prevent cheating, Ling Qiqi had deliberately spaced the tables apart. Surrounding them stood a group of werewolf invigilators who, despite their illiteracy, possessed keen gazes. They were exempt from testing as they were responsible for enforcing discipline. The examination paper, a handwritten, photocopied version by Ling Qiqi, included the following tasks. Write your name, 10 points. Visual word association, drawings of sweet potato, salt, and poison with corresponding characters, 30 points. Connect the terms, danger, tasty, toilet to the correct symbols, 30 points. Application question. If you see the symbol on a jar, you should A. Drink it. B. Use it to poison a rat. C. Pour into a pot. The examination commenced, limited to half an hour. With the sound of a gong, the orcs took up their pens, their expressions gravely serious, akin to those preparing for battle. Contestant 1. Wooing, chameleon. Wooing had spent the past few days navigating the sewers, neglecting his studies altogether. However, he possessed a remarkable skill, invisibility. Quietly activating his optical camouflage, he vanished from sight, intending to sneak over to Sue's desk to copy answers. Yet, as he took a single step, a stone struck him squarely on the forehead. Yuan, perched on the podium, did not even lift his eyelids. Move again, and I shall break your legs. From the dragon's perspective, to him, the invisible figure appeared as conspicuous as a bare-bottomed jester. Wu Ying, with a mournful expression, revealed himself and resigned to guesswork. Contestant 2. Xiao Jiao, Cat Clan. Xiao Jiao possessed remarkable eyesight, often referred to as dynamic vision at its peak. Though seated in the back row, he could deduce the characters being written in front of him by observing the frequency of the bear's ear movements and the trajectory of the wooden arm as it wrote. He diligently mimicked the strokes on his paper. However, he had forgotten that Mu was a perfectionist. The large characters drawn by Mu formed a perfect equilateral triangle with a vertical line. Consequently, Xiao Jiu also drew a triangle. Contestant 3. Yin, Pangolin. Yin was an earnest child, refraining from cheating. Yet, he had a unique answering technique. For the first question name, unable to write Yin, he pressed a muddy paw print on the paper and drew a stone beside it, signifying, I am Stone Yin. No errors there. For the fourth question, what to do upon seeing a skull? Unfamiliar with the ABCs, he found the skull familiar, reminiscent of the delightful jar he had encountered last time. Thus, he sketched a tongue, implying, lick it to try. Unexpected events in the examination room. As the examination reached its midpoint, Tai Chue suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, I am facing irresistible forces. Ling Qiqi approached, inquiring what was amiss. Tai Chue pointed at his test paper, which had been mercilessly punctured by his pen, now in tatters. My strength is too great. May I request to answer using an iron plate and chisel? Ling Qiqi consented. Yin, go fetch him a stone slab. Subsequently, the examination room resonated with the sound of chiseling akin to a renovation. While other candidates wrote, Tai Chue was engraving a monument. Once the exam concluded, Ling Qiqi surveyed the pile of peculiarly shaped test papers, feeling as though a decade had been shaved off her life. Award for outlandish answers, Mu's paper. Neatness, 100 points. Content, all characters transformed into geometric shapes. For the connection question, instead of drawing direct lines, he illustrated the shortest paths with a ruler and noted the minimal distance between 2 points. Score, 60 points, barely passing, as the teacher comprehended it. Yan's paper, name, paw print. Picture-based writing, a circle for sweet potato, numerous dots for salt. Application question, a drawing of a tongue. Score, 10 points, the 10 points awarded for creativity in the paw print. Wu Ying's paper, a blank sheet. Reason, fearful of cheating and genuinely unable to answer. He ultimately surrendered and drew a turtle. Score, 0 points. Finally, there was Yuan's paper. Ling Qiqi held the sheet, her hand trembling slightly. It bore but a single character, U. The strokes were vigorous and imposing. Adjacent to it was a faintly smoking dragon claw print, exuding an aura of power. Dragon Brother. Ling Qiqi approached Yuan with the test paper. This is an examination, not a decree. No name, no answers, merely wet. Yuan, with conviction, sipped his tea. These questions are too trivial, an affront to my intellect. I have perused them, I have read. This is the answer. He gestured towards the claw print. This seal, in the beast world, holds more significance than any name. Ling Qiqi took a deep breath. System, please calculate the score. System, according to the examination management regulations of the Divine City, failing to answer as required results in a score 0. It is recommended to impose the highest level of punishment as a deterrent. 0 points. With a flourish of her red pen, Ling Qiqi drew a large egg. Punishment segment in the square, the failing students lined up, Yin, Tai Chue, Wu Ying, Xiao Jiao, and a sullen dragon. As per regulations, Ling Qiqi held a loudspeaker. Those who failed are responsible for this week's sanitation duties. Yin, Tai Chue, Wu Ying, You three shall clean the toilets. Ensure that every stall shines." The trio lamented and departed with their brushes in hand. Xiao Jiao was tasked with catching 100 mice. He was not permitted to eat until he succeeded. "Meow!" Xiao Jiao cried as he dashed away. Lastly, Ling Qiqi turned to Yuan. All eyes in the square were fixed upon him. Forcing the dragon god to clean toilets? Not even the goddess would dare to do so. Yuan narrowed his eyes, his aura gravely low. "Qiqi, think carefully before you speak." Ling Qiqi swallowed hard, her survival instinct igniting a clever idea. Ahem. Considering Dragon Brother's unique status and his possession of a large-scale destructive heat source, your punishment shall be. She pointed to the enormous public bath boiler newly erected in the square. You shall heat water for everyone to bathe. Tonight, everyone shall enjoy a hot shower, and Dragon Brother shall take care of it all. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the Dragon God. To bathe in water heated by the Dragon God is worth a lifetime. Yuan paused momentarily. Heating water? While it still felt somewhat demeaning, it seemed more dignified than cleaning toilets. Moreover, seeing the jubilant orcs and Ling Qiqi's ingratiating smile, he scoffed. With a sweep of his black robe, he strode towards the boiler room. This is a one-time offer. Do not summon me for such trivial examinations henceforth. That evening, the bathhouse in the Divine City was filled with steam. Despite the boiler workers' sour expression and the flames being a touch too fierce, the water temperature nearly scalding a pig, it was the cleanest, warmest, and most culturally vibrant night in the Divine City, as everyone debated the significance of the egg. Chapter 90. The Cultural Man of the Lion Clan. You discuss philosophy with me, and I shall speak of geometry? The literacy class in the Divine City had just concluded a grueling examination, and all were in a state of nausea at the sight of letters. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at the city gate. He bore no weapons, for he was not there to wage war. Clad in a pristine white robe, though slightly soiled, he wielded a staff adorned with feathers, and perched upon his nose were single-lens glasses crafted from crystal, purely ornamental, without prescription. This was by a sage of the White Fox clan, affiliated with the Golden Lion clan. He had been sent to assess the situation. Unable to conquer them in battle, he dispatched a cultured individual to humiliate them while discreetly probing their strengths and weaknesses. Baya stood at the city gate, observing the werewolves laboring with disdain flickering in his eyes. A band of brutes who can only flaunt their strength. I hear they have established a literacy class. Utterly laughable. The wisdom of the beast god is beyond the comprehension of these inferior races. He approached the city gate and intercepted a sanitation worker, Yin, who had just scored 0. "Excuse me, young man." Baya adjusted his glasses, his tone haughty. "Please inform your city lord that the chief sage of the royal city has arrived, wishing to discuss the true essence of civilization with her." Yin scratched his head, glancing at the impeccably clean fox. "Discuss? Is that a fight?" "No. A debate. By directive." A clash of wisdom. Yin pondered for a moment. "Please wait. I will ask Sister Qiqi if you may enter." Debate scene. Cross-channel conversation. To express her respect for intellectuals, though, truthfully, she was eager for spectacle. Ling Qiqi arranged 2 chairs in the square. Yuan sat elevated, maintaining that familiar expression of one observing a monkey show. Once Baya settled down, he surveyed the surrounding orcs, then revealed a sympathetic smile. "Ling City Lord, I have heard that you are teaching this group of beasts to write. Forgive my candor, but this is a futile endeavor." "Oh, why is that?" Ling Qiqi cracked open a seed. Baya rose, speaking passionately. "The strength of orcs lies in their bloodline gifts. Dwarves forge iron due to the fire god bestowing upon them heat-resistant skin and strength. Spiders weave fabric because the weaving maiden grants them dexterous fingers. This is divine instinct. It is a memory passed down in their blood. Would you have a wolf learn to forge iron? A pig learn to weave? This is against nature. It is blasphemy against the beast god." His words resonated deeply with many orcs. Indeed, in this world, skills are not freely exchanged. What one can do is entirely determined by their lineage. Tai nodded vigorously. "My father said the same. I was born able to wield a hammer. It is fate." Baya smiled triumphantly, thus abandon hope. Civilization belongs to the royal city, while the wilderness belongs to you. Wait a moment. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interjected. Mutiuyu, holding a ruler, approached with a serious demeanor. This white-haired fox, Mutu fixed his gaze upon Baya. Your argument contains a fatal logical flaw. Baya was taken aback. What? Mutu pointed at Tai Chue. Dwarves forge iron based on feel. If they're in a good mood today, the strikes are heavier. If they have not eaten tomorrow, the strikes are lighter. Thus, the swords they produce vary in length and quality. This is called error. Mutu then produced a blueprint, illustrating precise dimensions and stress analysis. However, if I break down the forging action into lift 1 meter, apply 500 newtons of force, strike at a 90-degree angle, and write this on paper with diagrams, then Mutu gestured to a nearby wolf apprentice who was forging iron. As long as this wolf can read and comprehend the diagrams and possesses strength, he can forge a sword identical to a dwarf's. Perhaps even more perfect, more standardized, more symmetrical. Baya was dumbfounded. How can this be? How would a wolf understand timing? Timing? Ling Qiqi chuckled, pointing at a thermometer nearby. We have this. Just watch the scale. Mutu continued. Thus, your bloodline theory is outdated. Writing and diagrams exist to break the monopoly of bloodlines. As long as there are books and literacy, anyone can become a master. This is the true essence of civilization. Baya was rendered speechless. His proud theological theory crushed by the industrial standardization of the divine city. Finally, Yin added the most cutting remark. Moreover, your glasses are asymmetrical. The left lens is thicker than the right by 0.1 millimeters. Do you not feel dizzy wearing them? Baya, befefete. The sage of the royal city clutched his chest and fainted from anger. Chapter 91. The embarrassing legacy. I possess unparalleled martial arts, but I have no paper to write on. Baya was carried away, thrown out of the city gate. However, his words awakened Ling Qiqi. Although Mutu spoke with great reason, the reality was stark. There was no paper. At this moment, the divine city's methods of recording information were varied yet cumbersome. Scene 1. Blacksmith shop. Master Tai Chue finally learned to read blueprints. However, he used sheepskin paper. With a sizzling sound, sparks flew, and the sheepskin instantly shriveled into a charred mass. My blueprint, the design for the Dragon Slayer sword that I just completed. Tai Chue lamented in despair. Scene 2. Literacy class. Everyone wrote on a sand table. Once finished, a swipe erased everything. Review? How to review? Yin looked bewildered. I wiped out the characters I learned yesterday. Knowledge could not be preserved, rendering learning futile. Scene 3. Mutu's nightmare. Mutu aimed to compile a construction standards manual of the divine city. He attempted to use wooden slips, bamboo strips. The result was a book weighing 50 pounds. This is far too thick. Each bamboo strip varies in thickness. Stacked together, they appear wavy when viewed from the side. This is not flat. Mutu gazed at the pile of bamboo strips, his obsessive-compulsive disorder flaring, nearly leading him to burn the book. Ling Qiqi observed all this and sighed. Zongzi, look, we are like a group of beggars with golden bowls, yet we beg for food. We possess skills and ideas, yet we lack a medium for documentation. System, host, you have finally realized. Why is papermaking ranked first among the 4 great inventions? Because without paper, civilization is a blind man with a gap. System suggestion, do not use sheepskin. It is meant for clothing and leather armor. Do not use bamboo slips. They are for the strong. Make paper. Utilize those useless tree barks, torn fishing nets, and shredded old clothes. Ling Qiqi's eyes brightened. Yes, papermaking. She turned to Yuan. Brother Long, we are about to embark on another invention. This time, it is not for sustenance, but for legacy. Yuan was perusing a stone tablet book, inscribed by Yin, with uneven handwriting detailing the daily records of the Dragon Emperor. He disdainfully tossed aside the 10-pound stone tablet. Too heavy. Moreover, the writing is too ugly. If you can create a lightweight, pure, and fitting medium for my calligraphy, he extended his long fingers, gesturing in the air, I may consider helping you. Ling Qiqi was overjoyed. Deal. Mutioyu. Yen. Su. Gather. We are about to carry out a papermaking revolution. Papermaking, though it sounds elegant, is quite unpleasant in practice. Step 1. Material preparation, scavenging. Ling Qiqi led the scavenging team, stripping the bark from mulberry trees within a 10-mile radius. They also collected useless old sacks, torn fishing nets, and even shredded old clothes. Can this trash really be transformed into paper? A wolf warrior held a piece of moldy cloth, his expression one of disdain. Step 2. Soaking and cooking, biochemical crisis. The raw materials were soaked in lime water, then placed in a large pot to boil. Under high temperature and pressure, the plant fibers began to decompose. The smell was slightly better than that of a toilet, yet not by much. A putrid grass odor mingled with the scent of lime, causing even passing birds to plummet from the sky. Yuan stood 10 meters away, using a wind wall to shield himself from the stench. Qiqi, are you cooking dung? This is pulping. Ling Qiqi shouted through her mask. Brother Long, make the fire hotter. We need to break down the fibers. Step 3. Crushing and sheet formation, aesthetic violence. The cooked materials were retrieved and placed in a mortar. Smash! Tai Chue raised his hammer, pulverizing the mushy fibers into a paste. Crush it into a finer consistency. Then, add water to adjust to a slurry. Mutu crafted an extremely fine bamboo screen sieve. The evenness must be maintained. He carefully dipped the bamboo screen into the slurry pool, gently scooping up, shaking it. A thin layer of fiber film evenly covered the bamboo screen. Step 4. Drying, dragon body drying machine. This was the most challenging step. If wet paper did not dry quickly, it would easily mold or deform. If roasted over fire, it could scorch. If sun-dried, it was too slow. Ling Qiqi held the damp paper sheet, looking at Yuan. More precisely, she looked at Yuan's warm, constantly heated dragon tail. Yuan had a foreboding sense. You intend to stick that mess of pulp on my tail? Not a chance. This is the first sheet of paper for the Dragon Clan. Ling Qiqi interrupted him. On the first piece of paper, I instructed the wood to inscribe your name using gold powder and to frame it for display at the city gate. Henceforth, every individual entering the city would behold not the walls, but rather your exquisite calligraphy at first glance. Yuan fell silent. To have all gaze upon my name? It seemed to bear a certain prestige. He cast a glance at the tail, which served little practical purpose aside from being a cushion. With a sigh, he decided to lay down a layer of cloth. This was the least he would accept. Thus, a wondrous scene unfolded. Yuan reclined on a lounge chair, his immense dragon tail extended straight, cushioned by a thin layer of cotton fabric. Ling Qiqi and the wood carefully applied the damp paper to the cotton. The warmth of dragon blood radiated gently through the scales, as steam rose without scorching or wrinkling the paper. Minutes later, Ling Qiqi peeled off the paper. It was delicate, slightly yellowed, as it was made from coarse paper, yet smooth to the touch, imbued with a faint scent reminiscent of dragon's breath. It was a success. Ling Qiqi held the paper aloft towards the sunlight. This was the first paper of the divine city. The wood rushed forward, brandishing a charcoal pencil, his hands trembling. Write quickly. The texture of this paper is exquisite. Ling Qiqi passed the pen to Yuan. Brother Long, please. Yuan straightened himself, adjusting his robe. He examined the paper, realizing it was indeed lighter than stone and whiter than parchment. Most importantly, it had emerged from the refuse. He took the pen, this time opting against a dragon claw imprint. Instead, he earnestly inscribed 2 grand characters. Though simplified, they bore great elegance when Ming. At the moment the characters were completed, it was as if a light flickered across the paper. This was not magic. It was the vessel of knowledge, descending for the first time upon this untamed land. From that moment forth, every technique in the Divine City would no longer be mere oral tradition, but transformed into blueprints, books, and documents. Even 1,000 years hence, should the Divine City become ruins, future generations would glean the brilliance of today from these pages. Chapter 92. The Allure of Concrete Roads, a species' instinct to explore. The road from the Divine City to Heishui River had been half-paved. Its current state was half-dry, moderately soft, and possessing a delightful texture. It resembled placing a massive, infinitely extending scratching post before a cat, or an untrammeled expanse of snow before a mischievous child. The desire to step upon it was inscribed in the DNA of carbon-based life forms. System online. Ding, high-risk environment detected. Wet concrete surface. High-risk biological group detected. All individuals are late-stage hyperactive patients. System evaluation. Host, according to Murphy's Law, this road will undoubtedly be trampled before it dries. It is advisable to destroy the road now to preserve your innocence. Ling Qiqi grasped a bamboo pole, standing at the roadside as a human barricade. Do not move. No one is to step on it. This is a road, not a message board. However, it was a futile effort. Suspect da, Xiujiu, kat klan. Xiao Jiu squatted by the roadside, his front paws anxiously rubbing together. His eyes were fixated on the smooth, gray surface of the road. A voice within him cried out, step on it, step on it. It would leave a perfect paw print, an artwork. Seizing the opportunity, while Ling Qiqi turned to drink water, he swiftly extended his wicked claws. Slap! A clear paw print appeared. Xiao Jiu reveled in it, his spirit uplifted. Then he was kicked away by the wood, a perfectionist standing nearby. The wood knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes as he smoothed out the paw print. The molecular structure is disrupted. Woe is me. Suspect B, a passing family of wild boars. This group of wild boars had not signed a contract. They were merely passing through. Upon seeing the long stretch of flat mud, the lead boar snorted, "This is a divine mud pit. Brothers, roll in it." With a thunderous sound, the 7 boars jumped into the concrete, beginning to swim on their backs, on their sides, and even performing the butterfly stroke. System, goodness. Is this the legendary concrete spa? I suggest the host wait for them to dry inside, and then create a road sign sculpture titled to those sealed in time. The pigs. Ling Qiqi was in despair. Yuan, get them out. Don't let the concrete dry, and seal the pigs in the road. Suspect C. Yuan, the abyssal dragon. Yuan stood at the end of the road, his black robe billowing. He gazed at the road, his brow furrowed. As a dragon, he walked with an air of majesty, disdainful of stepping in mud. Yet his long, robust tail, which typically had no resting place, now hovered just a centimeter above the surface. The tip of his tail quivered. It longed to descend, to experience the soft embrace of the ground, to carve a magnificent S shape across the smooth surface. Yuan restrained his rebellious right hand, which attempted to lower the tail, his mind waging an internal battle. No, I am a dragon god. I cannot play in the mud. Yet, it appeared to be immensely fun. System, alert! Alert! A nuclear-level being is attempting to damage public property. If that tail strikes down, this road shall no longer exist. It will be renamed the Dragon Spine Mountain Range. Ling Qiqi suddenly turned and caught sight of Yuan's tail lightly slapping the road. It then quickly lifted, leaving behind a shallow impression adorned with scale patterns. Yuan nonchalantly turned his head, gazing at the sky. The clouds today are rather boisterous. Ling Qiqi. The wood rushed over with a trowel. Ah, the pattern is too intricate. It cannot be smoothed out. I am doomed. Chapter 93. The Glass Cutting Chronicles. Is this harsh sound the BGM of hell? Although the road was marred, covered in paw prints, it was passable. Next came the glass. Flat glass had been produced, stacked in a warehouse like icebergs. The current task was to cut it to window size. Lack of tools, lacking a diamond cutter. Ling Qiqi sought out the hardest man in the divine city, a hammer, with a chisel. The hammer declared confidently, "This chisel is forged from dragon-patterned steel. It cuts through iron like clay." He struck the glass with great force. Crash! The glass shattered into a myriad of fragments, exploding like fireworks. The hammer scratched his head. This material is quite the temper, more difficult to manage than a woman. System. This illustrates the conflict between violent aesthetics and material science. It is advised that the host inform this dwarf that glass is a brittle material, not an enemy's skull, and cannot be struck hard. Dragon Claw Cutter Online. With no other option, the village's hope, Yuan, was summoned. Yuan sat in a specially designed chair, cushioned with 3 layers of soft padding. Looking utterly disenchanted, before him lay a long queue of glass. He extended his right hand, his index finger transforming into a sharp, pitch-black dragon claw. Screech! The dragon claw glided across the glass, producing a sharp, piercing noise that drilled into the skull. The sound resembled nails scraping against a blackboard, amplified by a speaker. A woo! The nearby werewolves clasped their ears and rolled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Help! My brain is boiling. This was a sonic attack. This was forbidden magic. Even Xiao Jiao was rattled, his front paws firmly pressed against his ears, his tail erect like a lightning rod. Yuan's face turned pale. As a dragon with acute hearing, this sound was akin to sawing wood in his mind. How much longer must I endure? Yuan gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out as if through clenched jaws. The wood, donned in thick cotton ear protection, specially made, held a ruler in hand, oblivious to the chaos, and shouted, 300 more. Brother Long, keep going. Make sure to cut straight. Screech. Another sound erupted. Yuan's hand trembled. The glass had been cut crookedly. A perfect arc was carved out. Muta removed the ear cushions and gazed at the crooked glass, collapsing into tears. It's crooked. That was supposed to be a straight window. You've turned it into a moon gate. How can this be installed? Yuan took a deep breath. He looked at Mutu. His eyes filled with the question, do you wish to become a window? System detected a drastic decline in Dragon Clan sand value. Host, if you wish to prevent the Divine City from becoming a wasteland, it is advisable to invent a glass cutter promptly. Hint, among that pile of scrap, there appears to be a diamond or brought by now. Ling Qiqi hurriedly rushed over, rummaging through the debris to retrieve a grayish stone diamond. Dragon brother, halt! Spare the mouth, not the claws. Use this. Embed it onto a stick. You need not scratch it yourself. Yuan gazed at the small stone, feeling a sense of relief. He retracted his dragon claw and glanced at his noble nails. Thankfully, they remained unscathed. Installation incident. The legend of the invisible wall. The cut glass was fitted into the window frame. Polished to a pristine clarity, it appeared almost non-existent. Thus, a legend of the invisible wall spread throughout the Divine City. A kangaroo beastman, tasked with delivering meals, hopped along while humming a tune. The path ahead was clear. He eyed the open window, preparing to leap inside to deliver the meal. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The kangaroo's large face pressed against the glass. His features flattened into a plane. Soup splattered all over him. He slid to the ground, terror-stricken, feeling the air before him. There's a barrier. The Lady of the Divine has placed a barrier on the house. Only those with fate may enter. From that day forth, the beastmen of the Divine City would extend their hands, cautiously feeling the air for a long while before entering. Their motions resembled a practice of Tai Chi. Some even bowed before entering. Great barrier, please allow me in. Ling Qiqi observed the windows smeared with oily face prints and handprints. Mutu, let us adorn all the windows with window flowers. You can cut paper, right? How about crafting a character for fortune or a do not bump into me sign? Chapter 94. The Record of Glass Cutting. That jarring sound was the BG of hell. With windows installed, the room brightened. Ling Qiqi looked at the scattered piles of paper and felt it was time to bring civilization to fruition. The final step of papermaking was binding. In modern times, this could be accomplished with a stapler. However, in the Divine City, it was a contest of appetite and survival. Lacking glue, Ling Qiqi resorted to the most ancient adhesive, paste. The recipe was simple: flour and water, boiled into a paste. A large pot was set up, and white flour was added. As the temperature rose, a rich, sweet aroma of wheat wafted through the air. This scent was still a fatal temptation for the beastmen, who had just eaten. A few pig beastmen were tasked with applying the paste. They stared at the translucent, sticky, and stringy paste in the bowl, their eyes gradually glazing over. One of the pigmen could not resist, extending his tongue to lick the pig bristle brush used for applying the paste. It tastes sweet like grain. Brothers, try it. Just a taste. It's not like the Lady of the Divine can see. Thus, when Ling Qiqi returned with a stack of covers, she was greeted by this scene. Several pigmen gathered around the paste bowl, fervently scraping the last bits of paste from the bottom with their fingers and stuffing it into their mouths. The paste, originally meant for binding 1,000 books, was now cleaner than a washed face. Burp! The leading pigman let out a satisfied belch, gazing at Ling Qiqi with delight. Lady of the Divine, this adhesive is delicious. Though it's a bit sticky. Is there more? Can we add some sugar? The covers in Ling Qiqi's hands fell to the ground. She took a deep breath and turned to the system, which was watching the spectacle. System, Find out if there's anything they won't eat. System, lazily drifting by host. You are too naive. In the eyes of beastmen, carbohydrates are life. Want the not to eat? Unless you add something to it. Suggested additions. Huanglian powder, extremely bitter. Devil's pepper sauce, extremely spicy. Or Yuan's foot washing water, extremely intimidating. Ling Qiqi gritted her teeth. Yuan's foot washing water has been used by Mutu to water the flowers, reportedly to infuse them with dragon energy. Then let us add Huanglian, the most bitter Huanglian. The second pot of paste was ready. It presented an eerie yellow-green color, exuding a soul-evacuating bitterness. The pigman leaned in to sniff. Ugh, this smell is off. It's spoiled. It's toxic, although no one dared to eat it. A new problem arose. Too much Huanglian caused the paste to lose its adhesive properties. Ling Qiqi watched the paper that wouldn't tea stick, her frustration mounting. Forget it. No more paste. We'll switch to thread binding. Xiu, up. The spider lady Xiu was the chief seamstress of the divine city. She used spider silk as thread and bone needles for sewing. With 8 hands working simultaneously, she was remarkably efficient. Swish, swish, swish. The pages were swiftly sewn together. However, Xiu had a professional quirk. Once she entered sewing mode, she would subconsciously sew everything nearby together. 10 minutes later, Ling Qiqi came to inspect the progress. Xiu, how is the sewing coming along? Ling Qiqi's voice trailed off. She beheld a string of candied hawthorns. Xiu's left hand had sewn a book, but somehow, the back cover was attached to the tablecloth. One corner of the tablecloth was sewn to the sleeve of Yin, who was pressing the paper beside her. And Yin's other sleeve was sewn to the tail of the passing little Geo. Meow. Little Geo's fur bristled, and he dashed forward, pulling Yin, who tugged the tablecloth, which in turn yanked the book, which pulled Xiu along. The 4 beast beings dashed chaotically through the room like a string of firecrackers. Don't move. Everyone, stay still. Muta burst in with scissors, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This composition, this chaos intertwined with connecting lines, is so beautiful. Don't cut yet. Let me draw it. This is called bonding. Ling Qiqi, draw your head. Hurry, and hand me the scissors. Amid the tumult, the first batch of books in the Divine City was finally born. Although the covers were stuck with cat hair, the spines were crooked, and occasionally one could still smell the bitterness of Huanglian. It was a book. Ling Qiqi picked up a copy of literacy textbook and opened the first page. It bore a large character for mouth, accompanied by an illustration of a gaping mouth devouring a sweet potato, a drawing by Yin. The back cover showcased Yuan's dragon claw print, all rights reserved, reproduction prohibited. What a journey, Ling Qiqi sighed. Though somewhat unsightly, it is nonetheless a spark of civilization. Just then, Wu Ying, who was sorting through discarded packaging boxes, those brought back from the black market, suddenly exclaimed, City Lord, there is something in the layers of this box. The box was meant for holding glass materials, appearing shabby. Yet, with Wu Ying's keen perception, he discovered an extremely concealed layer at the bottom of the box. He pried open the wooden boards and pulled out a yellowed, brittle sheepskin scroll as fragile as a potato chip. What is this? A treasure map? Wu Ying handed the sheepskin scroll to Ling Qiqi. She carefully unfurled it. The scroll depicted intricate lines resembling a map, marking mountains and rivers. Yet, in one corner of the map, there was a peculiar tree drawn, beside which were 2 lines of text. Though the handwriting was scrawled, the familiar square structure and the affectionate strokes made Ling Qiqi's pupils tremble. Those were Chinese characters. Rubber tree location map. Note, didn't tea find oil? But this should suffice for making tires. To the unfortunate soul who comes after, good luck. Worker ID 9527 left behind. System. I knew it. This wretched place must have been visited by predecessors. Worker ID 9527? That name sounds like a laborer's spirit. Host. It appears that you need not search for rubber on your own. Someone has conveniently brought it to your doorstep. Ling Qiqi's fingers grazed the line of Chinese characters, and a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over her, akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land, albeit one who may no longer be alive. Thank you for the rubber, dear predecessor, though I remain unaware of your identity. Yuan approached, observing Ling Qiqi's excitement with a slight furrow of his brow. Although he could not decipher those square characters, he sensed a lingering essence that did not belong to this world. What is this? Yuan inquired. Ling Qiqi lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. This is the key to the Industrial Revolution 20. Brother Long, we shall no longer rely on wooden wheels for our conveyance. We shall acquire rubber tires. She pointed to a marked location on the map, just to the south, not far from where they stood. Moreover, Ling Qiqi squinted at another indistinct mark on the map, which depicted a skull accompanied by a note that read, "There's a very large lizard here. Do not provoke it. It seems we must assemble an expedition team." Chapter 95. The Lion Tribe's Ultimatum. Apologies, I thought that was the lunch bell. The morning in the Divine City was shrouded in thick fog. However, this did not dampen the workers' enthusiasm, for today marked the inaugural cotton-padded jacket trial in the Divine City. In the square, hundreds of beastmen donned hastily crafted cotton garments, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Due to a misunderstanding of the anatomy of humanoid beings and a desire to conserve fabric, the majority of these jackets were form-fitting. Can you imagine a 2-meter-tall bear man wearing a pink floral cotton jacket that exposes his navel? Or a werewolf warrior clad in open-crotch cotton trousers, unsure where to position his tail? While warm, the garments left a tightness at the chest. "It feels a bit constricting," Bear 2 remarked, tugging at the taut fabric. Just as the crowd mocked one another's fashion choices, a muted horn sounded from outside the city. The ground trembled, and as the fog dissipated, a resplendent army appeared by the Heishui River. It was the Lion Tribe's elite battalion, the Golden Lion Guard, comprising a full 500 soldiers clad in gleaming steel armor. Formidable even if not as refined as Yuan's craftsmanship, riding enormous saber-toothed tigers, exuding an aura of menace. At the forefront stood Prince Leon, the Lion Tribe's eldest prince, who was marginally more competent than his brother, the rather inept lion. Brandishing a golden broadsword, he pointed at the city walls of the Divine City, his voice booming with thunderous rage. "Ling Qiqi, that cowardly female who hides behind the walls, and that crippled black dragon, surrender the snow salt formula. Surrender the glass secret art. Surrender that divine tome. Otherwise, today I shall raze this city to the ground, leaving no one alive." His voice reverberated like thunder across the open plains. On the city wall, Ling Qiqi stood dressed in a normal, white down jacket, holding a steaming roasted sweet potato. Upon hearing the insults below, she paused momentarily. "Davantove." She turned to Yuan, who was also clad in a down jacket, the black variant, resembling a cool penguin. "Brother Long, do we possess such a thing?" Yuan elegantly bit into the sweet potato, pondering. Perhaps it referred to the literacy textbook, which was covered in cat fur, contained pig bristles, and bore a hint of Huanglian. Little Nine beside them could not contain a laugh. "That book? It's too hard even to use as toilet paper." System detected a significant drop in enemy intelligence. They actually mistook a primary school Chinese textbook for an unparalleled treasure. "Host, I suggest you grant them their wish. Throw the book down and crush that leader." Ling Qiqi wiped the crumbs of sweet potato from her mouth. "Raise this city? Leave no one alive?" She gazed at the lion soldiers below, shimmering like golden ingots. "Just in time. We need a sentry for our expedition. Since they have come to us, let them not depart." She turned around to regard the enormous, newly installed contraption behind her. It was the pinnacle of collaboration between wood and hammer, the Dragon Breath Steam ultrasonic horn, originally intended as the city's lunch bell. "Wood? Adjust the device. Yen, open that largest valve for me." Yuan smiled as he handed over a specially crafted microphone, a copper tube. "Brother Long, shall we serenade them, or let out a mighty roar?" Yuan surveyed the massive copper horn and then glanced down at the oblivious soldiers. "What a cacophony!" He set down the sweet potato and approached the microphone. "Since they wish to listen, let us give them a performance." Below, Prince Leon had shouted for quite some time, his voice hoarse, believing the absence of response from the city indicated fear. "Ha ha ha! Are you afraid? Charge! The first to scale the walls shall be rewarded." Before he could finish, the enormous copper horn atop the wall suddenly glowed crimson. Immediately came the command, "Roll." This was akin to detonating an atomic bomb beside one's ear. Yuan's dragon roar naturally carried a psychological intimidation, but now, amplified by steam-powered physics and refined acoustics. The air itself became tangible. A visible, fan-shaped wave of sound surged forth, crashing into the lion tribe's battalion. With a resounding crack, the leading dozens of lion warriors, unable to emit a single scream, found their armor shattered by the sonic wave, their bodies propelled backward like kites severed from their strings. The once majestic saber-toothed tigers rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fainted on the spot. "Ah, my ears! The earth is shaking. The sky is falling." Soldiers in the rear clutched their ears, rolling on the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Prince Leon fared no better, as the commanding officer stationed at the forefront. He bore the brunt of the sonic assault. His once proud golden locks were instantly transformed into a frizzy mess, and his golden sword shattered with a clang. He was thrown to the ground, his head buzzing as if 1,000 bees were hosting a party within. Such overwhelming force was terrifying. On the city wall, Ling Qiqi covered her ears, wearing cotton ear muffs, and surveyed the chaotic scene below. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the legendary lion's roar, dragon's version? System. Inflicted severe damage, with immense humiliation. Well done. The mosquitoes within a 10-mile radius have been obliterated. The divine city can now enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Yuan retracted himself, calmly picking up the half-eaten sweet potato. This horn possesses some merit. Next time we call for lunch, let's lower the volume. Post-battle summary. The lion tribe has become a transport brigade. The battle concluded more swiftly than it had commenced. 500 elite lion soldiers were entirely vanquished. Most were stunned, while a few were left in shock. The gates of the divine city swung open, not for an army, but for laborers. Yin led a group of bear folk clad in pink cotton jackets, exuberantly rushing out. Let's collect the spoils. Though the armor is shattered, it is crafted from fine gold. Just imagine how many picks we could forge from it. And this lion, while fainted, is quite hefty, perfect for plowing. Prince Leon was bound hand and foot with a specially crafted spider silk rope and unceremoniously tossed at Ling Qiqi's feet. Still ringing in his ears and dazed, he muttered, "Go away, go away." Ling Qiqi crouched down and patted his face. "Your Highness? Wake up. It's time to pay the toll." At last, Prince Leon regained his senses, gazing up at the woman clad in a white down jacket, her smile devilish in nature. You are demons." "No, we are creditors." Ling Qiqi produced a lengthy bill, calculated in wood. Mental distress compensation, noise pollution fee, turf trampling fee, and the fuel cost for that horn altogether amount to 5,000 gold coins. No money? Fear not. She pointed towards the distant expanse of uncultivated land. The third production team of Shenzhou is in dire need of manpower. With your physique, why not assume the role of a leader? Thus, the once formidable Lion Clan prince, who had come to besiege the city, was honorably transformed into a labor reform inmate of Shenzhou. His task was to cultivate that barren land completely with his 500 brethren before Ling Qiqi returned from her adventure and to fill up with manure. As for that letter of challenge, it was repurposed by wood for patching window seams. This paper was quite sturdy, with moderate hardness and minimal translucence, making it perfect for blocking light. 3 days later, everything in Shenzhou was meticulously arranged. The Lion Clan had been utterly subdued, or rather, subdued through labor, and they would not dare to return in the near future. With ample resources and a fortified defense, Ling Qiqi donned a sleek exploration outfit, tight cotton and leather armor. Yuan also changed into a fitted black outfit, carrying the iron bucket filled with dragon blood crystal, a mobile power source, on his back. Yin bore a large pickaxe, while Wu Ying carried a camouflage bag. They set forth. Ling Qiqi stood at the city gate, casting a final glance at this miraculous city she had erected in another world. When we return, we shall have entered the rubber age. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the four, 1 dragon and 3 beastmen, stretched long. Their destination, south, deep within the Death Marsh, to the mysterious coordinates marked with the work number 9527. Chapter 96. Lost the moment we stepped out? Is this map from the Jurassic period? The midday sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled light upon the forest. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the chirping of unknown insects. Ling Qiqi held the yellowed sheepskin map, staring blankly at a sheer cliff before her. She rotated the map 90 degrees, then 180 degrees. Finally, she turned to Yuan with exasperation. Brother Long, if I told you the map indicates that this should be a broad avenue, wide enough for horseback riding, would you believe me? Yuan, seated on a clean boulder with a natural cushion, elegantly sipped from a rhinoceros horn cup filled with cool boiled water. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the towering cliff. An avenue? If it were meant for geckos, it would indeed be quite spacious. Yin emerged from the ground, shaking off the dirt. Sister Qiqi, I just dug down 50 meters and it's all granite. This mountain has been growing here for at least hundreds of years. Ling Qiqi tossed the map in frustration. What a scam. This is not a map. It's an antique relic. The terrain has changed so drastically that even my mother Wu Ti recognized it. That predecessor with the work number 9527. Did you come from the Jurassic? System, calm down. According to carbon isotope analysis, this map has only been drawn for 500 years. However, the tectonic movements on this continent are quite active, much like your mood. What should we do now? Wu Ying jumped down from a tree, looking distressed. Should we head back? Go back. Yuan suddenly stood up, not because he had thought of a way out, but because a thunderous rumble emanated from the belly of this abyssal dragon. Yuan remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. I'm hungry. Since we're lost, let us eat. Once we're full, we can blast this mountain flat, and the road will naturally appear. Ling Qiqi, that makes a lot of sense. I cannot refute it. Is this the epitome of violent aesthetics? But we are in the wilderness, with no kitchen and no large pots, only an abundance of wild delicacies. Ling Qiqi surveyed her surroundings and activated Eye of Analysis. The ecosystem here was excessively rich. To the left in the grass, a flock of colorful pheasants resembling turkeys was strolling about. To the right, a beehive the size of a grinding stone hung from a thick tree branch, with several fist-sized killer bees patrolling. Chickens. Honey. Ling Qiqi's eyes sparkled. She turned to Yuan, a nostalgic smile forming on her lips. Brother Long, do you remember the first meal I made for you when we first met? Yuan blinked, his memory instantly flashing back to that dark, damp cave, to the wounded self, and to the peculiar woman who had wrapped a chicken in mud and tossed it into the fire. The aroma, tender and fragrant with earthy undertones, made his throat constrict. Beggar's chicken? Yes. Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. But this time we VE leveled up. Not only will we have beggar's chicken, but also honey-glazed roasted wings. Task assignment. The fall of the assassin, catching chickens was easy. Yin burrowed underground, then suddenly sprang up, scaring the flock of silly chickens into a frenzy. Yuan merely released a hint of his dragon might, and they obediently lay on the ground, playing dead. The challenge lay with the honey. Those were killer bees, highly toxic. A sting could swell an elephant into a balloon. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive to scent. Even the slightest disturbance would send the entire hive into action. Ling Qiqi turned to Wu Ying. Wu Ying, having raised troops for 1,000 days, now was the time to employ them. You are our most formidable assassin in Shenzhou, stealthy, invisible, and silent. Go. Retrieve the honey from that beehive. Wu Ying looked at the fist-sized poisonous bees, his face paling. City Lord, I'm an assassin, not a honey-stealing bear. That stinger is longer than my dagger. A single sting could kill me. I'll pay more. Yuan interjected nonchalantly. Or, I could toss you up as bait. Wu Ying, I'm going. I'll go right now. Thus, a thrilling operation akin to a spy film. The honey heist commenced. Wu Ying activated optical camouflage, even holding his breath. He moved like a weightless leaf, gliding along the tree trunk. Closer, even closer. He could hear the buzzing of the bees' wings and smell the sickly sweet aroma of honey. He pulled out a specially made glass jar with excellent sealing and carefully positioned it beneath a crack in the beehive where golden honey dripped down. 1 drop, 2 drops, half a jar. Wu Ying's heart raced with joy. Just as he prepared to retreat, a patrolling worker bee suddenly landed on his nose. Though invisible, it was tangible. The worker bee curiously twitched its antennae. What is this soft thing doing here? And why is it sweating? Wu Ying, don't move. Please don't move. Sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes. He wanted to blink. He wanted to sneeze. Achoo! Despite his desperate attempts to hold it back, the sneeze erupted from the depths of his soul. Though the sound was minimal, the gust of air sent the worker bee flying away. Buzz! The alarm sounded. Thousands of killer bees surged from the hive, overwhelming the area. Oh my! Help! Wu Ying clutched the jar, revealing his true form. Leaping from a tree and dashing through the forest. A dark cloud followed closely behind him. Yuan stood beneath the tree, watching Wu Ying rush past. Fool! He raised his hand, a wisp of black fire igniting at his fingertips. Dragon Breath Precision Shot did not incinerate the bees, as that would contaminate the honey, but instead formed a wall of fire, effectively blocking the pursuers. The bees, fearful of the flames, could only buzz angrily outside the firewall. Wu Ying returned, disheveled, clutching the jar tightly. I did not fail. My backside feels like it's swelling. Forest picnic. Culinary delights of the lost. Honey secured. Chicken acquired. Ling Qiqi began her culinary endeavors. Dish 1. Replica beggar's chicken. This time, there would be no leaves. Instead, lotus leaves, just picked from the edge of a puddle, would be used. The chicken's cavity was stuffed with mushrooms, foraged by yen, and ginger and scallions. The exterior was coated in yellow clay. However, this particular mud is not ordinary. It is the red clay that Yin specifically excavated from deep within the earth, possessing superior sealing properties. Yuan is in charge of stoking the fire, and his mastery over the flames has reached an extraordinary level. With a gentle simmer, he locks in moisture. Dish 2. Honey-glazed grilled wings. The chicken wings are severed and expertly trimmed. A layer of wild floral honey, fervently acquired by Wu Ying, is brushed on, followed by a sprinkle of chili powder, which he carries with him. They are then placed over the fire to roast. As the honey heats and melts, it mingles with the chicken fat, forming a shimmering caramelized crisp on the surface of the wings. The sweet, meaty, and smoky aromas combine to create a sensory explosion. All right, Ling Qiqi exclaimed as she picked up a skewer of grilled wings, blowing on it gently before offering it to Yuan. Dragongo, would you like to try? This sweetness was earned through Wu Ying's sacrifice. Yuan accepted the grilled wings, glistening golden and translucent. He took a bite. Crunch. The crispy exterior gave way to a burst of savory juices. The honey's sweetness accentuated the chicken's flavor while tempering its greasiness, leaving a lingering hint of chili's subtle kick. Yuan's eyes narrowed in delight, his tail sweeping across the grass behind him, flattening the blades. Delicious. Even better than the famed beggar's chicken. He devoured it in a few bites and tossed the skewer into fire. The honey in the jar has been confiscated, now reserved exclusively for grilling wings. Wu Ying lay on the ground, clutching his swollen backside, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. As long as Dragon Go enjoys it, my sacrifice is worth it. Satiated, Yuan gazed at the towering mountain blocking their path. His spirits lifted significantly. With his hunger quelled, it was time to get to work. He stood up and stretched his wrists. Qiqi, you mentioned that this is the mountain obstructing our way? Indeed. Yuan took a deep breath. A massive black dragon silhouette materialized behind him. Clenching his claws into a fist, he casually struck the cliffside. Dragon technique, mountain splitter, boom! The earth trembled, the towering cliff, hundreds of meters high, was forcefully blasted open, creating a gigantic gap. Stones tumbled down and dust settled. A direct path leading to the opposite side appeared before them. Yuan brushed the dust off his hands. The road is clear. Let us proceed. Ling Qiqi surveyed the gap, then glanced at the map in her hand. Dragon Yi. Perhaps we should refrain from consulting the map in the future. As long as you're not hungry, there are no roads in this world. Once you are full, paths will emerge everywhere. Chapter 97. Strategic Adjustment. I am here for adventure, not to be a camel. Passing through the mountain pass that Yuan had created, they were greeted by a lush, humid primordial jungle. Although it was still early spring, the vegetation here had grown wildly, as if it sought to engulf any intruder. Ling Qiqi stood atop a high ground, clutching the tattered map, her brow furrowed. This map is nothing short of a scam, depicting plains where mountains lie, and streams where, judging by the humidity, a vast lake likely lurks ahead. She turned to assess her companions. Yuan. responsible for offense and charisma. Entrusting him with the baggage would only result in it being incinerated. Yin, tasked with digging, though his short arms could carry little, and Wu Ying, in charge of reconnaissance, capable of carrying a few dozen pounds, but too much would render him invisible. And then there was herself, the seemingly delicate commander who could hardly fend for herself, though this was not entirely true. "This task is impossible," she declared, plopping down onto a stone and using the map to fan herself. Yuan stood at the edge of a cliff, hands clasped behind his back, relishing the lofty heights. Upon hearing her words, he tilted his head slightly. "What is it? The path is clear, and yet you are weak-kneed? It is not weakness. It is a lack of manpower." Ling Qiqi pointed toward the vast green expanse. "Dragon Gu, we are here to procure supplies, not for leisure. If we do find several thousand pounds of rubber, who will carry it back?" She counted on her fingers. Yan's arms are too short, Wu Ying is slight of build, and I am, well, let us say, incapable of self-sufficiency. Are we to burden you, the esteemed abyssal dragon, with carrying sacks back home? Yuan's expression darkened instantaneously. Carrying sacks? The mere thought of such an image sent shivers down his spine, as if his very scales might burst apart. This was a catastrophic affront to his draconic dignity. Absolutely not. My hands are meant for slaying and wielding chopsticks. Thus, Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers, a capitalist smile gracing her face. We need to recruit help. This is not just an expedition. It is an arms supply mission. Wu Ying was dispatched to carry the news, with his speed and hunger for rewards. The main transport team from the Divine City arrived merely a day later. The appearance of this team was striking, even by the standards of the entire Beast World history. First wave, the Pink Brigade, misnomer. Leading them were 20 robust Bear tribe warriors. Due to the previous cotton fashion disaster, they were clad in hastily made pink flower-patterned cotton jackets, as the cotton workers believed pink exuded gentleness and only had that dye available. Towering black bears donned these cropped jackets, exposing their midriffs, while hefting enormous black iron pots upon their shoulders. Just one glance could inspire 3 days of nightmares. Second wave, the Labor Camp Battalion. 100 elite Lion Tribe captives, stripped of their golden armor, donned drab gray work uniforms, marked with laborers of the Divine City. Their heads hung low as they carried wicker baskets taller than themselves. Among them was the unfortunate Lion Prince, Rain, burdened with the biggest pot due to his strength. Trudging towards Ling Qiqi with a forlorn expression. "Divine Lady, I am a prince. Can I not be spared from carrying the pot?" Ling Qiqi, munching on sweet potato chips, rolled her eyes at his plea. "What being a prince? If you do not carry the pot, what will you eat? Is it not this pot that will yield the braised meat you crave?" Rain's throat bobbed as he recalled the flavors of that meal. "Fine, I will carry it. Just don't let my pot get damaged." Third wave, the logistics support team. Several carts modified from wood, equipped with shock-absorbing boards. Their wheels wrapped in thick animal skins, the precursor to rubber tires. The carts brimmed with sweet potatoes, dried meat, snow salt, and that precious jar of chili powder. "Attention, everyone!" Ling Qiqi stood atop a large stone, full of vigor. "Our target is southward. For tires, for shoe soles, for a smooth ride. Charge!" A thunderous roar erupted from the hundreds of participants, beasts, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Chapter 98. Packing up the team traversed the river valley for an entire day. As evening fell, they camped on a stretch of riverbank where the water flowed slowly. The river was crystal clear, yet due to the primal forest, none could ascertain what lay beneath the surface. While everyone was busy lighting a fire to prepare sweet potato porridge, disturbances rippled through the water. Suddenly, the placid surface erupted as countless dark shapes crawled ashore. There were thousands of dark blue crabs, each the size of a basin, their claws raised like scissors, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the setting sun. They were the formidable iron-claw river crabs, rulers of this aquatic domain. Having never encountered so many bipeds, the crabs were thrilled at the sight of fresh meat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crab language, brothers. It's dinner time. A buffet has arrived. The army of crabs brandished their pincers and charged towards the camp. Enemy attack. Lion Prince Rain was the first to scream. Though now a laborer, his instincts remained sharp. It's a beast. A watertight beast. So many legs. So many pincers. Protect the pot. Quickly, protect the pot. After all, the pot contained food. The scene descended into chaos. The lion warriors sought to draw their swords, only to find they wielded nothing but firewood. The werewolf warriors charged forth with their blades, and with a resounding clash, their steel knives struck the crab shell, sending sparks flying. Yet the creature remained unscathed. In a swift motion, it clamped its pincers around the werewolf's ankle. A howl of agony erupted from the werewolf. "Let go. It hurts. My bones might break." Yin attempted to pry it off with his claws, only to have a crab seize his nose, causing tears to stream down his face as he frantically darted around. "Qiqi, help! This stone has come to life. It won't let go." Ling Qiqi stood from a vantage point, surveying the chaotic scene. Initially taken aback, she soon activated her eye of analysis. Scanning target, iron-armored river crab. Attributes, hard shell. Abundant meat, filled with roe. Evaluation, though it resembles an armored vehicle, to a foodie, it is simply a walking crab roe dumpling. This is not an enemy attack. This is fresh seafood delivery. Ling Qiqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. She seized the tin megaphone and unleashed a thunderous roar that quelled the chaos. "Do not panic. That is not a monster. That is dinner." "Dinner?" Rain, who was currently being pursued by the crab, froze in disbelief as he glanced at the large crab that had latched onto the fabric of his trousers. "Can this thing be eaten? Its shell could shatter teeth." "You simply lack the right approach." Ling Qiqi scolded. "Stop hacking away at it. Flip it over. Once turned, it's nothing but a delicacy." However, the tumultuous scene rendered her commands unheard. Yuan stood atop the highest rock, observing with a cold gaze. He scrutinized the grotesque, bubble-blowing creatures, his brow furrowing deeper. It was too noisy and too filthy. A stubborn crab crawled onto his boot, attempting to claw at his black robe, prompting Yuan's patience to dwindle. "Oomph." He extended his right hand, grasping at the air above the riverbank. Dragon language magic water prison, group version. This was not the kind of water prison that would drown someone. Suddenly, the air around the riverbank became moist, and countless water vapors rapidly coalesced. Pop, pop, pop. A series of soft sounds ensued. The crabs, previously flaunting their might, suddenly found themselves levitating. Transparent, basketball-sized bubbles appeared out of thin air, encapsulating each crab with precision. Thousands of crabs were instantly transformed into thousands of suspended aquariums. They flailed their pincers within the bubbles. But despite their apparent fragility, the bubbles were remarkably resilient, impervious to their struggles. Silence. Yuan snapped his fingers again. The bubbles muffled all sound. The world finally fell silent. The orcs gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Such control, if he wished to kill them, it would merely take a bubble. Dragon Brother is magnificent. Ling Qiqi led the applause, showering compliments. "What is this technique called?" "Deep sea spectacle prison." Yuan retracted his hand, disdainfully shaking off his sleeves. "Pack it up. You say this thing is edible?" "If it's not tasty," he cast a glance at Ling Qiqi, "I might just toss you in as well." Chapter 99. Iron Grilled Squid. Dragon Brothers, not culinary class. The crisis averted had turned into a bountiful harvest. Thousands of crabs were piled together, still encased in their bubbles, preserving their freshness. Yet another problem arose. The pots brought along were limited to a few, originally intended for porridge. If used for cooking crabs, they wouldn't be finished by the next morning, and the flavor would be lacking. Without pots, Ling Qiqi scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on a pile of items amassed by the lionfolk laborers nearby. Those were the fine steel shields they had previously confiscated. Too heavy to melt down, kept for their protection, they had been carried as defensive equipment on this outing. Eureka! Ling Qiqi snapped her fingers. "Zen, bring your men and fetch all the shields. Clean them. Set them over the fire." Rain wore a face of humiliation. "These are the Royal Guard's honor shields. They are meant to deflect blades. You're going to use them as grilling plates." Ling Qiqi chuckled devilishly. "Don't you want braised meat? Don't you want crab roast soup? Clean them." Rain ordered brothers scrub them until they shine. Moments later, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the riverbank. Dozens of massive golden shields were propped over the fire, their surfaces turning scorching hot. Yin produced a jar of precious lard, a specialty of the divine city, and brushed a layer onto the shields. Sizzle, the smoke wafted up. Down with the crabs. Yuan lifted the water bubble spell. One by one, large crabs were tossed onto the searing shields. Sizzle, sizzle. The dark blue shells turned crimson. It was a captivating sound, a maddening hue. Ling Qiqi wielded a spatula, repurposed as a weapon, to stir-fry on the shields. Sprinkle salt. Add chili. Toss in Sichuan pepper. Wu Ying winced as he watched his spice stockpile being liberally scattered, but upon catching the delectable aroma, he felt it was worth it. The spicy, savory, and crispy scent wafted through the valley. The previously disgruntled lion warriors, outraged by the dishonor of their shields, now gathered around the shields, their eyes nearly popping out in anticipation. This flavor was intoxicating. This hard-shelled creature was incredibly fragrant. Just as everyone prepared to feast, movement stirred in the river. Perhaps it was the bloody scent from washing the crabs or the alluring aroma of the grilled delicacies. A gigantic tentacle silently emerged from the water, reaching for Wu Ying, who was washing his hands by the riverbank. Oh no! Wu Ying reacted swiftly, vanishing and rolling to evade the tentacle. A water monster. There's a water monster. It was a mutated giant river squid. Freshwater squid? Who cares? It was massive, measuring 5 meters in length, with tentacles as thick as tree trunks. Yuan, seated in his designated spot, disdainfully observed the crabs on his plate, still unpeeled. Upon spotting the giant squid, his eyes lit up. Mollusk? No said. Easy to handle. He set aside the crabs, his figure flickering, appearing above the water's surface. Pointing at the squid that was preparing to unleash its wrath, he extended a finger. Dragon technique, thunder, slash, zzz. A flash of purple lightning surged forth. The giant squid did not even have time to utter a last word before it was electrocuted, charred black, exuding the aroma of grilled squid. Yuan then seized it telekinetically and tossed it onto the largest shield in front of Ling Qiqi. Do this. Yuan's instructions were succinct. The shelled ones are too troublesome, and the meat is too scant. Ling Qiqi gazed at the squid, nearly filling the entire shield, swallowing hard. Dragon brother, you intend to feast on grilled squid tentacles. She grabbed 2 large spatulas. Yen, help me hold it down. Brush on the sauce. Generously. Add more onions. To eliminate the fishy taste and enhance the freshness. 10 minutes later, the entire valley was enveloped in an aroma more dominant than that of crabs. The sauce caramelized under high heat, intermingling with the squid's distinct flavor. Yuan elegantly picked up a piece of the cut squid tentacle with chopsticks, chewy, flavorful, and succulent. No peeling required, it was pure meat. Not bad. Yuan nodded. In the future, if we encounter such shell-less creatures, let us capture more of them. This meal was truly a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests alike. The captured lion folk completely forgot that they had come for labor reform. They rubbed their round bellies. Reclining on the riverbank, the divine city seemed rather pleasant, didn't it? Daily meat, no beatings aside from the tiring work. Perhaps we shouldn't escape? Let us just stay here. Prince Rain, clutching a thoroughly clean shield, fell into contemplation. He felt that his previous days as a prince had been utterly wasted. Chapter 100. The Awakening of the Lionfolk Captives. I will work hard to secure my position. In the early morning, the air by the riverbank still lingered with the residual fragrance of last night's grilling. Thousands of packaged, iron-shelled river crabs, stacked like a small mountain, caught Ling Qiqi's gaze. She glanced towards the direction of the divine city. Such delectable treasures should not solely be savored by us. We must send some back to Mutu, Su, and Uncle Tai Chue. Moreover, these crabs must be transported alive to maintain their freshness. Her attention shifted to the Lion Clan's transport team, which was busy tidying up after the previous night's feast. For these captive lions, that meal was not merely a delight to the palate, but a shattering of their worldview. What had they consumed in the Lion King city? It was sustenance for survival. In the wild division of the divine city, dining was an art, a true enjoyment. Prince Rain, the current leader of the transport team, was carrying his beloved large black pot. Upon noticing Ling Qiqi's gaze, he straightened his posture instantly. Goddess, how may I serve you? His tone lacked the previous humiliation, now tinged with a hint of anticipation. Rain, I entrust you with a noble yet challenging task. Ling Qiqi pointed towards the pile of crabs. Select 20 of the swiftest brothers to transport this batch of crabs back to the divine city. Back? Hein faltered momentarily. Indeed, this is the first batch of fresh delicacies for the divine city. Ling Qiqi turned to Yuan. Brother Long, could you add some ice? Yuan lazily raised his hand. The spell dragon language magic, frost aura, unleashed a chilling breeze, swiftly cooling the water spheres encasing the crabs. They did not freeze, but transformed into a standard refrigerated environment. Listen up, Ling Qiqi addressed the Lion Clan warriors. Upon delivery to the city, each of you will receive 10 pounds of sweet potato chips and a jar of spicy crab sauce. Should anyone dare to pilfer along the way, I shall have Yuan freeze you into popsicles to be sent back. The warrior's eyes glistened not with fear, but with craving. Spicy crab sauce. It was the ultimate condiment for rice. An astonishing scene unfolded. Ling Qiqi had anticipated this to be a burdensome task, yet the remaining 80 Lion Clan warriors protested. Why should they go? I'm swift too. I possess great strength. I can carry 500 pounds. Nonsense, you did not say that yesterday. You inconsistent lion. Choose me. Choose me. I wish to see that grand trumpet in the city. Prince Rain kicked away a subordinate attempting to seize the opportunity, bellowing, cease the squabbling. I am a captain. Such an opportunity to serve the divine city and earn points must be granted to the most capable brothers. Ergo, Sanlingzi, step forward. The rest of you, diligently continue your work and strive for the next opportunity. Observing the captives fighting fiercely to become couriers, Ling Qiqi mused, is this self-strategy? System? No, this is the gastronomic version of Stockholm Syndrome, when being a captive offers better dining than being a prince who would wish to escape. After dispatching the courier team, the main force continued southward. Along the journey, the enthusiasm of the Lion Clan captives soared to unprecedented heights. They did not require whips to spur them. Each carried hundreds of pounds of supplies, eager to avoid being left behind and missing out on the evening's meat soup. 3 days later, the terrain shifted. The forest began to thin, and the ground became damp and muddy. A wide, slow-flowing river appeared before them. Human habitation ahead. The scout, Wu Ying, returned with a peculiar expression. City Lord, there's a tribe ahead. But they're rather strange. When I stood there greeting them, it took quite some time for them to even look up. Ling Qiqi was taken aback. What do you mean? Let's go take a look. The group arrived at a village by the river. The houses were odd, round, low stone structures resembling large bowls sunk into the ground. At the village entrance stood several wrinkled-skinned beastmen carrying enormous turtle shells. The Turtle Clan, known for their longevity and famously slow demeanor. Ling Qiqi approached politely. Greetings. We are a merchant caravan from the Divine City, passing through your esteemed land. The elder of the Turtle Clan, appearing to be around 300 years old, slowly turned his head. His eyelids lifted as if in slow motion. His mouth opened. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Finally, the elder emitted his first syllable. Another minute elapsed. Good. Another minute passed. Yuan, seated in the soft palanquin behind, gripped his rhinoceros horn cup tightly, the vessel creaking under pressure. The veins on his forehead throbbed like worms. As a dragon known for swift action, this pace felt like a slow torture to him. Qiqi. Yuan's voice was laced with the impending eruption of a volcano. Can I set them ablaze? Their pace is so slow, I feel like obliterating the world. Ling Qiqi quickly pressed down on Yuan's hand. Brother Long, calm down. Deep breaths. They are our clients. Important client. Do you see what they carry on their backs? Those are turtle shells. The key ingredient for Gui Ling Gao. For the sake of Gui Ling Gao, bear with it. Chapter 101. Cross-channel negotiation. Brother Long, refrain from violence. That is wealth. To prevent Yuan from losing control, Ling Qiqi decided to conduct negotiations 50 meters away from him, instructing Wu Ying to provide Yuan with 2 cotton balls, earplugs. The negotiation partner was the Turtle Clan's chief, whom Ling Qiqi dubbed Slowpoke. His actual name was too long and still not fully pronounced. Regarding the turtle shell trade, Ling Qiqi cut straight to the point. Chief, I see you've piled up many discarded old turtle shells at your village entrance. The turtle clan has a habit of shedding their shells every few decades, leaving the old shells as waste cluttering the area. The chief nodded slowly. The motion took 30 seconds. Yes, trash. Ling Qiqi spoke rapidly. Excellent. I will take those scraps. I can trade for them. You need not carry them. I will transport them myself. The chief was taken aback. He was still processing the previous statement. By the time he comprehended it, 5 minutes had elapsed. Trade for what? Ling Qiqi produced a jar of specially made spicy crab sauce and a jar of snow salt. The turtle clan, accustomed to living in wetlands, frequently suffered from joint pain due to humidity. Chili and salt were essential for them. Trade this. It will warm your body, alleviate joint pain. You will walk with vigor. She opened the jar, allowing the enticing aroma to waft over. The chief's nose twitched in slow motion. His eyes sparkled in slow motion. He extended a hand, eager to taste a sample. The hand moved as slowly as plant growth. From afar, Yuan could no longer contain himself. He teleported over, unable to bear the sight, grasped the chief's hand, forcibly plunged it into the jar, and then shoved it into the chief's mouth. Eat, quickly. No digidalin. Ugh. The chief's eyes widened in surprise from the spiciness, this time in fast motion. Cough, cough, cough. Good, good, good. Yuan exclaimed. Good? Speak quickly. The chief took a deep breath and, using his utmost speed, uttered spicy. Ling Qiqi. Yuan. Trade agreement reached. Although the process was excruciating, the trade was ultimately successful. The turtle clan had been troubled by the accumulation of old turtle shells taking up space, and now someone was willing to exchange them for this miraculous warming sauce. It was akin to a windfall. The transport team from the Divine City, the Lion Clan captives, re-engaged in their duties. They loaded the towering, weathered turtle shells onto their carts. While they could not yet produce Gui Ling Gao, as it required prolonged preparation and was impractical on the road, transporting the raw materials back for storage was certainly prudent. Before departing, the Turtle Clan chief, to express gratitude, presented Yuan with a gift, a small turtle, a pet. The chieftain spoke slowly. This is my grandson, here to entertain you. Yuan gazed at the little turtle, huddled within its shell, utterly still, as if lifeless. He glanced back at the chieftain, still chattering away. Entertain me? You wish for me to watch it and drive myself to despair? Despite his disdainful words, Yuan tucked the small turtle into his sleeve, reasoning that it would serve well as a ball for Xiaojiu upon their return. The caravan set forth once more, this time laden not only with the hopes of rubber, but also with precious medicinal herbs, namely turtle shells, and a tale of the hasty dragon encountering the sluggish turtle. Ling Qiqi turned back for a fleeting glance at the turtle clan, still waving their farewells, hands held high. Ah, what a protracted campaign this was. With the turtle clan behind them, the procession continued southward, approaching a vibrant and cacophonous broadleaf forest. Before they entered the thicket, a sharp, piercing cacophony erupted, akin to hundreds of off-key voices screaming in unison. They have arrived. The hairless monkeys are upon us. Ugly beasts. And that long black worm. Yuan sat within the palanquin, his rhinoceros horn cup cracking ominously in his grasp. The veins on his temple throbbed with agitation. A long worm? Qiqi, I fancy dinner could be roasted birds. No, no, no. Those are protected species. I mean, they're sources of intelligence capable of speech. Ling Qiqi hastily calmed the rampaging dragon. Just then, a flurry of projectiles cascaded down from the trees. Round, brown, and hard little spheres pelted down like hail. Ouch! Who struck my head? Prince Lane raised a large black pot above him, the bottom ringing with the impacts. Ling Qiqi picked up one of the projectiles. It was heavy, with a hard brown shell. I have analysis activated. Scanning object, macadamia nut. King of nuts, shell as hard as iron. Macadamia nuts. Ling Qiqi was filled with delight. Meanwhile, the parrots in the trees continued their taunts. Humans. Beak, feblomans. Unable to crack a shell. Suddenly, Ling Qiqi froze. Throughout their journey, she had harbored a question. In a world filled with beastmen, why were they not at all surprised to see a pure human like herself? Instead, They referred to her as human with such ease. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos of dodging the falling fruit, Ling Qiqi could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked Yin, there's something I've been pondering for quite a while. Why do you call me human? Have you seen other humans? Upon her inquiry, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Even the parrots ceased their bombardment. Yin, Wu, Ying, Lin, and even Yuan regarded her with expressions akin to those one might reserve for a child with learning difficulties. Sister Qiqi, Yin scratched his head, looking rather simple-minded. Have you been struck silly by that fruit? Is it really necessary to have seen others? Just take a look in the mirror. Yuan sighed, setting down his teacup, regarding Ling Qiqi with the gaze one might reserve for an illiterate. In the annals of beastly heritage, the term human denotes two distinct categories. He extended a finger. The first category comprises beastmen born with deficiencies. They possess no beast form, cannot transform, lack fur, have straight teeth, and their claws have regressed, rendering them disabled. To preserve their dignity, we collectively refer to them as humans, denoting their frailty akin to that of human form. Ling Qiqi felt as if she had been struck in the knee by an arrow. So in their eyes, she was a cripple? Yuan extended a second finger. The second category pertains to the legendary great teacher from centuries past. Allegedly, he descended from the heavens and, like you, bore no beast form, yet possessed boundless wisdom. He referred to himself as human. Therefore, the term human also signifies a physically frail but intellectually astute sage. The leading red and green parrot perched above bobbed its head, cackling. Gaga, teacher, teacher. The teacher is hairless, just as ugly as you. But the teacher is wise. You appear quite foolish. Ling Qiqi, system, haha, host. Did you hear? In their eyes, you are either a disabled beastman or a low-tier version of a previous transmigrator. This explanation is flawless. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qiqi endeavored to salvage her dignity. That was due to an unexpected incident during my awakening. Yes, I am a throwback. Thus, I lack inherited memories. I do not recall these common understandings. Yuan cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing upon his lips. Is that so? It appears your mental faculties have yet to fully develop. No wonder. Ling Qiqi, I do not wish to engage in conversation. I desire roasted parrots. To divert attention from her earlier embarrassment, she resolved to change the subject. Raising the macadamia a nut in her hand, she challenged, since you claim I am weak. Can you open this fruit? Gaga. Simple. Simple. The parrot chieftain, with its elongated tongue, swooped down. It pecked at the nut with its curved iron beak. Crack. The hard shell split open with a resounding noise. Puffed with pride, it grasped the kernel and tilted its head back to swallow it whole. Iron Beak. I am Iron Beak. Prince Lane, feeling competitive, retorted, what is so special about a mere nut? I'm a lion, king of the beasts. He picked up a nut, stuffed it into his mouth, and, gathering his strength, bit down fiercely. Crunch. A sharp, tooth-jarring sound echoed. Lane clutched his jaw, tears streaming down like a fountain. He spat out the contents of his mouth. The nut remained intact, glimmering even, while beside it lay a bloodied canine tooth. Woo-woo-woo, it's a stone. Lane wailed, resembling a child of 200 pounds. Yin observed Lane's dismal state and quietly set down his own nut. I think this nut is quite rounded. It would make a fine marble for play. No need to eat it. The parrots erupted in laughter. Foolish lion. Foolish lion. Your teeth shattered. Air leaks. The cacophony escalated once more. Silence. Yuan finally lost his patience. He refrained from employing his dragon might, fearing it might shatter the fruit. Instead, he extended his long fingers, retrieving the culprit that had caused Lane's tooth to break. Qiqi claims this is delicious? Yuan inquired, fixing his gaze on Ling Qiqi. Ling Qiqi nodded vigorously. Delicious. It has a milky flavor, particularly fragrant. Yuan pinched the nut between two fingers and exerted a slight pressure. A hidden force permeated the kernel. Crack.